Chapter 1. Divine Code 017. On March 9th, an enigmatic mist spread like a specter, enveloping countless nations in a shroud of silence and obscurity. Yet, just as the mist threatened to engulf the land of Huaxia, it miraculously halted. At the mist-laden frontier, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, stained with blood, staggered towards the towering National Guardian Monument. The essence of the heavenly court has dissipated, and all are absent. The myriad demons of the great wilderness remain unrestrained. Cough, am losing my strength. What should I do? Won't be done. As she coughed up blood, despairing sobs escaped her lips. Leaning against the National Guardian Monument for some time, she raised her gaze to the heavens, gritting her teeth with determination. After a moment, she slowly rose, suspended in the air, invoking her essence and divine soul, vowing to the heavens. By the heavenly decree, I offer my divine soul, my essence, my very being in exchange to seal and suppress the great wilderness, to thwart the chaos wrought by the demons. In an instant, the world transformed. Darkness enveloped the land of Huaxia. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rains lashed down in a tempest. After a long while, the skies brightened, the rain ceased, and tranquility returned. The blood-soaked, battered woman collapsed to the ground, her eyes a fiery red as she murmured, "All have entered the cycle of reincarnation. It is time for me to depart with that." She swiftly disintegrated into wisps of ash, gradually fading away. A century later, at the end of July, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, carelessly scorching the earth, with mist rising and heat waves rolling across the sparsely populated streets and alleys of the capital city. In the encampment of Night Watchman Team 006, Yuan Gang, after hearing his subordinate's report, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Divine Code 017? Are you certain there were no errors in the survey?" "Absolutely confirmed," his subordinate replied. Yuan Gang waved his hand, signaling for the subordinate to withdraw and continue with their tasks. He ground his teeth and pinched the bridge of his nose before turning to the man reclining in a chair beside him. "What are your thoughts? Isn't there already a divine agent for 017? How could this be?" The man, bearing a cross-shaped scar on his temple, sat up sharply, his lips pressed together as he replied with a serious tone, "I sense the presence of that deity as well, though it was somewhat different from the aura typically radiated by the king's face. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed Divine Code 017. This matter involves that deity of time, Kronos. Does the king know?" Yuan Gang still found it hard to believe. It was unprecedented for a deity to seek two divine agents. Xiaopinga raised an eyebrow, regaining his usual composure. "He is Divine Code 017, the divine agent of the deity of time, and naturally, he senses it before anyone else. However, the mass team is currently engaged in a special mission and may be delayed in returning." At that moment, Xiaopinga received a message from headquarters. After being informed, headquarters has instructed us to diligently seek out the whereabouts of the second divine agent of 017, to protect and recruit them, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of other factions, he stated earnestly. Yuan Gang finally accepted this reality and inquired, "Can you still sense his or her whereabouts?" Xiaopinga shrugged, spreading his hands, and reclined back again. "As the vice-captain of our team 006, I entrust this significant matter to you. As for him, he would simply let things be." "Fine," Yuan Gang sighed. He rose, preparing to get to work, when Xiaopinga spoke once more. "Old Yuan, by the way, I recall that in ancient Greek mythology, the deity named Cronus seems to preside over time and space, doesn't he?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's eyes brightened instantly. "Are you suggesting that the recently emerged agent of the divine, designated as 017, might be associated with spatial domains? If it truly pertains to a spatial divine domain, once it matures, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Highly probable. Before long, the various auxiliary divine domains from the technical department played a crucial role, tracing the remnants of the divine essence to locate the presence of the agent designated as 017. Songnan? Why has she suddenly bought a ticket to Songnan? Songnan City. The sound of cicadas filled the summer air, with people bustling about the streets. Lin Xie, as usual, donned a black satin blindfold, a cane resting on his shoulder, vegetables in his left hand, and oil in his right, making his way down the road. As he approached an intersection, he halted at a red light, waiting patiently. Click! The green light illuminated. At that moment, a figure passed by, a gentle breeze brushing against him, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance, soft and refreshing, captivating the senses and evoking nostalgia. Lin Xie pursed his lips, silently pondering, pear blossoms or white crab apple. It's subtly delightful. Perhaps enchanted by the scent, he found himself momentarily unable to discern. Curiously, he raised his head to look ahead, only to see a person clad in a bamboo green hoodie, hood drawn, moving at an impressive pace, quickly vanishing from sight. Having not glimpsed the person's face, the young man felt a tinge of disappointment. With a sigh, he resumed his leisurely stride across the street. As the western sky blazed with the hues of dusk, Lin Xie entered the alley near his home. Click, click sent someone lingering at the corner of the alley approximately 10 meters away. He approached slowly, gazing ahead. In the dimming twilight, he discerned a young girl with silver hair cascading down her shoulders, her features strikingly beautiful. With a light touch of makeup enhancing her snow-white complexion, she stood with her arms crossed, lazily leaning against the wall, quietly resting her eyes, as if the clamor of the outside world held no relevance to her. "It's her," Lin Xie murmured softly. Were it not for the fact that she still wore the bamboo green hoodie, he might not have recognized her. Shun Xiongji had sensed someone approaching from a distance, and, upon discerning that it was not her companions, closed her eyes to continue her moment of repose. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze upon her, her delicate brows furrowing, long lashes trembling as she gradually opened her eyes. A blind person? Feeling the girl's scrutiny, Lin Xie instantly grew tense. As Lin Xie inadvertently stumbled over a stone at his feet, he tilted dangerously and was on the verge of falling. Suddenly, the seemingly languid figure leaning against the wall appeared at his side in an instant, her delicate hand gently raised to steady him. The boy's weight pressed against her, evoking a sense of intimate closeness reminiscent of a celestial couple entwined in an embrace. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, feeling the softness of the girl, her subtle fragrance wafting to his senses, causing him to stiffen slightly, his ears flushing a faint crimson. "Are you all right?" The girl's voice resonated with an ethereal quality, akin to the gentle babbling of a stream in the mountains, delightfully melodious. "Thank you." The boy stuttered in his gratitude. "That is good to hear," Shun Xiongji replied, releasing him and stepping back. "You." Lin Xie was eager to express something to the girl, yet the words eluded him. Shun Xiongji regarded him with curiosity before glancing at the path behind her, understanding dawning. She took several steps aside. Noticing that the boy remained rooted in place, Shun Xiongji smiled gently and inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" Lin Xie regained his focus at her words, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, "Is that all right?" "Thank you." Shun Xiongji slightly raised her hand, intending to take the vegetables and oil from the boy, but he evaded her grasp. It's a bit heavy. I can manage. Could you perhaps guide me as I walk? I seem to have lost my sense of direction." Lin Xie explained, holding the vegetables and oil with one hand while extending the other towards Shun Xiongji. Shun Xiongji observed the black satin blindfold around his eyes, the fallen cane on the ground, and the items he held, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. With a light laugh, she bent down to retrieve the cane, grasped the boy's hand, and led him deeper into the alley. Upon reaching his doorstep, Shun Xiongji smiled once more. "Well then, farewell, dear young man," she said, turning to depart. A blind boy, freely venturing out to buy soy sauce? Unable to discern direction? How charming. Lin Xie reached out, as if to retain her, but hesitated. He focused intently on the girl's retreating figure, whispering softly, "Goodbye." Meanwhile, as Shun Xiongji exited the alley, she encountered a young boy of around 13 or 14. "Qingnu? You. Long time no see." Chapter 2, Time and Space. A week later, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows over the undulating mountains surrounding Cangnan City. Yet within this seemingly tranquil and harmonious woodland, a heart-pounding chase was unfolding. Shun Xiongji hurriedly navigated through the forest, her disheveled hair clinging to her sweat-drenched neck, glancing back intermittently at the relentless pursuers behind her. Her face was slick with cold sweat, her expression one of sheer desperation. Ever since she had consented to become the divine agent of the legendary god of time and space, Kronos, several years ago, Shan Xiongji had known all too well that tranquility would ultimately be shattered. For these past years, she has meticulously concealed herself, silently honing her skills, yearning for the day when she could regain her former strength, awaiting the return of her comrades, and the moment she could fully master the divine ruin bestowed upon her by Kronos before emerging from her seclusion. However, a recent unexpected confrontation, the leaked divine breath akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, has awakened the lurking predators. Now, the hope of remaining hidden has become futile. That which was inevitable has finally arrived. Indeed, this is not the first time Shan Xiongji has faced the ancient deity church directly, yet undoubtedly stands as her most disheveled encounter. In the past, when confronted by the minions sent by the church's Whispers faction, she could easily manage them with her innate frost powers, seldom needing to resort to her deeply concealed divine void, the King of the Void. Yet today is unlike any other this time. Not only is Whispers herself pursuing her, but also numerous formidable elites under her command. Faced with such powerful adversaries surrounding her, even with her exceptional skills, Shan Xiongji finds herself feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Her strength has yet to be restored, rendering her unable to confront Whispers directly, forcing her to flee and evade continuously. Fortunately, she has left Songnan, otherwise she would undoubtedly pose a threat to him. Shan Xiongji leaned against a pine tree, gasping for breath. Suddenly, the air before her stilled slightly, and the surroundings became a blur. Blinking, she realized she had found herself in another realm. Furrowing her brow, she gazed ahead, where a figure materialized from thin air. It was a tall man clad in a black tailcoat, with long hair as dark as ink cascading casually over his shoulders. Adorning his chest was a purple kite brooch that sparkled in the sunlight, capturing one's attention. His handsome yet somewhat enchanting visage was always graced with a serene smile, exuding elegance and detachment. Whispers, he replied with a slight smile, acknowledging her. I fail to comprehend why you continuously send people to hunt me down. After all, I was merely an ordinary person before. Shan Xiongji regained her composure, sensing her mental energy had replenished significantly, and she spoke with a measured tone. An ordinary person? Huh. You, who possess the ability to wield the great wind calamity, are considered ordinary? Moreover, you have now become the divine agent of the god designated as 017 Kronos. Whispers scoffed lightly. The great wind calamity? What? Shan Xiongji was taken aback. You must be trapped in my nightmare. Whispers murmured softly. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming chill and malice enveloping her. Yet she found herself capable of coping. Most speculate that she has awakened the time void, possessing abilities akin to those of the legendary captain of the mass squad. However, this is a misconception. She has awakened the spatial void, the King of the Void, where she reigns as the sole sovereign, with nothing escaping her sight. Of course, she is still quite weak, and her skills remain unrefined. Thus, the nightmarish realm of murmurs could not ensnare her. However, in her current state of disarray, she dared not confront the soul-devouring contract heathen. Indeed, the best course of action was to employ the age-old strategy of retreat-escape. As the thought crossed her mind, Shan Xiongji swiftly tore through the fabric of space, vanishing. Shan Xiongji repeatedly executed spatial jump-shore range, teleportation, and spatial transitions long distance, interdimensional movement exhausting her mental energy at an alarming rate, leaving her utterly fatigued. If she were to be discovered by the murmurs once more, she felt certain her escape would be impossible. During her 17th spatial transition, her mental resources finally depleted. As she plummeted, she briefly glimpsed a golden fissure in the clouds, reminiscent of celestial beings' eyelid gently parting. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, a refreshing breath enveloped her. Strong, powerful arms securely caught her. The embrace was solid and warm, akin to the most gentle sunlight on a winter's day, allowing Shan Qiongzi's previously taut heartstrings to relax. Her long eyelashes fluttered delicately, reminiscent of butterfly wings, as she summoned her final vestige of strength to slowly open her eyes. Her vision remained somewhat blurred, yet she could still faintly discern the sharply defined and exquisitely chiseled jawline of the man before her, concealed beneath a mask. With merely this fleeting glimpse, she could no longer sustain her consciousness, succumbing entirely to darkness. Wang Mian held the girl tightly in his embrace, lowering his head to gaze at her forehead, slick with cold sweat, and her pallid, bloodless cheeks. In an instant, his expression darkened, and an indescribable fury ignited within him. Finally, he lifted his head abruptly, his piercing gaze shooting like lightning toward the peculiar, stagnant void in the distance. There, a strange black shadow flickered, resembling a ferocious beast lurking in the darkness, poised to strike. As the shadow grew more distinct, a deep, eerie murmuring echoed, reminiscent of the whispers of malevolent spirits from the underworld. Subsequently, the nightmarish projection of the murmurs slowly materialized in the air. Upon witnessing this, Wang Mian could contain his rage no longer, a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens. Murmurs within the realm of Huaxia, how dare you act with such impudence? When Shun Xiongji awoke once more, twilight had descended. She found herself still nestled in the man's warm embrace, which exuded an undeniable sense of security. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she shifted and cleared her throat. Am I awake? A deep, melodious voice resonated beside her, causing her ears to tingle. Could you let me down? Upon hearing this, Wang Mian gently set her down, concerned she might falter, and offered a light supportive touch. Thank you. As Shun Xiongji steadied herself, she felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance, relying on the man's strength to regain her composure. Of course, as he delicately rubbed his knuckles, seemingly lost in thought, his voice took on a husky, slightly unnatural tone. Shun Xiongji paid little heed to her surroundings, which were adorned with the weathered and eclectic remnants of antiquated architecture. After a moment of contemplation, she felt a sense of familiarity reminiscent of the old city of Songnan. Turning to the man beside her, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you," referring to his timely intervention that rescued her from the clutches of delirium. Evidently, Wang Mian understood her sentiment. He regained his composure almost instantly, shaking his head slightly as he replied, "It is my duty. If I am not mistaken, you must be Wang Mian, the first divine agent of Kronos?" Shun Xiongji inquired, fixing her gaze upon the mask adorning his face, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Wang Mian paused, captivated by the girl's smile, before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then noticed the weariness etched on her pale countenance. Diverting his gaze toward the increasingly darkening sky, he suggested, "Miss Shun, shall we find an inn to rest before continuing our conversation?" "All right." They walked for a while before discovering a hotel, albeit one intended for couples. Wang Mian instinctively glanced at Shun Xiongji, only to meet the clarity of her eyes. Memories of holding her, the warmth of her presence, and the faint scent of pear blossoms enveloped him, causing a sudden flush to rise to his cheeks. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What?" Shun Xiongji observed the reddening of the man's ears with curiosity, her eyes blinking in surprise as they shifted to his elongated pupils. Ahem, sensing her focused attention, Wang Mian felt his face grow increasingly warm, his ears burning as if they might bleed. He averted his gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly. With a playful glint in her eyes, Shun Xiongji suggested, "If we proceed a few hundred meters ahead, there is a budget hotel. I noticed it the last time I passed through here." "Very well." They continued walking, and within a few minutes, they spotted the budget hotel Shun Xiongji had mentioned from a distance. "Good day, sir. Kindly remove your mask," the receptionist said, while taking their identification, casting a glance at the stunning girl and then at the tall man beside her, shrouded in a mask. Shun Xiongji turned her head, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Wang Mian. He met her gaze, hesitating momentarily before lifting his hand to untie the strings securing his mask. "Allow me," Shun Xiongji exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Oh my, the thrill of personally unveiling another's true appearance was exhilarating. As he paused in his task, Wang Mian softly responded with an "mm." With his tacit approval, Shun Xiongji eagerly sprang in front of him. Her delicate hands gently raised one hand, working to untie the strings while the other held the lower part of the mask. Her eyes remained fixed on his face as she silently counted down 3, 2, 1. Chapter 3. The night watchman 3, 2, 1. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. The mask was gently removed by delicate hands. Before our eyes appeared a figure with eyebrows like ink, elegantly arched and flowing into his hair. Beneath them, his eyes resembled deep pools reflecting the moon, so clear that they seemed capable of illuminating the creases of a person's heart. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder. The curve from a bridge to the tip crafted as if by a master artist, accentuating those soft, pale lips, reminiscent of plum blossoms in the snow. His features were exquisitely refined. Shun Xiongji felt as if he were an immortal stepping out from an ancient scroll. Gulp, as she gazed at the man's divinely sculpted visage. Shun Xiongji instinctively swallowed, and upon realizing her own reaction, her cheeks began to flush. Wang Mian lowered his gaze, observing the girl's reddening face, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, warmth flooding his cheeks. Their eyes met, the intensity and focus within them igniting like a blazing fire, instantly consuming both their gazes and hearts. In the silence, an enchanting ambiguity began to unfurl. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback by the stunning sight, quickly regained her composure, for the DNA of her shipper instincts had been activated. Wow, everyone who understands. This is too easy to ship. This couple is undeniably real. Oh my, I have encountered a pair of high-spirited lovers. The receptionist, maintaining a calm demeanor, fixated on the pair of extraordinarily charming individuals, while internally, her excitement transformed her into a squealing chicken. A light cough, the source unknown, shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Wang Mian, feeling uneasy, slightly turned his face away, evading the girl's fervent gaze. So beautiful. Shun Xiongji tilted her head and smiled softly, generously offering her praise. Indeed, he was exceptionally handsome, distinct from the youthful naivety and innocence of a boy. The man before her possessed features that were three-dimensional and profound, like a meticulously carved work of art, exuding an irresistible charm of maturity. Such a demeanor was undoubtedly a cataclysmic temptation for the opposite sex. You're also quite handsome, Wang Mian stammered, his ears burning crimson. Although they were meeting for the first time, an inexplicable sense of familiarity akin to that of two people in a budding romance enveloped them. Shun Xiongji smiled again, her expression radiant and exuberant. So pure-hearted, wanting to flirt, wanting something more, tired, yearning for sleep. The receptionist, brimming with excitement, jumped on the spot. Wow, pure-hearted boy versus intellectual lady. What a delightful ship. Wang Mian returned to the moment, casting a casual glance at the receptionist, inquiring, is it possible? Please book us 2 rooms. Oh, my couple cannot be. Well, our hotel is fully booked today. Oh wait, there's still 1 room available, a double bedroom. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, then pretended to focus on her computer mouse, regretfully stating. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiongji turned in surprise to look at the receptionist, only to meet her encouraging expression that seemed to say, you've got this. Shun Xiongji pressed her lips together, contemplating the notion that it wasn't a lack of support from sisters, but rather that they were mere months away from adulthood and thus could not indulge in certain behaviors. Were they to reach maturity, she might have long since devoured her childhood companion. What? Shall we try another place? Wang Mian hesitated. After a moment's reflection, Shun Xiongji replied, no need. Let us reserve this room. It is the perfect setting for discussing important matters. The receptionist cheerfully responded, all right, before Wang Mian could process this. The delighted receptionist swiftly completed the check-in procedures and handed him the room key. Wang Mian held the key card awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Shun Xiongji, amused, held a mask in one hand while gently guiding Wang Mian into the elevator with the other. The receptionist wished them cheerfully, I hope you both enjoy your conversation. Ding! With a crisp sound, the card was accepted and the door opened slowly, allowing them to step into the room one after the other. Upon entering, they seemed to transcend into a dreamlike realm. The room was adorned in soft shades of lavender and pink, exuding an air of mystery and romance. Gazing upwards, a resplendent starry sky was painted on the ceiling, with twinkling stars scattered throughout, akin to being enveloped in a vast cosmos. The bed, inviting and plush, was adorned with several heart-shaped cushions in hues of lavender and pink, radiating warmth and comfort. Simultaneously, a delicate lavender fragrance wafted through the air, caressing their senses and instilling a profound sense of tranquility and warmth. Both turned their gaze towards the spacious bed, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, a blush crept upon their cheeks, prompting them to quickly avert their eyes. Wang Mian, feeling the awkwardness, touched his nose and cleared his throat, saying, why don't you take a moment to rest here? I will step out to grab some food, and we could chat while we eat. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiongji nodded in agreement. She watched as Wang Mian hurriedly departed, his flustered demeanor prompting a soft chuckle from her lips. Once he left, curiosity piqued. Shen Xiongji began to explore the room. She walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, allowing the dim, golden sunlight to flood in. Then, she sauntered over to the bed, picking up the exquisite silver mask she had casually placed there, examining it with care. The mask featured a muted reddish-brown crown, symbol intertwined with matching stripes. Shen Xiongji brushed her fingers delicately over the surface of the mask, feeling the subtle texture of its raised patterns. After a considerable time, she cautiously stored the mask in a designated compartment she had prepared. Following this, Shen Xiongji continued her leisurely exploration of the room. She admired the art pieces adorning the walls and idly fiddled with the small trinkets on the table. Eventually, fatigue enveloped her, and she collapsed into the soft embrace of the bedding. Before long, drowsiness overcame her, and she gradually closed her eyes, sinking into a profound slumber. When her consciousness returned, 2 hours had elapsed. Surrounding her was a pitch-black void, as if the entire world had been consumed by an endless darkness. Slowly, Shen Xiongji opened her eyes, struggling to adjust to the dim surroundings. At that moment, her keen intuition detected a tall, imposing figure standing by the window. Why hadn't the lights been turned on? With a hint of confusion, she raised her hand to search for the bedside lamp switch and gently pressed the button. With a crisp click, the bright light pierced through the darkness like a sword, striking directly into Shen Xiongji's eyes. The brilliance was so intense that she instinctively raised her hands to shield herself from the unbearable glare. However, to her astonishment, someone reacted even more swiftly than she did. Wang Mian, upon noticing Shen Xiongji's awakening, glided to her side as if he were a specter. Just as she was about to turn on the lamp, he unhesitatingly extended his broad, warm palm, perfectly covering her eyes and shielding her from the blinding light. The warmth of his hand lingered before her, stirring an unusual sensation within Shen Xiongji. The feeling of being cared for made her heart race inexplicably, igniting a curious flutter within her. She blinked rapidly, trying to acclimate to the brightness. Meanwhile, Wang Mian distinctly sensed a gentle stirring in his palm, akin to the playful scratching of tiny, delicate claws. The sensation evoked a slight itch in his hand, as if an electric current coursed through his arm, reaching deep into his heart and stirring a sense of restlessness within him. Thump, 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 thump. In the stillness, the sound of a racing heartbeat was unmistakably audible. Though it was unclear whose heart was in disarray. Wang Mian awkwardly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat. I just had the waiter warm up the food. Let us eat. All right, I'm a bit hungry, Shen Xiongji replied, rubbing her stomach, feeling a slight discomfort. Why did you wait until now to eat? She asked, surprised by the sight of the double dinner before her. I was hungry earlier, Wang Mian said, pressing his lips together, his dark eyes lingering on Shen Xiongji for a moment before he slowly explained. Nodding in understanding, Shen Xiongji refrained from pressing further. She quickly took small bites of her meal, only slowing down when she felt she was about 70% full. Once Wang Mian finished his meal in large mouthfuls, she finally set down her chopsticks. Together, they tidied the table and disposed of the trash before sitting across from each other. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Greetings. I am Wang Mian, the captain of the Night Watch Special Team, Mask, bearing the codename Wang Mian, and I serve as the divine agent of the deity Kronos. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shen Xiongji, also a divine agent of Kronos. The mere mention of being a divine agent of Kronos instantly bridged the gap between us. With shared smiles, we engaged in a formal handshake. My divine realm is Temporal Marauder, Forbidden Realm Sequence 017. My divine realm is King of the Void. Chapter 4. Joining the Night Watchers in the softly illuminated room. The conversation regarding the Forbidden Ruins sequence and the history of the Night Watchers gradually settled. Wang Mian's fingers, with their pronounced joints, gently tapped the table as he narrated the evolution of the Night Watchers from a military special operations unit to a semi-civilian organization. Thus, we now refer to ourselves as the Night Watchers, he stated solemnly. As Shun Qiongji nodded, a stray lock of hair fell delicately along her neck. Wang Mian's gaze lingered on her porcelain-like skin for half a second before swiftly diverting. Upon learning of your situation, headquarters immediately dispatched a search team. Unfortunately, we lost the trail in Sangnan. He absently traced the rim of his teacup with his fingertip, recalling the day he sensed her presence. His unfinished words dissolving into a soft sigh. The memory of her pallid appearance during their first encounter still tightened his chest. It is not too late. Your arrival is quite timely. By the way, you can call me Qiongji or Zhizhi. Shun Qiongji shook her head. Wang Mian's breath caught. As the name Zhizhi rolled off his tongue, an unfamiliar warmth blossomed within him. He abruptly stood, his boots echoing against the floor. Shun Xiao. Qiongji. Each syllable felt like a solemn oath. In my capacity as the leader of the Mask Special Team, I formally invite you to join the Night Watchers. To become part of Mask. Shun Qiongji replied, All right, I will join. If you had been unwilling, we would have signed a confidentiality agreement. Huh? Wang Mian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shun Qiongji's willing acceptance so readily, expecting instead a need for persuasion. Ha! Shun Qiongji chuckled softly at his astonished expression. Welcome to the team. Wang Mian regained his composure, adopting a serious tone. Thank you. Well, in truth, I have been aware of the Night Watchers and the ancient God Church for quite some time. However, back then, I was too weak to involve myself, merely wishing to hide away and develop in solitude. Shun Qiongji admitted, somewhat bashfully. Wang Mian replied, It is not too late now. Shun Qiongji nodded, her curiosity piqued. Wang Mian, given my weakness, is joining Mask truly appropriate for me? Wang Mian, taking her words seriously, explained earnestly, Your potential within the ruins is immense. You could play a pivotal role in critical situations. Moreover, you're not weak. I can vaguely sense that you are situated between the Pool Realm and the River Realm. It is indeed commendable that you have managed to enhance yourself to this extent. Shun Qiongji smiled in silence, tacitly acknowledging his words. After all, she could not simply state that her method of improvement differed from theirs. In a little over a month, the capital city will host training for new recruits of the Night Watchers. I will ensure you are admitted. Once you complete the training camp, you will officially become the 8th member of our Mask. Wang Mian suddenly recalled the new recruit training camp and casually mentioned it to her. All right, as for this upcoming month, would you prefer to accompany me back to the capital city to join the Night Watchers station there? Or would you rather be assigned to the Night Watchers in Linjiang City first? Wang Mian was more inclined to bring Shun Qiongji back to Shangjing City, as this would ensure her safety to the greatest extent. However, if she wished to adapt with the Night Watch team from her hometown, that could also be arranged. At worst, he would report to enhance the security forces at that time. Upon hearing this, Shun Qiongji pondered for a moment and asked, May I stay in Sangnan and temporarily join the Sangnan City Night Watch Team 136? Certainly. However, could you share your reasons? I am quite curious. Wang Mian was intrigued by Shun Qiongji's long journey from Linjiang City to Sangnan and wondered if it was related to the contract with the deity Kronos. Well, Sangnan has its peculiarities, and there's an old acquaintance here. I wish to stay by his side for a while, Shun Qiongji vaguely explained. Wang Mian, while adjusting his cufflinks, suddenly tightened his fingers. Those 4 words, an old acquaintance, felt like a fine needle piercing his heart. Is this person male or female? He nearly blurted out this indiscreet question, but ultimately restrained himself, managing to emit only a controlled sound from his throat. Meanwhile, Shun Qiongji's thoughts inadvertently drifted to Sangnan and that old acquaintance, along with the myriad memories from her hometown. Her attention began to wane as she gazed absently at the moonlight outside, oblivious to the tension in the man's jawline beside her. She even failed to notice the prolonged silence that had enveloped the room. The stillness washed over the space like a tide. Wang Mian stared at her silhouette cast against the wall, suddenly realizing that they had known each other for less than 24 hours. This inexplicable sense of suffocation felt utterly irrational. Yet, Hashin Qiongji yawned widely. So sleepy she returned to her senses and found Wang Mian staring intently at her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Oh no! She seemed to have forgotten her new superior in her daydreaming. Ahem, Captain, I apologize, I got a bit distracted. Shun Xiongji gently tugged at Wang Mian's sleeve, embarrassed to explain. No harm done. Wang Mian also came back to reality. He had felt awkward and troubled earlier, but as he gazed at her profile, he found himself lost in thought as well. Clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly to shift the topic, he said, by the way, regarding the deity's contract, what do you need to assist the god of time? Oh no, the god of space, Kronos, with? He then felt that his question might have been somewhat impolite and added, if it's inconvenient to share, just pretend I never asked. A divine contract? What contract? Shun Xiongji inquired, puzzled. Wang Mian paused for a moment before slowly explaining. The relationship between an agent and a deity can be succinctly described with two words, contract. The essence of the contract is, in fact, an exchange. The deity bestows a portion of their divine power to the agent, who, in return, is required to assist the deity in fulfilling certain tasks. Only then did Shun Qiongji nod in understanding. So, you have entered into a contract with Kronos to assist him in completing tasks? It appeared from Shun Xiongji's tone that she had not entered into a contract with Kronos, which left Wang Mian somewhat astonished. He spoke in a low voice. Approximately 8 or 9 years ago, I was walking down the street when a large truck, out of control due to drunk driving, came barreling towards me. However, at the very moment of impending impact, everything around me abruptly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then, the god of time, Kronos, emerged from the void. He and I forged a pact, granting me divine powers, and in return, I was to venture to Takamagara in the future to retrieve an object for him. Takamagara, the abode of the gods in Japanese mythology? Have you found it? Upon hearing this, Shun Qiongji frowned slightly. Not yet. I'm still in search of it. Wang Mian shook his head, habitually reaching to caress his mask, but found nothing. He then continued to inquire, and what about you? Did you not enter into a contract with him? Well, my situation is rather unique. He indeed has tasks for me, yet he did not impose an obligation to complete them. She recalled that Kronos had merely mentioned that once her divine powers were restored, she could attend to it when convenient. My task is not as arduous as yours, but it is still quite challenging. As she spoke, Shun Qiongji chuckled to herself, feeling a bit conflicted. To put it this way, I cannot accomplish my task alone, hence I require your assistance. Wang Mian responded, Qiongji, you need only express your needs. I shall assist as much as I can. However, my current strength is insufficient to fulfill it. What about me? Wang Mian asked, puzzled. Shun Xiongji smiled softly, saying, you merely need to cooperate with me occasionally. We shall discuss the rest later. The final words carried a gentle, uplifting tone reminiscent of a feather brushing against the eardrum. Wang Mian gazed at the girl before him, who concealed many secrets, and suddenly felt an unprecedented anticipation for the phrase we shall discuss later. Very well. Chapter 5. The Peace Bureau. The discourse had reached its conclusion, and an unusual silence enveloped the room, one starkly different from the previous hush. Both Shun Xiongji and Wang Mian instinctively turned their gazes toward the sole bed in the room, which had seemingly become the focal point of the entire space. In unison, they exchanged a fleeting glance, yet the moment was brief. They quickly averted their eyes as if jolted by a current, their faces betraying an unmistakable awkwardness. A soft cough punctuated the transient stillness, as Wang Mian felt an itch in his throat, involuntarily producing the sound. Concurrently, Shun Qiongji stifled a yawn, covering her mouth with her hand while bashfully murmuring, I'm still young, and the headmistress forbids me from staying up late, so I usually retire early. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian's body jolted, and his previously composed countenance flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. He recalled the brief introduction he had encountered regarding her background. Shun Xiongji, also known as Qing, was a 17-year-old girl, standing at 164 centimeters. who had been raised in the Linjiang orphanage ever since losing her only family member, her brother, at the tender age of 5. This reflection filled Wang Mian with regret, internally berating himself for his insensitivity. After all, she was still a minor, yet he found himself harboring. Although he had never been in love, he had witnessed enough romantic entanglements to recognize the burgeoning, inexplicable feelings he held for her. He had, in essence, fallen for her at first sight. During his momentary reverie, he had even envisioned the grand wedding they would one day celebrate, pondering the guests they would invite to witness their joyous occasion. He had even contemplated the names for their future children, whether they would be boys or girls, considering names that were both melodious and meaningful. Yet the stark reality remained. She was merely 17. Despite being in his early 20s, the severe side effects of the temporal anomaly had aged him, rendering him to appear as a mature man in his late 20s. The sudden realization of their significant age disparity stirred a tumult of uncertainty within him, shattering his previously unwavering confidence. At that moment, Shun Xiongji softly called out, "Captain?" Awakened from his reverie, Wang Mian responded, After a brief pause, Shun Xiongji feigned calmness and suggested, "Well, how about we make do tonight? Squeeze a bit. One person per half of the bed. What do you think?" Despite her words, deep within her heart, she harbored an indescribable interest and affection for the man before her. However, she was acutely aware that she was still a minor, and thus, she would never cross any boundaries. Wang Mian hurriedly shook his head in refusal. "What? That is out of the question. You can take the bed, and I shall sleep on the floor." Shun Xiongji pursed her lips. "How do you typically resolve situations like this when your mass team encounters remote areas during missions or similar circumstances as today? Not yet officially a member of the mast, she habitually referred to them as you." "That's different," Wang Mian instinctively replied, adding that they had never encountered such a scenario, and even if they had, it would not require his intervention, as he often operated alone. Shun Xiongji tilted her head. "In what way is it different? I am now considered your teammate." "It's just different," Wang Mian faltered, unable to articulate his feelings for her. "We must adapt. I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep first." "You should rest early too." Shun Xiongji found his response amusing. She stood up, moved to the bedside, and lay down, leaving him ample space. "Good night, Captain," she murmured, drifting into a drowsy slumber. Wang Mian lingered for a while before slowly making his way to the edge of the bed, feeling somewhat awkward, yet careful as he lay down on the outer side. "Good night, Zhizhi, Sannan City, Peace Bridge Peace Affairs Office welcome." A crisp, melodious electronic voice resonated. "The Peace Affairs Office? Is it customary for your night watch teams to have such unique accommodations?" Shun Xiongji exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Mian as they entered the office, observing the surroundings while glancing at Wang Mian, who had donned his mask once more. "Isn't it?" Wang Mian responded. "Wow, what an adorable little girl." At that moment, a tall, leggy beauty and a robust man clad in black emerged from the inner room. The man in black swiftly approached Wang Mian, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Chun Mai, the captain of the Sannan City Night Watch Team 136. Wang Mian shook his hand. "I am Wang Mian, the captain of the mast. It's not convenient to talk here. Shall we head to the basement?" Chun Mai gestured toward Wang Mian and then glanced at the silver-haired girl beside him. Wang Mian nodded slightly. In the basement, Shun Xiongji nonchalantly sat on a sofa, occasionally tilting her head to observe the environment of the basement hall. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, Chun Mai, and Wu Xiangnan, the vice-captain of Team 136, were discussing matters concerning her. To her surprise, this seemingly inconspicuous Peace Affairs office concealed a remarkable underground world, with winding corridors and countless mysterious rooms. Not to mention a martial arts training ground. The contrast was striking. "She is so cute, so beautiful nearby," a petite girl and a long-haired older girl whispered to each other beside a pillar. With a hint of curiosity, Shun Xiongji raised her gaze, coincidentally meeting two pairs of sparkling eyes. Those eyes were imbued with boundless affection and admiration, as if they could penetrate the depths of one's soul. Feeling the warmth emanating from such a gaze, Shun Xiongji couldn't help but curve her lips into a polite and graceful smile in return. In Huaxia, People often harbor a special sentiment towards beautiful women with white hair. Whenever they encounter a girl resembling a fairy, they cannot help but express heartfelt praise and admiration. Rest assured, as long as our Team 136 has even a single member left, we will ensure her safety, Chen Mai assured after understanding Shun Xiongji's situation. Thank you. I appreciate your help during this time, Wang Mian responded. Of course. By the way, the headquarters personnel are currently near Cangnan, so if you need assistance, feel free to reach out to them, Chen Mai added. After conveying his message, Wang Mian prepared to take his leave. Xiongji? Captain, what is it? Shun Xiongji turned back. Wang Mian raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair, his tone soft. If you need anything, just give me a call, and I'll be there. Okay. You all wait for me, I'll wait for you. Eagerly anticipating the day, you officially join the team. After watching Wang Mian depart, Shun Xiongji turned around, only to be met with a crowd of inquisitive gazes. Wait, why are there suddenly so many people? Ahem, I am Wu Xiangnan, the deputy captain of the Night Watch Team 136 stationed in Cangnan City. Wu Xiangnan cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere and introducing himself first. Shun Xiongji nodded and introduced herself as well. Hello, Deputy Captain. I am Shun Xiongji, the second divine representative of Kronos. Shin team, I look forward to your guidance. Noticing the gaze of Chun Mai beside her, she tilted her head and smiled at him. Chun Mai nodded slightly, then turned to the others. Don't just stand there. Come and introduce yourselves. Upon hearing this, the others eagerly stepped forward to introduce themselves. Hello, lovely Xiongji. I am Hong Ying, a frontline combatant of the Night Watch Team 136, said a tall and striking woman. Beside Hong Ying, a small girl blushed and spoke softly. I am Si Xiaonan, a combat support part-time medic of the Night Watch Team 136. Shun Xiongji couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of novelty at being called Little Cutie by the adorable girl. I am Lung Xian, providing long-range fire support for the Night Watch Team 136, said a cool man standing beside a sniper rifle. The elegant man next to Lung Xian smiled and introduced himself. I am Wen Qima, a frontline combatant of the Night Watch Team 136. The last was a middle-aged man, who, upon meeting Shun Xiongji's gaze, smiled shyly. I am Zhao Kongsheng, the Watcher of the Night Watch Team 136. Watcher? Shun Xiongji looked at Zhao Kongsheng with a hint of confusion. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan smiled warmly. Welcome to the team. Thank you. Chapter 6. The Flickering Lights of 10,000 Homes. Zhizhi. This is your first engagement. I imagine it may feel a bit disconcerting. For now, you shall accompany Lao Zhao and assist in establishing the barrier on the periphery, safeguarding our domain. Wu Xiangnan assigned tasks to the team, finally turning his gaze towards Shun Xiongji. Chen Mai, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. In his usual routine, he had more pressing matters to attend to and thus had entrusted most of the management of Team 136 to Wu Xiangnan. All right. Shun Xiongji began to speak, but upon meeting Zhao Kongqing's gentle gaze, she swallowed back her self-recommendation. After spending several days together, she had grown familiar with the elder members of Team 136 and had gained a general understanding of their circumstances. She had also comprehended the significance of the term Watcher that Zhao Kongsheng had mentioned that day. Each city's Night Watch team was equipped with no fewer than 3 signboards capable of manifesting the boundless domain, each under the stewardship of a designated individual. This individual typically refrained from direct combat, earning the title of Watcher, akin to a lookout. Zhao Kongsheng, however, was somewhat unique. He was not the owner of the Forbidden Domain, but merely an ordinary person. In the twilight of the old district of Cangnan, the scene resembled a faded watercolor painting. Shun Xiongji stepped forward, traversing the mottled shadows of the walls. Brother Zhao, how long have you been with Team 136? She inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. Perhaps 6 or 7 years now. It has been so long that I've nearly forgotten, Zhao Kongsheng replied. Oh, that certainly is a considerable time. Is this the place? Shun Xiongji pointed towards a dimly lit street lamp. Yes, indeed. May I have the signboard? Zhao Kongsheng squinted slightly and extended his hand towards her. Shun Xiongji nodded and, with a fluid motion, conjured a pitch-black signboard from thin air. She glanced at the crimson characters, reading no entry ahead before handing it to Zhao Kongsheng. Having spatial abilities is quite convenient, Zhao Kongsheng murmured, his eyes gleaming with envy. He took the signboard and positioned it directly beneath the street lamp. Just as he was about to prick his finger to draw blood, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned back to Shen Xiongji. Zhizhi, would you like to give it a try? Certainly. Shen Xiongji stepped forward. Recalling how Zhao Kongsheng had previously activated the boundless domain with his blood, she slowly raised her hand and placed it upon the signboard, gently invoking the godly ruins. King of the Void. Forbidden domain, boundless domain, she whispered softly. In an instant, the 4 large characters no entry ahead on the signboard shimmered with a vivid red light, and an invisible force swiftly radiated outward. Barriers arose like transparent walls in 3 directions, sketching an enormous triangular fissure in the air, as if a divine being had erased this section of space with an eraser. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Kongsheng nodded in approval and then tapped his earpiece. Captain, all 3 signboards are now in position. Received. You and Zhizhi are to remain stationed there. Understood. With the task accomplished, Zhao Kongsheng unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground, retrieved a cigarette, and was about to light it when he suddenly recalled that Shen Xiongji was still a minor and a girl. It would be inappropriate to smoke in her presence. Thus, he tucked the cigarette back away. Seeing this, Shen Xiongji took out 2 lollipops from her self-created storage space and handed one to him. Zhao Kongsheng inquired, Candy? Yes, someone once told me that when one feels disheartened, a piece of candy can sweeten the mood, she replied. Shen Xiongji settled beside him, finding a large stone to recline against, carefully unwrapping the candy and placing it in her mouth. I am not unhappy. Zhao Kongsheng also unwrapped his lollipop and popped it in his mouth, and in an instant, the sweet flavor of peach filled his senses. Shen Xiongji, savoring the candy, gently smacked her lips while folding the colorful wrapper, advising, You often subconsciously harbor a lack of confidence, leading to an inevitable sense of dejection. That is what unhappiness truly is. Is it? Zhao Kongsheng murmured softly. Shen Xiongji handed him the neatly folded origami crane, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Brother Zhao, I would love to hear your stories from the past, may I? Upon receiving the colorful crane and meeting her bright gaze, Zhao Kongsheng paused momentarily, then slowly began to recount his story. When I was 6 years old, as he spoke of his military past, the evening breeze brushed through his prematurely graying hair, until one fortuitous encounter. I came into contact with the night watchman and the phantom. His voice trailed off, but I am merely an ordinary person without any forbidden grounds. As he continued, a self-deprecating smile emerged. Shen Xiongji listened quietly, a profound feeling of emotion welling up within her. With sincerity, she said, Brother Zhao, you have already become a guardian of this land, a true general. As her words hung in the air, she rose slowly, extending her arm towards the distant cityscape adorned with twinkling lights, adding with a gentle laugh, Look, those warm lights are the countless homes you have protected with your dedication. They bear witness to your endless contributions to Tsangnan. Zhao Kongsheng lifted his gaze as if to behold the Milky Way. The lights reflected in his eyes, burning away the persistent shadows that had long lingered. The following dusk, the sun began its descent, casting a soft orange glow across the sky like a velvety blanket. Near a narrow and winding alley in the old city, an ancient wooden bridge arched gracefully over a crystal-clear stream. At the slightly weathered railing of the bridge sat a young girl clad in a flowing green dress with wide sleeves. Shen Xiongji sat there languidly, her figure graceful, akin to a lotus blooming in the wind. She lifted her eyes slightly, and the contours of Tsangnan City gradually softened in the fading sunlight. The golden-hued rays washed over the mottled city walls, bestowing each ancient brick with a shimmering amber glow. The distant mountains layered in hues from deep purple to vibrant orange, as if a celestial being had spilled a palette of colors. Gazing into the distance, the evening clouds were torn into magnificent silks, mirroring the stars from the previous night. Overlooking the city, countless lights blossomed one after another, and the long street resembled a river of gold, flowing with a bustling tide of people. Yet, above this bustling and vibrant urban landscape, There loomed a vast and dim sky, exuding an air of profound solitude and desolation. What is amiss today? A sense of sadness? At that moment, a young boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, approached Shun Xiongji with a leisurely gait. He followed her gaze, directing his attention to the same melancholic horizon. Shun Xiongji, coming back to her senses, turned her head and tilted it slightly to regard the boy, softly murmuring, "Ajin, I find myself missing them." Her voice was gentle and melodious, tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin offered a faint smile, tenderly tucking a few stray strands of hair behind the girl's ear, his gesture imbued with utmost gentleness. Then, in a tone filled with reassurance, he said, "Just wait a little longer. They will return soon." Chapter 7. The past of the young maiden in recent days. Shun Xiongji has made occasional visits here, not for any particular purpose, but simply to engage in conversation with Yang Jin. Although they have known each other for millennia, their familiarity has deepened significantly over just a few days of interaction. Perhaps this is what it feels like to encounter an old acquaintance in a foreign land. To walk in step with one's longing? "Ah, Jin, I have joined the night watchers of Huaxia," the young maiden said, lifting her gaze to meet the boy's eyes, her tone tinged with pride. Yang Jin responded, "The night watchers? Why such a sudden decision to join them? Would it not be wiser to find a tranquil place to cultivate your strength and restore your divine power, thereby returning sooner? This way, you could continue to protect Huaxia. After all, those who have exhausted their powers and entered the cycle of reincarnation cannot endure further tribulations, let alone the uncertainty of regaining memories and divine abilities. Even a minor injury could damage the foundation, rendering the celestial bones irreplaceable and forever preventing a return." "I'm aware of that," she replied earnestly, "but this is Huaxia, the land we have protected for over 10,000 years, the Huaxia that all of you would willingly exhaust everything to safeguard. Every moment, Huaxia is under threat. Its people stand before a colossal and terrifying grinding wheel, poised to be reduced to ashes at any moment. Although I am weak now, I still wish to contribute in some way." Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled like stars, bright and resolute. "The absence of one frost and snow deity in the heavenly court may be filled by my disciple or another god. Yet the addition of one more night watcher could mean the elimination of more mysteries and the salvation of one more soul." Shun Xiongji's conviction grew stronger with each word. However, she hesitated before continuing, "Ah, Jin, I am unlike you all. I have not exhausted my powers to enter the cycle of reincarnation." After a moment's hesitation, she decided to confide in Yang Jin, a truth she had intended to reveal on their first meeting, but had withheld for reasons unknown. "What?" Yang Jin asked, his brow furrowing in confusion as he focused intently on the young maiden before him. "When you all exhausted your powers to merge with the National Guardian Monument, I had yet to undergo my tribulation and return. By the time I did return, the heavenly court had already collapsed, and you all had entered reincarnation." Her voice trailed off, growing faint. "Then how could you?" Yang Jin grasped her shoulders tightly, puzzled as to how she too had lost her memory and become immortal. Was it a result of undergoing tribulation again? "That is a matter for another time. You need not worry about me." She reassured him, "I'm different from you all and need not fear being trapped in reincarnation forever." For she had already lost the ability to return to the heavenly court. Shun Xiongji slightly lowered her gaze, concealing the loneliness within. She lifted her eyes once more, her bright gaze meeting Yang Jin's worried expression, and smiled. "Ah, Jin, I have no reservations. So I wish to protect Huaxia on behalf of everyone before you all return." Seeing her resolve, Yang Jin felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He reached out to tousle her hair gently, playfully remarking, "You." Ahem, the young maiden whose mind was once filled with thoughts of love has finally matured. The several thousand-year-old maiden responded, "What do you mean? I was never solely preoccupied with love." Shun Xiongji muttered in discontent. "Is that so? Who, pray tell, has been foolishly trailing behind the god of wealth, consumed with thoughts of romantic escapades beneath the moonlight, yearning for a shared transcendental experience?" Yang Jin found himself reminiscing with a mix of discomfort and exasperation. As he uttered these words, memories of days gone by replayed vividly in his mind, causing Shun Xiongji to blush with embarrassment as she awkwardly scratched her head. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Well, I eventually moved on from him. In truth, she had long since ceased to harbor any affection for that individual. Yang Jin, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Was that truly moving on? Abandoning her carefree existence as a celestial maiden to descend into the mortal realm for him? At that time, she was utterly consumed by the folly of romance. Shun Xiongji pondered how she had become so infatuated as to recklessly pursue someone who did not love her back. Regret washed over her. But the proud little celestial girl bashfully focused on her fingers, murmuring, "I truly have awakened since then. I am no longer lost in love." Witnessing her adorable yet haughty demeanor, Yang Jin felt a mix of irritation and amusement, unhesitatingly revealing the truth. You may have ceased to be love-struck, but you have embraced the ways of a heartbreaker, indulging without emotional investment. And you have certainly dabbled with multiple partners. Shun Xiongji gazed at the youth before her in sheer astonishment, taken aback by his knowledge of her past during her mortal reincarnation. She had been deeply hurt by that individual, and the wounds of countless lifetimes had yet to heal. Following the advice of others, she had resolved that to forget someone, she must immerse herself in busyness and seek affection from many, allowing new loves to replace the old. Thus, she began to engage with various types of admirable men across her lifetimes, exploring romance. Over time, she gradually found solace, no longer fixated on a single person. Eventually, as she encountered many suitors, she grew disenchanted with the notion of love and embarked on a path of physical indulgence devoid of emotional entanglement. Alas, it seemed she had indeed transformed into a heartbreaker. But I did not pursue other colleagues in the heavenly realm. After all, courting such powerful figures would certainly complicate matters. Yang Jin raised an eyebrow, incredulity etched across his features. Are you certain you did not pursue anyone? Shun Xiongji protested. No. Upon my return, I have diligently embraced my role as the god of frost and snow, faithfully attending to my duties. Aside from normal social interactions with colleagues, I have not chased after anyone. However, she had secretly seized the opportunity to indulge with that individual, huffing in defiance. After all, he had consumed so much of her youthful years. She was unwilling to let him off the hook. The thrill of claiming his essence without any strings attached was rather delightful. This, of course, was a secret known only to her and him. No one else could possibly be aware. Well, you certainly did not pursue anyone actively, Yang Jin conceded after a thoughtful pause, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Just because she did not actively chase did not imply she was entirely innocent of temptation. After all, how could one resist the allure of a soft, enchanting, yet undeniably captivating fairy appearing before them, with every smile, every gesture, every glance, and even the flutter of her hair weaving a spell of irresistible charm? Ironically, she remains oblivious to her own allure, perpetually embodying a demure and charming demeanor. What should one do in such a situation? To exacerbate matters, this enchanting maiden delights in portraying various facets of her personality. Innocent, aloof, seductive, and endearing. She possesses every quality one could desire. In the presence of different individuals, she assumes a distinct persona. You have been unfaithful to too many, and yet you remain blissfully unaware as the deity of love places you on a blacklist. Yang Jin lowered his gaze, his voice resonating with a subdued melancholy. He frequently descends to the mortal realm under the pretense of undergoing trials, when in truth, he merely seeks to indulge in romantic escapades. I have not betrayed you. Why do you persist in holding on to this? As Yang Jin continued to divulge more, nearing the revelation of all her secrets, Shun Xiongji felt a surge of irritation. With a huff, she placed her hands on her hips, expressing her displeasure vocally. Yang Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. With a deep breath, Shun Xiongji composed herself. Suddenly, a vital question struck her. Jin, how is it that you know me so intimately? You even seem aware of my past experiences during my mortal reincarnation. despite our prior unfamiliarity. Yang Jin. Chapter 8. The White-Haired Fairy? Noticing that Yang Jin remained silent for an extended period, Shun Xiongji felt a twinge of confusion. Was her question truly so difficult to answer? What? Jin, why are you hesitating? Observing his reluctance, a flicker of unease crossed Shun Xiongji's mind. Could it be that, Jin, you seem so attentive and knowledgeable about me? Could it be? Yes, I like. Before the youth could finish his sentence, a melodious male voice interrupted, diverting Shun Xiongji's thoughts. Jin, is that you over there? Lin Xie's voice echoed alongside the sound of his footsteps. The two on the old bridge instinctively turned their heads toward the approaching figure of a youth clad in dark satin. Yang Jin, brother? He's your brother? I haven't heard you mention him before. Shun Xiongji exclaimed in surprise. Jin. Lin Xie seemed to detect a familiar, ethereal voice. Was it that white-haired girl? He hastened his pace toward the old bridge. As the strikingly handsome youth approached, Shun Xiongji hesitated for a moment before saying to Yang Jin, I'll take my leave now. Until next time. With that, her figure swiftly transformed into countless fluttering white snowflakes, gradually dissolving into the air. Yang Jin caught one of the chilling snowflakes in his hand, quietly gazing at it until it melted away. Approximately 11 or 12 meters away, Lin Xie caught a glimpse of a greenish figure, and his heart surged with joy. Yet, before he could reach it, the figure vanished. Lin Xie stood frozen in place. Disappeared. Was it a ghost or a celestial being? She must surely be a fairy. After a moment, he resumed his steps toward his cousin. Jin, were you just talking to someone? Who is it? Lin Xie casually inquired. Feeling his palm grow increasingly dry, Yang Jin regained focus and replied, Brother, I wasn't speaking to anyone. You must have misheard. No one at all. Lin Xie pursed his lips, tightly gripping his cane. He inhaled deeply, discerning a faint fragrance lingering in the air, a delicate scent that was indistinguishable between pear blossoms and white crab apples, accompanied by a crisp, frosty aura. It was her. Only her unique fragrance could confuse him between the two scents. The white-haired fairy. Lin Xie murmured silently. Yang Jin glanced at the sky and curiously asked, Brother, why are you still outside at this hour? Lin Xie replied, I felt a bit bored today, so I decided to take a walk. I happened to see you had not yet returned from school, so I came to check on you. Oh, shall we head home then? All right. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way home together. Half an hour later, at the small dining table, Lin Xie had joyfully shared with his aunt that his eyesight had improved significantly. He could now see objects up close. Brother, is your eyesight truly getting better? What about earlier? Yang Jin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of happiness, only to furrow his brow in concern. Lin Xie smiled faintly, noting that he could now discern the objects nearby. However, the light was somewhat blinding, making it difficult for him to adjust. It seemed he would need to remain in this shroud of darkness for a few more days. He intentionally overlooked the hesitant expression of his cousin behind him, along with the unfinished words that lingered in the air. Although he could not uncover the truth surrounding the silver-haired fairy, maintaining the current state was preferable, particularly after the earlier scene. He couldn't shake the feeling that delving into the matters of extraordinary powers would disrupt the tranquil life he shared with his family. He wondered if a Jin was like him, unconventional in nature. Xiao Qi, your transfer to a regular high school has been arranged by your aunt. When this semester begins, you will be able to transition from the special school, his aunt interjected once she sensed the brothers had finished their discussion. However, a regular high school is quite different from a special school. You, aunt, I can manage, Lin Xie replied with unwavering conviction. All right. A week later, at the second high school of Sannan City, Lin Xie successfully navigated his first day in a regular high school, surrounded by the enthusiastic and amicable support of his classmates. As night descended, the moonlight bathed the earth in a gentle glow, while a thin mist swirled about, infusing the air with a subtle chill. A soft breeze wafted through, carrying the fresh scent of flowers and grass, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. With the bells signaling the end of evening study sessions, clusters of students emerged from the classrooms, chatting merrily as they exited the school gates. Meanwhile, Lin Xie found himself encircled by a group of classmates, all insisting on accompanying him home, each claiming it was on their way. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their exuberance, he attempted to decline, asserting that he could walk alone, but they refused to hear of it. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and joined them. However, it was not long before several classmates bid their farewells and departed in different directions. As time passed, the throng gradually thinned, leaving only 5 individuals walking side by side. The once boisterous atmosphere quieted as the group engaged in casual conversation, gradually meandering into the quaint alleys of the old town. Outside the old town, Zhao Kongxing and Shun Xiongji were once again assigned to the Wujia empty domain for their latest task. "Brother Zhao, would you like some candy?" Shun Xiongji asked, producing 2 large white rabbit milk candies from her space and offering one to Zhao Kongxing. He accepted it, chuckling. "Didn't you say to eat candy only when feeling down? I'm not unhappy today. Candy is meant to be enjoyed whenever you wish, not just when you're feeling low," Shun Xiongji replied with a light laugh. True enough, the two unwrapped their candies, savoring the rich, creamy flavor that enveloped them. Suddenly, a voice crackled through their earpieces. It was Chun Mai. They exchanged a glance and responded in unison here. "Captain, what's the matter? The situation is somewhat precarious. Among the ghostly figures we are pursuing, one conceals the identity of a ghost king. Seizing the opportunity while we relentlessly hunted down the remaining ghost-faced beings. A sudden attack gravely injured Hong Ying, who then escaped the confines of the forbidden ruins through the sewers." Upon hearing the name of the Ghost King, Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted dramatically. "The Ghost King? We must intercept it at once. No, you and Zhizhi lack sufficient combat strength. Your chances against the Ghost King are slim. I shall pursue it alone. As for you," after the Ghost King's escape, 2 ghost-faced beings, taking advantage of the chaos, also slipped into the sewers. However, the others were occupied with eliminating the lingering ghost-faced beings and could not spare any attention. "Which direction?" "Southeast. Old Zhao, remember to protect Zhizhi, and do take care of yourself." "Understood. Brother Zhao, I will scout ahead. You follow closely." As Zhao Kongcheng headed straight for the place where they had parked earlier, Shun Xiongji hurriedly called out to him. With that, she activated the Void King's spatial leap, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Be careful," Zhao Kongxing exclaimed. "Damn, how I wish to possess such an impressive, forbidden ruin." In the alley, Lin Xie's complexion was exceedingly pale as he gazed despairingly at the grotesque creature before him. It was currently feasting on Wang Xiao's corpse, blood dripping from its maw. In front loomed the monster that had slain Wang Xiao, while behind lurked the one that had devoured Jiang Qian, effectively sealing off all of Lin Xie's escape routes. In an instant, the creature finished consuming Wang Xiao's face and, with its blood-soaked tongue flicking excitedly, turned its gaze upon Lin Xie. "I've been spotted," he thought. After tasting the blood on its tongue, the monster leaped toward him. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xie felt his end was near. However, he was unwilling to succumb. He yearned to open his eyes once more to behold the world, to see his aunt and Ajin, to catch a glimpse of the silver-haired fairy. Suddenly, a white-haired girl appeared before him, startling Lin Xie. As Shun Xiongji landed, she swiftly unleashed several spatial blades toward the ghost-faced being, which howled in pain. "Find a safe place to hide, and do not disturb me," she advised, casting a glance at the youth ensnared by silk-like bindings. "All right." Seeing her handle the situation with such ease, Lin Xie felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he began to cautiously retreat. His attention wholly consumed by the white-haired girl and the monster ahead, he had completely forgotten about the other creature lurking behind him in the alley. Chapter 9. Divine Code 003. A relentless barrage of spatial blades was unleashed, incessantly slicing through the form of the specter, known as the Ghost Face. In an instant, the Ghost Face was drenched in its own blood. With a desperate roar, realizing it was no match for the white-haired human, it swiftly fled forward. Shun Xiongji immediately pursued, while deftly tapping her earpiece to alert Zhao Dage, informing him that several students in the alley had already sustained injuries. "I can handle this one at the end of the alley. You go safeguard their safety and prevent another from taking advantage." "Understood. Stay safe." as she chased the elusive specter from one narrow alley to another. Shun Xiongji found herself somewhat impressed by its ability to escape. Who would have thought it could evade capture so skillfully? Moreover, its vitality was astonishing. Despite enduring numerous attacks, it remained sprightly, with another series of spatial blades hurled forth. The ghost face staggered but, disregarding its injuries, continued its frantic flight. Frustrated and worried about the young boy and Zhao Kongsheng, Shun Xiongji swiftly formed a seal with her hands and recited an incantation. Freeze! Shatter! Suddenly, the leaping ghost face was encased in ice, only to shatter into fragments that melted away. Phew, that takes care of it. Among the unnoticed strands of her long hair, one silken lock, pure as snow, abruptly shifted from white to black, its luster diminished. With her hands on her hips, Shun Xiongji glanced at the puddle of liquid on the ground and sighed in relief. With a delicate motion, she collected the liquid into a designated container for storing hazardous materials. As she turned to teleport away, a brilliant column of light erupted from the direction of the previous alley, illuminating half the sky. In that instant, the night was as bright as day. Fiery, sacred, powerful. Seraphim, Michael? The Divine Code 003, the King of Angels, Michael, as mentioned by the captain. A frown creased Shun Xiongji's brow as she swiftly teleported away. This is not the place for conversation. Let us change venues for a proper discussion, Zhao Kongsheng remarked to the young boy beside him. By the way, my name is Zhao Kongsheng. Lin Xia. Just as Shun Xiongji arrived, she beheld the dismembered body of the ghost face and the two conversing individuals. Zhao Dage, what's going on? Zhizhi, are you unhurt? Zhao Kongsheng relaxed considerably upon seeing Shun Xiongji. Not at all. Little fairy? Lin Xia gazed at the white-haired girl in awe, marveling at her beauty and charm. It's wonderful to see you with my own eyes. Noticing Lin Qia's intense gaze upon her, Shun Xiongji tilted her head slightly. Hello, charming young man. I am Shun Xiongji. Lin Xia snapped back to reality, a faint blush gracing his handsome features. Why you? Hello, I'm Lin Xia. After their introductions, Zhao Kongsheng turned to Shun Xiongji, inquiring, So, has the ghost face been dealt with? At his words, Shun Xiongji shifted her gaze from Lin Xia and replied, It has been resolved. Nodding, Zhao Kongsheng leisurely produced a walkie-talkie from his pocket. The two specters that fled have been dealt with. It is time for the logistics team to cleanse the battlefield. Shun Xiongji promptly interjected, The one at the alley's end has been taken care of. With the task completed, it was now possible to relax and find a suitable place for conversation. Zhizhi, I intend to find a place to chat with Lin Xia. Would you like to join us? Zhao Kongsheng smacked his lips, feeling the sweetness of the milk candy in his mouth dwindling, and he found himself yearning for the confections in Zhizhi's space. Lin Xia, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, perked up at the mention. Shun Xiongji was about to agree but hesitated, realizing the danger of leaving Captain Shun alone to pursue the Spectre King. I should go check on him. You. All right. Considering the girl's ability to teleport at will, Zhao Kongsheng swallowed the words of refusal that had risen to his lips. Shun Xiongji smiled lightly and turned to Lin Xia. Lin Xia, we shall meet again. Indeed, until next time. As he watched the silver-haired fairy vanish from sight, Lin Xia's expression gradually darkened. Peacekeeping Officer Chun Mai pushed open the glass door, with Shun Xiongji closely following him into the premises. They strolled leisurely into the basement. Captain, Zhizhi, are you both unharmed? Shun Xiongji shook her head, fatigue evident as she sank onto the sofa. In truth, the moment she reached Chun Mai's side, he was preparing to return, prompting her to accompany him in assessing the logistics department's follow-up operations. Chun Mai removed his blood-stained red cloak and sat beside Shun Xiongji. We are fine, but the Spectre King has escaped. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present grew grave. After all, a Spectre King at large in Songnan could pose a dire threat to countless innocent lives. They began to speculate on the possible whereabouts of the Spectre King. Ultimately, Chun Mai ordered that a search be conducted through the nearby sewers, ensuring that it would not slip away again. By the way, we must retrieve the agent of the Seraphim. His potential is far too great to fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. Zhao Kongsheng pledged, I guarantee the mission's completion, but he has fled. How can you still locate him? Hong Ying muttered softly. Shun Xiongji, taken aback, inquired. What do you mean he fled? Zhizhi, shortly after you left. That fellow asked me several questions about you before he bolted, Zhao Kongqing admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. What questions about Zhizhi? Several individuals immediately grew curious. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand dismissively, opting not to answer that query, instead declaring defiantly, that kid was wearing the Zhong Air uniform. I shall wait for him at the school gate tomorrow. I refuse to believe I cannot catch him. I am determined to bring him back to our team 136. As a thought struck him, Zhao Kongqing turned to Shun Xiongji, his tone hopeful. Zhizhi, I notice that fellow seems quite interested in you. Would you consider joining me in persuading him? As she observed the rosy cheeks and earlobes of that young lad, gazing at Zhizhi, a thought crossed her mind. If Zhizhi could join him, his chances of becoming a member of the Night Watchers would significantly increase. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Shun Xiongji shook her head in refusal. Regardless of whether Lin Qi wished to join the Night Watchers, she had no desire to involve herself in the matter. Very well. In the opulent mansion of the Hong Ying family, Shun Xiongji had just finished her grooming routine and leaned against the sofa, watching Si Xiao Nan as she changed the bandages on Hong Ying's wounds. Since joining Team 136 of the Night Watchers, she had been living with Hong Ying. Hong Ying Jia, all done, Si Xiao Nan announced. Hong Ying replied. As Si Xiao Nan turned around, she spotted Shun Xiongji seated on the sofa with a cushion in her embrace, her little head bobbing gently. Ah, Zhizhi is so adorable, Si Xiao Nan exclaimed. Hey, her hair is still damp, Hong Ying reminded her. Zhizhi, wake up for a moment. Let me dry your hair before you head to bed. Si Xiaonan hurried over to Shun Xiongji's side and softly called her name. Shun Xiongji drowsily opened her eyes. Why does Team 136 always choose to carry out missions at night? I'm not even of age yet. I really don't want to stay up late. She felt so sleepy. Si Xiaonan gently dried her hair, marveling at its beauty and smoothness. Huh? What is the matter? Hong Ying, observing Shun Xiongji's half-closed eyes as she dozed off, paused at Si Xiaonan's soft exclamation. Zhizhi has a few strands of black hair among her white locks. Si Xiaonan delicately lifted a few strands, astonished. Hong Ying quickly leaned in for a closer look and confirmed, indeed, that's peculiar. After drying her hair, Si Xiaonan carried Shun Xiongji to her bedroom and tucked her under the covers. Just as she stepped into the living room, Shun Xiongji's phone resting on the sofa suddenly rang. Half a lifetime of wind and snow cannot disperse the tears of the season when flowers fall. The solitary wild goose must eventually fly south. Half a lifetime of wind and snow cannot erase the tears left by time. The once black hair has turned to ash. From Half a Lifetime of Snow by Uncle Qi. Hong Ying picked it up and saw the caller ID was labeled Captain. She glanced towards Shun Xiongji's bedroom. Should we wake Zhizhi? Perhaps not. She looks so sound asleep. True then. The two hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering the call. Although answering someone else's phone without consent was impolite, the captain calling at such a late hour likely indicated an urgent matter. They could always explain to Zhizhi and apologize the following day. Hong Ying, hello, Captain. Is there something you need? Zhizhi is asleep. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice replied, This is Wang Mian. How awkward. Oh my goodness. Wang Mian continued. Since she is asleep, it's best not to disturb her. With that, he hung up. Hong Ying and Si Xiao then exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. What exactly was the relationship between Zhizhi and that masked captain? Chapter 10. Shun Jiao Jiao in the early morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the delicate visage of the silver-haired girl named Shun Xiongji, who lay sprawled on the intricately carved bed. As she drowsily opened her eyes, she propped herself up and rubbed her eyes with a languid hand. After squinting for a moment, she glanced at the time before sinking back into slumber. Half a lifetime of wind and snow could not disperse the tears shed during the season of falling blossoms, nor could it summon back the solitary wild goose destined to fly south. The shrill ring of her phone shattered the tranquil silence, awakening Shun Xiongji. Groggily, she turned over, reaching for the bedside table to grasp her phone, answering it slowly and bringing it to her ear. Hello. A warm, gentle voice emanated from the receiver, belonging to a young boy named Qing. School starts in a couple of days. Have you packed your luggage? No. Recognizing the familiar voice, Shun Xiongji instinctively adopted a playful tone. In the presence of those she knew and trusted, she often transformed into the endearing Shun Jiao. On the other end of the line, the boy chuckled indulgently, albeit with a hint of exasperation. I've taken a few days off from the team. I'll be back to see you tomorrow. After visiting the dean and the other siblings, I'll accompany you to the university for registration. Came the soft murmur from the girl. Hearing her drowsy, raspy voice, the boy teased, Are you that sleepy? Little lazy bug, the sun has already warmed your little bottom. Qing, I miss you so much. Did you stay up late again last night? With a resigned smile. The boy gently reminded her to rest early that night, assuring her they would meet the next morning. All right, you continue to sleep. King bao. Bye-bye, King. Bye-bye. As he listened to the soft, rhythmic sounds of her breathing on the other end, he paused for a moment before ending the call. A few minutes later, the phone rang once more. With her eyes still half closed, Shun Xiongji groped for her phone beneath her pillow. Answering it and bringing it to her ear, Qing Bao, the girl's sweet, soft voice flowed through the receiver, sending shivers of delight through the man on the other end. Zhizhi. There was a brief pause on the line as Wang Mian inquired. Are you still asleep? Qing. Captain? Gradually, the familiar, deep, and magnetic voice of the captain roused Shun Xiongji from her haze. Are you still in bed? Completely awake now, she sat up with a start, rubbing her eyes. Captain, I just woke up. Is something wrong? Wang Mian sounded slightly troubled, his voice low. It's been a week. How have you been adjusting? What he truly wished to ask was why she and T called him in all this time. Shun Xiongji chuckled lightly, responding, Not bad. How about you, Captain? Have you gone on another mission? I completed my task. As I mentioned before, if you call me, I will always answer. You won't be a bother. Thus, she casually replied, All right. In the future, I shall frequently call to bother you. Zhizhi. I heard from Chun Mai that you personally engaged in the operation last night to eliminate a ghostly figure. How'd it feel? Are you adjusting well? It was quite good. Captain, you need not worry about me. I am quite formidable. Yes, I'm aware of your prowess, Wang Mian replied with a subtle smile. As Shun Xiongji conversed with Wang Mian on her phone, she sluggishly rose from her bed and made her way to the washroom. Captain, Team 136 always chooses to execute missions in the dead of night. I'm so tired. After examining herself in the mirror and confirming the absence of dark circles, Shun Xiongji sighed in relief. Yet, the thought of having slept so late the previous night led her to instinctively pout and complain to the man. Wang Mian, listening to the girl's delicate voice, felt a smile tugging at his lips, softly reassuring her that it would be fine. They just needed to endure for a little over a month until the training was complete and she could join the mass team. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled that his own team often conducted missions at night as well. It seemed prudent to try and shift their operational hours to daylight in the future. All right. The two continued their conversation for a while before ending the call, and Shun Xiongji casually tossed her phone into her space before beginning her morning routine. In the peacekeeping office, Shun Xiongji and Hong Ying sat at the front desk, bored and staring blankly at the entrance. Chun Mai and the others had gone to scout the whereabouts of the Ghost-Faced King, while Zhao Kongsheng was stationed at Songnan No 2 High School to monitor Lin Chia. Sister Hong Ying, I'm heading to the training grounds to practice with knives and firearms. Call me if anything comes up. Shun Xiongji, feeling utterly bored, decided to head to the training arena. All right. The training ground beneath the office spanned approximately the size of 3 football fields, spacious and bright, equipped with comprehensive facilities. Since joining Team 136 a week ago, Shun Xiongji had been practicing daily under the guidance of her older teammates, honing her skills in swordplay, firearms, and her unique abilities. Today, with Team Qin absent, she practiced her sword techniques several times before focusing on her divine skill, King of the Void. Since receiving the gift from Kronos, she had been exploring King of the Void, yet she found herself lacking in this area. Consequently, after 2 to 3 years of effort, she had only reached the pinnacle of the pool realm, mastering merely 3 or 4 basic skills. which included Skill 1, Spatial Leap, Short-Range Teleportation, Skill 2, Storage Space, Creating an Independent Space, Skill 3, Spatial Transition, Tearing through space for long-distance movement. Very physically demanding, Skill 4, Spatial Blade, as for Skill 5, Spatial Shield, Defensive. She was still experimenting, with only slight progress thus far. Entering the concealed chamber of the miniature rubber gun, Shun Xiongji took a deep breath before activating the mechanism. In an instant, she heard the whizzing of rubber bullets descending upon her like a torrential downpour, their speed too swift to be perceived by the naked eye. Shun Xiongji aimed to train not by evading through perception and teleportation, but by swiftly employing spatial shield to defend just before the rubber bullets impacted her body. With a graceful gesture, her delicate fingers slightly bent, the space around her rapidly contorted and transformed, layers of distortion enveloping her surroundings. Alas, it was still too late. Several rubber bullets struck her with force, and the deformed space failed to provide complete cover, leaving a considerable area of her back exposed. Gritting her teeth against the pain radiating from her back and arms, Shun Xiongji inhaled sharply. Time and again, she activated the mechanisms, repeatedly attempting to warp the space, only to be struck hard by the overlooked rubber bullets. The pain was excruciating. Shun Xiongji removed her outer coat, revealing a simple white tank top beneath. Glancing down, she saw her fair skin marred with welts and bruises. She bit her lip, her complexion paling gradually as mist began to cloud her eyes. In solitude, she allowed her vulnerability to surface. In this life, her constitution was somewhat extraordinary. Her pain receptors were hypersensitive, and her wounds healed slowly, each injury leaving her in considerable distress. Retrieving her phone from the spatial void, she hesitated before dialing Wang Mian's number. Beep, Zhizhi. The call connected swiftly, and a light-hearted, gentle male voice resonated from the other end. Captain. At this moment, Shun Xiongji felt somewhat fragile, tears brimming in her eyes. Hearing the hint of distress in her voice, Wang Mian paused, concern lacing his tone. Zhizhi, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Listening to his worried inquiry, Shun Xiongji wiped away the tears that had slipped from her eyes, cleared her throat to suppress her grievances, and replied earnestly, Captain, I was practicing spatial shielding, but I feel like I'm missing something. I called to seek your insight. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian relaxed slightly, relieved that she was not in any physical discomfort. He gathered his thoughts. Spatial shielding? Tell me how you practiced. Shun Xiongji recounted her recent practice, selecting her words carefully. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mian suggested, haven't you already mastered how to create new spaces? You could leverage that to swiftly open a different dimensional space when an attack is imminent, thus evading it. A different dimensional space. Understand. Thank you, Captain. You're truly wonderful. Shun Xiongji murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with newfound excitement. I'm glad to help. Wang Mian couldn't help but smile at her jubilant tone. Shun Xiongji quickly donned her clothes and headed towards the mechanism room, her voice bright with enthusiasm. Well then, Cap and I will go and try it out now. All right. After hanging up with Wang Mian's guidance, Shun Xiongji succeeded on her first attempt. I did it. Shun Xiongji joyfully leaped in place. Knock, knock, knock. The door echoed with a rap, and Hong Ying's voice called from outside. Zhizhi, come on. Sister is taking you to earn some business. Okay. Shun Xiongji swiftly tidied her appearance and opened the door, hastening to follow Hong Ying. Chapter 11. Zhao Yingui in the heart of the new district, at the entrance of the Moonlight community, Shun Xiongji closely followed Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, what is our assignment today? Is our client residing here? Shun Xiongji surveyed the serene and picturesque surroundings of the community, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yes, our client lives here, a little girl whose cat has been missing for 2 days. She hopes we can help her find her beloved feline, Hong Ying replied. Akat. Oh, how I adore them. Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought of encountering an adorable kitten. Amused, Hong Ying paused, turned around, and gently ruffled Shun Xiongji's fluffy hair. Our dear Zhizhi is the cutest of all. Shun Xiongji shyly covered her face in response. At that moment, Hong Ying suddenly inquired, Zhizhi, Has Lao Zhao ever mentioned his wife and children to you? Since joining Team 136, Shen Xiongji had developed a harmonious rapport with Zhao Kongsheng, to the point where both she and Xiaonan felt a twinge of jealousy at their easy camaraderie. Lao Zhao's wife and children. No, he has only spoken of his mother, Shen Xiongji recalled, noting that Zhao Kongsheng had never mentioned his wife or children to her. Hong Ying gestured towards the community, explaining that Lao Zhao's wife and children live there, and that he often spent a few days at this residence when he was not attending to business at the office. She continued, "We shall pay them a visit shortly." Shen Xiongji nodded, "I see. But why doesn't his mother live with him?" "Because after he joined the military, she felt too lonely and remarried." Hong Ying chuckled softly. "What?" Shen Xiongji was momentarily taken aback, as this was news that Zhao Kongsheng had not shared with her. However, she found herself in agreement with his mother's decision. After all, it was far better than an elderly person waiting alone at home for their son to return. Indeed, as they conversed, they entered the Moonlight community. Lao Zhao's wife is named Yin Fangfei, so you can simply call her sister-in-law, Hong Ying instructed. Although, given Shen Xiongji's age, she should refer to Yin Fangfei as aunt. Her calling Zhao Kongqing Lao Zhao naturally warranted the same informal address. Yin Fangfei. Shen Xiongji murmured softly, suddenly inspired, her lips curling into a smile as she slowly recited, "Fallen flowers lament the end of Fangfei's bloom. I shall guard this empty city for you." How well matched Zhao Kongsheng and his sister-in-law are. Hong Ying chuckled at Shen Xiongji's whimsical delight. Suddenly, Shen Xiongji's eyes sparkled as she looked at Hong Ying. "Is her child named Zhao Yingui?" Hong Ying. Hong Ying stared at Shen Xiongji in astonishment, her tone a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Zhizhi, how did you know?" "It was just a guess." "Zhao Yingui." Somehow, this name resonates beautifully with Lao Zhao and his sister-in-law's names. They must be a harmonious and happy family. Shen Xiongji believed that Zhao Yinggu should be an extraordinarily endearing girl, and she eagerly anticipated their meeting. Upon entering the community, the two decided to first meet the employer's young daughter. Upon meeting her, Shen Xiongji discovered that the employer was quite young, around 7 or 8 years old, and was a quiet little girl. The girl was accompanied by her mother throughout their conversation. Before long, they had gleaned a basic understanding of the appearance and various habits of the task target, as well as the events leading up to its disappearance. It turned out that the employer's nanny had been secretly abusing the little kitten, which resulted in the kitten getting injured and fleeing, subsequently going missing. How could anyone bear to harm such an adorable creature? Thankfully, the employer's family had already dismissed the nanny. Otherwise, the compassionate young ladies, Hong Ying and Shen Xiongji, would undoubtedly have chastised her vehemently. Injured and fleeing. How could they proceed with the search? Hong Ying meticulously searched the employer's small courtyard, but found nothing. Shen Xiongji raised her eyes, her tone somber. The kitten had been harmed and was likely in a state of terror, instinctively seeking refuge in a place it deemed familiar and safe. She tilted her head to survey the surroundings, pointing at the drainage ditch and the tall, lush trees, and slowly remarked, "According to the employer, the kitten often enjoys climbing the tall trees and playing near the dark drainage ditches, teasing the little mice. Shall we focus our search on these 2 locations?" "All right, let's go take a look." Hong Ying nodded in agreement. With their targets set, the two embarked on their respective quests. Shen Xiongji, possessing the ability of teleportation, found it easier to search the towering trees, so she chose that path. As she strolled along a row of tall, verdant trees, Shen Xiongji remained undistracted, attuned to the surrounding energies. However, there was no sign of the kitten she sought. After ensuring that no one was watching, Shen Xiongji gracefully formed a gesture with her fingers, rising into the air, suspended in mid-flight, and closed her eyes to concentrate. In that moment, a glimmer of surprise crossed her brow. She had locked on her target. Following the kitten's aura, Shen Xiongji swiftly teleported to her destination. It was an ancient and vibrant mulberry tree, its branches lush and upright, as if standing as a witness to the passage of time. Beside the mulberry tree was a secluded and tranquil courtyard. On the outer fence, clusters of blooming roses vied for attention, while bees busily flitted between the layered petals. and butterflies danced gracefully, reminiscent of a delicate watercolor painting, both bright and heartwarming. Within the courtyard, several plots of verdant vegetables thrived, exuding vitality and a sense of pastoral self-sufficiency. Shun Xiongji was instantly enamored, particularly wishing to explore further. Yet, the paramount task at hand was to locate the kitten. Reaching the ancient mulberry tree, Shun Xiongji softly called out. "Mimi meow." From the treetops came a faint, feeble meow. Shun Xiongji looked up, only to meet a pair of deep, bright brown eyes. Those eyes resembled two meticulously crafted pieces of amber, pure and captivating, drawing one's attention irresistibly. "Mimi, do not be afraid. Your sister has come to rescue you." Shun Xiongji teleported to a branch, cautiously approaching the small kitten. Meow. The kitten, initially startled by the sudden appearance of a person atop the treetop, narrowed its pupils momentarily. However, upon sensing the warmth and concern radiating from a silver-haired girl, it gradually softened. Shun Xiongji gently cradled the kitten in her arms and teleported back to the ground. She casually perched on a thick tree root partially embedded in the earth, delicately turning the kitten over to inspect its injuries. "Does it hurt?" Gazing at the small gash on the kitten's abdomen, along with the congealed blood, Shun Xiongji's eyes brimmed with compassion. She softly lifted her jade-like hand, tenderly placing it over the wound, and her fingertips soon emanated a gentle white light. Divine power flowed from her fingertips, transforming into specks of starlight that gradually penetrated the kitten's skin, soothing every inch of its wounded flesh. Unbeknownst to her, a few strands of her white hair swiftly transformed to black. "Don't worry, it will soon stop hurting. Once you are healed, we will go find your little master. All right?" Meow. Feeling a warm, soothing sensation at the wound, the kitten blinked its large eyes, gazing at her with a gentle demeanor, full of submission. In the small courtyard beside the old mulberry tree, a 17 or 18-year-old youth clad in a brown shirt and black casual pants leaned quietly against the corner of the fence, intently watching the silver-haired girl tenderly caressing the kitten. Ever since the girl had unexpectedly appeared outside the courtyard, Zhao Yinghua's gaze had been uncontrollably drawn to her. As he saw the silver-haired girl preparing to leave with the kitten, Zhao Yinghua immediately stepped forward and pushed open the bamboo gate of the courtyard. "Creak! Hello!" The boy's voice was clear and refreshing. Hearing the voice, Shun Xiongji turned around in surprise. Then, the silver-haired girl's expression shifted to sheer terror. "Oh!" as she stumbled back several steps. "You, Zhao Xianling?" Chapter 12. The boy in a swing, are you? Zhao Xianling? The youth lifted his gaze, fixating on the terrified visage of the silver-haired girl. An inexplicable sensation coursed through him, a strange familiarity. "Who is Zhao Xianling?" Zhao Yinghua stepped towards the silver-haired girl, gazing upon that youthful and tender face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a familiar figure from the past. "Shenki, crouching akat, retracted abruptly." Zhao Yinghua pressed his lips together, standing still, his eyes riveted on the girl's retreating form, his brows knitted, though his expression gradually darkened. "You." Taking a breath to steady herself, Shun Xiongji slowly found her footing, her gaze lowered, occasionally stealing furtive glances at the boy. Could he be the reincarnation of that person? His appearance was strikingly similar, yet his demeanor was entirely different. Regardless, whether he was or he wasn't, he certainly did not recognize her now. So what was she so anxious about? "I seem to have mistaken someone." "You. Who are you?" As the series of previous actions flashed in her mind, Shun Xiongji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "My name is Zhao Yinghua, the master of this courtyard. I noticed your fondness for the garden and intended to invite you for a tour, but I did not mean to frighten you." Zhao Yinghua's demeanor returned to its usual calmness, his tone gentle. "Oh, is that so? Huh? You are Zhao Yinghua?" Upon hearing the boy's name, Shun Xiongji was taken aback. How could Zhao Yinghua be a boy? She had assumed he would be a cute girl. Shun Xiongji's face fell in dismay. "Do you know me?" Just as Shun Xiongji was about to respond, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She waved her hand at the boy. "Please excuse me. I need to take this call." Zhao Yinghua nodded, casting a glance at the small cat in the girl's arms before returning his focus to her. "Hello, Hongying Jie." The girl held the cat with one arm, while tightly gripping her phone with the other. It seemed the person on the other end was inquiring about her situation. I found the kitten, and it appears I have encountered Zhao Giji's family. The silver-haired girl occasionally responded with an as the conversation continued. Yes, Hongying Jia, please hurry over. I will wait for you here. The call ended. Hearing the names Hongying Jia and Zhao Gij, Zhao Yingwu quickly deduced the girl's identity. However, he was unaware of when his father had gained such a delightful little ally. A few minutes later, the awkward Shen Xiongji, along with the boy who had been silently observing her, finally awaited the arrival of Hongying and the employer's family. Thank you both, thank you. No need for gratitude. We're simply doing our job. After seeing off the employer's family, Hongying finally led Shen Xiongji to Zhao Yingwu's side. Xiao Gui, it has been a long time. Hongying Jia, it has indeed been a while. Zhao Yingwu nodded at Hongying, then turned to the silver-haired girl beside her, who remained silent with her gaze downcast, his tone laced with curiosity. Who is this? Hongying cast a glance at the white-haired girl beside her, who was exuding an air of awkwardness, and then turned her attention to the boy who was intently observing them with a puzzled expression. Nevertheless, she promptly introduced Xiao Gui, saying, "This is Zhizhi, Shen Xiongji, our new team member." "Hello, Zhizhi. I am Zhao Yingui, the son of Zhao Kongcheng." The boy extended his hand towards the white-haired girl, earnestly reiterating his introduction. Shen Xiongji raised her gaze and placed her hand upon the boy's warm palm, inexplicably responding, "Hello, hello, Zhao Yingui, or perhaps Zhao Xianlang," the god of wealth she had pursued for millennia, only to find herself ultimately unburdened after a fruitless chase. "Greetings. Sister-in-law, Iam Shinkizi, Zaoda Jizkomrade. You may call me Zhizhi." Shen Xiongji politely acknowledged a gentlewoman, who happened to be Zhao Kongcheng's wife, Yin Fangfei. The warm-hearted woman tenderly patted Shen Xiongji's shoulder, a soft smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I never expected that at such a tender age, you have already devoted yourself to the military. You must have endured considerable hardship amidst your myriad tasks." "Haven tea you?" "Not at all. The older brothers and sisters in the team take great care of me," Shen Xiongji replied with a smile and a shake of her head. "Today, you've come to my home, and I shall prepare a delectable meal for you." "All right, thank you, sister-in-law." Feeling the warmth of Yin Fangfei's hospitality, Shen Xiongji nodded enthusiastically. "Sister-in-law, Zhao Yingui, standing nearby, observed the conversation between his mother and Shen Xiongji with a peculiar expression. "Yingui, what are you daydreaming about? Come over and help me wash the vegetables," his mother called. Coming, before long, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. "Zhizhi, Hongying, come and savor this," Yin Fangfei invited. "Sure, thank you, sister-in-law." The tantalizing aroma of braised pork beckoned, its rich hue and fragrance making one's mouth water. The emerald-green shrimp dumplings glistened, revealing the sweetness of the shrimp within. The golden-brown mint-crusted pork was crispy on the outside, yet tender on the inside, fragrant yet not greasy, and the deliciously smooth fresh goose mushroom soup, crystal clear, revealed nature's bountiful gifts. With every sip, Shen Xiongji and Hongying relished the meal with unrestrained delight. After setting down her chopsticks, Shen Xiongji wiped the corners of her mouth with satisfaction. "Sister Hongying, the dishes prepared by sister-in-law are absolutely delightful, far surpassing the one Chef Chen makes." Since joining Team 136, her meals had predominantly consisted of bento boxes or instant noodles with eggs, occasionally savoring the fragrant dishes prepared by Chen Muyi. Hongying pouted, proudly declaring, "Of course, both Xiaonan and I love visiting sister-in-law's home." With that, Hongying rose to clear the dishes belonging to herself and Shen Xiongji. "I envy Zhao Dege for being able to enjoy such delicious meals so often," Shen Xiongji remarked, feeling slightly stuffed as she rubbed her belly. After assisting his mother in tidying up the dining table, Zhao Yingui approached Shen Xiongji from behind and unexpectedly chimed in. "The meals I prepare are quite tasty as well." "Really?" Shen Xiongji turned, meeting Zhao Yingui's earnest gaze. After a brief pause, she replied, "Is that so? Then I must come and try your cooking in the future, sure." The boy's face brightened with a broad smile. He bent slightly, leaning closer to the young girl, softly inquiring, "Zhizhi, Would you like to take a stroll in the courtyard? At that moment, Shun Xiongji, feeling the urge to rise and walk, recalled the vibrant roses and the lush vegetables in the garden upon hearing the boy's suggestion, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. "Let us go," he said, extending his hand towards the girl seated in the chair. Gazing at the familiar features of the boy, Shun Xiongji momentarily froze. "Thank you." After a brief hesitation, she placed her hand in his palm. In this moment, he was not the aloof and cold deity of wealth, but merely an ordinary youth, exuberant and free-spirited. "It's only right." Zhao Yingui chuckled softly, then took the girl's hand and led her toward the courtyard. As they strolled hand in hand along the eaves of the corridor, their pace was slow and graceful, as if each step resonated on the strings of time. Composing a melodious tune, they passed through the intricately designed rockeries, the shimmering lotus pond, and the uniquely styled pavilion, traversing the verdant vegetable patch. Their figures drew closer, eventually stopping in front of a swing adorned with wisteria. This swing resembled a delicate work of art, with intertwining vines, akin to a naturally crafted painting. Before it lay the vibrant purple roses at the fence, their blossoms resplendent and swaying gently in a breeze, exuding a captivating fragrance. As a gentle wind blew, petals drifted like snowflakes, filling the entire courtyard with a refreshing and rich aroma. "Shall we swing for a bit?" The boy gently turned his head, looking tenderly at the girl beside him. His voice was as warm and comforting as the sun in spring. Shun Xiongji had noticed the wisteria-clad swing the moment she stepped into the courtyard. Hearing Zhao Yangui's suggestion, her eyes sparkled instantly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Without a hint of hesitation, she released his hand and briskly approached the swing, settling onto it with grace. At that very moment, Zhao Yingui felt the lingering warmth of her presence in his palm, sending a gentle tremor through his heart. He raised his eyebrows, a warm smile naturally forming at the corners of his lips, akin to a spring breeze that brings warmth to the soul. Beneath the swing, Zhao Yingui extended his hands, carefully grasping the ropes, gently pushing the swing. With his movements, the swing began to sway slowly at first, but gradually gained height. Shun Xiongji, seated on the swing, felt a refreshing breeze against her face, her hair dancing in the wind. Her long, snowy hair cascaded like a waterfall, tracing beautiful arcs in the air, seemingly merging with the surrounding scenery, creating a dreamlike tableau. As the swing swayed, it lifted not only the girl's silvery locks, but also stirred the boy's heart. Chapter 13. Guarding his world, the following morning in Linjiang City. A tall, languidly charming young man sauntered into the orphanage, one hand cradling a beautifully wrapped bouquet of white crabapple blossoms, while the other bore several bulging plastic bags. Half an hour later, the young man emerged from the orphanage, wearing a sullen expression, the bouquet still in his arms and a plastic bag in tow. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing a number as he made his way to a nearby bus stop. Beep! The call connected. "Shun Xiongji, you've really outdone yourself. Where on earth have you gone?" he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. It was bewildering to him that after taking a leave of absence, he had returned to the orphanage in high spirits only to discover that she had left a month prior. The director had informed him that she submitted her application to report to university ahead of schedule. What sort of nonsense was this? Who reports to university 1 or 2 months early? That troublesome girl had assured him just yesterday morning that she hadn't packed her bags and had promised to wait for him to accompany her to university. The voice on the other end was filled with exasperation. Meanwhile, Shun Xiongji, still groggy from sleep, instinctively shrank her neck at the sound of her full name being called, her consciousness snapping into clarity. Goodness, her childhood friend had used her full name. What could be the matter? Had she inadvertently upset him? "Qingbao, aren't you supposed to be training for a special assignment? How do you have time to call me?" she replied sweetly, addressing him by his nickname. "Shun, Xiong, she. Don't tell me you've forgotten about our conversation yesterday morning?" he asked, each word laced with annoyance and cool defiance. Yesterday morning Shun Xiongji was momentarily taken aback. She quickly checked her call log, her eyes landing on the glaringly obvious recent calls. Her hands flew to her face in mortification. Oh no, what a blunder. In her groggy state yesterday morning, after answering a call from Wang Mian, she had hurried off to the Peace Affairs office, completely oblivious to her childhood friend's call. What had he even said during that call? She simply could not recall. Qingbao Xinxiongji, I just spoke with your admissions office. They said you haven't reported yet. So, where have you been for the past month? This was a ruse on his part. He hadn't actually contacted any admissions officer. Xinxiongji bit her lip, stammering. I, went out to travel, spare me the nonsense. Where would you get the money? I, took a part-time job to cover my expenses near Linjiang University Qingbao. You wouldn't believe it. The office I'm working at has a plethora of tasks and operates late into the night. It's exhausting. And I haven't been sleeping well, she fabricated, her voice wavering, even beginning to complain about her circumstances to him. However, this was entirely untrue, as the Peace Affairs office indeed had numerous clients, and she had indeed worked there the previous afternoon to earn some money. A law office? How could they hire someone without experience? Is it that tiring? If it is, you should reconsider. The treatment in our unit is quite good. I just participated in a task and received a bonus, enough for your schooling. Do not fret so much. Simply focus on your studies and embrace each day with joy. The youth is easily swayed by her charms, and upon hearing her express fatigue and restlessness, his attention swiftly shifts. Qingbao, Qingga, my dear brother, how can you be so wonderful? You are my favorite. The boy, captivated by the girl's sweet voice, unconsciously lifts the corners of his lips. If you do not like me, who would you prefer? Let me tell you, apart from me, you shall not like anyone else. Very well, I shall like no one but you. Xinxiongji's eyes sparkled, and then she added earnestly, however, I have grown up and wish to be like you, capable of earning my own living. Having long cherished the shelter of your wings, I fear that I may become timid and evasive. Now that I have matured, I have taken this step. I too aspire to support you and the people of Huaxia, to uphold the sky for you, while safeguarding my own world as well. If you wish to pursue that, then so be it, but do take care of yourself. Do not overexert or harm yourself. The boy, while not dismissing Xinxiongji's desire to find part-time work, was nonetheless concerned for her health and safety. I understand, listening to her childhood companion's incessant chatter. Xinxiongji bit her lip, her eyes stinging with emotion. After a while, the boy inquired, Qing, do you need me to accompany you to register at university? No need. You have just entered the military. You cannot come and go freely. Just focus on your training. Do not worry. I will be nearby at school. Very close indeed. Once I receive my part-time pay tomorrow, I will go to register and then wait for military training. Xinxiongji's eyes sparkled. All right, once your military training is over, I shall take you out for a delightful meal. The boy refrained from mentioning how he had taken a few days off to escort her to university, nor did he disclose that he had hurried back to the orphanage on the train since the early hours, or that he had bought her lovely white begonia flowers and a bag of assorted sweet candies. Yes, we shall meet after the military training, at the peacekeeping office. Team 136 congregated as one. Chunmai leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, casting a suspicious gaze upon Zhao Kongsheng, who sat to the side. Old Zhao, did you just say that the Seraphim's agent has gone missing? Not missing, but I lost track of them. They cannot be found, Zhao Kongsheng replied, his expression blank, shaking his head coolly after a slight tremor in his eyes. Xinxiongji, reclining on the sofa, tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhao Kongsheng's countenance, noticing his wandering gaze. Looking anywhere but at people, and his unmistakable air of guilt, she found it rather amusing. Has he been rejected by Lin Qiye, and yet is willing to play the fool for him? Has he been struck down? Hong Ying muttered softly from the side. Wu Xiangnan cast a glance at Zhao Kongsheng before turning to Chimai. Captain, should I send someone to re-establish contact with that boy? I have already inquired. He only wishes to be with his family and protect his home, unwilling to join us. Therefore, Captain, can we simply consider him missing? Before Chinmai could respond, Zhao Kongsheng could no longer remain composed. With a gentle chuckle, everyone burst into laughter. Chunmai, striving to suppress the urge to smile, solemnly remarked, Old Zhao, you must comprehend that he is no longer an ordinary individual. Since the day the aura of that divine being was unveiled, his life has been irrevocably altered. Tranquility is no longer his fate. Whether it be the ancient deity's cult or those malevolent organizations lurking in the shadows, they shall not spare him. He will either be courted or eliminated. Moreover, we must remain ever vigilant to prevent him from becoming a force that could undermine the very foundations of society. Rather than keeping him under our stringent surveillance and protection indefinitely, it may be more prudent to formally integrate him with us, so that we may collectively confront the challenges that lie ahead. Zhao Kongchang pursed his lips, exhibiting a measure of hesitation. Before he consents to join us, can we conceal his information for the time being? At the very least, while he cherishes his family, harbors his own aspirations, and yearns for a stable life, we should strive to provide him with a temporary sanctuary of peace and serenity. You are merely deceiving yourself. Wu Xiangnan, known for his forthrightness, cast a glance at the quietly seated Shun Xiongji. His tone was gentle yet incisive. With Xiongji and that young man, our Tsangnan already possesses 2 divine agents. How long do you believe we can remain secure? This prompted a profound silence among all present. I apologize. Shun Xiongji lifted her gaze, a hint of remorse evident in her demeanor. Observing her self-reproach, Hong Ying immediately moved closer and embraced her gently. Xiongji, you need not blame yourself. This is neither your fault nor the boys. If blame is to be assigned, it can only fall on those wicked individuals. Indeed, self-reproach serves no purpose. Our immediate priority should be to bolster our defenses and promptly report the situation here to headquarters, lest we find ourselves caught off guard. Wu Xiangnan hastily added. His intention was not to assign blame, but merely to address the matter at hand. Zhao Kongchang clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed as he inquired. Should I persuade the young man further? No, allow him some time. I believe he will choose to join the Night Watchers. Chen Mai responded, shaking his head. Zhao Kongcheng remained troubled, his brow still knitted. Shun Xiongji glanced at him, offering a faint smile and a calm demeanor. Why overthink it? I, too, am a divine agent. If necessary, I shall stand before him and protect his world. Noticing the disapproving expressions among the group, Shun Xiongji quickly added, after all, I have all of you. You will certainly safeguard me, won't you? The atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. At that moment, Si Xiaonan, who had been quietly huddled in the corner, timidly raised her hand. Were we supposed to discuss the whereabouts of the Ghost-Faced King? Are we not going to capture him? Everyone fell silent. Chapter 14. The Call of the Spirit's Flight, CZ 249. Shen Xiongji boarded the aircraft with a petite canvas backpack. Locating her seat and settling in, she cast a fleeting glance out the window, momentarily bored, then leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Yeah, a fresh, melodious male voice faintly reached her ears, and Shen Xiongji abruptly opened her eyes. The boy in the white shirt paused upon noticing her sudden gaze. Zhao Yinghua, here? Shen Xiongji was taken aback at the sight of Zhao Yinghua. It's me, Zhizhi. Are you heading to Linjiang City as well? Zhao Yinghua smiled at the girl. Surprised to find the boy seated beside her, Shen Xiongji responded, Yes, I'm returning to Linjiang City to handle some matters. What about you? Upon hearing her use the word return, Zhao Yinghua hesitated slightly. Adjusting his sleeve, he replied, I'm going there to discuss some business first. Then I'll be heading to Shanjing City. He continued, In a few days, I need to report to the university in Shanjing City. Business? Shen Xiongji was momentarily taken aback, then curiously inquired, What is your net worth? Seeing the girl's intrigued expression, Zhao Yinghua chuckled, revealing part of his situation. About 2 small goals in movable funds. Shen Xiongji's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the fortune god is extraordinary, having 2 small goals at just 18. She patted her empty pockets and pouted, Oh, I envy you, big shot. Can you lend me some support? Zhao Yinghua couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. If you ever find yourself in need, feel free to approach me. He added earnestly, I'm serious. Shen Xiongji paused, smiling all right. The two exchanged a few more words before closing their eyes to rest once more. Linjiang Baishan Airport. Shen Xiongji and Zhao Yinghua strolled out of the departure hall. Outside the airport, golden sunlight cascaded like layers of delicate gauze across the expansive square, illuminating the hurried figures of people and the constant flow of vehicles. Upon reaching the roadside, Zhao Yinghua glanced at the girl beside him and asked, Zhizhi, where are you headed? I can give you a ride. I have a car in the parking lot. Am I delaying you? I arrived early, so I'm not in a rush. The boy shook his head. Shun Xiongji, not one to hesitate, replied directly, I'm heading to Linjiang University. After getting into the car, they drove towards the university. Zhizhi, are you going to report for enrollment? With your involvement in a special organization, how could you be returning for enrollment? Zhao Yinghua merely sought to engage the girl in conversation. Zhao Yinghua had always been aware of his father's connection to a special organization, often dealing with peculiar entities. However, since his father deliberately concealed this, he chose to feign ignorance. I'm here to process my leave of absence today, mark the enrollment day for new students at Linjiang University. But she was not there to enroll. Instead, she was carrying the enlistment proof that Chunmai had arranged for her to the school to formalize her leave of absence. Originally, she had resolved to disregard the matter entirely, opting not to report to the university. However, several elder siblings vehemently opposed this decision, earnestly advising her that she must return to campus to handle the necessary formalities. They understood all too well what this university represented for Shun Qiongji, an embodiment of years of relentless study and diligent effort. A dream institution she had painstakingly gained admission to through her unwavering determination. How could she allow her hard-won academic journey to come to an abrupt end simply due to her involvement with the Night Watch organization, risking being blacklisted by the school? Thus, whether it was to apply for a leave of absence or to retain her student status, she felt compelled to provide a fitting conclusion to her 12 years of toil. As the vehicle gradually approached Linjiang University, Shun Xiongji's emotions grew increasingly complex. When the car finally halted at the campus entrance, she took a deep breath, collected her thoughts, exchanged a few words with the youth beside her, and then stepped out of the vehicle. Zhizhi, could you wait for me a moment? Zhao Yinggu called out, tilting his head to catch her attention. Without waiting for her response, he added, I also want to take a look inside. After all, I'm not busy today. All right. The two of them entered Linjiang University together. At the Academic Affairs Office, Shun Xiongji submitted a series of documents and materials to the responsible teacher, who, without delay, promptly processed her leave of absence. An alternate world. Do not delve too deeply. Once everything was settled, Shun Xiongji and Zhao Yinggu strolled through Linjiang University, capturing a few photographs for memories. Subsequently, Zhao Yinggu drove her to the airport. As boarding time approached, Shun Xiongji stood up, looked at the young man, and said, Zhao Yinggu, I must leave now. Farewell. Farewell. Yeah, half an hour earlier, our search team had discovered traces of the Blood King in the nearby sewer network. Based on its trajectory, it could be confirmed that it was heading towards the city center. The bustling city center posed challenges for evacuation efforts. The appearance of the Blood King there would undoubtedly result in widespread casualties and societal panic. Wu Xiaonan's voice was grave. Therefore, we must dispatch our main forces to the city center for defense. As for the Old Town, in order to prevent the Blood King from launching a surprise attack, we still need to keep personnel stationed there to relay information at a moment's notice. Old Zhao, you're responsible for securing the Old Town. In case of an emergency, do not act recklessly. You must report immediately. Understood. In the Old Town, around 5 or 6 in the evening, the originally clear sky began to be gradually shrouded by dense, heavy clouds. With the encroaching clouds came chilling gusts of wind, bringing a slight chill. Before long, a light drizzle began to fall. Zhao Kongcheng was conducting a meticulous patrol. Report. Everything is normal in the Old Town. Zhao Kongcheng tapped his earpiece. Received. After thoroughly surveying the Old Town and its surroundings, he finally relaxed, leisurely following the positioning of the emblem. TSK. I need to retrieve the emblem. Ever since that night, when Lin Chia's little imp rejected me, I've been more cautious. Last night, in a hurry, I shoved the emblem into my pocket. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shun Xiongji disembarked from the plane and made her way directly to the villa of Hong Ying, eager to indulge in a restful slumber. After placing a call to Hong Ying to assure her of her safe arrival, she plugged her phone, which was perilously low on battery, into the charger and proceeded to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongqing lingered briefly at Lin Chia's residence before stepping out. Farewell. No need to see me off. I'm leaving, he called out, while Lin Chia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. Xiao Qi, Why don't you invite your teacher to stay for a meal before he leaves? Lin Xie flashed a smile at his aunt, explaining that Zhao Kongsheng had pressing matters to attend to and could not linger for dinner. With a lightness in his step, Zhao Kongsheng traversed the narrow alley, splashing through puddles and humming an unfamiliar tune, his mood decidedly buoyant. However, as he continued on his way, the rain intensified, the sky darkened, and an unsettling discomfort began to settle in his chest, prompting a flicker of worry to cross his brow. At that moment, an indistinct foul odor wafted towards him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Soon after, a potent stench mingled with the metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses, growing increasingly overwhelming. Zhao Kongxing's gaze instinctively fell upon a nearby manhole cover. Having been a sentinel for many years, he had encountered countless peculiarities and had faced numerous faceless entities, thus understanding the significance of this moment. Report: Sentinel Zhao Kongsheng, Faceless King sighted in the old district. He swiftly activated his earpiece. Almost instantaneously, the voice of Wu Xiangnan crackled in his ear. Received. I have already dispatched orders. The sentinels are en route to the old district, with Hong Ying arriving for support within 15 minutes at the latest. Old Zhao quickly established the boundless domain to temporarily contain it. Remember, do not engage the Faceless King directly, Wu Xiangnan urged. Xiangnan, the boundless domain cannot confine the Faceless King, and there is no time left. Zhao Kongxing replied with a bitter smile. In the next instant, the manhole cover erupted like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. From the pitch-black depths of the sewer, a scarred arm shot forth, followed by a massive, grotesque creature leaping from the darkness. Zhao Kongsheng silently observed the unfolding chaos, yet his eyes betrayed a profound bitterness. In this moment, the star blade was absent, leaving him with only a black umbrella in hand. He raised his gaze, his peripheral vision catching sight of the low, uneven residential buildings. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude. This time, I have no throng behind me. There's only the entire world of that child. A torrential downpour, a black umbrella, one mortal, armed solely with skill and experience, engaged in a desperate struggle against a creature of formidable power, one that surely surpassed the threshold of the Chuan realm and was suspected of possessing forbidden abilities. Old Zhao, if you can evade, do so. We sentinels are not gods, unable to prevent all casualties. If a core member is lost due to a severely injured Faceless King, the cost will be unbearable. In the headset, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated with a calm, yet solemn tone, exuding an undeniable conviction. But what of the residents in the old district? Moreover, I cannot evade this fate. Under the ferocious assault of the Ghost-Faced King, the mortal Zhao Kongsheng found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and soon succumbed. Seizing the moment, the foe delivered a powerful strike to Zhao Kongsheng's chest, resulting in several ribs shattering instantaneously, causing him to be hurled backward. He coughed repeatedly, expelling crimson blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet the terrifying Ghost-Faced King continued to advance, step by step, toward him. At that moment, a youth came sprinting from the distant alleyway. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Kongxing's gaze was filled with complexity. Struggling to rise, he gasped heavily. Blood smeared across his face, yet a faint smile graced his lips. From the depths of his pocket, he retrieved a finely crafted emblem inscribed with his name. His fingertips deftly glided along the edge of the emblem, and with a subtle click, a slender silver needle sprang forth quietly. Zhao Kongsheng cast a glance at the figure behind him, gradually coming into focus, inhaling deeply. In truth, I have long awaited this day. Subsequently, he forcefully plunged the silver needle into the palm of his hand. Chapter 15. Fleeting Life and Shimmering Moon Beneath the Ink-Black Sky. Save for the torrential downpour that fell with an unstoppable force, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. Large raindrops pounded against the windows, creating splashes that blurred the view into a misty haze. The howling wind swept through, mercilessly lashing everything exposed to the elements with icy droplets. Shen Xiongji had a restless sleep, filled with dreams that were a kaleidoscope of images, evoking a sense of unease. She felt compelled to seek out Yang Jin again. Perhaps she should change her attire for the occasion. After all, today was her day off, and she was not required to attend the office. After a brief and casual wash, she adorned herself in a simple yet elegant cross-collared, waist-length skirt, lightly cinched at the waist with a bamboo green silk ribbon, accentuating her slender figure. Her long, snow-white hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, enhancing her pristine and tidy appearance. This ethereal hanfu, chosen meticulously by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, was a stark contrast to the wide-sleeved flowing gown she usually wore. They often remarked that this attire imbued her with an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial goddess from the heavens. With her innate abilities and the powers of the Void King, she seldom needed to confront her adversaries head-on. If she could defeat them, she would, and if not, she could simply escape by tearing through space. Thus, she had always been unconcerned with her attire, freely expressing her unique charm, provided she had the means to do so. Upon entering the Villa's Grand Hall, Shun Xiongji lifted her hand and retrieved her phone that was charging. Casually, she glanced at it and noticed several missed calls. All from Hong Ying, the earliest just 2 minutes ago, and the latest only seconds prior. Just as she was about to return the call, a message from Hong Ying caught her attention. Upon reading its contents, her expression shifted dramatically, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot. At the moment the silver needle pierced his palm, Zhao Kongsheng felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him, only to recede as a newfound sense of power surged within him. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field expanded outward from Zhao Kongsheng's core. Noticing the sudden eruption of energy around him, the Ghost-Faced King involuntarily slowed his pace. "Why the hell are you out here at night, without having dinner? Get lost." Zhao Kongsheng glared at the hasty Lin Chia, rebuking him. With that, he bent down to retrieve a fallen black umbrella from the ground, positioning it in front of Lin Chia as a shield. "I can hold my own now. I'm here to help you." Lin Chia, seeing this, halted his advance, refraining from recklessness. "You can't fight for your life. That isn't just any ghost. That's the Ghost-Faced King. What do you think you could do against it? Hurry back and have your meal. Rest assured, as long as I'm around, this monster won't disturb your dinner." With his declaration, he swiftly raised his arm, using the black umbrella as a blade, and struck fiercely at the Ghost-Faced King. In an instant, a crescent of black, towering 4 to 5 meters, shot forth from the umbrella's edge, silently tearing through the curtain of rain. Forbidden Void Sequence 083, Fleeting Life and Shimmering Moon. Inuit. I too can possess such a magnificent forbidden realm. In a single stroke, I severed the arm of the Ghost-Faced King. In an instant, the Ghost-Faced King, consumed by fury, charged recklessly towards me. Under the influence of the divine medicinal power, Zhao Kongqing's body had returned to its peak state, and he too recklessly raced toward the Ghost-Faced King. In midair, the two figures collided with tremendous force. Boom! Bang! With the forbidden realm at his command, Zhao Kongqing was undeniably powerful. A series of colossal crescent blades, unleashed from the umbrella's edge, tore through the nocturnal sky, sweeping across the heavens at an unimaginable speed, striking the Ghost-Faced King again and again. The Ghost-Faced King's defeat was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. However, as he reveled in the exhilarating power granted by this perilous forbidden realm, he became acutely aware that his strength was gradually waning, and his life force was slowly ebbing away. His time was running out. Then, let the final strike commence. With a raised hand, he swung the umbrella. A massive black crescent cut across the firmament, slowly descending to sever the head adorned with a ghastly pale visage. The head of the Ghost-Faced King tumbled to the ground. Zhao Kongqing's body swayed and fell straight down. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xia rushed forward to catch his body securely. Your body. Zhao Kongqing, you mustn't die. You haven't yet become a general. You cannot die. Lin Xia gripped Zhao Kongqing's gradually cooling hand tightly, as if that could preserve the swiftly fading vitality. His knuckles turned white from exertion, yet he could not warm the cooling body. Cough! Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted, splattering across Lin Xia's face, warm yet piercingly cold. Zhao Kongchang's unfocused gaze struggled to sharpen, a bloodied smile curling at the corner of his lips. Lin Xie, was that strike just now impressive? Impressive, the youth shouted in response, tears mingling with rain on his face. It was absolutely stunning. The corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he softly murmured, "To experience the power of the forbidden realm at the moment of death, I have no regrets in this life." Zhao! At the instant his body completely slackened, Lin Xie remained rigidly kneeling. Kongqing. Tears blurred his vision. The youth blinked his stinging eyes, allowing the rain to seep into his collar, until, in a fleeting moment, the world fell into silence. The torrential rain suddenly froze in midair, each drop refracting a crystalline chill. The howling winds were silenced as if gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly stifling their roar. The water, pooling on the ground, crystallized visibly, reflecting the headless monster's freezing remnants. Even the splattered droplets of blood transformed into scarlet icicles. The daylight abruptly dimmed when the first snowflake descended. It was as light as the sound of moonlight shattering. Following this was a blanket of snow that engulfed everything. Thousands of icy butterflies danced wildly beneath the leaden sky. In just a few breaths, the entire street had been consumed by the pristine white snow. In midair, the swirling snowflakes suddenly seemed to possess a spirit of their own. They twirled and converged, sketching the delicate silhouette of a young maiden in the void. As the final snowflake settled upon her lashes, the girl in white robes had taken form. Her simple garments fluttered like the wings of a crane, and her frosty hair cascaded like the Milky Way. The moment her toes touched the ground, even the falling snow parted to grant her passage. Thus, she descended through the void, unfurling a lotus of ice before Lin Xie. "Little fairy." Lin Xie's voice was hoarse, rasping like sandpaper, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I can save him." Shun Xiongji pressed her pale lips together, reaching for the cold body in his embrace. The boy immediately knelt beside her like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, his gaze fixated on the hands that lay over Zhao Kongqing's heart. A radiant divine light surged from her palms, transforming into wisps of ethereal smoke that seeped into the shattered chest. As the divine power flowed, her cascading hair gradually shed its frost, as if the winter snow were melting in her hands. "Little fairy? Your hair. It's nothing." She tilted her head with a reassuring smile. "Little fairy, please stop. You'll get into trouble." Lin Xie's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately grasped her hand, shaking his head vigorously. "It's merely a bit of divine power. It can be restored, and hair turned black can still return to white. But if Zhao Kongchang perishes, that would be irrevocable. What will happen to Sister Fangfei and Zhao Yingui if he is gone? Such a hero, a protector of the people of China, should not meet his ends so hastily. His dreams of becoming a general remain unfulfilled." Her slender fingers began to tremble uncontrollably, the divine light flickering like a candle in the wind. As the last trace of snow white faded from her hair, a faint tremor suddenly resonated from Zhao Kongcheng's still chest. "Little fairy." The boy was already in tears. Shun Xiongji weakly withdrew her hand, leaning against him, softly urging, "Lin Xie, listen closely." Today, Zhao Kongcheng utilized the spirit guide within the emblem, activating the forbidden realm, Ming Sheng Shanyu, slaying the ghost-faced king, and, sheltered by a divine realm, Fan Qin Shunyu narrowly survived. As for me, consider that you never met me today. No, little fairy. Lin Xie cried, shaking his head. "Do not mention me. We shall meet again next month." Her voice grew fainter. Lin Xie. As her words faded, the maiden in his arms transformed into swirling snowflakes, slipping through his trembling fingers. The final flake brushed against Zhao Kongqing's newly awakened heartbeat, vanishing into the morning light blooming at the alley's entrance. Chapter 16. Is it worth it? The night enveloped the world like thick ink when suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, akin to the radiant blade of a deity severing the entire expanse of Tsangnan in twain. In the searing white light, the snowflakes vaporized instantaneously, and the ice covering the ground emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, transforming into countless silver serpents of flowing water. In the blink of an eye, torrential rain poured down once more. The curtain of rain surged like a breached celestial river, splashing countless droplets upon the earth, quickly coalescing into shimmering shallow pools. A dark red cloak fluttered in the fierce wind as the slender figure of Hong Ying struggled through the downpour. Rain cascaded down her pale cheeks, and her drenched garments clung to her form, each step akin to battling an invisible force. Yet, she pressed on stubbornly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Old Zhao was still waiting for her. After a strenuous journey, Hong Ying finally arrived in the old district. Gasping for breath, she shouted into her communicator, "Xiangnan, I have reached the old district. Where is old Zhao?" From the other end, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated low and anxious. "He's in the alley right in front of you. But, Hong Ying, you must brace yourself." At these words, Hong Ying's heart tightened, and she hastily inquired, "What do you mean?" Wu Xiangnan hesitated before slowly responding. "Old Zhao suddenly lost contact. His emblem hasn't moved in quite some time." This news struck Hong Ying like a bolt from the blue, her eyes widening as she incredulously shouted, "Impossible. Don't say such things." Tears immediately blurred her vision, yet she did not falter. Instead, she sprinted ahead with even greater urgency. As she neared the alley, Hong Ying discerned a boy cradling a man, slowly approaching her. The man's form appeared frail, as if he had lost all vitality. Hong Ying's heart lurched, and she desperately quickened her pace, yearning to ascertain if the man was indeed old Zhao. When she finally drew close enough, the dim light revealed the familiar visage of the person in the boy's arms. It was the face she had feared most, old Zhao. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut, devoid of life. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as Hong Ying trembled, hesitantly reaching out to gently touch old Zhao's cheek. He couldn't have already. At that moment, the boy spoke. "He is not dead." As the night waned and the torrential rain began to subside, the stars scattered across the sky twinkled like crushed diamonds, flickering between the lingering clouds. A small black dog, drenched and furry, trailed closely behind the boy, navigating the misty alleyways. The water rippling over the cobblestones reflected their hurried figures as they rushed toward the ancient bridge. The dew on the bridge's railing dampened the boy's sleeves. Suddenly, he halted, gazing up at the void, his arms outstretched in an embrace of the intangible moonlight. "Is it worth it?" Ripples stirred in the void, and a figure clad in white descended gently, like a crane with broken wings. The moment Yang Jin caught her, the weight in his arms felt as light as a dissolving flake of snow. The subtle patterns on the girl's skirt shimmered faintly under the moonlight, resembling embers that might extinguish at any moment. When his fingertips brushed against her icy cheek, the boy's eyes were filled with compassion. He swiftly pressed his palm against her heart, the delicate golden energy flowing into her like a gentle stream. Yet, upon encountering her veins, he felt a chilling emptiness that sent shivers through his soul. In the depths of the Peace Affairs office, Team 136 had gathered, with all members present except for Shen Xiongji and Zhao Kongcheng, who were fixated on Lin Qiye. Zhao Kongcheng, gravely injured, lay unconscious in the infirmary, receiving treatment and recuperation. As for Shen Xiongji, after disembarking from her flight and making a call to Hong Ying, she seemed to vanish without a trace. No matter how many times they attempted to reach her, her phone remained unreachable, and none knew her whereabouts. This situation left everyone deeply concerned. At that moment, Hong Ying was frantic, her face etched with worry as she leaned closer to Lin Qiye, urgently inquiring, "Have you truly not seen Xiongji?" The white-haired girl who always accompanies Zhao Kongcheng. Her voice trembled slightly with anxiety, her eyes filled with hope and urgency. She was genuinely worried about Zhao's predicament and had thought of calling Xiongji to assist him, as she could teleport and traverse space, thus buying some time. However, with no response to her calls, she sent a message to Xiongji and refrained from bothering her further. Now, with Xiongji missing, she had an ominous feeling that Xiongji must have seen the message and gone to the old district. Yet, when pressed for answers, Lin Qiye merely lowered his eyes and slowly shook his head, indicating that he had not encountered Shen Xiongji. This response clearly did not satisfy Hong Ying. She questioned him several more times, only to receive the same unchanging answer. Frustrated, yet unwilling to press Lin Qie further, she fell silent. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, each person inwardly speculating about Shun Qiongji's fate. After a considerable pause, Wu Xiangnan finally regained his composure and turned his gaze to Lin Qie, asking with a serious tone, "You are Lin Qie, correct? Could you please elaborate on the events that transpired?" Lin Qie's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup, the porcelain reflecting the slight furrow of his brow. At that moment, his voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. "I only saw Zhao Kongqiang drive the silver needle from the emblem deep into his palm." The teacup suddenly emitted a faint clink. As everyone held their breath, the young man raised his hand and mimed a slicing motion. The black umbrella in his grasp suddenly transformed into an enormous black crescent moon, and that black crescent shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the demon-faced king. Swish! The sound of air being sliced apart caused Hong Ying to clench her fists tightly. Lin Qie's gaze fell upon a certain point in the void, as if he could once again behold the black crescent moon that had torn through the curtain of rain. The head of the ghost-faced king had flown away, the rib of the umbrella still embedded in its neck. At that moment, the previously silent Chun Mai suddenly shattered the stillness, slowly uttering, "That must be Ming Sheng Flash Moon." Old Zhao activated his forbidden realm using the ghost goddess call, the sequence 083 of Ming Sheng Flash Moon. Sequence 083, a high-risk forbidden realm. Wu Xiangnan's voice trembled slightly, when Shima's inquiry was akin to a dull blade, slowly slicing through the silence. But the ghost goddess call, "He is dead." Lin Qie interjected abruptly. The three words scorched his throat, halting his breath and heartbeat. The youth lowered his gaze to the trembling tips of his fingers, and the events that followed felt like a dream. In this dream, a little fairy descended to save Zhao Kongqiang, and in turn, rescued him. I forgot. At that time, my overwhelming sorrow and fury had completely spiraled out of control. Upon hearing this, a sudden thought flashed through Chun Mai's mind. Lin Qie's divine realm, mortal realm, had come into play. However, Wu Xiangnan wished to say something more, but was interrupted by Chun Mai. "All right, let us not linger on this matter any longer. The most urgent task at hand is to locate Zhizhi as soon as possible. We shall discuss other matters later." Chun Mai spoke resolutely, his tone imbued with an undeniable finality. "By the way, Lin Qie, old Zhao had invited you to join the Night Watchers, but you had previously declined, hadn't you? What a change of heart now. To repay a favor, and also for her. A favor." Inside the room, a weathered woman gazed up at the wall clock, lost in thought. Creak! The door swung open, and Yang Jin entered with Xiao Heilai. Xiao Qi, the aunt, hearing the voice, quickly rose to greet them. "Mom, it's me. Brother has urgent matters, and 1T be coming back today." Yang Jin paused, holding the girl in his arms. Whose girl is this?" Xiao Jin Shi. The aunt was taken aback upon seeing the girl in his embrace, dressed in a white dress with dark hair. Yang Jin lowered his gaze, staring at the sleeping girl, his throat tightening silently. The sound of rain outside suddenly felt distant, and he could hear his own heartbeat echoing painfully. "Mom, this is my classmate." The boy's voice was soft, as if afraid of shattering a dream. "We had a family dispute. She got caught in the rain and happened to have low blood sugar." The lie tasted bitter on his tongue. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace. The girl's icy hair brushed against his wrist like a handful of melting snow. The aunt's gaze lingered on the girl's pale face for a moment before she exclaimed, "Quick, let her lie down." The sound of her apron brushing against the door frame faded as she said, "I'll go prepare some brown sugar water." Yang Ji nodded and walked toward the living room, but suddenly turned down the corridor to his room. The instant the wooden door closed, the sound of rain outside and the commotion in the kitchen became distant echoes of another world. A delicate, plain skirt unfurled across the sheets. He knelt at the edge of the bed, his fingertips hovering just above the girl's brow, ultimately only gently tucking a stray strand of her dark hair behind her ear. Moonlight, the boy's voice concealed countless unspoken nights. A question lingering in the air, was it worth it? Suddenly, the hair beneath his fingers radiated warmth. It was then he realized his hand trembled violently. Listening to the intermittent sounds from the kitchen, Yang Jin lowered his gaze, withdrawing his hand from her hair to grasp the girl's delicate wrist, gently channeling his strength into her. Xiao Jin, how did you bring her here? His aunt hurriedly entered, carrying a bowl of sweet soup. With his back to her, Yang Jin discreetly retracted his hand. Mom, let me handle it. He rose, taking the bowl from his mother's hands and placing it on the bedside table. He then leaned close to the girl, carefully lifting her slightly to rest against him, before scooping up a small spoonful of the sweet soup to offer to her lips. Zhizhi, it's time for your sweet soup. The girl, with her eyes tightly shut, furrowed her brow slightly before parting her lips to sip the soup slowly. As the sweetness touched her senses, her frown gradually relaxed. Yang Jin smiled gently, his movements tender as if he were handling a rare treasure. Thus, he patiently and attentively fed her spoonful after spoonful of the sweet broth. His aunt, initially intending to assist, paused upon witnessing Yang Jin's gentle care. After carefully finishing the bowl, he took a damp tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth, then gently laid her back on the bed, covering her with a blanket and tucking in the edges. Mom, she just needs to rest. Let us step outside. My brother wants to be back tonight, and I'll sleep in his room. Yang Jin stood, guiding his mother out. His aunt, slightly uneasy, turned her gaze back to the girl. At that moment, the girl's previously pale complexion had taken on a rosy hue, and she appeared more spirited. Seeing this, his aunt's anxious heart finally began to settle, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a trace of satisfaction gracing her features. Thus, she slowly exited the room, following Yang Jin's lead. As the door gently closed behind them, the world seemed to quieten instantaneously. Only the occasional low chirping of unknown insect from outside punctuated the serene night. Mom, it's quite late now. You should get some rest. We can discuss other matters tomorrow. Yang Jin spoke softly. Xiao Jin, you should also turn early. His aunt nodded in agreement. With that, the mother and son left the room to wash up and retire for the night. As the night deepened, silence enveloped everything. Once he was certain his mother had drifted into a deep slumber, Yang Jin stealthily returned to his own room. Upon entering, he refrained from turning on the light, instead relying on the silvery moonlight that streamed through the window, tiptoeing to the bedside. He sat quietly at the edge of the bed, his gaze gentle and focused as he contemplated the girl lying on the bed, lost in a state of reverie. Chapter 17. The fragmented soul. In the early morning, the gentle and warm sunlight cascaded into the room like a golden veil, enveloping every inch of space in its tender embrace. It was as though time itself had slowed, creating a serene atmosphere. Playful rays of sunlight danced joyfully, as if a group of lively sprites were attempting to tease the slumbering girl with ebony hair lying on the bed. However, when they eagerly rushed towards her, they were astounded to find themselves passing directly through her seemingly corporeal form, landing effortlessly upon the bed. Yang Jin stood quietly by the bedside, his gaze fixed intently upon the increasingly ethereal figure of Shun Qiongji. A sharp pang gripped his heart, and an indescribable tension surged within him. Why is this happening? Yang Jin murmured, his voice low and filled with confusion. He could not fathom how merely exhausting a portion of his divine power could have such a profound effect on Shun Qiongji's physical form in the mortal realm. Recalling their first encounter the previous night, when her body appeared insubstantial, Yang Jin had initially harbored little doubt. He had simply assumed that Shun Qiongji, not wishing for ordinary people to perceive her existence, had employed the last remnants of her divine power to render herself intangible. Yet here and now, it was evident that the situation had far exceeded his initial expectations. How could this be? Sacrificing their lifelong cultivation, once the primordial spirit reincarnated into the mortal realm, these divine beings became ordinary mortals possessing celestial bones. However, due to their potent souls, their cultivation speed was unlike that of commoners, allowing them to swiftly return to the heavenly courts, provided they were not ensnared by the alluring distractions of the mortal world, falling into the cycle of reincarnation like an ordinary person. For mortals, as long as they did not perish or have their souls dissipate, their physical forms in this lifetime would generally remain intact. Yet now, The undeniable reality before him left Yang Jin astounded. Her body was becoming increasingly insubstantial, coinciding with the depletion of her divine power. Could it be that she had never actually undergone the process of reincarnation, instead manifesting this corporeal form solely through the essence of her soul? If that were indeed the case, logically, she should not be so feeble and powerless. Moreover, the profound cultivation she once possessed should have long since been restored to its former glory, unless a terrifying possibility dawned upon Yang Jin. Her soul was indeed fragmented. A fragmented soul? If the soul were to be extinguished and consciousness ceased, it would truly vanish from the world. The thought sent a chill down Yang Jin's spine, and a tumultuous wave of dread surged within him. He stood frozen, the astonishing conjecture rendering him momentarily breathless. Creak, accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache. The door slowly opened a crack. In an instant, a shadowy figure dashed in like a bolt of lightning, revealing itself to be Xiao Hei Lai. With a nimble and sprightly gait, it swiftly darted to the center of the room. The little black creature perked up its ears, its amber eyes glimmering in the dimly lit room. It surveyed the surroundings, the motionless boy and the ethereal silhouette of the girl, before narrowing its gaze and speaking in a voice laced with a languid rasp. If she does not receive a surge of divine power soon to stabilize her spirit, it won't be long before her corporeal form completely collapses. After all, if her spirit is already so unstable, how could she possibly possess the strength to maintain the integrity of her body? Yang Jin, as if awakening from a dream, felt a faint golden halo emanate from his fingertips. Divine power flowed into the girl like a gentle stream, gradually solidifying her translucent form. The dark patterns on her garments re-emerged, reminiscent of coral exposed by the receding tide. Hey, the little black creature flicked its tail and leaped onto the desk. With this meager amount of restored divine power, it's hardly sufficient to even fill the gaps in her teeth. It tilted its head, observing the increasingly pallid complexion of the boy, thinking that if things continued this way, both of them might. A cold glance from Yang Jin made the little black creature swallow the latter half of its sentence. It sulkily lay down, its tail tip impatiently tapping the surface of the desk. At that moment, the girl, who had been lying there in complete stillness, slowly raised a delicate, pale hand and accurately grasped Yang Jin's palm, through which he was channeling divine power. This unexpected movement abruptly interrupted the flow of his energy, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ajin. The girl gradually opened her eyes and whispered softly, her voice, though faint, resonating with profound tenderness. Yang Jin trembled at the sound, his gaze immediately fixating on the girl's face. Zhizhi, you finally awakened, he exclaimed, an overwhelming surge of emotion causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Shenxiong Ji offered a gentle smile of reassurance. I'm fine, don't worry about me, Jin. Extracting her mobile phone from the space, she dialed Wang Mian's number. Captain, I have a favor to ask of you. Shenxiong Ji cleared her throat and adeptly employed a playful tone with Wang Mian on the other end. What does Zhizhi need me to do? Wang Mian inquired cheerfully. I had to leave Cangnan unexpectedly last night, and I might not return for quite some time. However, I cannot conveniently explain the situation to the members of Team 136 in person. So, could you please relay an explanation to Team Leadership for me? Wang Mian paused, surprised. Zhizhi, you left Cangnan? What happened? Where are you now? Captain, I'm perfectly fine, so please don't worry about me. I just have some matters that I need to handle personally. Shenxiong Ji bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt as her words grew vague. After a moment of silence, Wang Mian asked, Are you alone? I have an old acquaintance with me. Wang Mian was taken aback. Another old acquaintance? Who is it? She had initially gone to Cangnan for the sake of an old friend, and now she was leaving with one again. Captain? All right, I'll help you explain it, Shenmai, but you must ensure your own safety. Do you understand? After hanging up the phone with Wang Mian, Shen Xiongji promptly dialed her childhood companion. Regrettably, there was no answer, likely due to him being preoccupied at that moment. Consequently, she sent him a message, informing him that she would be surrendering her phone for military training and might be unreachable for an extended period, urging him not to worry. She then called her mother, the dean, relaying similar sentiments before powering down her phone and placing it into her space. The room then fell into an unexpected stillness, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop, as if time itself had come to a standstill. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting toward the young boy who stood quietly by the door, a hint of tenderness glimmering in her eyes. Ajin, she softly called his name, her lips parting gently. The sound of her voice rippled through the silence like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, creating waves in the still air. Yang Jin's footsteps resonated dully against the wooden floor. As he came to a halt, their eyes met and intertwined in the air, akin to two unsheathed swords locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield even an inch. Zhizhi, is it worth it? This question lingered in his throat for far too long, and when it finally escaped, it bore a rusty bitterness. Yet, the girl smiled like the first pear blossom of early spring, her fingers casually twirling the ends of her hair. If I want to do it, then I shall. Why all this fuss? His tightly pressed lips resembled a seal, locking away the torrent of questions behind his teeth. It was not until she tugged at his shirt and sat down, her cool fingers brushing against his furrowed brow, that the touch felt as light as a butterfly alighting. Ajin, she suddenly paused. Yang Jin followed her gaze. Her hand resting between his brows shone with an eerie transparency in the sunlight. The girl quickly pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with mischief. How about you put me in a soul pouch? That way I could. Nonsense, he exclaimed, his voice rising suddenly, only to transform into a resigned sigh upon meeting her sly gaze. The soul pouch contains only departed souls. What purpose would it serve for you to enter? Oh, I was merely joking, she exclaimed, as if fearful that Yang Jin would continue to fret. She hurried to reassure him, don't worry, my condition isn't as dire as it seems. Once I revert to my original form and recuperate for a while, I shall be as good as new. Upon hearing her words, the tension in Yang Jin's heart eased slightly. He raised the corners of his lips, revealing a faint smile, and nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. I still prefer your white hair from before. Yang Jin couldn't help but reach out, tenderly stroking the girl's flowing dark locks, his words tinged with a hint of regret. Well, that's all right. When my divine power is restored, it will naturally return to white, Shun Xiongji replied, displaying a remarkably open and cheerful demeanor, as if accustomed to such occurrences. After all, experiencing changes in hair color due to various reasons was not a new phenomenon for her. At that moment, Yang Jin suddenly noticed Shun Xiongji's figure becoming ethereal once more. A bittersweet sensation coursed through him, and he instinctively furrowed his brows. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly reached into the pouch hanging at his waist, beginning to meticulously search for something within. After a brief interval, Yang Jin gradually withdrew a piece of jade, entirely crimson and translucent. This stone emanated a faint yet remarkably unique radiance, as though it harbored a mysterious power within. Upon seeing the jade, Shun Xiongji's face revealed a look of astonishment, as an indescribable sense of familiarity surged within her. The Jade of Rebirth? For reasons unknown, Shun Xiongji felt an uncanny recognition of this blood-red stone, as its aura bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Jade of Rebirth. More significantly, the jade appeared to possess a certain enchantment, drawing her gaze irresistibly, rendering her unable to look away. The Jade of Rebirth, known for its ability to rescue souls from the brink of death, nurture spirits, and most crucially, to negate a soul attack regardless of one's rank, was now revealed to be the blood of the candle dragon. Yang Jin's thumb caressed the surface of the jade, igniting subtle golden glimmers. He did not mention that this drop of blood recognized its master, nor did he allude to the expression of his late companion, who had hesitated to speak when entrusting it. He simply did not need to state that in this world, only she could bear the candle dragon's blood. Candle dragon blood? The ancient candle dragon, the blood of Zhu Jiuyin? Shun Xiongji furrowed her brow. Yes, this drop of blood could nurture your spirit, and only your spirit. She felt a flicker of curiosity about how he had acquired this ancient candle dragon blood, yet she restrained herself from inquiring. After all, the ancient candle dragon existed on a different plane from them, and some matters were best left unexamined. Very well, I shall reside within this blood drop for the month. With great difficulty, she averted her gaze and spoke slowly. Zhizhi, you may enter now. Yang Jin Urgit, his palm facing upward as he cast another glance at her form. Shun Xiongji tilted her head, gazing at him, her eyes curving into a smile. Remember to extend my regards to Andy. Once I recover, I shall pay her a proper visit. Understood. With those words, Shun Xiongji transformed into a transparent frost flower before completely dissipating, drifting into the blood drop. Chapter 18, Awakening and Return, revised, in the northern realm of Huaxia. On the edge of the mist, 7 gray figures cleaved through the stagnant air, the hems of their cloaks whispering softly as they swept across the decaying leaves. The black boxes they bore swayed slightly with each step, their masks marred by scratches that flickered in and out of visibility within the fog. Captain, the mist wall is advancing. Should we turn back? Proceed forward. The response from the forefront was as sharp as a blade's edge. The silver-white mask refracted an eerie luminescence, accentuating the captain's imposing silhouette. 7 pairs of military boots simultaneously crushed the withered foliage, and the scent of humus intensified around them. The mist coiled around their ankles like a living entity, while the drooping vines of ancient trees occasionally brushed against their shoulders, akin to the tendrils of some colossal beast. Crack! A brittle sound echoed from somewhere as a branch snapped. This was followed by a deep, almost seismic, roar of a beast, the sound waves causing leaves to cascade to the ground. The youngest member at the rear instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Yet he observed that the 6 figures ahead remained utterly still, as if the 7 had been forged into a single unsheathed blade. The fog thickened. In the moment when sunlight was entirely consumed, the captain's pupils constricted slightly beneath his mask. Those that clung to the ancient trees were not mere vines, but remnants of some creature, still writhing in a grotesque semblance of life. 2 days later, the 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, burdened with black boxes and adorned with various masks, emerged from the forest shrouded in mist, their bodies stained with blood and marked by numerous wounds, staggering under the weight of their ordeal. I am utterly exhausted. I must rest for a while upon my return, or I shall be rendered useless. One of them complained, weariness evident in his tone. So am I? Another chimed in. A collective sigh echoed among them, clearly indicating their fatigue. As they completely exited the forest and neared the urban area, their pace gradually slowed. Suddenly, the leading man halted. Captain, what is it? Someone inquired, concern lacing their voice. Wang Mian found a large stone to sit upon, gesturing for them to proceed. It's nothing. I merely wish to make a phone call. You may go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became inquisitive. Oh, are you calling our future, most adorable team member? One asked with a smile. I believe he is calling his future sister-in-law, another interjected, mischief glimmering in his eyes. Enough of your nonsense, Wang Mian admonished, his expression darkening. Oh, all right. The group chorused, shaking their heads and falling silent, each quietly huddling together, eager to eavesdrop on their captain's conversation with the future team member. Casting a glance at them, Wang Mian said nothing further but took out his phone and began dialing. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Wang Mian waited for a considerable time before attempting once more, but alas, the line remained unavailable. Gazing at the dozens of missed calls on his phone, his brow furrowed in concern. For the past few days, Shin Xiongji's phone had either been turned off or out of service. He had not been able to reach her for quite some time. He was well aware of her penchant for tossing her phone into oblivion, frequently leaving it in a state of disconnection. Yet, could she truly go several days without glancing at her device? Where could she possibly be? What would she be doing? A month later, in the old town of Songnan, twilight enveloped the surroundings as the sun cast its final golden rays upon the weathered walls of the ancient city. The clouds in the sky resembled molten gold, flowing freely across the indigo expanse, tinting the silhouettes of birds with a rosy hue. Yang Jin traversed the alleyways, his shadow elongated in the fading light, the straps of his backpack leaving faint imprints on his shoulders. At the corner, an ancient locust tree shed its yellow leaves, a few of which landed on his collar. carrying the distinctive dryness of autumn. As he pushed open the creaking gate, the last vestige of sunlight danced across the enamel basin on the windowsill, illuminating the rainwater within into a shimmering spectacle. After placing his backpack down, he collapsed onto his bed. He retrieved the drop of candle dragon blood, gazing intently at the bluish tinge within the crimson liquid, feeling a pang of melancholy. Zhizhi, when will you awaken? Since that day when Shun Xiongji entered this dragon blood jade for nurturing, she had succumbed to an unbroken slumber. A full month had passed. During this time, Yang Jin often found himself lost in thought, anxiously contemplating the droplet of dragon blood jade. Zhizhi, my brother left home a month ago to join the night watch, and he has yet to return. Zhizhi, my mother often stares blankly at the door, yearning for my brother's return. I miss him too. Zhizhi, the burdensome school life is exhausting, and the homework is overwhelming today. Zhizhi. Yang Jin continued to murmur to the blood jade, his brows tinged with worry. Unbeknownst to him, the sun gradually sank and twilight deepened. It was only when he heard his mother's familiar call, "Xiao Jin, come eat," that he snapped back to reality. He gently caressed the beautiful azure snowflake pattern at the center of the blood jade, then carefully placed it beside his pillow. Zhizhi, I'm going to have dinner now. After uttering these words, Yang Jin slowly turned and walked towards the door. Yet at that very moment, as he stepped out of his room, the blood jade on his pillow flickered faintly, a brief glimmer of light flashing before vanishing, the azure pattern now completely gone. Regrettably, the young man, lost in his thoughts, remained oblivious to this peculiar occurrence. At the dining table, Yang Jin extended his hand, using his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into his aunt's bowl. "Mom, don't just eat vegetables, have some meat too." "All right," his aunt replied with a smile, picking up the meat and savoring it. As she chewed, she suddenly recalled Lin Xie, who had gone to the army. "I wonder how your brother is doing, whether he is adapting well, if he is warm and well fed." "You needn't worry. My brother is so intelligent and capable. He is surely doing splendidly." Yang Jin replied with pride. "Knock, knock." There came a sound from the door. Yang Jin stood up and walked over to open it. At the entrance stood a girl with flowing black hair, cheerfully holding a bag of fruits and a box of beverages. "Hey Jin, I have come to visit your mother," she said. Zhizhi. Yang Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Xiao Jin, who is it?" came his aunt's puzzled voice from within. "Mom, it's my classmate." Yang Jin took the heavy items from Shun Xiongji's hands and led her into the house. "Hello, Auntie. I apologize for the sudden visit today. I hope you won't mind. These are to express my gratitude for your hospitality and care a month ago. I came in a bit of a rush and may not have prepared adequately. I hope I haven't disturbed you." "Oh dear, how could I blame you? It's no trouble at all." "Zhizhi, is it? Please, make yourself comfortable." Xiao Jin, quickly serve Zhizhi a bowl of rice. "I will prepare a couple of dishes." "Auntie, there's no need to fuss. I've already eaten. Then just join us for a little bite," came her aunt's warm voice from the kitchen. Yang Jin pulled her to sit at the dining table, feeling quite pleased. "Zhizhi, sit down and taste my mother's cooking today." "All right, ding dong, welcome." Shun Xiongji, wearing a hooded cloak, pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Zhizhi, in the basement, everyone stared intently at Shun Xiongji. She raised her gaze, glancing at Zhao Kong Chung, who was by a pillar, holding a cigarette with a somewhat complicated expression. Then she turned to Lin Qi, who was fixated on her. Lin Qi met her eyes, recalling events from a month prior, thinking of her peculiarities and her instructions. He smiled and gave her a slight nod. Shun Xiongji returned the smile. Straightening her posture and facing everyone's gaze, she lifted her hand to remove her hood, revealing her lustrous black hair. She wore a white lace dress paired with a loose, teal knitted cardigan, showcasing her slender, fair legs, exuding an ethereal elegance. Her long hair was styled in two fluffy braids, adorned with dark star-shaped hairpins that shimmered subtly under the light, giving her a playful and charming appearance. A few gasps echoed in the hall. "Zhizhi, your hair." Shun Xiongji playfully tugged at her braid, her eyes twinkling with laughter. "We'll discuss that later. Today, the little fairy looks absolutely stunning and adorable." Lin Qi was utterly captivated, his eyes filled with affection. A month ago, in a moment of urgency, Wang Mian had notified her hastily, and she had left in a rush, failing to inform them properly. She felt a pang of regret. Before arriving, Shun Xiongji had communicated with Wang Mian and confirmed her account with him. The mention of Wang Mian naturally brought to mind his troubled expression during their video call, as he recounted the past month of their lost connection. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this scene elicited a mirthful chuckle, as if the figure before the screen had transformed from a composed adult into an innocent child. No harm done, as long as you're all right. Indeed, we have all heard the captain's explanation. Zhizhi, as long as you are unharmed, you cannot imagine how frightened we were when we couldn't find you. Hong Ying suddenly bounded to Shun Xiongji's side, scrutinizing her hair color. I've recently taken a liking to black, hence the dye. Shun Xiongji glanced at her and then at the eagerly gazing Si Xiao Nin beside her, offering a smile as she elucidated. The group listened in silence, refraining from comment. Noticing their composed expressions, Shun Xiongji turned her gaze towards Zhao Kongcheng, whose demeanor was laden with complexity. I apologize, Brother Zhao. I only saw the information later, which prevented me from coming to your aid in time. No need for apologies. You are not at fault. Zhao Kongcheng lifted his gaze, fixating on Shun Xiongji's eyes and her inky tresses, a feeling of disquiet settling in his chest. Despite Lin Chiye's persistent denial of having encountered Shun Xiongji that night and the faceless captain's explanations, Zhao Kongcheng's intuition insisted that she had indeed ventured into the old city that evening. Brother Zhao, I hear you have awakened the forbidden ruins, and it's a highly dangerous one at that. Congratulations. Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you. In a few days, the new recruits training would commence. You two must prepare swiftly, ensuring you purchase all necessary items and book your tickets in advance. Shun Muyi, with a small notebook tightly clutched in his hand, attentively and earnestly addressed Lin Chiyi and Shun Xiongji, meticulously advising them word by word. His gaze frequently darted across the densely packed text of his notes, fearful of overlooking any crucial detail. Remember, always opt for the lower berth on the train. It offers ample space and ease of movement. The middle berth is acceptable, yet access is less convenient, while the upper berth is even more cramped and stifling. Chun Muyi tirelessly detailed the various considerations for train travel, even vividly describing which sleeping arrangements were the most comfortable. At that moment, Hong Ying and Si Xiao Nin came rushing over, their faces aglow with excitement. Grabbing Lin Chiyi and Shun Xiongji by the hands, they eagerly exclaimed, "Don't listen to the captain's ramblings. Come, let us hurry and shop. There are so many delightful and delicious things to discover." Without further ado, they pulled the two towards the bustling streets. Along the way, Hong Ying chirped like a jubilant bird, incessantly introducing the intriguing shops and novel trinkets they passed. Si Xiaonan, more reserved, interjected occasionally, smiling at the charming Shun Xiongji. Initially feeling a tad bored, Lin Chiyi found joy in the spirited demeanor of his little fairy, happily accompanying her in selecting purchases. It was only until evening that they ambled back, laden with bags filled with roasted chestnuts, skewers of grilled meat, spicy crayfish, milk tea, and ice-cold cola, savoring the bounty of their culinary escapades. Alas, where have all the items they purchased gone? It turns out they have all been hastily stuffed into Shun Xiongji's space. Zhizhi, quickly, try this stinky tofu. It is absolutely delectable. Chiyi, you should try it too. Zhizhi, this grilled squid is delicious. This one is quite good as well. Zhizhi. Chapter 19, Memory Distortion at Dawn. The light cascaded down like molten silver mercury, spilling through the gaps in the clouds. It swept past the glass-clad steel forest, shattering upon the lake's surface into a myriad of golden scales. Weaving through the interlaced branches of the phoenix trees, it flowed like a river over the spires of buildings. In this cascade of light, Sangnan City unfurled its form. At the city's zenith, Shun Xiongji's skirt fluttered gently in the wind, reminiscent of a snowflake reluctant to descend. Beneath her, a sea of fog consumed the undulating ridges of distant mountains. The glass skyscrapers bobbed amidst the clouds, at times resembling masts piercing through surging waves, and at others vanishing like mirages. A wisp of morning breeze stirred her cascading locks. reminding her of a similarly misty morning when someone had once gathered her frost-like long hair. Today, the mountains remained mountains, the fog remained fog. Yet the hand that once wielded the comb had long since faded into the depths of time. As the saying goes, the rustling autumn rain and the long, winding road can sever one's heartstrings. Flecks of radiation, ephemeral networks, thoughts traverse thousands of miles. Shen Xiongji pressed her forehead, feeling her artistic inclinations falter. She retrieved her phone from her spatial pocket, lightly tapped the screen, scrolled to the top of her contacts, and without hesitation, pressed the call button. Beep, beep, beep. After several crisp tones, the other end promptly answered. Ching Ching? Little Qingbao, I miss you, the girl cooed sweetly. Ching Ching, I miss you too. The boy's voice came through, tinged with a hint of shyness, as if one could sense the blush creeping onto his cheeks through the waves of electricity. Ching Ching, have you finished your military training? Are you exhausted? Have you been staying up late? Are you eating well? Is your money enough? After more than a month of silence, the boy's words flowed like a gentle stream, brimming with concern and longing. Shen Xiongji quietly listened to the prattle of her childhood companion, a smile gracing her lips. Her eyes sparkling with joy, she chuckled softly for a moment. Qingbao, I'm doing well. Shen Xiongji gently pressed her lips together, responding in a warm and tranquil tone, like a spring breeze caressing the face. That's good. The boy's voice carried a note of relief. Qingbao, lately I've found myself reminiscing about our childhood. The more I recall, the more I feel a deep sense of affection and reluctance. Shen Xiongji tenderly stroked her smooth, dark hair, her lowered eyelids concealing a flicker of melancholy, her words revealing an infinite yearning for the beautiful times of yore. A light chuckle emerged from the other end, his tone soft. Is that so? But it was so hard to find delicious candy when we were young. No candy, but I had you. With you, I was just as happy. As she spoke, Shen Xiongji retrieved an orange-flavored candy from her spatial pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it in her mouth, chewing away. You're eating candy again? Yes. It's all your fault for rekindling my interest. The boy laughed once more. After finishing one piece of candy, Shen Xiongji craved another. Qingbao, are you tired from training lately? Not all. I feel quite fulfilled right now. That's good. Ah, Qing in a few days. I will be attending a closed training session with the military. I fear I may not have the chance to visit you anytime soon. So I plan to take a leave today to treat you to a delightful meal, he stated earnestly after a brief pause. Really? But, are you sure? Is today inconvenient for you? If I don't come today, I won't have the time another day. I have already purchased my ticket to the training base for tomorrow. The boy's expression dimmed at this revelation. To the training base? A ticket? Qingbao, where are you training? It can't possibly be in the capital city, can it? What a coincidence. The capital city? She echoed, astonished. It truly is the capital city. What a twist of fate. Qingbao, you surely wouldn't be. Qing, I wish to see you. Don't you wish to see me? Of course. Then it's settled, Shen Xiongji declared resolutely. I will go to the capital city to see you. We have a few days off, and I can conveniently spend some time there. All right. In the old city, at the Honeyed Words tea house after school, Yang Jin hurriedly made his way, backpack in tow, until he reached the tea house. There, he spotted a languid girl with black hair, sitting alone in a secluded corner, engrossed in her phone. Zhizhi, I'm here. What would you like to drink? I'm fine with anything. I'll follow your lead, Yang Jin replied, settling next to her. Shen Xiongji let out a soft laugh and waved to the front desk staff. Please bring us a glass of lemon passion fruit juice, an iced taro milk tea with pearls, and 2 strawberry ice creams. Thank you. Certainly, ma'am. Please hold on for a moment. What brings you here today? Yang Jin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Shen Xiongji raised her gaze, tucking her phone away, and teased because someone often laments about his dreary school life, filled with exhausting studies and an insurmountable pile of homework. So, I invited him here to unwind and indulge in some desserts. She had regained her consciousness a few days prior. The boy was momentarily taken aback. Soon, their ice cream and drinks arrived. Try this. I quite enjoy this flavor, Shen Xiongji said, handing him a strawberry ice cream. All right. Yang Jin accepted it, smiling gently. After a few bites, Shen Xiongji tilted her head in delight. Once she finished the entire ice cream, She wiped her hands with a napkin from the table before broaching a more serious topic. Ajin, since waking up, it seems my memories have become muddled. What is wrong? Yang Jin immediately looked up, concern etched on his face. Suddenly recalling something, he discreetly formed a seal with his hands beneath the table. Instantly, an invisible barrier enveloped their corner. Shen Xiongji glanced at the barrier he had conjured and slowly said, "It appears that I have lost many memories. The events that transpired in the heavenly realm have become exceedingly vague in my mind, as if shrouded in a thick mist. Some individuals and events, no matter how earnestly I strive to recall them, remain elusive and indistinct in my mind. Yet curiously, fragments of memories from my early childhood, particularly around the age of 5, occasionally flash through my consciousness. At 5, I first encountered Xiao Qingbao upon arriving at the orphanage, where we quarreled over who was the true Qing, only to be interrupted by Mother Director. I recall the slender Qingbao bravely standing in front of me, scolding a group of rascally children while shielding me, though she endured their blows. I remember her quietly crying for her brother while holding me tightly, offering me a crumpled candy as a source of comfort. Additionally, prior to turning 5, there were moments when my brother took me to the amusement park, where we chased and played together. At night, he gently hummed lullabies to lull me to sleep. He even clumsily stitched a little dress for me. And there was the heart-wrenching moment when I lost sight of him, desperately searching everywhere while tears streamed down my face. Brother, Zhizhi. Suddenly, Shenxiong Zhi snapped back to reality. Yang Jin, noticing her dazed expression, expressed concern. Zhizhi, what is wrong? Are you unwell? I'm fine. Just reminiscing about some childhood memories. By the way, what were you saying earlier? Shenxiong Zhi waved her hand dismissively. Yang Jin sighed, stating, I've considered your situation before. In simpler terms, the memories from our past lives are sealed during reincarnation, only to gradually resurface as we cultivate and restore some of our divine power. Currently, your divine energy is depleted, and there are signs of regression, which is causing the confusion and disarray in your memories. He explained while discreetly observing Shun Qiong Zhi's expression. Is that so? Shun Qiong Zhi murmured softly. Yes, once you regain your divine power, things will normalize gradually. Indeed. Shun Qiong Zhi's long eyelashes fluttered gently as she slightly lowered her gaze. Zhizhi, when you have time, could you share what transpired a century ago when we sacrificed our cultivation and physical forms to the National Divine Monument? Yang Jin gazed intently at her downcast peach blossom eyes, cautiously inquiring. Upon hearing this, Shun Qiong Zhi hesitated. After a moment, she replied slowly, If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall tell you. All right. Yang Jin nodded, his demeanor gentle, not pressuring her to recount the events of a century past immediately. By the way, Jin, in a few days, I will be heading to Beijing for a year-long training program for new recruits. Upon meeting the youthful boy's disappointed gaze, Shun Qiong Zhi paused before continuing with a hint of cruelty. After the training, we will likely be traveling extensively throughout the year, seldom returning to Tsangnan. Tsangnan appeared puzzled. If you need anything, just call me, and I will come to assist you immediately. Yang Jin bit his lip, remaining silent for a considerable time. Zhizhi, will my brother be going as well? Yes, he will be going too. He cannot leave Tsangnan for the time being. Yang Jin's lips parted, words escaping him. Is that so? Because of his departure, Tsangnan ceased to exist. Yang Jin clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale and trembling slightly, as his voice emerged from the depths of his throat, low and hoarse. At that moment, a startling hypothesis flashed through Shun Qiongji's mind like lightning. Her beautiful, captivating eyes widened in astonishment, and incredulously she inquired, could it be that Tsangnan existed solely due to his divine realm, the realm of mortal affairs? Indeed, Tsangnan had been destroyed 9 years prior. 9 years ago, a bitter smile crept onto Yang Jin's lips as he nodded gently, recounting the events of Tsangnan to Shun Qiongji. 9 years ago, we were still trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, unable to witness these occurrences or stand before them to prevent this horrific tragedy from unfolding. We owe an apology to the hundreds of thousands of victims of Tsangnan. As he concluded, Yang Jin could not help but close his eyes, taking a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within. Shun Xiongji listened quietly, her eyes cast downwards, silent and contemplative. After a considerable time, she remained seated, resembling a finely crafted statue. Yang Jin opened his eyes and, noticing her stillness, blinked rapidly in an effort to alleviate the soreness and swelling from his overwhelming sorrow. After a while, he began to regain some composure. He reached out, gently picking up the cup of taro balls and milk tea from the table, carefully inserting the straw, and then slowly presenting it before Shun Xiongji. Once he had completed this gesture, he broke the prolonged silence between them. In truth, in just over a year, even if my brother had not departed from Songnan, this city would ultimately vanish. He paused momentarily before continuing. You must understand. The powerful divine force left by Michael sustained this city for a decade without its disappearance. That in itself is a miracle. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiongji furrowed her brow, responding gravely, Jin, regarding this matter, I will communicate the situation to the upper echelons of the Night Watchers. Given the significance of this event, they should have been aware of it long ago. However, how they choose to respond remains to be seen. But do not worry, Jin. As long as I am here and that divine power has yet to fully dissipate, I will ensure that Lin Xie does not set foot in Songnan. After speaking, Shun Xiongji took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the turmoil within her. Once Yang Jin had departed, Shun Xiongji continued to sit quietly, her hand tightly gripping the untouched cup of taro balls and milk tea. At that moment, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her eyes betrayed an unmistakable hint of worry and unease. For a long time, Shun Xiongji had sensed an inexplicable strangeness in Songnan, yet she could not precisely articulate what was amiss. However, now that she has finally uncovered this long-hidden truth, an indescribable anguish surged within her heart. Such a beautiful Songnan is truly destined to vanish from the world in just a year. Upon contemplating this, Shun Xiongji could only feel an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Taking her phone from her pocket, she opened her contacts and tapped on Wang Mian's number. Beep, Zhizhi. What is the matter? The call was answered. Captain, there is something I need to bring to your attention. Chapter 20. New recruit training 2 days later. Before the first rays of dawn had fully penetrated the clouds, all members of Team 136 had risen early. They clustered around Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie, making their way towards the train station. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the station. Leading the group was Wu Xiangnan, who, surprisingly, had transformed into a nagging mother figure that morning. As he walked, he repeatedly turned to inquire of Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie. Have you two packed everything? Don't forget anything important. Upon hearing Wu Xiangnan's questions, Shun Xiongji couldn't help but smile wryly. She gently patted her hands together and reassured him, Xiangnan, don't worry, everything is stored in my space. With that, Wu Xiangnan felt somewhat relieved, yet he couldn't resist giving a few more reminders. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan hurried over, their eyes red and evidently having just shed tears. They grasped Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie's hands, chattering incessantly about parting words, one moment urging them to stay safe, the next reminding them to take good care of themselves. This went on for nearly half an hour. Shun Xiongji felt a mix of gratitude and amusement in her heart. She understood that everyone was genuinely concerned for her and Lin Xie. However, she also recognized that this journey would lead them away from Songnan, making her feel somewhat awkward and bored. Thus, she cleverly sought an excuse and finally managed to escape the circle formed by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, quickly striding over to Chen Mai's side. Zhizhi, once you arrive in Beijing, take good care of yourself, Chen Mai began, seeing Shun Xiongji by his side, her head bent over her phone. He began earnestly imparting his advice. Shun Xiongji, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead and glanced at him, posing a rather unrelated question. Mai, how many years have you been in Songnan? Chen Mai paused, taken aback. It was the first time she had called him that, as she usually referred to him more distantly as Captain Shun. In truth, Shun Xiongji did not wish to maintain that distance. But when she had initially agreed to join the mask, her heart had already chosen him as her captain. As she grew closer to Chen Mai, calling him captain felt increasingly unnatural, leading to a gradual emotional estrangement. After a moment of silence, Chen Mai replied, I believe it's been 9 years. Were you in Sangnan 9 years ago, around this time? More or less. I came from Beijing at this very period. Chen Mai found it curious that Shen Xiongji would suddenly ask such questions, yet he simply answered honestly. Receiving a definitive response, Shen Xiongji pursed her lips, gazing at Chen Mai, her eyes gradually welling with tears. 1 year from now, he too would vanish alongside Sangnan Mai. Thank you for your guardianship over Sangnan these past 9 years. Thank you for protecting us 9 years ago and for dutifully safeguarding Shiva's lament all this time. As Chen Mai observed the sudden redness in Shen Xiongji's eyes and heard her words in conjunction with her earlier question, he abruptly realized something significant. As the phone rang with a sudden chime, Chen Mai, while fixating intently on Shen Xiongji, answered the call. Hello, he spoke. What? All right, I understand. The group turned their curious gazes toward him. Chen Mai gestured for silence, urgently proclaiming, no need to head to Jing City anymore. Swiftly cancel the train tickets. Before anyone could inquire further, he hastily elaborated, I have no idea what prompted the higher-ups, but they surprisingly scheduled the new recruits training in Sangnan. Quick, cancel the tickets. Wait, I just received a message indicating the tickets were canceled 5 minutes ago. Lin Xie exclaimed, raising his phone in astonishment. The group collectively displayed expressions of confusion. Oh, I took care of that just now. Shen Xiongji nonchalantly explained as she rubbed her eyes. To ensure the two could look after each other, she had booked Lin Xie's ticket, and thus, she had conveniently canceled it as well. Xiongji, did you receive the news in advance? With utmost seriousness and no hint of guilt, Shen Xiongji replied, Indeed, I just received a message from my future captain. She chuckled, confident that the captain would not mind her using him as an excuse once more. Future captain? Who is that? Lin Xie inquired, tilting his head in curiosity towards Shen Xiongji. After saving Zhao Kongxing a month prior, his little fairy had vanished like a flurry of snow. Following that, he joined Team 136, yet he adhered to her request, refraining from divulging too much about her to others and not daring to probe further, fearing it might raise suspicions. Thus, to this day, his understanding of her remained limited. He only knew she hailed from Lingjiang City and had joined Team 136 in search of an old acquaintance in Sangnan. His focus had always been solely on her, indifferent to others. However, he now found himself intrigued by this future captain, sensing that this individual might pose a significant threat to both his and the little fairy's future. With a playful wink, Shen Xiongji teased him, I won't tell you, but you could take a guess. Lin Xie pouted, casting a pitiful glance at the others. They, in unison, evaded his gaze, merely stating, You will find out in due time. Lin Xie, at the new recruits training base, Commander, here is this year's list of new recruits. As the head of the training camp, Yuan Gang, along with the instructors, inspected the camp's progress. A soldier hurriedly approached, presenting the list to Yuan Gang. Upon receiving the document, Yuan Gang glanced over it, his eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth? What a remarkable lineup this year, he exclaimed. No, I must urgently contact the masked team to come and help me maintain order. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to manage this group of fledgling recruits. The other instructors, upon hearing this, leaned in to take a look, collectively gasping in shock. Goodness, this time they're all tough contenders. 2 divine agents, a young heir from the Guangshan Bailey Group, and 3 owners of ultra-high-risk Forbidden Realms, along with the successor of the Bagua Palm from Beijing, the heir of the Mo family spear from Hebei, and active Special Forces soldiers. Reporting in, 2 new recruits have arrived at the training camp. Just as everyone was astonished, another soldier came to report. A notification was just issued this morning, and someone arrived by noon? What speed? The crowd hurried towards the entrance, curious about the identities of the first 2 recruits. Outside the training camp, Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie stood before a camouflaged military off-road vehicle, undergoing questioning and inspection by an officer. The officer meticulously examined the documents prepared for them by Chen Mai for quite some time before returning them. Where are your belongings? Shen Xiongji narrowed her eyes playfully, raising her hand, and in an instant, a large white rabbit milk candy appeared in her palm. She offered the candy to the officer, explaining, "I store it in my storage space. Do you need to check it?" "No need." The officer, filled with envy, waved his hand, declining her candy. What a joke. With a storage space like that, what could she possibly bring that needs checking? It's quite sweet. Shen Xiongji's expression turned a bit disappointed. Upon meeting the girl's glistening eyes, the officer hesitated for a moment, took the candy from her hand, and said lightly, "This is a one-time exception." It was unclear who he was addressing. "Little fairy, I want one too." Lin Xie, witnessing this, felt a tinge of jealousy. Shen Xiongji tilted her head and blinked, retrieving another candy from her storage space to give to Lin Xie. His face instantly lit up with joy. Not far away, Yuan Gang and several instructors were watching the young boys and girls at the entrance of the training camp with delight. TSK, 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 what a sweet scent of young love. Ahem. So, are these two the divine agents, codenamed 003, the Seraphim Michael, and codenamed 017, the god of time Kronos? They appear to be just two ordinary high school students, though they are perhaps a tad more attractive. Chapter 21. The portly Bali. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. Greeted Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie in unison, their smiles radiating respect. They stood upright like two slender poplars, exuding an air of discipline. Instructor Hong inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on the pair for a moment before he spoke. You both arrived quite early, fortuitously encountering me. Allow me to personally familiarize you with the training camp. Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie exchanged glances, then expressed their gratitude in harmony. Thank you, Instructor Hong. With that, Instructor Hong turned and strode forward, prompting Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie to hastily follow in his wake. Thus began their exploration of a vast, vacant training camp. Look, over there is the training ground, where most of the physical training activities will take place. Instructor Hong gestured toward an expansive area reminiscent of an airport. Shen Xiongji raised her gaze to observe that half of the field was starkly barren, while the other half was adorned with a well-manicured green lawn, surrounded by various training equipment, including pull-up bars, parallel bars, and barbells. Next, Instructor Hong pointed in another direction, continuing that the cafeteria, where all 3 meals will be provided. You'll soon discover the quality of the food there. As they walked on, they arrived at a row of orderly buildings. Instructor Hong paused, stating, "This is the classroom, designated for theoretical instruction. Professional instructors will elucidate military strategies and tactical skills." He emphasized the importance of attentive listening and note-taking during these lessons. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Instructor. Proceeding further, Instructor Hong indicated a series of somewhat dilapidated abandoned buildings. Those are the mobile training facilities, primarily for teaching urban combat, rappelling, and ziplining skills. Despite their worn appearance, they serve as highly practical training grounds. Subsequently, they reached an area enclosed by barbed wire, where Instructor Hong cheerfully declared, "This is the shooting range, where marksmanship training will occur." Throughout the journey, Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie were captivated by the myriad of facilities. Their curiosity piqued as they attentively followed Instructor Hong's footsteps, diligently committing the intricate locations of the training sites to memory. Finally, Instructor Hong led them to a cluster of buildings, stating, "This is the dormitory area, consisting entirely of double rooms. The boys' dormitories are in buildings 1 and 2, while the girls' dormitory is in building 3. Since you arrived earliest, feel free to choose any room." Shen Xiongji glanced upward and noted that building 3 was adjacent to buildings 1 and 2. "Chia, I'll accompany you to building 1 to select your room. After you settle your belongings, I will head to building 3. "Sure," Lin Xie replied, feeling at ease, as building 1 was indeed nearby. He knew he would join Shen Xiongji in building 3 after arranging his room. The two individuals meandered through a dormitory building, ultimately selecting a room that faced south, which boasted the finest lighting and comfort. "Wow, this one is quite nice," exclaimed one of them. "Well, I shall choose the room directly opposite you in building 3. Shen Xiongji explored the room briefly before making her way to the balcony. where she pushed open the glass window and gazed towards the dormitory across the way. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in agreement. It was indeed wonderful to be able to frequently see the little fairy. At that moment, Instructor Hong interjected with a reminder. The room facing south has insufficient light. It may not be suitable for a girl. It's all right. I actually prefer that room, she replied. After all, her ice attributes rendered the quality of light irrelevant to her. Lin Xie, hearing Instructor Hong's comment, contemplated offering counsel but was immediately reminded of the scene where his little fairy dissipated into snowflakes, prompting him to refrain from speaking further. Very well. I shall register you both, Instructor Hong concluded, sensing the finality of their decision. By the way, the training session will officially commence in 3 days. Please do not forget. Understood. Thank you, Instructor Hong. The following morning, a well-rested Shun Qiongji lazily rose from her bed. After tidying her sleeping area and completing her morning routine, she strolled to the balcony and drew back the curtains. To her surprise, a pink label was affixed to the windowsill. She opened the glass window, tore off the label, and read its contents. Little fairy, I just collected our supplies for the next 3 days from the supply station. When you wake up, feel free to come over and pick them up. Good morning, Xie. It was a note left by Lin Xie. She glanced up at the opposite dormitory with its window wide open, her expression shifting slightly. Oh, living directly opposite him makes it so convenient for him to come over. Shun Qiongji mused, running her fingers through her hair. Should I change rooms? After a quick self-examination and finding nothing amiss, she promptly teleported to Lin Xie's balcony. Xie. Huh? As she stepped onto the balcony, she was met with a startling sight. A chubby boy was sitting on the floor, his eyes darting around before he suddenly leaned towards Lin Xie's feet. Ah, Xie, your feet smell delightful. Lin Xie was taken aback, exclaiming, Good heavens, what species is this? He froze momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Why don't you take a whiff of mine as well? Shin Qiongji gasped in disbelief. Bursting into laughter, she clutched her stomach. Hearing the commotion, Baili Tuming glanced over at the door to see the black-haired girl in fits of laughter, his eyes widening in astonishment. He then glanced back at the chubby boy still sitting on the floor, followed by a look at Shun Qiongji, who was doubled over with laughter. Lin Xie could only face bomb in exasperation. The little fairy. 7 nights, Hahahaha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Lin Xie. Baili Tuming. Shun Qiongji laughed for over 10 minutes before finally calming down. Baili Tuming slowly shuffled over to Shun Qiongji, stuttering through his self-introduction. Hello, my name is Baili Tuming. My name is a bit of a mouthful. You can simply call me Tuming or Fatty. You can also call me Baili Fatty. Shun Qiongji earnestly scrutinized the chubby youth before her, her fingers tightly curled, her voice slightly coarse. Are you that someone? She inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with him, a transcendent figure fleetingly flashing through her mind, yet she could not recall who it was or what they looked like. Hello, I am Qing. Cough, I am Shin Qiongji. My nickname is Qing. You can call me Qing or Zhizhi. Shin Qiongji found herself slightly dazed. Qing. Baili Fatty grinned foolishly. He quickly dashed to his cabinet, rummaging around before returning with a pile of gift boxes, presenting them to Shin Qiongji. Qing, these are local specialties I brought from my hometown. They aren't particularly valuable, so I hope you won't find them distasteful. Lin Xie, watching them with a bemused expression, observed the exchange. Shin Qiongji nodded, accepting the pile of gift boxes. Upon opening one, she exclaimed, why are there only watches? With a sweep of her mental energy, she discovered that the other boxes were similarly filled with watches, colorful and unappealing. Although these were not to her taste, they were a gesture from Baili Fatty, and she graciously accepted them. It was amusing. Shun Qiongji, who had never paid attention to watches, could not recognize any of the renowned brands. Thank you, she said, stowing the pile of boxes into her space. Subsequently, she retrieved an assortment of items from her own space. Snacks, fruits, bouquets, trinkets, night lights, plush toys, phone cases, power banks, and a variety of candies. Fatty, you can take whatever you like. If you like them all, take them all. By the way, you must take the candies. They're specially for good friends. Upon seeing such a delightful and delectable array of items, Bailey Fatty's eyes sparkled with delight. He tugged at Shun Xiongji's sleeve and exclaimed, "Sister, you are so wonderful. From now on, you're my real sister." Qingjie, while these two exchanged gifts with affection. On the other side, Lin Xie's expression turned dark, his anger steadily rising. "Ah!" Screaming, twisting, dark crawling. This shattered him. His little fairy had never gifted him such things. Never, ever. Chapter 22. Playing poker, however, merely a day later. The number of new recruits entering the camp steadily increased. The once desolate dormitory building unknowingly began to accommodate a significant number of newcomers. Inside dormitory 502 of the three-building complex, Shun Xiongji sat quietly at the edge of her bed, her fingers gently caressing the cold surface of her mobile phone. As she gazed at the screen displaying the message of no signal and no service, her brow instinctively furrowed. Rising to her feet, she anxiously paced back and forth in the cramped space, each step seemingly echoing in her heart. Ultimately, she firmly grasped the phone, resolutely tearing through the void before her, and took a step forward. In an instant, she found herself on a hillside several kilometers away from the new recruit training camp. After teleporting to a tree, she settled herself atop its branches. With a delicate touch, she tapped the screen and dialed the number of her childhood companion. "Beep, beep, beep, sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." Shun Xiongji gently bit her lip, clutching the phone tightly as she leaned against the treetop with closed eyes. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and it was not until more than half an hour had elapsed that she opened her eyes again, sliding her finger across the screen to make another attempt. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a while before being answered. "Ching Ching? I'm sorry, our plans have changed, and I will not be able to go to Beijing. I apologize for disappointing you." Shun Xiongji let out a subtle sigh of relief. "It's all right. There's a sudden matter at school, so I won't be able to go to Beijing either." Both fell into a brief silence, refraining from mentioning their plans to meet in the past few days. "Ching Ching, I bought you a lot of candy. I'll send it to you, all right?" The boy's voice conveyed a hint of disappointment at their separation. Shun Xiongji pressed her lips together, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the phone, her tone tinged with melancholy. "No need. Save it for our next meeting, and we can enjoy it together then." "All right." The boy on the other end smiled faintly. They exchanged a few more words. "Ching Ching, the network is poor here, so I can't hear your voice clearly." "Oh, when the network is better. Shall I call you again?" the boy asked tentatively. "Okay." Shun Xiongji lifted her gaze to the new recruit training camp a few kilometers away. "Ching Ching, I'm not by your side, so you must take good care of yourself, understand?" the boy earnestly reminded her. I understand." "Ching Bao, you too." "All right, then goodbye." Goodbye." In dormitory 501, Lin Xie and Bailey Pang Pang collaborated to spread a warm and cozy blanket across the balcony floor, placing a small, exquisite round table at its center. Next, the two busied themselves, gathering an array of delectable foods. A cornucopia of snacks, enticingly fresh fruits, refreshing drinks, and steaming self-heating hot pot alongside fragrant self-heating rice instantly filled their little haven with warmth and joy. Wait, we're still missing something. What could it be? Bailey Pang Pang pondered, scratching his head as he gazed at the spread of delicacies before them. Lin Xie glanced over and inquired, "Are we short of sunflower seeds?" Upon hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang instantly understood. "Oh, we also need a deck of playing cards." "Yes, and the sunflower seeds too." "Playing cards?" Lin Xie confirmed. "Indeed, with 3 people, it would be rather dull to simply sit without engaging in a game." The two continued to arrange their items, and once everything was set, they turned their gaze towards the 3 dormitory buildings across the way. "Brother Jie, you are familiar with Qing Jie. You should call her. Are you not always referring to her as Qing Jie? Now that it's time to summon the little fairy for dinner, you hesitate?" Lin Xie retorted, rolling his eyes. "I do not." Bailey Pang Pang denied, hands on his hips. "Then call her," Lin Xie urged. Bailey Pang Pang pouted but replied defiantly, "Fine. I will call her. After all, she's my Qing Jie." With that, he rose with determination and strode to the window, his gaze fixed firmly on the balcony of dormitory 502 across the way. He cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and called out loudly, "Qing Jie! Qing Jie!" Come over for dinner. Qingjia. Just as Shen Xiongji returned to her dormitory, she heard Bai Li Pongpong's booming voice, and she was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, she approached the balcony and looked across. Qingjia. Upon spotting Shen Xiongji, Bai Li Pangpang sprang to life, waving energetically. Shen Xiongji chuckled softly and pushed open the glass door of the balcony, instantly appearing beside them. What's going on? Seeing her approach, Lin Xie took a step forward, grasping her hand and guiding her to sit at the table. Bai Pang and I prepared some food and drinks, inviting you to join us for dinner. Bai Li Pangpang, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? Xie is trying to steal my thunder. He hurriedly scampered to Shen Xiongji's side and cheerfully added, Qingjia. There are no phones or internet in this training camp. It's quite boring. So the three of us thought to gather for a meal and play some cards to pass the time. Sounds good, Shen Xiongji replied with a light laugh. As the three settled down, they began to eat while playing Dodiju. Wait, what shall our stakes be? Bai Li Pangpang asked curiously. Stakes? Well, since it's just the three of us, there's not much to wager. Perhaps we could use small pieces of paper? Shen Xiongji suggested after a moment's thought, pinching her chin. All right. Lin Xie, unfamiliar with such games, acquiesced entirely to Shen Xiongji's idea. The three of them wrote numerous small notes and then commenced the game. In the first round, Bai Li Pangpang obtained the landlord cards. Clutching his hand of cards, he smiled at Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie. Are we really not going to have a small wager? Noting his enthusiasm, Shen Xiongji did not wish to dampen his spirits. Thus, she proposed, all right, why don't you suggest a small condition? How about the loser has to wake up early tomorrow morning to greet the first new recruit at the entrance of the training camp? Bai Li Pangpang scratched his head. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. That works. Xie, you must assist me. We need to defeat him. As the morning proved challenging for Shen Xiongji, she appeared somewhat lethargic. My dear fairy, I am not particularly adept in this regard, she confessed. Lin Xie, noticing her earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Do your best. Then Shen Xiongji felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Well, I shall begin now. 4, 9, 10, Q. A straight from 3 to 10. 6 to K a bomb pass. 3 of a kind pass. Bomb. I declare a single. Little king. I've won. Bai Li Pangpang gleefully discarded his final card. Shen Xiongji sighed. I must rise early tomorrow. This is disheartening. Bai Li Pangpang enthusiastically affixed small notes onto their faces. In the subsequent 2 rounds, each time, Bai Li Pangpang narrowly triumphed. One must admit, his fortune was indeed remarkable. Pangpang, shall we cease playing Dodiju and engage in a 3-person team battle instead? All right. Thus, Shen Xiongji and Bai Li Pangpang, both seasoned players, began to dominate the novice, Lin Xie. Ha, brother Xie, you have lost. Bai Li Pangpang promptly leaned forward to place a note on him. Next round. Xie, you've lost again. Shen Xiongji delicately covered her lips, a gentle smile blooming upon her face. She took the petite note from Bai Li Pangpang and rose gracefully, gliding towards Lin Xie. As she walked, she became engrossed in reading the note, only to suddenly trip over a slightly curled carpet. In an instant, the space between her and Lin Xie became suffocatingly close. Neither had a moment to react, and before they knew it, she had inadvertently toppled Lin Xie to the ground, her body unwittingly pressed against his chest. Most crucially, as she hastily turned her head in surprise, her delicate, smooth neck, as pale as snow, accidentally brushed against his thin lips. In that moment, an electrifying sensation enveloped both, causing them to involuntarily shiver. Shen Xiongji, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangpang. Oh, wow. He quickly raised his hands to shield his eyes, then cautiously parted his fingers, peeking at the two of them. Chapter 23. Shen Xingzhu on the following morning. As dawn's light gently broke, Shen Xiongji arose early to fulfill the wager made the previous day. Good morning, Qi, she greeted as she stepped out of Building 3, only to encounter Lin Qi, who had been waiting for quite some time. Good morning, little fairy, he replied, a faint smile curving his lips as he noticed her weary and listless demeanor. After we complete the wager, you can return and enjoy a proper rest. Hearing his words, Shen Xiongji nodded weakly, mumbling Let's go. At that moment, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, her eyelids feeling as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, refusing to open. Thus, the two walked side by side towards the training camp's entrance. Upon reaching the door, they greeted the two Special Forces soldiers on duty politely before quietly making their way to a nearby corner. As soon as they arrived in the corner, Shun Xiongji let out several large yawns, murmuring, "Qi, I am so incredibly tired." Lin Qi Yi watched her with keen interest, observing her eyes squinting to mere slits and her head drooping with sleepiness, finding the sight utterly amusing. "Little fairy, starting tomorrow, we will officially begin training, and you'll have to rise early every day, so you must quickly adapt to this schedule," he kindly reminded her. However, Shun Xiongji waved her hand dismissively, lazily replying, "I know. I'll deal with that when the time comes, Chiyo. I'm really too sleepy right now. Can I lean on you for a bit?" Before he could respond, she swiftly pounced on him like a nimble little leopard, wrapping her arms tightly around his. Her body clung to him like a sloth. Following their intimate interaction the day before, it seemed they had unlocked some mystical door, and certain matters were now beyond their control. Lin Qi showed no sign of resistance to Shun Xiongji's affectionate gesture. Rather, he welcomed it. Gently lowering his gaze, he focused on her profile, so close that he wished to etch this beautiful moment into his memory forever. Not far off, the two soldiers on duty exchanged knowing glances, their eyes observing quietly. "Ah, the weather today should be splendid," just as Shun Xiongji began to drift into a drowsy state. The rumble of an approaching vehicle broke the morning stillness. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle swiftly passed through all the checkpoints before screeching to a halt at the training camp's entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Qi frowned and looked up. The vehicle's door swung open, and a cool, aloof young man stepped out, dragging a suitcase behind him. He stood there silently, straight and tall, radiating an air of cold arrogance. At this moment, he exuded a peculiarly enchanting aura, as if an invisible barrier stood between him and the surrounding clamor, isolating him from the cacophony of the world, while his eyes remained tranquil and unperturbed. Yet in the next heartbeat, the aloof youth's defenses faltered. Ching ching? Ching ching. In a state of hazy reverie, Shun Xiongji seemed to perceive a faint but familiar call, a voice that resonated from someone she knew intimately. Gradually the sound crystallized, akin to a gentle hand guiding her drifting consciousness back to reality. When she finally discerned the identity of the voice, her eyes flew open, as if jolted by an electric shock, instantly awakened. Astonishment rendered her mouth agape as she silently exclaimed, "Qingbao," as her gaze sharpened. The unmistakable silhouette of the young man she had grown up with emerged before her. With striking features and bright, expressive eyes, it was none other than her childhood companion, Shun Qingzhu. The very moment she laid eyes on Shun Qingzhu, her instinct for survival surged dramatically. Like a startled rabbit, she nimbly leapt away from Lin Qiye, retreating several paces until she had established a considerable distance between herself and him. Lin Qiye, standing bewildered, could not fathom the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu, instinctively dropping the suitcase he had been carrying, hastened toward the corner where the dark-haired girl stood. As the space between them diminished, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. Upon reaching her, he scrutinized her with a gaze filled with care and confusion. "Qing, what are you doing here?" he inquired, his voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. His attention then shifted to Shun Xiongji's long, lustrous black hair, prompting him to add, "And how has your hair turned black?" At that moment, Shun Xiongji clutched her clothing tightly, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently, resembling a pitiful creature. Faced with Shun Qingzhu's probing questions, she stammered, "Qingbao, I." However, before she could finish her thought, Shun Qingzhu gently grasped her shoulders, his eyes narrowing slightly. The formerly clear and bright depths of his gaze flickered with a hint of coldness, and his voice inadvertently took on a harsh, gravelly tone. "Working part-time to make ends meet? Linjiang University? Freshman military training? Traveling to Beijing during the holidays?" A barrage of questions erupted from his lips, each word striking Shun Xiongji's heart like a heavy hammer. Biting her lower lip, she found herself at a loss for words. Don't bite your lip. It will hurt. Shen Qingzhu's heart softened in that moment. He reached out to gently caress the delicate corner of her mouth. Just then, Lin Qie, regaining his composure, swiftly intervened, pulling Shen Qingzhu away and shielding Shen Qiongji behind him. Who are you? Let go. Don't lay a hand on her, he admonished. Shen Qingzhu then turned his gaze towards the youth who had been so intimately close to Shen Qiongji moments ago. Who am I? I am her brother, and it is my prerogative to discipline my sister. What business is it of yours? He retorted with a mocking smile. With that, he stepped forward and grasped Shen Qiongji's wrist, attempting to draw her back to his side. Your brother? You. I do not care who you are. You must not lay a hand on her. Lin Qie exclaimed, feeling a surge of urgency as he watched the enchanting girl being pulled away by this unfamiliar, audacious youth. Without a second thought, he quickly seized Shen Qiongji's other hand. Qing, my little fairy. Shen Qiongji questioned, how did it come to this? She felt like a delicate kite, swaying uncertainly in the air, tethered by two invisible strings. At the other ends of those strings were two mischievous children, each eagerly tugging at their line, striving to draw the beautiful kite towards their own side. Shen Qiongji fell silent. Meanwhile, the two guards stationed at the entrance exchanged knowing glances, then returned their focus to the task at hand. Ah, it seems today's weather is rather changeable. Look, it appears that ominous clouds are gathering. Chapter 24. The Friendship of Four Qing. Shen Qingzhu tightly grasped Shen Qiongji's hand, her eyes fixed intently upon her, seemingly eager to discern whom she would choose between herself and the young man. Simultaneously, on the other side, Lin Qie was equally unwilling to yield, firmly holding onto Shen Qiongji's other hand, murmuring little fairy. As the two tugged at her, Shen Qiongji could not help but furrow her brow, a hint of playful annoyance glimmering in her beautiful eyes. She shot them a reproachful glance and exclaimed, Stop! You're being too forceful. You're hurting me. Upon hearing this, both Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qie immediately released their grips in unison, their swift actions almost astonishing. Once free, Shen Qiongji raised her hands, gently massaging the areas that had been tightly held, rotating her wrists to alleviate the discomfort. After a moment of relief, she first turned her gaze to Shen Qingzhu and then to Lin Qie, softly saying, Qie, why don't you head back to the dormitory? I'll find you and Pang later for lunch. Fearing that Lin Qie might be concerned, she pointed to Shen Qingzhu and added, Don't worry. He is my brother, and we grew up together. Although Lin Qie was reluctant to depart, he suppressed his objections and nodded slightly to Shen Qiongji in agreement. He then cast a sidelong glance at the sullen Shen Qingzhu before strolling towards the dormitory area. Meanwhile, Shen Qiongji observed Lin Qie's slow retreat, glancing back several times until he disappeared from sight before she slowly turned to face Shen Qingzhu. She also noticed the vigilant duo at the entrance, who had been stealing glances in their direction, and let out a sigh, proposing, Qingbao, shall we find a quiet place to talk? Shen Qingzhu, arms crossed and clearly discontented, nodded begrudgingly. Noticing his continued sulking, Shen Qiongji chuckled and swiftly ran to the military jeep, retrieving the suitcase that Shen Qingzhu had dropped and stowing it away in her space. Despite his frown, Shen Qingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Shen Qiongji, his eyebrows arching in surprise at her actions. Shen Qiongji led Shen Qingzhu into the training ground, walking slowly along the rubber track beside the lawn. Several times, Shen Qingzhu opened his mouth to inquire about something, only to promptly close it again. After all, he was still miffed and had no intention of initiating conversation. After organizing her thoughts, Shen Qiongji tilted her head to look at the boy beside her. Qingbao, did you join the Night Watchers over 2 months ago? Shen Qingzhu huffed lightly, nodding with a nonchalant demeanor. I joined the Night Watchers a little over a month ago, just a week or so before reporting to Linjiang University. Yes, I'm a spatial type Forbidden Ruins, and after joining Team 136, I've been training here. I didn't mean to keep it from you. Shen Qingzhu glanced at her, but offered no reply. Shen Qiongji's lips curled into a slight smile as she tugged his shirt, playfully asking, Are you ignoring me? The youth lowered his gaze, fixated on her delicate fingers desperately clutching the hem of his garment, deliberately avoiding her eyes. Shun Xiongji felt an immediate sense of defeat. She leaned closer. Her tear-filled eyes locked onto his. Qingbao, I was wrong. Please don't ignore me, all right? As she threatened to cry, Shen Qingzhu's heart softened utterly. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling the faint, sweet scent of white begonia that lingered about her. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just angry with myself for being so preoccupied with my own affairs that I overlooked you. He had indeed returned to find her once, his emotions surging like a relentless tide, impossible to suppress. In the days that followed, he often sensed something amiss, even beginning to question whether she had been attending school as scheduled. Yet, at every critical juncture, he faltered like a timid coward, too afraid to delve deeper into the truth. Thus, he brushed past her, missing out on countless precious moments filled with laughter, tears, and growth. No, Shun Xiongji gently replied, wrapping her arms around his waist and slowly shaking her head. Her voice was soft yet resolute, as if to dispel all his doubts and insecurities. Qing, during this time, I truly missed you. Shen Qingzhu tightened his embrace, fearing that if he loosened his hold, she might vanish. At that moment, he suddenly found himself indifferent to everything else. With no questions left to ask, he simply wished to hold her quietly, savoring their warmth and heartbeats. I missed you too. Meanwhile, from a distant high-rise, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang observed the training ground through his telescope. His expression shifted unpredictably, at times furrowing his brow in confusion over the scene before him, at others darkening with an apparent dissatisfaction, yet occasionally breaking into a knowing smile. After a long while, he lowered the telescope and pointed towards the two embracing figures on the training field, his face revealing a complex blend of emotions. So, they've come here to engage in romance? He turned to Instructor Hong, his tone tinged with surprise and resignation. Instructor Hong, taken aback, awkwardly rubbed his nose and stammered. Well, actually, just a couple of days ago, I speculated that this girl might have an unusual relationship with another boy named Lin Xie. I never expected to witness such a scene today. He mused, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Not to mention, all three of them are quite good-looking and seem well-matched. It's just uncertain which boy possesses the superior skills to win her heart. In the dormitory area, Shen Xiongji accompanied Shun Qingzhu to select a dormitory in Building 2. Upon hearing that Lin Xie resided in room 501, directly across from Shun Xiongji's dormitory, he promptly made his way to Building 2, diagonally opposite room 502. Fortunately, only one person had moved into room 501 of Building 2, and at that moment, he was not present in the dormitory, thus averting any potential conflict over the accommodation. In room 501, Shun Xiongji assisted the young man in making his bed and organizing his belongings. Oh my, so many candies. Qingbao, who brings such a bounty of sweets to a training camp? Shun Xiongji mused, rummaging through his suitcase. She quickly noted the scarcity of his personal items, and, aside from the candies, there was nothing edible in sight. Hastily, she tucked the large bag of candies into her spatial pocket and then retrieved an assortment of snacks to fill his personal locker. Shen Qingzhu watched the girl with gentle affection as she busily searched for items, occasionally responding to her with soft words. Upon hearing her remarks, he smiled softly, realizing he would be staying here for a year and wouldn't be returning home anytime soon. Thus, he thought of bringing these treats to send to her when the opportunity arose. Well, now we can train together every day and savor these sweets, Shun Xiongji said, pausing for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. All right. After tidying up the dormitory, Shun Xiongji clapped her hands and reached for the young man's hand. Coolme, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food and introduce you to my teammates and new friends. Okay. The two then transitioned from room 501 of Building 2 to room 501 of Building 1, with Shun Xiongji utilizing the balcony for a swift entrance. On the balcony of room 501, Qingjia, who is this? Baili Pang discreetly cast a glance at the cool and composed young man beside Shen Xiongji before shifting his gaze towards the sullen Lin Xie, ultimately turning back to Shun Xiongji with curiosity. Xie, Pang, this is my childhood friend, Shun Qingzhu. Shun Xiongji smiled gently as she introduced Shun Qingzhu to Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang, then proceeded to introduce them to Shun Qingzhu. Qingbao, this is Lin Xie, my teammate from Team 136. And this is Bai Li Tuming, a good friend I just met. We are all friends, so let us get along well. Shun Xiongji added. Hello, Qingjie's childhood friend. I am Bai Li Tuming, but you can call me Pang Pang. Bai Li Pangpang greeted enthusiastically, offering a gift. Shun Qingzhu slightly nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand to decline the present. At that moment, Lin Xie, who had been silent like a tranquil statue, finally spoke. His deep, yet clear voice resonated. When the six-petaled snowflakes enter the home, one sits watching the green bamboo transform into jade branches. Now upon the lofty tower, gazing down, one observes the treacherous paths of the world. This was a verse from the poem On Snow by the Tang Dynasty poet Gao Pian. Indeed, this is the origin of Mai and his names, Shun Xiongji replied, her eyes curving with delight. Lin Xie offered Shun Xiongji a warm smile before turning to Shun Qingzhu, extending his hand. Hello, I am Lin Xie, the little fairy's teammate. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Shun Qingzhu, the childhood companion of the little fairy. Shun Qingzhu raised his gaze and took Lin Xie's hand. Their eyes met, sparkling with a hint of challenge, their clasped fingers seemingly seeking to delve into each other's skin. The pressure intensifying. The air was thick with a tense, yet subtle atmosphere. Come over and enjoy some food. Shun Xiongji and Bai Li Pangpang leisurely arranged a sumptuous feast before them. Self-heating rice, a self-heating hot pot, an array of snacks, and an assortment of beverages, all splendidly displayed. Once everything was prepared, Shun Xiongji leisurely called out, "All right." Almost simultaneously, both released their tense fingers and replied in unison. Subsequently, they moved toward the dining table with perfect harmony, as if the earlier confrontation had never occurred. Qingjie, try this, it's delicious. Bai Li Pangpang tore open a package of boneless chicken feet and tenderly offered it to Shun Xiongji's lips. All right. Shun Xiongji's eyes twinkled as she bent down to take a bite of the chicken feet, then reached out to accept the offering. Is it good? Noticing a few strands of her long hair clinging to the corner of her mouth, Bai Li Pangpang hurriedly reached out to help her brush them aside. Delicious. Two unfriendly gazes were cast upon Bai Li Pangpang, yet he remained blissfully unaware, happily sharing the culinary delights with Shun Xiongji. Qingjie, there's also this. This one is tasty too. Meanwhile, Lin and Shun exchanged glances, speechless. Chapter 25. The Masquerade Squad on the balcony of Dormitory 501. Shun Xiongji savored the last morsel of chicken feet, relishing the flavor as she smacked her lips in satisfaction. With an air of elegance, she lifted a cup brimming with orange juice and took a generous gulp. Just as she set the cup down and prepared to turn her head, she suddenly felt two piercing gazes directed at her. Curiously, she turned her head to find herself locking eyes with two pairs of mournful eyes. The unexpected attention left her momentarily perplexed, prompting her to blink and inquire. What is the matter? Are you eating? At that moment, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu were about to explain, but before they could utter a word, Bai Li Pangpang, with a beaming smile, handed Shun Xiongji a delicate cookie and enthusiastically exclaimed, Sister Qing, this cookie is absolutely delicious. You must try it. Seeing this, Shun Xiongji graciously lowered her head, opening her mouth like an adorable kitten to eagerly nibble on the cookie. As she savored it, her eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this is truly delightful. However, sitting beside her, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu observed Shun Xiongji enjoying her treat with increasing intensity of their mournful gazes. Noticing their peculiar looks, Shun Xiongji tilted her head in contemplation. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind, she quickly reached for two delectable boneless chicken feet and offered them to her companions, gently asking, Here, would you like some? Yes, they promptly responded, swiftly accepting the chicken feet from her hands. Lin Xie deftly tore open the packaging and popped one into his mouth. Just then, he heard Shun Qingzhu feign a pitiful tone. Qing, my hands seem a bit numb, and I can't quite manage this. Could you help me open the packaging for this chicken foot? Upon hearing this, Shun Xiongji raised her eyes in confusion scrutinizing Shen Qingzhu for a couple of seconds. Gradually, she extended her hand, taking the chicken foot from him and carefully unwrapping it before returning it to his grasp. "Thank you, Qing," he said gratefully. Lin Chia, feeling a bit disgruntled, remarked, "Now this chicken foot doesn't taste as good." He spat it out, looking at Shen Qiongji, the little fairy, with a hint of grievance. "It's a bit spicy. Could you possibly give me a piece of candy?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qiongji promptly retrieved a piece of candy from her space and handed it to him. "Thank you, little fairy." Shen Qingzhu, meanwhile, watched in silence. Bai Li Pang Pang, having polished off a small amount of snacks, glanced at the two fellows, sensing an oddly peculiar atmosphere. He proposed, "Shall we raise a toast together?" "Sure," Shen Qiongji responded enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Lin Xie and Shen Qingzhu exchanged instinctive glances, but immediately turned their heads away awkwardly. Subsequently, both wore expressions of exasperated amusement, redirecting their attention to Shen Qiongji. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang rose with exuberance, a broad smile on his face as he began pouring drinks for everyone. With practiced ease, he filled 3 cups with cola and finally poured a vibrant glass of orange juice for Shen Qiongji. Shen Qiongji reached for her cup, raising it as she proclaimed, "Fate brings us together across 1,000 miles, while lack of fate keeps us strangers even in close proximity. May our friendship endure." A hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. Bai Li Pang Pang promptly raised his cup in response, declaring a toast. Lin and Shen, both bemused yet amused, lifted their cups as well. The 4 clinked their glasses together in unison. After settling down, Shen Qiongji gently smiled. "Once we all come of age and can partake in wine, let us gather once more, drinking to the point of inebriation, shall we?" "It is a promise." After finishing their meal, the quartet ascended to the rooftop terrace, some leaning against the railing in a state of utter relaxation, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Indeed, there is something delightful about sitting quietly on a terrace, feeling the cool breeze, basking in the sun, and gazing at the clouds. The gentle wind swayed. The white clouds floated lazily, and the weather was splendid, yet alas, the instructor forbade it. At 2 o'clock sharp, a commanding male voice resonated through the air. "All personnel, report to the training ground." The 4 sighed in unison, reluctant to move. Shen Qiongji glanced at her phone, discovering it was already past 1:20 p.m. She nudged Shen Qingzhu, "Qingbao, hurry and fetch your uniform from the supply station." Reluctantly, Shen Qingzhu rose and waved goodbye to the others as he descended from the terrace. Sai, let us head back to the dormitory." Indeed, at 1:59 p.m., the 4, now clad in military attire, arrived at the training ground. Before them, a sea of heads gathered, while the back was sparsely populated. "Everyone, stand at attention." On the platform, over 20 instructors, led by Yuan Gang, stood tall and orderly. The throng of new recruits fell silent, forming ranks. Shen Qiongji and her companions had arrived late and opted to remain at the rear. Yuan Gang surveyed the assembly, his voice booming, "No matter your past identity or status, from this day forward, you share but one identity, that of a recruit, a novice." As the words echoed, Shen Qiongji suddenly lifted her gaze towards the vast expanse of the sky, sensing a familiar presence. "Captain? Qingjie, what are you looking at?" Bai Li Pang Pang, distracted, curiously inquired, turning to Shen Qiongji. "I'm searching the sky for someone." After a moment of scrutiny, she found nothing. "Someone? Where?" "In the sky." Just as she was about to extend her mental perception across the heavens, she was interrupted by Shen Qingzhu's exclamation, "I don't believe it. Recruit. What is your name?" "Shen Zhuqing." Shen Qiongji chuckled softly, elbowing Shen Qingzhu as she teased, "Qingbao, when did you change your name?" Shen Qingzhu turned to look at her. His face instantly flushed. Oh no, he forgot that his Qingqing is right beside him. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang's voice continued to resonate powerfully from the platform. "Since you refuse to comply, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance for self-realization." Shen Qiongji lifted her gaze, observing the chief instructor Yuan Gang on stage as he retrieved a walkie-talkie, whispering something softly. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Look, someone is falling from clouds." Everyone instinctively looked up. There, against the cerulean sky, 7 dark figures were plummeting rapidly from the cloud summit. Gradually, the silhouettes became clearer. They were 7 individuals clad in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes, adorned with various masks. Could it be the masked? A gasp rippled through the crowd. One of the 4 elite squads, the masked? Hiss! Amidst the astonished gasps, the 7 descended gracefully to the ground like feathers. Shun Xiongji cast a glance at the man wearing the scale mask, then fixed her eyes on the leader adorned with a silver mask inscribed with the character for Qing. Simultaneously, the Qing masked figure's gaze landed precisely on Shun Xiongji. Their eyes met. The Qing masked man averted his gaze, speaking calmly, "Greetings, we are the masked squad." Before he could finish, the man in the swirling mask suddenly buckled at the knees, collapsing before the crowd with a thud. The rest of the masked squad. The instructors. The new recruits. The swirling figure paused, then slowly raised his hands in a gesture of respect towards everyone. "I, the swirling member of the masked squad, wish everyone an early Happy New Year," he proclaimed, standing up as if nothing had transpired. Everyone. Beside him, the Qing masked man couldn't help but twitch his lips, continuing, "We are the masked special squad." Yuan Gang regained his composure and announced, "It is now 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 tonight. All new recruits, regardless of the means employed, if you can unmask any member of the masked squad, you shall be deemed victorious. If you succeed, I will petition for your graduation tomorrow. However, if you fail..." Shun Xiongji raised an eyebrow, mischief sparking in her mind. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing beside the Qing masked man. "Captain Zhizhi?" The Qing masked man stared at her in surprise. Shun Xiongji swiftly closed the distance, and in a flash, removed his mask. "Captain, I got it!" the girl exclaimed, holding the mask aloft with a beaming smile. The Qing masked man. The rest of the masked squad. Wow, oh the instructors. The new recruits. Chapter 26. Time reversal in an instant. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. Wang Mian, with a dazed expression, gradually regained his composure, gazing at the girl before him with a mixture of helplessness and affection. "Zhizhi." Shun Xiongji blinked her clear, autumn water-like eyes, her gaze revealing a hint of innocence and purity as she looked directly at him. She softly explained, "The instructor previously stated that any means are permissible." A playful tone laced her words, as if she felt no guilt in employing her charm, but rather, it seemed entirely justified and natural to her. Wang Mian casually cast a glance at the pale-faced instructors beside him, his teammates who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, and the group of new recruits below, whose faces were marked with astonishment. He then pressed his lips tightly together. "Zhizhi, we are merely acting on someone else's behalf. Could you please make way for the captain? Pretty please him?" Faced with this, Wang Mian had no choice but to lower his head slightly, for the first time in his life, playfully coaxing a girl. A faint blush crept onto his handsome face, his tone gentle yet imbued with a hint of plea. Upon hearing his words, Shun Xiongji's heart fluttered as if caressed by the spring breeze, instantly softening. Seeing this typically resolute man, now so tenderly begging her, she felt ripples of emotion welling up within her, and without hesitation, she nodded in agreement, responding, "All right." In that moment, Shun Xiongji effortlessly succumbed to Wang Mian's sweet entreaty. "Zhizhi, close your eyes," he said, a charming smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Shun Xiongji, without a moment's hesitation, obediently shut her eyes. Wang Mian gazed intently at the girl as tightly closed eyelids, as if admiring a rare treasure. His gaze was deep and fervent, as if he could see into the most hidden corners of her heart through those delicate lids. After a brief moment, Wang Mian smiled gently, his laughter as melodious as flowers blooming in spring. His once calm eyes began to ripple, akin to the circles formed when a stone is cast into a lake. Time's divine ruins unfold. As Wang Mian uttered the words time reversal, an uncanny wave swept through the space. The void around them seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, trembling incessantly. Simultaneously, frames of fleeting time flickered rapidly, rearranging in the void like film reels. Wang Mian extended his long fingers and made a slight motion, causing one particular frame to shine with blinding brilliance. Then, Time rewound to half a minute earlier. We are the masked special team. Yuan Gang began now. Shun Xiongji slowly opened her eyes, lifting her gaze to the stage, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Mian. That annoying captain, she murmured softly. At the same moment, Wang Mian turned his gaze in her direction. At this moment, within the vast venue, aside from Shun Xiongji and Wang Mian, no one else recalled the recent occurrence. But perhaps there was one exception, the rotund Bali Pang Pang, adorned with various forbidden items. This portly youth murmured in astonishment, Sister Qing is absolutely incredible. Though his voice was hushed, it was keenly detected by the perceptive Shun Xiongji. Suddenly, Bali Pang Pang seemed to realize something, hurriedly raising his hand to cover his mouth. He gazed in disbelief at the man on stage, wearing a mask emblazoned with a character for Qing, before swiftly turning to look at Shun Xiongji. Sister Qing, Bai Li Pang Pan Stammarat. Shun Xiongji raised an eyebrow, taken aback by his flustered demeanor, and inquired, Did you see it? Bai Li Pang Pan Nudda Biguruzli. Pointing at the single-lens glasses perched on his nose, True Sight, Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 315. He eagerly whispered, I saw you. Before he could finish, Shun Xiongji quickly gestured for silence and issued a crisp show. Upon seeing this, Bai Li Pang Pang immediately clasped his hands over his mouth, his large eyes pleadingly fixed on Shun Xiongji, as if awaiting further instructions. In a comforting manner, Shun Xiongji patted Bai Li Pang Pang on the shoulder and softly said, I will explain everything to you in a bit. For now, let us attentively listen to what the instructor has to say and follow his arrangements. All right, Bai Li Pang Pang obediently replied, falling silent, though his eyes continued to furtively glance between Shun Xiongji and the masked captain. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, standing on stage, remained blissfully unaware of the subtle exchanges occurring below, continuing his explanation of the relevant rules with unwavering composure. If you lose, then you must comply with any demands we make during the training. Did you understand? Of course, in the impending fierce confrontation, all members of the masked team will forcibly suppress their formidable power to the level of Zhan. Keep in mind, within this realm, you are a formidable force of over 200 individuals, while your opponents number merely 7. Given such a stark disparity in numbers, do you possess the courage to face this battle? As these words lingered in the air, the previously subdued recruits erupted like a powder keg, the atmosphere instantly igniting with fervor. What is there to fear? A burly recruit bellowed first. Indeed, with so many of us, we could easily overwhelm them, even with a human wave tactic. Another recruit echoed, their voice resounding. Exactly. What is there to be afraid of? More recruits joined in, their enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. At this moment, a subtle smirk appeared on Wang Mian's lips, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. He squinted, casting his gaze over the raucous crowd below, and then leisurely spoke, Humph, dealing with you inexperienced novices requires no more than 5 of us. We need not mobilize our entire force. As his words hung in the air, he awkwardly stole a glance at Shun Xiongji, who was mingling among the throng. In that instant, the atmosphere erupted with a cacophony of furious shouts and curses. How audacious! This fellow is utterly brazen. To underestimate us is simply outrageous. Brothers, we must show them a lesson they won't soon forget. At that moment, Yuan Gang, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. His authoritative gaze swept across the gathering, and he intoned solemnly, Novices, since you are so brimming with confidence, let me see if you possess the audacity to back it up. With a grand gesture, he signaled, and alongside several other instructors and 2 members of the masked team, he turned and departed without hesitation. Watching the instructors' retreating figures, Wang Mian maintained a faint smile. He slowly retrieved an ancient, elegant scroll from his bosom and gently unfurled it, a mysterious aura gradually permeating the air. As the scroll was fully opened, suddenly, the 5 members of the masked team and all the new recruits vanished from their positions. This was a replica of the Shanha Sheiji II, a semi-divine artifact preserved by the Night Watch headquarters. The scroll contained an incomplete microcosm capable of ensnaring individuals within it and could also strike them down invisibly. However, its limitations were significant. The effectiveness depended on the user's divine power, spiritual strength, and it was exclusively usable by those of the Huaxia bloodline. The scroll floated gently to the ground, and after a moment, an instructor hurriedly approached, carefully picked it up, and took it away. Chapter 27. Survival on a deserted island. Shun Xiongji felt an abrupt darkness envelop her, as if an invisible force tightly encased her and swiftly whisked her away from the familiar training grounds. When she regained her senses, she found herself in an utterly unfamiliar locale, a rugged coastline adorned with bizarre rock formations. Ah, this place is rather picturesque, with the sky a brilliant blue and the water crystal clear. Instinctively, she scanned her surroundings and discovered that her companions and the other recruits were also present. The sight of familiar faces alleviated her initial anxiety about being in an alien environment, though she remained unable to fully relax. The three boys beside her quickly assessed their surroundings and hastily gathered around her, forming a protective triangle that shielded her within. Suddenly thrust into this entirely strange environment, everyone appeared somewhat at a loss. They chattered animatedly, their voices intertwining to create a cacophony of noise. "Were we?" someone exclaimed, unable to contain their curiosity. Furrowing her brow, Shun Xiongji slowly lifted her gaze toward the horizon. What met her eyes was a shimmering sea, undulating hills, sparsely scattered trees, wild and chaotic underbrush, and towering buildings standing in the heart of the nearby forest. However, these structures had long since lost their former grandeur, now appearing dilapidated and in disrepair, with crumbling walls exposing rusted steel and concrete beneath. Is this an island? No, it must be a deserted island. Shun Xiongji instinctively used her mental acuity to scan the center of the island. The crumbling skyscrapers loomed chaotically, while abandoned roads were littered with rusted vehicles parked haphazardly, surrounded by heaps of decaying, foul-smelling refuse. Strangely, this area was devoid of any human presence, presenting a desolate tableau. As she beheld this scene, Shun Xiongji's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Was this merely about retrieving a mask? Why did it feel as though they were thrust into a survival scenario on a deserted island? This unnecessary embellishment is quite ridiculous, she thought, rolling her eyes. At that moment, the voice of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang echoed from the sky. "Novices, in the heart of the abandoned city on the deserted island lies a warehouse. All the weapons you require can be found within. Oh, and by the way, the Mass 5 are also near the warehouse. Of course, they 1TB using those weapons the next 7 hours are yours to navigate as you see fit. Let me witness your capabilities." As soon as his words concluded, a dozen new recruits surged toward the dilapidated city, with the rest following closely behind. Bai Li, plump and eager, was about to step forward when he noticed that Shun Xiongji and Lin Qiye remained stationary, prompting him a halt. Shun Qingzhu ran quite a distance before realizing that Shun Xiongji and the others had not followed, so he retreated back to them. "Qing?" Seeing him return, Shun Xiongji couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Qing Bao, you need not worry about me. Do as you please, but I wish to stay by your side to protect you. Qing Bao, I am quite formidable and do not require your constant vigilance. Besides, we are currently engaged in a challenge against the mask, not a life-or-death scenario, correct?" As she spoke, a faint aura of divine authority emanated from her. Shun Qingzhu felt a shiver run through him as he regarded her in astonishment. She was indeed more powerful than he had anticipated. This was reassuring. "Take care of yourself. I'm off." "Very well." With that, the youth swiftly vanished from sight. Shun Xiongji tilted her head, glancing at Lin Qiye and Bailey Pangpang beside her. "You two, feel free to do as you wish without concern for me. I understand. I just don't want to recklessly seek danger," Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head with a faint smile, adding, "I need to analyze the situation." Bailey Pangpang quickly chimed in. "I share the same sentiment as Qiye. Qiye, your composure and analytical nature make you well suited to lead." Shun Xiongji nodded in approval. She looked at Bailey Pangpang, smiling. "It's wonderful that you can accompany Qiye." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the derelict district where flames, frost, fierce winds, and lasers created a dazzling display. Instantly, her interest was piqued. "I shall go observe the excitement." You may carry on at your leisure. With that, she vanished from her spot. Bailey Pang Pang's face filled with envy, admiring Qingjia's ability to traverse space with such ease. Hey, Xia, where are you going? To analyze while I walk, Lin Xia replied, making his way toward the derelict district at measured pace. Xia, brother Xia, wait for me. In the derelict district, a throng of new recruits surged forward, encircling the 5 members of the mask with relentless fervor. A myriad of attacks surged forth like a tidal wave, when suddenly, a deep purple vortex appeared in midair, resembling a blooming flower, effortlessly absorbing all incoming assaults. Following this, a colossal pink hammer, swirling with a tempest, swung down violently, sending the airborne recruits crashing to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Before the remaining recruits could comprehend the situation, the flames and frost that had been siphoned by the purple vortex cascaded down from above like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. In mere moments, over 90 new recruits lay severely injured, having vanished from the scene, teleported out of the canvas. A pack of fools. Dealing with them is utterly effortless. However, we must not let our guard down. Indeed, their objective is the warehouse. Rose, you block the entrance. Moon Ghost, scout the situation. The rest of us will conceal ourselves on the periphery, seeking an opportunity to encircle them. Wang Mian glanced at the group of new recruits hastening toward them in the distance, speaking in a calm tone. Understood. Nearby, against the tall pine tree at the edge of the derelict district, Shun Xiongji leaned quietly against the treetop. TSK, a group of veterans returning to the novice village. Their mere experience and synergy could easily annihilate a horde of new recruits, not to mention they possess 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden zones and a divine agent. The disparity is indeed considerable. She resolved to observe the unfolding battle between Qingbao, Xia, and the mask. It should prove far more engaging. Perhaps 7 Knights might have the chance to unmask one of them. At that moment, whose aid should I extend? As a novice, it is expected of her to join the crowd in unmasking them, and as a member of the masquerade reserves, assisting those in disguise seems only natural. Just as Shun Xiongji pondered this with lowered eyes, a short sword suddenly emerged from the void behind her, hurtling directly toward her. Shun Xiongji raised an eyebrow and immediately teleported to a nearby tree. Moon Ghost, she called out, staring into the empty space ahead. From the abyss, a man wearing a crescent moon mask quietly materialized. He retracted his short sword, gazing at Shun Xiongji in astonishment. You can see me? He asked. Brother, my divine ruin is king of the void, Shun Xiongji replied with a resigned smile. Upon hearing this, Moon Ghost chuckled lightly. Hello there. Little Zhizhi from the captain's family Shun Xiongji. Shun Xiongji. Chapter 28. The theater prodigy Shun Xiongji wore an expression of bewilderment, her toes awkwardly digging into the ground. What does it mean to be the little branch of the captain's family? The Moon Ghost, upon witnessing her lively and adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle again. All right, I shall not tease you further. Branch, greetings. I am the Moon Ghost, whose true name is Yugue. I eagerly anticipate your joining us. Shun Xiongji promptly replied, Hello, Moon Ghost. I am Shun Xiongji, and I too look forward to the day I can join you. The Moon Ghost nodded and added, Branch, I shall no longer take action against you. And you must not attempt to snatch my mask. It was wise to establish this agreement in advance. After all, should the captain's little branch come to take his mask, would he yield or resist? All right. Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled with mischief. She had no intention of snatching the masks of the others. If she were to take one, it would be the captain's. The two bid farewell and departed. Shun Xiongji flitted about like a lively bird, weaving through various places and observing the movements of the other recruits with keen interest, reveling in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Bailey Pang Pang stealthily slipped into a floor suitable for concealment and surprise attacks. They peered through the cracks of the window, cautiously observing the masked individuals, seemingly racking their brains to find the opportune moment for an unexpected strike. On the other side, Shun Qingzhu successfully gathered a multitude of recruits together. The new recruits, squatting or standing, formed a circle, fervently discussing their subsequent strategies against the masked ones. Huh, look at this scene. Qingbao truly possesses the demeanor of a leader. Shen Xiongji thought to herself as she discreetly watched Shen Qingzhu and the recruits. This was hardly surprising, as her Qingbao had long since ruled the orphanage, always followed by a loyal entourage. Just as Shen Xiongji was keenly observing Shen Qingzhu and the others, her gaze was suddenly captivated by a buzz-cut boy sitting quietly in the corner, clutching a long knife. He resembled a silent statue, standing in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere surrounding him. Once Shen Qingzhu and the others departed, without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xiongji swiftly teleported to the boy's side. Why aren't you joining everyone to discuss how to deal with the masked ones? Shen Xiongji inquired, slightly bending down, her curiosity piqued by the calm demeanor of the boy before her. However, in response to her question, the boy, named Chao Yuan, merely opened his eyes slowly, glanced at her, and replied coolly, "I won't." Taken aback by such a succinct answer, Shen Xiongji pressed further. Why not? Yet, Chao Yuan remained expressionless, his tone unwavering as he replied, "No reason." This only deepened Shen Xiongji's curiosity, prompting her to continue. "Are you truly content to wait for the masked ones to come and eliminate you?" "Yes." Shen Xiongji gracefully approached him, softly settling beside him. Her delicate figure leaned slightly, head tilted, and her eyes, as clear as water, fixed upon him as she gently inquired, "Do you wish not to see me? Do you harbor any dislike for me?" Chao Yuan, taken aback by her words, raised his gaze to the girl before him. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly responded, "I do not dislike you, nor do I wish to avoid your presence." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiongji furrowed her brows in confusion and pressed, "If you do not dislike me, then why do you always seem so indifferent towards me?" Chao Yuan fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly pondering how best to reply. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "I am not being indifferent. What I expressed was my sincere sentiment." Shen Xiongji appeared somewhat surprised by his answer, letting out a soft exclamation. At that moment, Chao Yuan tightly grasped the blade resting in his lap, his expression as calm as a tranquil lake. His voice was subdued as he continued, "I find all of this rather tedious. Moreover, I fear that should I draw this sword, those around may not withstand its power. In such a case, not only could innocence be harmed, but you too might be at risk." As his words fell, Shen Xiongji couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing remark in the world. Her laughter was vibrant, and after a struggle to regain her composure, she exclaimed, "Ha, you are truly amusing. Do not worry, you shall not harm me." Chao Yuan instinctively stroked his chin, his gaze never leaving the girl's blossoming smile, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, as if he had come to a realization, he earnestly nodded and said, "Perhaps you are indeed correct. Yet, even so, I dare not take unnecessary risks." After all, whenever he drew his sword, even he could not fully control himself, and he was reluctant to add more bloodshed and sin to his conscience. "Very well, I respect your choice," Shen Xiongji replied, nodding. She then retrieved 2 orange-flavored candies from her pocket. "Would you like one?" The boy hesitated for a moment before accepting the candy, though he did not unwrap it. Instead, he tucked it away in his pocket. Shen Xiongji, unfazed, busied herself with unwrapping her own candy and popping it into her mouth. Thus the two sat quietly, observing the fierce battle unfolding before them. Over there, amidst a flurry of vibrant attacks, Wang Mian merely activated the Time Divine Ruins, unsheathed his sword, and swiftly resolved his ally's predicament. "Wow, the captain is incredible. Qingbao is impressive too," Shen Xiongji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chao Yuan glanced at the excited girl beside him, a curious expression crossing his face. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was quietly observing Wang Mian's actions, thinking to himself, "He is formidable. By the way, I heard he is also a divine agent. Is the deity that stands behind him." Bailey Pang Pang stood tall and proud, gently caressing his chin as he began to speak. "Divine Entity Code 017, the God of Time. No, it is now referred to as the God of Space-Time, Kronos. A sharp intake of breath. This deity is the same as the little fairy. Lin Xie seemed to have realized who the future captain mentioned by the fairy was. Come, let us confront this masked captain. What? Amidst the chaos, Lin Xie gradually approached the battlefield. Coincidentally, Shun Xiongji and Chao Yuan, seated in a corner, caught sight of Lin Xie's figure. Xie? He has come too? Shun Xiongji expressed her surprise. Chao Yuan murmured softly. What is his surname? He inquired, pointing at Lin Xie. Shun Xiongji, confused, turned back and instinctively replied, he is surnamed Lin Xie. With 2 woods standing, 8 gods converge, 10 years into the night, guiding us mortals. So it was him. Chao Yuan stared at Lin Xie in a daze, murmuring to himself. What? Shun Xiongji raised her gaze in confusion, only to see the short-haired youth standing with a blade in hand. I shall draw my sword and engage in battle. You should keep your distance. He cast his eyes downward and spoke to the bewildered girl before striding towards the battlefield. Shun Xiongji wondered, why is he so peculiar? Soon after, she beheld Chao Yuan in his Black King form. Wow! Shun Xiongji exclaimed, realizing that what he had said was indeed true. Prohibition Sequence 031. Black King Annihilation. In a realm beneath true deities, above all living beings. At this moment, nearly everyone had entered the fray, and the battle intensified. Those who remained in this space were not to be trifled with. Shun Xiongji, while savoring her candy, watched the chaotic melee involving the vortex, the rose, the scales. The Moon Spectre, Bailey Pang, Mo Li, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan, 8 participants in a grand brawl. TSK. Indeed, the ultra-high-risk prohibition is something else. It is captivating. Pang is quite impressive. I should learn from him when I have the chance, carrying more prohibited items for safety in critical moments. Where are the captain and Xie? Oh wow, over there. Outside the tumultuous battlefield, Lin Xie and the masked captain faced each other for the first time. The masked captain looked at Lin Xie and smiled faintly. I have awaited you for a long time, Lin Xie. Lin Xie met his gaze, replying coolly, I have longed to challenge you, Captain Masked. With a swift motion, the long blade was unsheathed. Clang! The two engaged in combat instantaneously. Their forms moved like the wind, and sword lights flashed like lightning, each strike brimming with brilliance. As sword energy surged, mountains crumbled and city walls collapsed. It seemed even the air ignited in the fervor of their fierce clash, sparks and sword rays intertwining into a magnificent yet perilous tapestry. Wow, the agents' battle is truly extraordinary, Shun Xiongji noted. As they fought, why are they gradually coming this way? Should she remain to watch? Or should she stay to observe? Shun Xiongji retrieved another piece of candy for herself, this time a white rabbit milk candy. Lowering her head, she tore the wrapper, cheerfully popping it into her mouth. As she raised her head, she was greeted by the sight of Wang Mian and Lin Xie engaged in battle right before her. To her surprise, both of them took a moment to glance at her several times. Shun Xiongji hastily erected a space barrier around herself and awkwardly waved her hand. Xie, do your best, and you too, Captain, she exclaimed while munching on candy, reveling in the spectacle. The two combatants exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed. Xie, quickly use the plump one to aid your Captain's Yuan. Without Yuan, his combat power will be halved. She continued, her mouth full of sweets. Sealing scroll, Wang Mian urged, Captain, swiftly employ the time god ruins to halt time and conclude the battle. Xie's mental energy is nearly depleted, and you are faster. Lin Xie replied, nonchalantly, perhaps we should just let it be and embrace a carefree attitude. Chapter 29. The Battle of Agents in the Training Camp's Screening Room. Yuan Gang sat alongside a group of instructors, all attentively focused on the images flickering across the large screen. Each individual clutched a stack of documents, occasionally engaging in discussions and making annotations. In a corner near the entrance, a square mirror and a scroll were positioned, representing the forbidden object, the square celestial compass, and a replica of the map of mountains and rivers, a semi-divine artifact. The square celestial compass, Forbidden Sequence 314, possesses the ability to pierce through barriers within a certain range, allowing one to observe all things. Now and then, New recruits were ejected from the scroll, subsequently attended to by the camp's medics. Among them was Shun Qingzhu, who demonstrated commendable skills but exhibited a rather aggressive demeanor. And then there was Qi Min, possessing Forbidden Sequence 068, a highly dangerous forbidden realm. The solitary youth clutching a sword nearby was none other than Xiao Yuan, the wielder of Forbidden Sequence 031, Black King S. Obliteration. Indeed, it was he. But who was the girl beside him? Yuan Gang, who had been quietly watching the screen, lifted his gaze and remarked, "That is Shun Qiongji, another divine agent of the time god Kronos. She ranks alongside the Void King of the Forbidden Realm and the Temporal Marauder of Sequence 017. So it is she, a divinity of the space-related Forbidden Realm. Sir, is she of the supportive type or a combatant? If she is a combatant, her potential is immense. Should she grow rapidly, she could rival the likes of Wang Mian in the future." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang countered, "It is the void, not merely space. Space is defined by dimensions and boundaries. The void, however, is infinite, boundless, encompassing all. As she claims, she embodies both aspects. For no one has truly witnessed her unleash her full power. Buddha once said, all directions. The void allows for the existence of all things without obstruction. Space is formed by the distances between objects. Space cannot exist without the void, and the void contains space. All things are manifested from the void, destined to dissolve back into it." Such an explanation was indeed enlightening. Why does she merely observe from the sidelines instead of joining the fray? Yuan Gang mused. After all, these are her contemporaries and future allies. Whom should she engage? He shrugged. But Wang Mian is swift in action, having secured his position early on. Who wouldn't he desire such a versatile individual, capable of both support and combat, in their squad? The scene then shifted to the confrontation between Wang Mian and Lin Xie. This Lin Xie possesses remarkable skills. His close combat abilities are commendable, and he holds his own against Wang Mian. After all, he is the agent of Sequence 003, the Seraph, endowed with extraordinary perception and insight from the characteristics of the divine domain of mundanity. Were he to compete with Wang Mian on equal footing, he would undoubtedly overwhelm him. He is perhaps the most promising recruit among this batch. The battle of agents is nearing its conclusion. I wonder who will emerge victorious? Most likely Wang Mian, given his superior combat experience compared to Lin Xie. In the painted scroll, upon a desolate island, Shun Qiongji savored her candy, observing the intense duel between the two individuals before her, who were locked in a fierce competition, neither yielding to the other. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Xie was impressive, having trained for just over a month to achieve such prowess. Wait, did Xie employ some other ability? What power could enhance speed to such a degree? Xie had utilized the scroll of sealing bestowed by Pang Pang to seal the captain's Yuan. Yet, even without Yuan, the captain still fought valiantly. Perhaps she, too, could engage in a battle against the captain, each embodying different agents of their divine selves. It would undoubtedly be a thrilling spectacle. As Shun Qiongji watched, she retrieved her phone from her spatial pocket and glanced at the time, her enthusiasm igniting. Xie, it is now 8:55 in the evening. You have 5 minutes left to defeat the captain. Captain, if you can endure for 5 more minutes, you will eliminate everyone. Meanwhile, the chaotic skirmish involving 8 participants gradually subsided as they flocked to witness the unfolding event. Go, Xie! Pang Pang bellowed with fervor. The captain is the most dashing. Attack him. The masked individuals, not willing to be outdone, rallied to bolster Wang Mian's spirit. Pang Pang turned towards the other new recruits, his gaze questioning. We're not very familiar. Pang Pang sighed, helplessly glancing at Shun Qiongji, seeking assistance. Sister Qing. Shun Qiongji regarded Pong Pong's forlorn expression with a hint of exasperation, casting a glance at the two combatants engaged in their struggle before clearing her throat. Go Xie, cough. Captain, do your best. Pang Pang exclaimed, Sister Qing, my dear sister. What are you doing? Shun Qiongji replied, cough. There's only 1 minute left. At that moment, Lin Xie's eyes flashed with 2 brilliant golden beams, resembling 2 roaring furnaces. emanating an awe-inspiring divine power that surged toward Wang Mian with great speed. Wang Mian's brows lifted slightly, waves of intangible force rippling in his gaze, as a formidable divine pressure erupted from his eyes. In midair, their gazes collided with a sudden intensity. Oh wow, this is a clash of the divine beings behind them. Instantly, a fierce wind arose, the rampant divine might sweeping through the surroundings, overwhelming all in its path, except for Shun Xiongji. Whether it was her prearranged spatial shield, her ability to harness a divine might akin to Wang Mian's, or her inherent divine presence, she remained undisturbed amidst the chaos. A few seconds later, a soft sound echoed as Wang Mian suddenly let out a muffled groan, retreating a step, while the time divine ruins surrounding him began to shatter. Observing this, Lin Xie stepped forward, raising her weapon to strike. Wang Mian, unable to parry in time, could only exert all his strength to retreat. As the blade approached, he furrowed his brow, waves of emotion surging within his eyes once more. In an instant, Lin Xie poised to strike, and the fallen combatants were abruptly ejected from the scroll, leaving only Shun Xiongji and Wang Mian in the scene. Shun Xiongji, taken aback, quickly glanced at her phone. At 20:59, she lifted her gaze towards Wang Mian, noticing a scar etched into his mask by the sword's aura, though it remained intact. Coincidentally at that moment, Wang Mian tilted his head to look at her, their eyes locking in a profound connection. In the training camp's screening room, 9 individuals were abruptly ejected from the scroll, tumbling to the ground. Medics, several rushed forward, eager to assist, yet their offers were met with refusal. "Where's Qing?" Shun Qingzhu rose, surveying her surroundings, but failed to locate Shun Xiongji, her brow furrowing in concern. "The captain and Zhizhi have not emerged," Yugue exclaimed. The group turned their collective gaze towards the large screen, where they observed Shun Xiongji and Wang Mian still lingering in place. "What is happening? The time has elapsed. They should have emerged by now." Just as the crowd murmured in speculation, the image on the large screen suddenly began to shake violently, followed by a flurry of static, and then the scene vanished completely. Chapter 30. Azure Seas and Sky. And heard what is happening? Yuan Gang furrowed his brows and suddenly rose from his seat. This was the first genuine activation of the replica of the map of mountains and rivers for spatial construction and a large-scale spatial transfer involving hundreds of people. Following numerous experiments, now that the battle had concluded, he felt a profound apprehension about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances arising at such a critical moment. The technician, skilled in equipment maintenance, hurriedly ascended to inspect the circuitry, only to find everything in order. He then proceeded to examine the 4-point celestial mirror and the replica of the map of mountains and rivers in the corner. Everything appeared to be fine. Yuan Gang, still frowning, stepped closer to the replica of the map of mountains and rivers and reached out to lift it. "Wang Mian, what is going on? Are you all right?" Soon, a somewhat fatigued voice resonated from within the scroll. "It's nothing. I merely exhausted my mental energy today, and I need to recuperate here for a moment. There is no need for you to remain vigilantly watching the scroll. Rest assured, we shall be out within half an hour at most." Relief washed over Yuan Gang, as the worry that had gripped his heart finally began to ease. However, he cast a glance at the 8 or 9 individuals who had just emerged from the scroll, his expression subtly shifting. "With so many emerging, how is it that you suddenly require a moment to recover when it comes to Shun Xiongji and myself? This lad is probably seizing the opportunity to spend some private moments with that girl, whispering sweet nothings." The mere thought of it caused Yuan Gang's lips to twitch slightly. Turning around, he surveyed the others present and instructed, "It's all right. They will be out shortly. You may all attend to your own matters. There is no need for everyone to remain here waiting." With that, he chose a spot to sit down. Upon hearing his words, the instructors exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then saluted Yuan Gang before exiting the screening room. The red-haired dominatrix, Molly, glanced at the few boys who remained reluctant to leave, raised an eyebrow, and subsequently exited the screening room as well. Chao Yuan, observing Molly's departure, glanced at the others and Lin Xie, then looked once more at the scroll, hesitating before ultimately deciding not to leave. Thus, within the screening room, only the 4 individuals close to Shun Xiongji, including Chao Yuan, along with the masked individuals, and Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, alongside Instructor Hong Hao, remained inside the scroll on the deserted island. Shun Xiongji was momentarily taken aback as she listened to Wang Mian respond to Chief Instructor Yuan Gang with a tone of weariness and weakness. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, tilted her head slightly, and then lifted the spatial barrier. She stepped towards Wang Mian, feigning annoyance as she said, "Captain, you are being unreasonable again." Wang Mian carefully stored away the yuan, looked at Shun Xiongji, pressed his lips together, and gradually revealed a bittersweet smile. "I apologize, my abilities are limited, and I feel quite ashamed. However, there is no alternative. This training session is of utmost importance, and we must find a way to see it through. Hence this unfortunate strategy." Shun Xiongji chuckled softly and replied, "I am not genuinely angry with you. Moreover, had you not expended most of your mental energy to activate this scroll in advance, you would undoubtedly not have found yourself in such a passive position." Wang Mian chuckled softly. "Zhizhi, do you know why I constructed this island? Survival on a deserted island?" Shun Xiongji's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Wang Mian laughed in disbelief. "Zhizhi, come, follow me." With that, he extended his hand toward her. Shun Xiongji slightly lowered her gaze, reminiscent of a bashful flower, evoking a sense of tenderness. She gently lifted her jade-like hand, delicately resting it in his broad palm. The instant her fingertips met his warm skin, a wave of warmth surged through her, causing her heart to flutter. Simultaneously, feeling the softness radiating from her palm, the young man's ears flushed as if ignited by fire, turning a deep shade of crimson. He paused momentarily, seemingly attempting to quell the tumult of emotions within, yet ultimately, he could no longer contain his impulse and quickly clasped her small hand, urging her to run alongside him. With a heart full of curiosity, Shun Xiongji followed in his wake, the wind whistling past her ears, bringing with it a refreshing chill. She was uncertain of their destination, yet felt an inexplicable trust in him, allowing him to lead her as they dashed forward. At last, they arrived at the coastline where they had first met and came to a halt. "What is this?" Shun Xiongji gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene before her, softly inquiring. "Zhizhi, do you remember? During one of our phone calls, you mentioned that you particularly adore the azure sea and clear skies, relishing the moments spent idly by the boundless shore, quietly gazing at the vast blue expanse, allowing your thoughts to drift with the wind." The young man's gaze was tender as water, deeply fixed upon her, his eyes brimming with affection and longing. "I too cherish such moments. So, would you grant me the pleasure of resting here for half an hour today?" he gently asked. Upon hearing his words, Shun Xiongji was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with astonishment and emotion. It dawned upon her that he had kept her casual preferences close to his heart. Could it be that this very sea, this sky, was meticulously crafted for her? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it would leap from her throat. Noticing her astonished expression, a blush crept onto the young man's face, and he bashfully coaxed her once more. "Just half an hour, please." Confronted with his endearing demeanor, Shun Xiongji felt her heart nearly melt. She could not refuse such a sincere request. Thus, she nodded slightly and softly replied, "All right." Upon receiving her affirmative response, a radiant smile blossomed on the young man's masked face, akin to the most brilliant sunshine of spring. He held her hand tightly and cautiously led her to a large slab of jade stone, where they sat side by side. The sea breeze caressed her face, carrying a briny scent, while the waves lapped against the shore, producing a melodious sound. Everything felt so tranquil and beautiful. Shun Xiongji slowly lifted her head, her enchanting eyes first fixed upon the vast, boundless sea, where the waves surged and the sound of the tides resonated, as if whispering endless tales. She then shifted her gaze to the expansive, cerulean sky, where clouds as white as snow drifted leisurely. The girl's eyes were filled with the azure sea and sky, while his gaze was solely upon her. Love, unbeknownst to its origin, ran deep and unwavering. "Do you find the scenery here delightful?" Wang Mian inquired softly, his voice warm and gentle like the spring breeze. Indeed, Shun Xiongji replied with a slight nod, a delicate smile gracing her lips. Wang Mian smiled back, raising his long fingers to point towards the vast, clear sky, and gently asked once more then, "Do you admire the splendid hues of the red twilight?" "Absolutely," Shun Xiongji answered without hesitation. No sooner had her words left her lips than a crisp snap echoed. In an instant, the originally azure sky seemed to be enchanted, swiftly adorned with a soft blush that deepened gradually, resembling a roaring fire igniting the horizon, transforming into a breathtaking display of crimson clouds. The rosy evening glow stretched gracefully across the azure expanse, languid in content. It morphed into myriad enchanting shapes, sometimes resembling frost-kissed maple leaves, vibrant and striking. At other times, it mirrored the radiant flames of ripe pomegranates. Occasionally, it shone like translucent amber, exuding a captivating luster. And at times, it resembled resplendent agate, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. On rare occasions, it even transformed into a phoenix reborn from flames, soaring high with majestic grace. Would you like to witness schools of fish leaping joyously upon the surface of the sea? Wang Mian gazed at Shun Xiongji, his eyes brimming with affection and mirth. Without awaiting her response, he gently snapped his fingers again. Instantly, the tranquil sea surface awakened, rippling with glistening waves. Following this, countless fish sprang from the water, their silvery scales shimmering or their bodies adorned with vibrant hues, tracing elegant arcs in the air before splashing back into the sea, creating a delightful commotion. Shun Xiongji watched the frolicking fish with keen interest, her face radiating joy. After a moment, she turned her gaze towards Wang Mian. He met her eyes with a gentle smile and softly asked, "Do you cherish the colorful blooms, each vying for beauty?" Before he could finish his sentence, he feigned a snap of his fingers. In a moment of urgency, Shun Xiongji quickly took hold of his hand, her voice laced with anxiety. "Captain, that's enough. Truly, it is more than sufficient. It is already breathtakingly beautiful here. Please do not expend any more of your energy." Her gaze was fixed on him, filled with concern. However, Wang Mian firmly shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly raised his other hand and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. "As long as it brings a smile to your face, it is all worthwhile." In an instant, a lush grove unexpectedly materialized by the seaside, its branches adorned with pear blossoms as pure as freshly fallen snow. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the petals to flutter down like a dreamlike shower of flowers. This enchanting scene of pear blossoms complemented you perfectly, resembling the delicate snowflakes, cold yet pristine, while also exuding a softness that beckoned one to draw near. Wang Mian softly murmured, his gaze tender and gentle, as if the girl before him were the most precious treasure in the world. Shun Xiongji was utterly captivated by the picturesque pear blossom grove, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed dreamily at the beautiful snow-like flowers. She was so entranced that she did not notice when her military cap was gently removed, nor when her elegantly styled long hair was delicately loosened. At that moment, a soft voice called out, "Zhizhi." Wang Mian extended his hand, cautiously caressing her lustrous black hair that cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. His touch is gentle, as if he feared to damage some rare and exquisite gem. He continued in a soft voice, "Though I do not know why you chose to forsake your once snow-white hair, I know that it must have been with great reluctance. Even though you have never spoken of it, I can sense your deep affection and lingering fondness for the color of snow." Upon hearing his words, Shun Xiongji suddenly came to her senses, turning to meet Wang Mian's earnest gaze. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had begun to glisten with unshed tears. Soon, a crystalline tear slid down her fair cheek, falling onto the cobblestones beneath her feet and creating a small splash of sorrow. Wang Mian, flustered, instinctively raised his hand to gently wipe away the tear from the corner of her eye. "Do not be sad. It pains my heart to see you so," he whispered. Chapter 31. The first kiss. Do not be disheartened. My heart aches for you. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Shun Xiongji suddenly threw herself into the young man's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, Captain, I feel so sorrowful, an indescribable sadness. The grievances within my heart surge forth in waves. I long to confide in someone, yet I cannot." Wang Mian raised his hand, holding the girl tightly, whispering gentle reassurances. "It will be all right. Everything will be fine." "It will not. It will never be fine." As memories of the past flooded her mind, along with the secrets she had buried deep within, Shun Xiongji felt herself on the brink of collapse. "Let us forget the past. Let us start anew, beginning from scratch. We shall focus solely on the present and the future, shall we?" Wang Mian instinctively believed that his dear Xiongji was still mired in the past. Thus he comforted her with earnest intent. The future. Oh, what if the future is shrouded in darkness? Or worse, if there is no future at all? "Xiongji, I will be by your side. Whenever you need me, I shall be there." After a prolonged moment, the girl swallowed her grievances, concealing her sorrow once more. After weeping for a while, she gradually calmed down. She lifted her gaze, her eyes, now a shade of crimson, fixed intently upon Wang Mian. "Captain, why are you so kind? What should I do? It seems I cannot control myself." I'm beginning to like you." Wang Mian gently placed his hand over the girl's lips, smiling softly, his voice tender and sincere. "Xiongji, I like you very much. Would you perhaps like me back? Just a little." He then released her lips. In an instant, Shun Xiongji felt the urge to cry anew. She nodded heavily, responding with a soft okay. Wang Mian smiled gently, pulling her closer. Shun Xiongji wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, resting her small face against his shoulder. Her tone muffled. "Captain, aren't you going to ask me if I want to be your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Wang Mian chuckled softly. "Xiongji, you are still young. Not yet of age. How could I be so beastly?" After a pause, he added, "I will wait for you. On the day you come of age, I will ask you in person." Shun Xiongji looked up, meeting Wang Mian's gaze with sincerity. "But I fear that by then, I might have changed my heart." She was afraid that when he finally laid his most genuine feelings before her, she would have already changed her mind, leaving him with nothing and heartbroken. "Will you change your heart, Xiongji?" The young man's tone remained as tender as ever, akin to a gentle breeze on a spring day, soft and warm. "I do not know." Her voice was still muffled, laced with a hint of confusion and uncertainty. Despite having forgotten much of the memories from her past lives, she was acutely aware that she was no longer a person of steadfast affection. Over the long ebb of time, her heart had become elusive, incapable of lingering for only one soul. Moreover, she was unwilling to lose herself again on this finite and fleeting journey of life because of someone else. Thus, she had resolutely decided not to pause for any individual. Yet, she was willing to offer him what he desired when he was wholly devoted to her. "So, what shall be done? Zhizhi, may I request the title of quasi-boyfriend from you? When you reach adulthood, allow me to formally transition into the role of your boyfriend, shall we?" Upon hearing the news that a girl might waver in her affections, Wang Mian could no longer contain himself and ventured to ask, surprised by his words. Shun Xiongji momentarily paused before a radiant smile blossomed on her face, akin to a peach blossom in full bloom. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement, responding, "All right." Elated by her affirmative reply, the young man could hardly contain his joy and instinctively moved closer to the girl, sharing in the warmth of their closeness. Meanwhile, Shun Xiongji gently released her arms that had been encircling his waist, slowly withdrawing from his embrace. Standing upright, she lifted her gaze to meet his, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teasingly remarked, "Hello, my quasi-boyfriend." At that moment, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with brilliance. The faint blush at the corners of her eyes reminiscent of the vibrant hues of a sunset, captivating Wang Mian's heart. "Hello, my Zhizhi," the young man replied with a smile, his gaze unwavering from her enchanting visage. Now, as newly minted quasi-couples, they nestled closely together, basking in the warmth of the sun, quietly admiring the azure sky, the white clouds, the cerulean sea, and the crimson twilight. "Captain, shouldn't we head out? We've been here for over half an hour. If we don't leave soon, I fear Qing Bao and the others may grow concerned for me. Captain? Shen Xiongji gently called out, propping herself up slightly, her head tilting in confusion. It was only then that she noticed the young man had fallen into a deep slumber. Her gaze fell upon Wang Mian's face. He was still wearing that cracked mask. Honestly, who confesses to a girl while wearing a mask? Shen Xiongji couldn't help but pout, musing to herself. Subsequently, she slowly leaned closer, raising her hands. One hand tenderly caressed his mask, yearning to perceive his true visage through the cold barrier, while the other cautiously reached for the knot securing it. Upon finding the end of the knot, she tugged it open. Just as she lifted her hand to remove the mask and was about to retreat, the young man suddenly opened his bleary eyes. Their gazes locked, and at such a close distance. The dazed Wang Mian felt his heart race violently, as if it might leap from his throat. Almost instinctively, he pulled the charming girl into his embrace, swiftly lowering his head to plant a gentle peck on her rosy lips. With a soft thud, the mask fell to the ground. Yet, this fleeting kiss seemed insufficient to quench his yearning, prompting him to lean down once more. This time, he pressed his lips firmly against hers. Savoring the sweetness faced with such an unexpected action, Shen Xiongji was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, she seemed to awaken from a dream. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep crimson. In a flurry, she pushed Wang Mian away and forcefully shifted her body backward, attempting to escape the young man's powerful embrace. When she found herself unable to break free after an extended struggle, a mix of frustration and helplessness surged within her. In that instant, she summoned the Void King, vanishing from the spot. As Wang Mian felt the emptiness in his arms, clarity gradually returned to him. How could he have lost control? Truly, he was no better than a beast. Chapter 32. The training begins. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Mian gazed intently in the direction where Shen Xiongji had vanished, his body trembling slightly. He struggled to move, then suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. In an instant, his once rosy complexion turned pale as a ghost. As if all vitality had been drained from him, his lips losing all color. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, he slowly bent over, his movements appearing heavy and sluggish. He extended his hand, gingerly retrieving the mask that had shattered into two pieces. The fragments clinked together softly in his grasp, producing a sound that was both crystalline and heartbreakingly poignant. His lips pressed tightly together, forming a taut line, as if he were attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions raging within him. Would she think of me as a shameless rogue? He murmured softly, his voice tinged with a trace of anxiety and unease. Sigh, having just pried open the door to her tightly shut heart, finally earning the title of quasi-boyfriend. Why couldn't I restrain my impulses then? The young man gently caressed his jaw while murmuring to himself, his eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. No, I must recover quickly and sincerely apologize to her, striving for her understanding. In the training camp, within the screening hall, Shen Xiongji soared out from the painting, and as her feet touched the ground, she immediately sensed the worried and curious gazes of a dozen individuals within the hall. Among them, two tall youths fixed their fiery, intense stares upon her swollen, moist lips. This searing attention made Shen Xiongji feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if countless tiny needles were pricking her all over. The sensation of being under scrutiny left her feeling profoundly embarrassed, wishing she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Even her toes curled involuntarily in nervousness, as if attempting to dig a hole in the floor. Shen Xiongji. Help! 3 o'clock in the morning. Ding, ding, ding. A sharp and piercing whistle pierced the air, slicing through the inky blackness of the night sky like a bolt of lightning, that sound akin to a sword, striking directly into the tranquil dormitory area and shattering its stillness. Lin Xie sprang from his bed like a startled leopard awakened by the sudden noise. With agile movements, he swiftly donned his somewhat disheveled military uniform, then nudged by Li Pangpang, who was still lost in slumber, whispering, "Pangpang, wake up. The training has begun." After rousing by Li Pangpang, Lin Xie wasted no time in executing the Starry Night Dancer. His body gracefully soared into the air, blending seamlessly with the night. gliding across the sky like a twinkling star, racing towards the 3 dormitory buildings. The entire process from waking up to this moment took less than 20 seconds. Lin Xie landed steadily by the balcony of room 502. The night was tranquil and silent, enveloped in profound stillness. Due to the scarcity of girls in this training camp, with only 20 or 30 present, the 3 dormitory buildings appeared particularly desolate and empty. Naturally, Shen Xiongji became the sole occupant of room 502 in Building 3. Lin Xie leaned against the balcony, gently tapping on a glass window before him while softly calling out, "Little fairy, it's time to wake up." His voice was as gentle as water, seemingly capable of penetrating the glass to reach the ears of the slumbering girl inside. However, the girl lying in bed merely stirred slightly, curling up like a languid kitten, before lazily turning over and continuing to indulge in her sweet dreams. Not discouraged by Shen Xiongji's continued slumber, Lin Xie patiently raised his tone a notch, calling her name once more with greater tenderness. Finally, this time, Shen Xiongji slowly opened her eyes, though it was evident that she had not fully awakened. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she groggily got out of bed and wobbled toward the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, she casually opened the tightly shut window. "Xie, why are you out here in the dark at this hour?" Shen Xiongji yawned, her eyes still clouded with sleep, observing the adorable yet dazed girl before him. Lin Xie could not help but smile wryly as he replied, "The training session has begun." At 3 in the morning, Shen Xiongji's mind gradually cleared. What on earth? Had they lost their minds? I've only slept for 3 hours. Lin Xie watched as she stood there like a wooden puppet, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips, barely containing his amusement. With agile movements, he leaped onto the balcony, felt the damp military uniform hanging there, and strode into her dormitory. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, finally settling on a wardrobe adorned with a few garments. Familiar with the layout, Lin Xie opened the wardrobe and selected a pristine military outfit, turning to hand it to the still-dazed girl. "Here, quickly put this on. We need to assemble." After saying this, he dutifully turned his back to her, providing ample space for her to change. Shen Xiongji squinted her beautiful eyes, reluctantly accepting the uniform while muttering something under her breath, yet she slowly began to change. Once dressed in the military attire, Shen Xiongji still bore the appearance of someone who had not fully awakened, lazily trailing behind Lin Xie as they departed the dormitory. Perhaps finding walking too tiresome, she resorted to a sudden burst of speed, teleportation. At the training ground, 3 instructors stood rigidly upright, motionless like statues, patiently awaiting the arrival of the recruits. Suddenly, Shen Xiongji materialized before the instructors, rubbing her still sleepy eyes. She casually glanced at the 3 instructors, standing straight as pines, and then, feeling unsteady, she swayed and abruptly leaned backward, as if losing her balance. As fate would have it, Lin Xie arrived at the training ground just in time, dashing forward in a single leap to catch the faltering Shen Xiongji, gently assisting her to her feet. Instructor Hong, who had been meticulously timing the proceedings, bore witness to this scene. His gaze first fell upon Lin Xie, standing impeccably erect like a paragon of discipline, before shifting to Shen Xiongji, who was still in a daze, her head bowed and rubbing her eyes drowsily. A glimmer of unreserved admiration flickered in his eyes as he pondered to himself, truly, the embodiment of a divine agent. Before long, the new recruits arrived one after another, with a countenance as somber as stone. Instructor Hong cast a stony glance over the assembly and, with a voice resonant as thunder, declared, "Today marks the commencement of your formal training. I shall impart a lesson to you, the oblivious souls, to enlighten you on the essence of true discipline and the formidable power of execution. Upon the sounding of the whistle, regardless of your location or engagement, you are to assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes, as swift as the wind." In that moment, his gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, sweeping coldly across the field. He continued, "Now, all those who took longer than 3 minutes to arrive, step forward. Do not harbor any illusions, for I possess meticulous and irrefutable records of your exact arrival times, akin to undeniable evidence." At that instant, a deep, resonant voice interrupted report? What if one is uncertain of their timing? This inquiry struck many like a heavy hammer, reverberating in their hearts. Instructor Hong's lips curled slightly in a bemused smile as he replied, "Then you shall have to rely on your own intuition to estimate. You may wager on whether you fortuitously arrived within the stipulated 3 minutes. If fortune favors you, all will be well, but should you find yourself unfortunate, well, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, for you shall face doubled consequences. Is that understood?" "Yes." A curious expression crossed Instructor Hong's face. "Have you served in the military?" "Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade, Zhengzhong." Before he could finish his sentence, both Shun Qiongji, who had appeared drowsy, and Lin Xie, who had been standing rigidly, turned in unison towards the solemn middle-aged man, as if struck by lightning. Once more, those who exceeded the time stepped forward. Instantly, approximately 4/5 of the recruits stepped out, including the portly Bailey and Shun Qingzhu. You, and you, return to your positions. The rest, bear weights and run 10 laps around the training ground. Instructor Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight. Remarkably, no one attempted to evade the consequences. The recruits, begrudgingly, approached the side of the training platform, each shouldering a weighted pack, and began to run around the silent training ground. Instructor Hong turned around, smiling at the person standing still. "Arrive within 3 minutes and rest in place." As the words fell, Shun Qiongji, who had been lazily standing, immediately leaned into Lin Xie's embrace and drifted into slumber. Lin Xie, amused, gently sat down on the ground with the girl in his arms, idly watching the group of new recruits jogging under heavy load. Hong Hao glanced at the recruits struggling with their burdens, then turned his attention back to the girl nestled against the young man, sleeping soundly, feeling somewhat helpless. Why did it seem that this second agent of the god of time and space was so delicate? Chapter 33. The aggrieved fatty on the training grounds. A group of newly enlisted soldiers clad in uniform was engaged in a grueling weighted long-distance run. Among them, Bai Li, the rotund figure, lagged behind, panting heavily. Each step seemed to require the utmost exertion, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead as he struggled to move forward inch by inch. Nearby, Shen Qingzhu presented a stark contrast. Unlike his fellow recruits, he appeared languid, as if he were ambling through a leisurely garden rather than participating in military training. He sauntered along, occasionally glancing up at the sky or down to kick at the pebbles by the roadside. Instructor Hong, observing this, furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze piercing as he bellowed at Shen Qingzhu, "Hey you, are you out for a stroll? Start running." His thunderous reprimand resonated like thunder, silencing the entire training field, all eyes turning to Shen Qingzhu. Yet, in the face of the instructor's ire, Shen Qingzhu merely frowned slightly, displaying a look of disdain, and with a haughty lift of his chin, reluctantly jogged a few steps, only to revert to his previous sluggish pace. Seeing this, Instructor Hong's anger ignited. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Qingzhu, shouting, "You enjoy strolling, do you? Since you have such leisure, run 10 more laps." Unfazed, Shen Qingzhu merely curled his lip in disdain, muttering to himself, "What is the big deal about running a few extra laps?" "Show off, brother," Bai Li gasped. Shen Qingzhu turned to glance at Bai Li, only to catch sight of Shun Qiongji, peacefully asleep in Lin Xie's embrace in the distance. Shun Qingzhu. Meeting Lin Xie's nonchalant gaze, Shun Qingzhu's teeth clenched in frustration. He ground his teeth and shot a glance at Bai Li. "You carry on at your own pace. I shall take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than Shun Qingzhu's form shifted, propelling forward with the agility of a swift and fierce leopard, bursting into astonishing speed as he raced ahead. Bai Li exclaimed, "Brother, have mercy, wait for me. I'm so exhausted." Watching the distant group ahead of him, Bai Li felt a pang of despair. The fatty felt wronged, yet remained silent. In the blink of an eye, Shun Qingzhu effortlessly surpassed the advancing troop. As he watched the languid Shun Qingzhu vanish from sight, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Just then, a startled cry echoed nearby. "Huh, I can't sense my own forbidden domain." A new recruit shouted, panic etched on his face. "Me neither," another echoed. Soon, several others joined in, expressing their inability to perceive their own forbidden powers. It must be suppressed by the forbidden objects the instructor mentioned, someone speculated. Having listened intently, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and focused his senses. After a while, he gradually lowered his gaze, his eyes resting upon the exquisitely delicate profile of Shun Xiongji, reminiscent of a finely carved sculpture. He pondered himself. How peculiar. Why can both the little fairy and I still utilize our divine realms normally? However, it seems the efficacy has been somewhat diminished. Could it be that the object capable of suppressing the forbidden realm has a limited effect on the divine realm? In less than half an hour, Shen Qingzhu had swiftly completed an impressive 20 laps, astonishingly without breaking a sweat. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted to Lin Xie's side. At that moment, Lin Xie was lost in thought, entirely oblivious to Shun Qingzhu's approach. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Qingzhu suddenly reached out and snatched the girl from Lin Xie's embrace. The unexpected turn of events jolted Lin Xie from his reverie, his face betraying a look of utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Shun Xiongji, who had been peacefully resting in Lin Xie's arms, was disturbed by Shun Qingzhu's reckless act. After a brief moment of disorientation, she languidly opened her eyes. Upon realizing that the one holding her was her familiar childhood companion, her unease vanished, and she contentedly closed her eyes once more, sinking back into a deep slumber. Having successfully absconded with the girl, Shun Qingzhu did not relent. Instead, he flashed a triumphant smile at Lin Xie, brimming with the pride of a victor. He then turned and carried Shun Xiongji to a spot further away from Lin Xie to sit down. Observing this scene, Lin Xie shook his head in mild exasperation. He then rose and slowly approached them. As he drew near, he noticed Shun Qingzhu's wary expression, likely fearing that Lin Xie would attempt to reclaim Shun Xiongji. Amused, he thought to himself, I shall not contend with you. Let her rest peacefully for a while longer. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Shun Qingzhu first glanced down at the girl's somewhat pale cheek, then regarded Lin Xie with cautious scrutiny for a while before gently nodding. He ceased to resist Lin Xie's proximity as he had before. Thus, the two sat quietly beside each other, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. They occasionally cast glances at the peacefully sleeping Shun Xiongji, admiring her serene features. At other times, they looked towards the sluggishly moving Bai Li Pangpang, their eyes betraying a hint of concern. As time ticked by, after an hour, Bai Li Pangpang finally completed his long and arduous course, shedding his heavy backpack and collapsing onto the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath as if even breathing had become a strenuous task. At that moment, Instructor Hong, keeping a close watch on the last recruit, finally spoke with unexpected benevolence. All right, you may return to the dormitory to rest. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they all trudged wearily towards their dormitories. Lin Xie first cast a glance at Shen Qingzhu, who was striding purposefully towards the dormitory while carrying a girl in his arms. He then swiftly turned and jogged to the side of Bai Li, who was utterly exhausted and unable to move. Without hesitation, Lin Xie stepped forward to assist him, slowly making their way towards the dormitory, inch by inch. After a grueling return to the dormitory, Bai Li collapsed onto the bed like a lifeless fish. Just as he was about to savor a moment of respite, an abrupt, piercing whistle echoed from outside. Lying on the bed, Bai Li's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, and he couldn't help but unleash a torrent of expletives. Chapter 34. Steamed buns and raw meat. The morning sun bathed the earth in golden light, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit. With buoyant and composed strides, Shun Xiongji and Shun Qingzhu made their way to the spacious training ground, neither hurried nor slow. From a distance, Shun Xiongji spotted Bai Li Pangpang, who was struggling to run towards them, completely drenched as if he had just emerged from water. His round face, devoid of color, bore the signs of exhaustion, and even his signature dimples were filled with fatigue. With a slight tremor of her fingertips, Shun Xiongji seized the opportunity when the instructor turned his back, conjuring an energy bar from thin air and placing it into his hand. She delicately wiped the sweat from his heated forehead with a pristine white tissue, her movements gentle as if caressing fragile glass. "Qingjia, you're the best." Bailey Pang Pang expressed his gratitude, his voice barely above a whisper, wary of being overheard. Yet, this subtle exchange reached the ears of Lin Qie and Shun Qingzhu standing nearby, prompting an involuntary glance between them, stirring a wave of envy and jealousy within their hearts. At that moment, Instructor Hong glanced down at his stopwatch, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he nodded slightly. "Excellent. The next 20 minutes will be your mealtime. Remember, if you fail to return here on time, you shall not wish to know the consequences." With that, he waved his hand, leading the other two instructors away. As soon as his words fell, the previously weary recruits sprang to life, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, and like untamed steeds, they bolted towards the mess hall. In the spacious and bright mess hall, the recruits stood in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at the spread before them, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. "How on earth are we supposed to eat this?" One recruit lamented, unable to contain his frustration. "Is this even food?" Another echoed, their tone thick with disdain and dissatisfaction. "Just look at this pile of raw meat, it's repulsive." More recruits began voicing their aversion to the unappetizing offerings. Meanwhile, seated at the table, Shen Xiongji lowered her gaze, her eyes falling upon the food before her. She first surveyed the large bowl of steamed buns. Then her focus landed on the adjacent bowl containing chunks of raw meat, still glistening with blood. Shen Xiongji paused momentarily and turned her head to glance at the table beside hers. There, the stoic Zheng Zhong, a soldier of Special Forces background, was expressionless as he reached for the raw meat, tearing into it without hesitation. In his other hand, he clutched a steamed bun, occasionally taking bites. Just then, Shen Qingzhu could no longer contain his rising anger. He forcefully hurled the untouched steamed bun back into the bowl and stood up abruptly, ready to unleash his frustration. However, a delicate hand, as tender as a spring onion, suddenly grasped his arm tightly. "Do you remember the crooked tree at the alley S entrance?" Shen Xiongji chuckled lightly. Holding the bun, the crushed buns were far worse than this. She bit down on the crescent-shaped indentation with her pearly teeth, her cheeks puffing out reminiscent of that little girl who once scavenged for candy among the refuse. Shen Qingzhu's pupils constricted slightly as she silently grasped the steamed bun. This sound served as a key, clicking open the floodgates of memory. Beneath the crooked neck of a tree at the alley's entrance, those meals snatched away. The buns mingled with dirt and the scent of soap from her sister's sleeve as she tiptoed to wipe his face. Beside her, Lin Xie and Bailey Pang Pang also sat in silence, picking up steamed buns to eat. Observing that the most beautiful yet ethereal girl in their squad had begun to eat without pretense, the other recruits shed their hesitations and eagerly followed suit. In the second-floor room, Instructor Hong, who had been surreptitiously watching the new recruits, immediately cast aside his prior notions of Shen Xiongji being delicate. Witnessing the group below devouring their buns, a sense of solace washed over him. Downstairs, as Shen Xiongji noticed those around her had started to eat, a faint smile crept across her face. She glanced at the raw meat in her bowl, hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a dagger from her space, slicing a small piece to put in her mouth. She bit down hard. "Hissed, too tough to chew." The girl cradled her cheek, her expression one of grievance. Oh no, she didn't want to eat raw meat. Her resolve crumbled within a minute. "Ha ha! Little Zhizhi is too adorable." The cheerful laughter of the moon ghost echoed at the door. Everyone turned in unison to see 7 figures clad in gray, cloaks, masks in hand, striding confidently into the dining hall and taking their seats at the farthest round table. This time, they wore no masks, yet everyone understood who they were. The moon ghost waved enthusiastically at Shen Xiongji, who averted her gaze, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, not even affording a glance to Wang Mian beside her. At that moment, Old Sun from the dining hall approached with a large tray filled with exquisite dishes, bustling toward the masked group. "Thanks, Old Sun," the masked individuals chorused in unison, bowing in gratitude to the elder. Old Sun waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. An enticing aroma wafted through the hall, and the new recruits, glancing at their raw meat and buns, suddenly lost their appetites. One by one, they couldn't help but steal glances at the table of masked figures. Yet they dared not rush forward to snatch food, well aware of the strength displayed by those individuals. Breathing in the fragrant dishes, Shun Xiongji expressionlessly finished her bun, stood up, and looked at her companions, leisurely saying, "I can't bite this raw meat. I'll take a few buns to the training ground first. You all take your time. We'll go together." Upon hearing this, several immediately grabbed a few buns and followed her. The remaining recruits, unwilling to eat raw meat, promptly picked up some steamed buns as well, preparing to eat on the move. Watching the girl walk away with her companions, Wang Mian could no longer contain himself. He abruptly raised his hand, slamming his weapon down onto the table with a forceful clatter, the glimmer in his eyes rippling like gentle waves. Time stopped. In an instant, everything around them became still, and all the people remained in a single, unchanging motion. By the door, Shun Xiongji halted abruptly, astonished, and turned back, only to unexpectedly meet Wang Mian's fervent and focused gaze. Like a gust of wind, Wang Mian quickly closed the distance between them in just a few strides, bowing his head to gaze intently at her. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "Zhizhi, are you still angry? I assure you, I did not intend to. Please, do not speak of it any further." At the mere mention of the previous night, Shun Xiongji's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. She stammered, "I am not angry. I am merely just a bit shy, finding it difficult to face you." Wang Mian gently grasped her hand, his tone tender. "Zhizhi, I promise I shall not act so recklessly in the future. I will not kiss you without your consent again. Please, do not ignore me any longer. If you will. Of course, this only pertains to kissing." Shun Xiongji slightly turned her face away, nodding ever so gently. She then surveyed their surroundings and softly remarked, "Please, release the moment. Do not waste your mental energy any longer. And do not deplete your own lifespan." Wang Mian smiled faintly, releasing her hand before turning to retrieve several empty plates and chopsticks, filling them with rice and an abundance of dishes. "Zhizhi, old son's culinary skills are superb. You must try." Shun Xiongji raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sparse dishes remaining on the round table, and chuckled softly as she accepted the food into her space. "Zhizhi, we are about to leave. You must take good care of yourself." "All right." Wang Mian glanced at her with reluctance before returning to the table and lifting the momentary freeze. "Oh, we haven't eaten yet. How could there be so few dishes left?" "Captain." Listening to the murmurs of the masked individuals behind her, Shun Xiongji smiled as she walked out of the cafeteria with her companions. Chapter 35. Hypoglycemia and paper cranes in the training ground. Shun Xiongji and her companions sat cross-legged, fully engrossed in the combat techniques being elucidated by the newly appointed instructor Han on the martial arts platform, focusing on the utilization of cold weapons. "Today, we shall primarily discuss close combat with cold weapons." As he spoke, he produced a straight blade, demonstrating several methods of striking and retracting the blade while expounding on the techniques. Suddenly, Shun Xiongji tilted her head towards the sky, her eyes shimmering like stars, intently gazing as if attempting to penetrate the expanse above. As the familiar aura gradually dissipated, a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. With this farewell, she pondered when they might reunite again. Softly, she murmured, "Goodbye, Captain." She slowly lowered her eyes, her thoughts intertwining chaotically like a tangled web. "Now, I shall find a few individuals to demonstrate," Instructor Han declared, first fixing his gaze upon Li Pangpang. However, the numerous restrictions surrounding Li Pangpang proved to be a formidable barrier, leading to repeated failures, prompting him to hastily select another candidate. The next choice turned out to be Lin Xie. Unsurprisingly, he found no advantage over Lin Xie. Each strike fell like a stone into the sea, effortlessly countered. Instructor Han felt as though struck by lightning, regaining his composure before casting his eyes upon the assembled recruits, incredulous that so many exceptional talents could exist among them. His gaze flickered between the delicate Shun Xiongji and the slender Chao Yuan. Yet, he hesitated to choose a female for the demonstration, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chao Yuan. "You there, come forth." As Chao Yuan rose and approached the martial arts platform, Instructor Han tossed the blade to him, but it missed its mark. Chao Yuan shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. I cannot touch the blade. Why not? I fear I may become a runaway horse, unable to control myself. It is merely a wooden sword. A wooden sword is still a sword. Enough with the excuses. Take it up. This is an order. With no other choice. Chao Yuan bent down to retrieve the sword, causing the onlookers to recoil in alarm, retreating several meters. The moment his fingers brushed the hilt, a surge of dark malevolence erupted from him, as if a volcano had burst forth. A pillar of darkness shot skyward, its terrifying pressure radiating like tumultuous waves throughout the entire training ground. The frenzy of Chao Yuan manifested, his visage distorted, charging towards Instructor Han with the ferocity of a starving tiger. Qing retreat. Shun Qingzhu, several meters away, watched in desperation as Shun Qiongji remained seated like a statue. She instinctively lunged forward, only to be firmly grasped by Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's reasoning was straightforward. At this moment, Shun Qingzhu was suppressed in the Forbidden Ruins. Merely an ordinary person with slightly more prowess. How could she possibly contend with the frenzied Chao Yuan? Shun Qiongji, as an agent of the divine, possessed the strength to protect herself. Any rash action on Shun Qingzhu's part would only serve as a burden to her. Just a single statement was like a bucket of icy water, halting Shun Qingzhu's advance. Shun Qiongji awoke as if from a dream, glancing around to discover that everyone, save for herself, had retreated like an ebbing tide. Tilting her head towards the training platform, she beheld the frenzied Chao Yuan, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, relentlessly pursuing Instructor Han with deadly intent, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Everyone, evacuate the training ground immediately. Instructor Han wielded his long knife, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with the madman Chao Yuan, each strike resonating with thunderous force. Yet he found himself compelled to retreat under the onslaught of Chao Yuan's terrifying might. Faced with the rabid fury of Chao Yuan, Instructor Han could do little but defend himself, leaving no room to attend to others. Suddenly, Shun Qiongji sprang to her feet, casting a glance at Lin Qiye, who understood her unspoken command and nodded subtly in response. He promptly requested a knife and a sealing scroll from the plump Baili beside him and darted toward the training platform like a gust of wind. As he passed by Shun Qiongji, she deftly seized the sealing scroll from his grasp, moving with the agility of a spirit cat. The duo executed their plan with seamless coordination. One wielded the knife to draw Chao Yuan's attention, parrying his strikes with his wooden blade, while the other darted around Chao Yuan like lightning, ensnaring his neck and body with the sealing scroll like strands of spider silk. After disarming the frenzied Chao Yuan, Lin Qiye's eyes shimmered with a brilliant golden light, and an overwhelming divine presence surged toward Chao Yuan's mental realm, gaining control over him for several crucial seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Qiongji wrapped multiple layers of tape around Chao Yuan's neck. As she flashed past him, she quietly raised her hand and gently tapped his temple, infusing him with a hint of frost power. Upon landing, Shun Qiongji wobbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. But Lin Qiye was there just in time to steady her. The two turned to look at Chao Yuan, who had now returned to normal, coughing violently. Once Shun Qiongji regained her footing, Lin Qiye hurried to untangle the tape binding him. It truly is you. Gao Duan Vima? A smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Qiye. What? Instructor Han rushed over, scrutinizing Shun Qiongji and Lin Qiye closely. Are you both injured? No. They replied in unison. Your complexion appears somewhat pale. Are you genuinely all right? Instructor Han's brow furrowed with concern as he observed Shun Qiongji's wan visage. I might be experiencing a slight drop in blood sugar. She hesitated before adding with a faint smile. I didn't eat much for breakfast. Low blood sugar? Indeed. It seemed she was genuinely afflicted by it. Thus, both her claims of low blood sugar and a light breakfast were true, but primarily, it was due to the exhausting consumption of her hard-won divine power. Do you have any sugar with you? Quickly, eat something and take a moment to rest. I do. Before Shun Qiongji could retrieve some sugar from her spatial pouch, A peeled piece of creamy white rabbit candy was presented before her. She was momentarily taken aback. Raising her gaze, she met the worried eyes of Shen Qingzhu. All this time, everyone, including herself, had unconsciously assumed she enjoyed candies simply because she often indulged in them. In truth, she had suffered from hypoglycemia since childhood, occasionally succumbing to it, and during severe episodes, she would faint. Thus, Shen Qingzhu would tirelessly save money to buy her an assortment of candies, often sharing one with her, savoring the experience together. Over time, this daily indulgence in sweets became a cherished habit, and she seemed to have gone a long while without experiencing low blood sugar. Throughout her life, Shen Qingzhu appeared to carry a treasure trove of candies, always ready to produce one as if by magic whenever she needed it. Shen Xiongji's eyes curved charmingly, resembling crescent moons, as she gently took the candy from his hand. Shen Qingzhu lowered his gaze, meticulously folding the candy wrapper in his palm, as if crafting a precious piece of art. Before long, the wrapper transformed into an exquisite origami crane. "Do not be unhappy," he said softly, presenting the crane to Shen Xiongji. She paused momentarily, then joyfully accepted the crane, exclaiming, "Thank you, Qingbao." Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding area had fallen silent. Curious and gossiping eyes fixed upon the two, yet the protagonist remained blissfully unaware. As she chewed on the candy, Shen Xiongji's gaze was fixed intently on the origami crane in her palm, her heart racing uncontrollably. Memories flooded her mind. When she suffered from low blood sugar, he had been as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, fumbling to unwrap the candy and trembling as he fed it to her. When she felt down, he would offer her a colorful candy like the warm sun in winter, whispering words of comfort. And during moments of joy, he would exuberantly gather a variety of candies to share with her. After a while, she lifted her gaze and unexpectedly met the earnest and fervent eyes of the boy. It dawned on her that his feelings for her had always sparkled like the stars in the night sky, unreserved and unwavering. Yet, why did she instinctively choose to ignore his affections like an ostrich burying its head in the sand? It seemed that the moment her memories began to resurface at the age of 14, she had developed a subtle barrier towards him, merely because his demeanor and character resembled that of another, proud, aloof, and effortlessly cool. Thus, she found herself both drawn to him and yet keeping him at arm's length. She took it for granted that she occupied his heart, yet she was unwilling to reciprocate with the same sincerity. "Oh, Shen Xiongji, what are you truly doing?" It was he who cautiously approached you when you were lonely and vulnerable. It was he who stood up to protect you during your times of distress. It was he who patiently comforted you when you missed your brother. It was he who shared in your laughter and joy. He was the one who offered you candy, unwrapped the sweets, folded the origami cranes, and as always silently guarded you. You can no longer remain blind and oblivious. It is time to truly acknowledge him and his feelings. Shen Xiongji, do you genuinely regard him as a close brother? Or is it? Her heart raced like a drum, quickening to an extent that was almost unbearable. She raised her hand to her chest, gazing into the boy's eyes, ripples of emotion swirling within her. It seemed she too had feelings for Qingbao. But, oh no, Captain, you have only just departed, and it appears that I may already be swayed. Chapter 36, Extreme Training. The mess hall as the lunch hour arrived. The recruits eagerly rushed toward the mess hall. To their dismay, lunch was once again the same bland steamed buns and raw meat. Their spirits deflated like a puncture balloon. Oh, but wait. There was a plate of pickles. One sharp-eyed recruit exclaimed with the excitement of a discoverer unveiling a new continent. Has that old man finally found his conscience? This dish of pickles was like a timely rain, instantly soothing the wounded hearts of the new soldiers. "Quick, eat up," Lin Xie remarked, glancing at the jubilant crowd celebrating the pickles, before turning his attention to the silent Shen Xiongji, who had been quiet since finishing her candy. Shen Xiongji tilted her head slightly to observe Shen Qingzhu, who was fixated on the plate of pickles. She couldn't help but smile, then took a seat at a nearby table, and in an instant, 4 others swooped down beside her. For people? Weren't there only 3 this morning? She looked up in surprise. "Gao Juan, may I sit here?" Chao Yuan, noticing the look of confusion in Shen Xiongji's eyes, hesitated for a moment before a slight smile graced his lips. Of course. Shun Xiongji nodded in response. Chao Yuan subtly shifted closer to Lin Xie, and like a thief, slid his plate of pickles between himself and the two. This is for you both. Thank you for restraining my wild state this morning. Shun Xiongji exchanged a glance with Lin Xie, and then both delicately picked up a small portion from Chao Yuan's plate. All right, let us eat. Lin Xie nodded at Chao Yuan and then busied himself with a bun. As the group neared the end of their meal, Instructor Hong entered the mess hall with two other instructors, his booming voice resonating throughout the space. Attention, everyone. This afternoon, we will conduct our first extreme training session. After finishing your meal, gather immediately behind the mess hall. Do you understand? Understood. Instructor Hong nodded and, after taking a few steps, turned back to remind them. By the way, extreme training is arduous. You should finish all your food. The recruits exchanged glances. The term extreme training sounded intimidating. Once the five had finished their meal and arrived at the open space behind the mess hall, they discovered several black buses parked there. Shun Xiongji paused momentarily before dashing over to Instructor Hong's side. Instructor Hong, are we training outside the camp this afternoon? Will we be leaving the Tsangnan territory? Instructor Hong, having a favorable impression of Shun Xiongji, responded with warmth. Yes, we will be training outside the camp, but we won't be leaving Tsangnan. We are heading to the nearby mountains. Okay, thank you, Instructor. After politely expressing her gratitude to Instructor Hong, Shun Xiongji returned to her companions, and they boarded the bus together. Jinan Mountain, everyone disembark. Instructor Hong stood before the new recruits, surveying them with a critical gaze. He then pointed towards the imposing Jinan Mountain and spoke slowly. You all see that mountain, do you not? This extreme training will unfold within its rugged terrain. Each of you shall bear a weight of 35 kilograms and must traverse this peak before dawn tomorrow. However, be warned, your burdens are equipped with tracking devices, and a fleet of drones will relentlessly pursue you, spraying paint upon anyone they catch. Should you become stained, you will be eliminated. And facing elimination entails a punishment that is exceedingly severe beyond imagination. He continued, there are 3 rules you must adhere to. First, you may share burdens among yourselves. If one cannot bear the load, they may pass some to a comrade, but discarding it is strictly prohibited. Second, any form of aggression towards the drones is forbidden, as is hiding for extended periods in the terrain's shadows without movement. Third, you may band together, but infighting or attacking one another is absolutely forbidden. Is that clear? Clear. They responded in unison. Very well. Everyone, collect your loads and enter the mountain. The recruits hastily gathered their weights and a dagger, while Chao Yuan received a diminutive iron spoon of equal size and assembled at the foot of the mountain. Ayu, the plump one, come here. Instructor Hong commanded. Remove your free space and all those necklaces and trinkets you have on you. Hand them over to me for safekeeping. Bailey, the chubby recruit, hesitated briefly, but ultimately surrendered his belongings with a forlorn expression. Observing this from the base of the mountain was Shun Xiongji, who paused momentarily before approaching. Reporting, she exclaimed. I possess my own storage space, fully stocked with supplies. And my divine ruins, should I refrain from using them? Instructor Hong was taken aback, gazing at the earnest Shun Xiongji with surprise. The instructors had long been aware that Lin Xie and Shun Xiongji's divine ruins had not been entirely suppressed, and had tacitly allowed their use as long as it did not constitute cheating or hinder their training. He had yet to consider the implications of their abilities when Shun Xiongji approached him with her inquiry. After deliberation, he replied, You may not utilize the supplies within your storage space, but you may use your divine ruins sparingly, though do not rely on it entirely. After all, this is part of your own capabilities, and there is no shame in utilizing it. Understood. Off we go. With a commanding shout from Instructor Hong, the recruits began their laden march into the mountain. As they disappeared into the wilderness, Instructor Hong could no longer contain his amusement, a smile breaking across his face as he envisioned the recruits, adorned with truth rings, revealing their embarrassing moments. On Jinan Mountain, Shun Xiongji and her companions navigated swiftly through the thickets, while a determined, chubby boy trailed behind, struggling to keep up. Wait for me, he called out. Shun Xiongji turned to glance at him, momentarily halting her pace, causing the other 3 to slow down as well. Come on, Chubby, you can do it. Li Pang, panting heavily, struggled to keep up with the others. This burden is exceedingly heavy. Would you gentlemen mind sharing the load a little? He looked up with hopeful eyes at the three young men ahead. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan unhesitatingly declined his request. Shen Xiongji found the situation somewhat amusing, glancing at him and recalling that he was merely an ordinary person at present. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Pang, I could take on 5 kilograms for you. No, Sister Qing, you're already carrying enough weight. He quickly protested. I'll manage on my own. Consider it a form of training. He was adamant. If he transferred some of this burden to Sister Qing, how could he still call himself a man? Well then, good luck. But if it becomes too much to bear, don't hesitate to abandon it. Know your limits, Shen Xiongji advised with a gentle smile. Yes, Sister Qing, I understand. Shen Qingzhu turned a glance at Li Pang, then back at Shen Xiongji with a somewhat complex expression. Qing, when did you become an agent? This was the first time he broached the subject since she had previously evaded it. He was aware that she preferred not to speak about her experiences filled with tears and sweat, yet he could no longer restrain his curiosity. He couldn't help but reflect, at some point, that frail little girl who would cry in his arms at the slightest injury had grown into a formidable divine agent, calmly bearing the weight of 35 kilograms. What she endured? A sharp pang of pain pierced his heart. Shen Xiongji paused momentarily, then slowly replied. Not long after you left Linjiang No. 1 High School. It was 3 years ago. Shen Qingzhu lowered his gaze, his eyes gradually reddening. 3 years prior, in an attempt to defend his good friends, he had recklessly faced off against more than 10 individuals alone, ultimately being forced to drop out of school. Since then, he had wandered far and wide, seldom returning to the orphanage. Buzzing, drones were closing in. Shen Xiongji looked up to see a swarm of drones racing towards them from the distant sky. Run! She turned to urge the person beside her, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a drone from the thicket behind Shen Qingzhu, spraying paint directly at him, oblivious to the impending danger. Qingbao, Shen Xiongji instinctively leapt towards him. Chapter 37, 710-521. As Shen Qingzhu heard Shen Xiongji's call, he snapped back to reality and lifted his gaze, only to see her charging directly towards him. In an instant, he surmised that a drone was hovering behind him. Had he chosen to sidestep at that moment, he might have evaded it. However, what would become of Xiongji, who had come to his aid? With an air of urgency, Shen Xiongji lunged towards Shen Qingzhu, her thoughts racing ahead of her actions. Within a heartbeat, she activated the Void King, with little regard for its success, only wishing to teleport both herself and the young man away from their perilous situation. Fortuitously, she succeeded. She had managed to transport another person with her. She pondered whether spatial transitions could indeed accommodate others. Once she had the leisure, she would certainly experiment with it. With a gentle pat on Shen Qingzhu, she displayed a hint of annoyance. Qingbao, you are currently undergoing extreme training. How can you afford a daydream? I won't do it again, Xiongji. Let's hasten our journey. Shen Qingzhu replied with a faint smile. Shen Xiongji nodded slightly, and then called out to the 3 individuals trailing behind her at a considerable distance, urging them to move quickly. I do not wish to be eliminated at this moment. The trio, after a brief moment of astonishment, immediately sprinted forward. Once they had distanced themselves from the drone, they slowed their pace slightly to catch their breath. I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. I might as well accept the punishment. Surely, it won't be too terrifying, right? At that precise moment, the voice of their instructor resonated from behind them, announcing, Hey, can you hear me? All right, let the punishment commence. You're Wang Liang, correct? What was the most disgraceful thing you have ever done in your life? I once peered at the elder sister next door while she was bathing. Was it a sight to behold? Indeed, the onlookers collectively gasped. Is this truly the nature of the punishment? This is nothing short of a public humiliation. Such an outrageous scenario. The instructors were being utterly ruthless. The group exchanged glances and instantly bolted away. Even Li Pang, seemingly invigorated, dashed away with fervor. In contrast, Shen Xiongji remained the most nonchalant among them. She watched with keen interest as her companions fled, eager to uncover their little secrets and embarrassing moments. As for herself, well, she might have been unfortunate to be sprayed despite her ability to teleport. She accepted that as her luck. With a drone in pursuit, they gradually ventured deeper into the rugged forest. The relentless exertion swiftly drained their stamina, and soon their strides grew sluggish. Along the way, they took turns resting, wielding their daggers to clear the obstructive vines and thorns. As they progressed, small cuts from the thorns began to mar their uniforms, staining them with blood. What a tough individual. Shen Qingzhu gasped, casting a glance at Qiao Yuan, who was tearing through the vines with his bare hands, unable to suppress his astonishment. Shen Xiongji leaned against Shen Qingzhu, already in too much pain to articulate her distress. She gazed down at her hands, dotted with numerous tiny wounds, her heart racing with anxiety. Alas, the pain is excruciating, and I wonder when these wounds will finally mend. Suddenly, Lin Xie, who is forging a path ahead, turns back and offers them a faint smile. Listen, the gentle sound of stream flows forth. Let us rest for a moment ahead. The weary group drags their exhausted bodies onward. They arrive at a relatively open glade, where a small stream meanders through the mountains, producing a melodious, tinkling sound. So tired. Bai Li, plump and weary, collapses onto the ground, murmuring softly. Shen Xiongji approaches the stream, bends down, and gently dips her hand into the water. Ouch! How it hurts! Is this water actually warm? Shen Xiongji is taken aback. Indeed, it is warm. The others gather around to test it for themselves. After wiping away the sweat and blood from their bodies and splashing their faces with water, the group collapses onto the ground in exhaustion. Yet, before they can rest for long, Lin Xie rises and calls to them. Have you all recuperated? Let's move on. I just heard the distant roar of a drone. Ah! The hazy sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Shen Xiongji slowly sits up from the ground. She gently blows on her wounds, then lazily lifts her gaze to the others, who have begun to move forward, and she leisurely raises her foot, preparing to follow. However, at that moment, her movement halts abruptly, as if she has sensed something amiss. A flicker of unusual expression crosses her previously serene face, and she swiftly turns her head to focus intently on the gently flowing stream beside her. Shen Xiongji takes a deep breath, closes her eyes, and releases all her mental energy, cautiously probing toward the direction of the stream. As seconds tick away, her brow furrows deeper, and her expression grows increasingly grave. The flame vein dragon. Finally, she parts her lips and murmurs to herself, her tone laced with evident hesitation and uncertainty. She opens her eyes once more, gazing at the dense thicket ahead, where her companions are vigorously hacking at the thorns and vines with their daggers. Watching them, Shen Xiongji feels a wave of hesitation wash over her. After a moment, she appears to reach a resolution. She tosses the 35-kilogram burden from her back into the void of space. Biting her lip gently, she speaks in a tone only she can hear. I'm sorry. I cannot continue with you. As her words hang in the air, her figure vanishes like a wraith, leaving behind only silence and gently swaying branches as proof of her recent presence. At that moment, at the base of Jinan Mountain, Instructor Hong gazes at the positioning display of the recruits, a look of confusion etched on his face. Why has Shen Xiongji's signal suddenly vanished? An hour later, following the winding stream, Shen Xiongji diligently pursues the source of the searing energy, arriving at the foothill of a mountain peak on Jinan Mountain. As she gazes at the massive cave emanating intense heat and formidable aura from the adjacent mountains, her expression turns exceptionally grave. Here lies a slumbering fire pulse earth dragon. It seems I must remain here tonight. She raised her gaze to survey the path she had traversed, then slowly settled onto the ground, resolved not to leave until everyone had departed from the mountain. After a brief moment of waiting, feeling somewhat bored, she retrieved a heavy backpack from her spatial storage. Just then, she overheard the instructors conversing with Shen Qingzhu. Let's discuss your romantic experiences. Is there a girl you fancy? Indeed, she is. Never mind. Have you ever penned her a love letter? How many in total? 25. Oh, please elaborate. That year, she was 14 and I was 15. Upon realizing my feelings for her, I discreetly wrote 7 love letters on her birthday. When she turned 15, I secretly composed 10 more. For her 16th birthday, I wrote 5, and last year I wrote 2. Though her birthday has yet to arrive this year, I have already prepared another letter. 7 plus 10 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1. In truth, I love you. My goodness, you are quite the romantic. Did you write them covertly? Is she aware? No, she does not know. Now she knows. Shun Xiongji murmured softly. Once the boy's voice faded from the speakers, Shun Xiongji placed the backpack back into her spatial storage, then reclined on her back, gazing intently at the dim sky above. Chapter 38. Secrets hidden deep within as Lin Xie ventured into the 9th hour of his journey through Jinan Mountain. He resolutely pressed on with a heavy backpack after parting ways with Chao Yuan, who had chosen to abandon the quest. As night enveloped the landscape, shrouding everything in impenetrable darkness, it proved to be an advantageous circumstance for Lin Xie. At that moment, his passive skill, Starry Night Dancer, was activated, bestowing upon him an extraordinary agility, akin to a player in cheat mode. He moved with the grace of Swallow, exhibiting nimble and dexterous maneuvers, leaping, climbing, and deftly dodging through the labyrinthine undergrowth with remarkable ease. At the base camp below the mountain, 2 instructors sat together with serious expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the positioning display screen before them. Have we still not located Shun Xiongji? Instructor Hong inquired. One of the instructors shook his head in response. No, since her signal vanished, we have maintained a close watch, yet we have been unable to ascertain her exact whereabouts. Well, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps she will emerge from the mountain on her own later, Instructor Hong suggested after a moment of contemplation. From the instant Shun Xiongji's signal disappeared, they had embarked on meticulous observation and analysis of her movements. Upon further investigation, they discerned that she had voluntarily and abruptly detached from her companions, a behavior not entirely unexpected given her capabilities. Initially, the instructors felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing for her safety and well-being. Just as they were preparing to dispatch a search party, they were pleasantly surprised to observe her signal flickering intermittently. At times, she appeared in one location, only to suddenly reappear several kilometers away. At other moments, she would flash within mere meters or hundreds of meters. This erratic display was evidently a deliberate act on Shun Xiongji's part, intended to reassure the instructors that she was still equipped with her backpack and had not encountered any misfortune, thus alleviating their concerns. The reasons for her departure and her decision to conceal her load within a spatial shield remained enigmatic, a matter she would need to clarify upon her return. On a slope of a mountain in Jinan, Shun Xiongji raised her beautiful eyes, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Using her mental prowess, she sensed her surroundings and was astonished to find that only Lin Xie and a few instructors remained in the depths of the mountain. Casting a quick glance back at the massive cave before her, she elegantly lifted her hand, performing intricate gestures to weave a translucent barrier around the cave, leaving a trace of her consciousness behind. As she turned to depart, a flicker of unease lingered in her heart, prompting her to return and carefully set up several spatial shields, thoroughly concealing the area as if it were cut off from the world. Then, with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. In the depths of the jungle, silence reigned. Lin Xie, in the midst of a rapid run, suddenly halted, astonished to hear Shun Xiongji's voice. Little fairy? His voice, tinged with surprise, emerged hoarsely. Shun Xiongji retrieved the heavy burden of her backpack from the void, fastening it with a deliberate ease as she ambled towards Lin Xie. Utilizing his extraordinary night vision, Lin Xie scrutinized Shun Xiongji with a gaze as piercing as that of a hawk, noting that aside from her previous injuries, she appeared largely unscathed. However, her complexion, already pale, had grown even more ashen, and her expression bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. I thought you had been eliminated when we got separated, yet your voice has not echoed through the speakers. Where have you been? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, I found a place to rest for a while. It was quite pleasant, really, although I did lie there for an extended period, my mind swirling with thoughts that kept me from sleeping. Lin Xie remained skeptical. A fleeting glance from Shun Xiongji revealed the scars and blood that clung to him, despite the mud attempting to conceal them, causing her brow to furrow slightly. I broke the rules, so I suppose I've been eliminated as well. Once we are outside, I shall willingly accept my punishment. Oh no! They will ask me about those embarrassing moments. With that, she flashed a smile that bloomed like spring flowers. Come on, let's traverse this Jinan mountain together. All right. With their words spoken, the two of them darted through the jungle like bolts of lightning. Look, Shun Xiongji has appeared. She is racing toward the other side of Jinan Mountain with Lin Xie. Let us gather our things and head to the exit on the other side of the mountain to greet them. A radiant smile illuminated Instructor Hong's face, reminiscent of sunlight, as he waved his hand. Soon, a vehicle laden with supplies and instructors sped towards the exit on the opposite side of Jinan Mountain under the cloak of night. An hour later, at the tail peak of Jinan Mountain, two weary youths leaned on each other for support as they descended the mountain. Xie, I feel so sleepy. I want to rest once we reach the bottom. Lin Xie's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with utmost tenderness. Yes. Xie. Look, there is light at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, at the base of the mountain, several instructors were stationed by a parked vehicle, peering through night vision binoculars as they scanned the distant peaks. They have emerged, one instructor shouted, his voice reverberating like thunder at the mountain's foot. The instructors immediately straightened, lowering their binoculars to behold Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie, who were assisting each other as they approached them step by step. On the vehicle, the two, wrapped in thick outerwear, accepted the water bottles handed to them by Instructor Han, gulping down the refreshing liquid. Take it slow, don't choke. Once they had regained their composure, Instructor Hong, with a mischievous grin akin to that of a cunning fox, approached Shun Xiongji while holding the truth ring. Shun Xiongji exclaimed, don't come any closer. You, who have broken the rules, it is time for you to accept your punishment. Instructor Hong extended the ring, which shimmered with a mysterious glow under the light, as if it were the shackles of fate. As Shun Xiongji, on the verge of being ensnared by shackles, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xie, who seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, she pressed her lips together, trembling like a startled fawn as she accepted the ring of truth. Fear not, there are but 4 of us here. No one else shall hear, and we shall refrain from posing overly explicit inquiries, reassured Instructor Han, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. With a hint of skepticism, Shun Xiongji regarded Instructor Han before adorning her right middle finger with the ring. What color do you cherish most? In a bid to ease her tension, Instructor Han posed a simple question, his tone flowing like a babbling brook, soothing to the soul. White. What do you consider your most embarrassing moment? There was an occasion when I entered the restroom, and a short-haired, handsome girl followed closely behind me. Mistaking her for a boy, I playfully pinned her against the wall and flirted before questioning if she fancied me. She stammered, revealing that she was indeed a girl. I awkwardly released her and fled. To her astonishment, the next day, she appeared in our class, confessing her feelings before the entire room, asking me to be her girlfriend. The instructors exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Ahem, have you ever actively pursued a boy? Did you succeed? Yes, but I did not win his affection, though I did end up sleeping with him. And who occupies your heart now? Instructor Hong cast a glance at Lin Xie. Why, it is none other than myself. Ahem, are you currently single? Is your first kiss still intact? I am single, and my first kiss is no longer. Lin Xie. The two instructors, if memory serves, she is merely 17. Is she not? What are you just shielding us from? At a loss for words, Instructor Hong reverted to the previous topic. Shun Xiongji hesitated, her expression revealing uncertainty for the first time, yet she could not suppress her response. I sensed an unusual presence in the mountains and followed it, only to discover a slumbering fire pulse earth dragon, presumed to be of Sea Realm or higher, which could awaken at any moment. I intended to report this privately later. As this earth dragon is exceedingly powerful, they would surely be ill-equipped to handle it. If we were to inadvertently rouse it, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Instructors Hong and Han shifted abruptly. After inquiring about the precise location, they hurriedly moved aside to contact General Yuan Gang. Lin Xie, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure after a considerable pause. He hesitated, then leaned closer to the yawning Shun Xiongji. Little fairy, what secret have you kept hidden deep within your heart? Shun Xiongji was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Qie, her lips tightly pressed together. After a prolonged silence, with her head bowed, she finally murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, I once sacrificed my own soul, and subsequently made a pact with an indescribable entity. Her voice dwindled to such a faint murmur that she could scarcely hear it herself. Then she suddenly lifted her head, her expression dazed and lost, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed intently at Lin Qie. They have all departed, leaving me utterly alone, just me. Qie, I am so weary, so pained, so exhausted. With those words, she collapsed into his embrace, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 39, A Melody of Longing, the following noon. In the instructor's office, Yuan Gang sat upright behind a spacious desk, his gaze calm as it rested on the poised figures of Instructor Hong and Instructor Han across from him. His right index finger gently tapped the surface of the desk in a rhythmic manner, as if performing a silent melody. Have you sent someone to investigate the vicinity? What are the results? Yuan Gang broke the silence with his inquiry. Upon hearing the question, Instructor Hong promptly rose, his expression grave as he replied, after thorough exploration. We indeed detected a very distinct aura of the flame-vein earth dragon. Shun Xiongji's speculation was accurate. It is a formidable sea realm. However, the troubling part is that we cannot pinpoint its exact location. The spatial anomaly in that area seems to create a labyrinthine effect. Once one steps inside, it is as if they are ensnared in a complex maze, endlessly circling without any clear path forward. Moreover, visibility is severely compromised. The surrounding scenery appears blurred and indistinct. As we ventured deeper, we encountered an incredibly solid barrier, which we are utterly incapable of breaching with our current abilities. At this point, Instructor Hong furrowed his brow, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's lips curved into a slight smile, a chuckle escaping him. It appears that young lady is quite adept at utilizing the divine ruins. He then continued, have you stationed anyone in that area? Instructor Hong nodded quickly, yes. Li Yaoguang and Zhang Xiaohu are currently on watch there. Yuan Gang pondered briefly before stating, good, let them continue to monitor diligently. I have already reported this matter to headquarters. Before they respond, I need to personally assess the situation. Since it is also a sea realm, it would be ideal to resolve the issue on the spot. If we're truly unable, we must promptly request stronger reinforcements from headquarters. Understood. Both Instructor Hong and Instructor Han replied in unison. At that moment, a series of crisp knocks echoed through the quiet office. Enter. Shun Xiongji and Lin Qie stepped in one after the other. Take a seat. Yuan Gang gestured for Instructor Hong, and Instructor Han to withdraw after they acknowledged him with a slight nod. Shun Xiongji and Lin Qie settled into their seats. The reason I called you here today is to present you with something, he said, pushing two boxes, one white and one black, across the table toward them. What is this? Shun Xiongji asked, gazing at the somewhat large white box with a hint of confusion. Yuan Gang smiled gently, explaining, this is a transfer from Wang Mian for you. Open it and see. He then turned to Lin Qie, extending a card towards him. This is compensation that Wang Mian discussed with me for you. It contains 500,000, and the password is on the back of the card. The small box contains a restricted item, a reward for successfully traversing Jinan Mountain on foot. What compensation? Lin Qie was taken aback. Yuan Gang cast a glance at Shun Xiongji, who was busily unboxing beside him. In an instant, she understood his intention, paused her actions, and leaned in to whisper to Lin Qie, explaining that the captain had, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the new recruits' training, sent them away seconds before he was about to strike at his mask. Feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear, Lin Qie stiffened, instinctively lowering his gaze to the girl, speaking softly beside him. Accept this. It is the compensation owed to you. He pondered, shouldn't the captain also offer her some form of recompense? After all, she did remove his mask that day. After a moment of silence, Lin Qie pushed the card back, replying, no, I cannot accept money from a soldier. Both Yuan Gang and Shun Xiongji were taken aback. Yuan Gang paused momentarily before calmly explaining, this is not solely from his own funds. It comes from the allocation provided to us by headquarters. In truth, he and Wang Mian had each contributed half. Lin Xie hesitated briefly before nodding in acceptance. Quickly, let us see what's inside. Shun Xiongji urged Lin Xie to open the box, seemingly in no rush for her own item. Observing her eager demeanor brought a smile to his face, and he complied, unveiling the contents of the small black box. Inside lay a azure diamond crystal, no larger than a fingernail, emanating a faint aura of spiritual essence, clearly a rare artifact. Wow, it's beautiful. This was the Azure Heart, a forbidden object salvaged from the East China Sea over 2 decades ago. Within a meter radius, it perpetually upheld the Azure Guardian, corresponding to the forbidden sequence 278, capable of withstanding most psychic attacks. However, it could only mitigate attacks up to a certain limit. If the assailant's mental prowess surpassed his own, it would merely serve to weaken the impact. What a remarkable item! Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. You should go find a string to wear it at all times, Yuan Gang suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiongji quickly rummaged through her belongings, soon producing a red string she had woven in advance. Chia, let me help you string it. Taking the azure heart from him, she deftly threaded it onto the string and then stood behind him, reaching around his neck. Hold still, I'll help you put it on. All right. Yuan Gang observed the natural rapport between the two and their affectionate interaction, his expression a mix of complexity. First, there was the cool and audacious boy named Shen Qingzhu, and now the composed and wise Lin Xie. He wondered who else might emerge in the future. Ha ha ha! Wang Mian, you certainly have no shortage of rivals. Once she had fastened it for Lin Xie, Shun Xiongji returned to her own white box, eagerly tearing it open. Yes, tearing it open. Her white box was adorned with a pink ribbon tied in a bow. Upon opening it, she discovered a card and 2 sheer skirts, one a snow-white ethereal gown and the other a jade-green flowing robe. Gauze, are you acquainted with the exquisite fabric known as jiaoxian? Yuan Gong inquired, astonished. As a matter of coincidence, I am. I once received a dress crafted from it by a mermaid friend. Yuan Gang chuckled softly, extending another card toward her. He then gestured towards the 2 dresses and elaborated. This is a piece of jiaoxian that Wang Mian fortuitously acquired during a mission last month. It has been corrupted by the mists, transforming it into a restricted item. He has named it a melody of longing, embodying various attributes such as defense, toxin resistance and detoxification, healing, purification and cooling, water-repellent qualities, and beauty enhancement. Recently, he commissioned these 2 dresses to be made from it, which just arrived this morning. A melody of longing. And this card, similar to the one Lin Xie possesses, is a form of compensation from both him and me to you. I am uncertain about the card within the box. You must inquire with him directly. Thank you, instructor. Lunchtime has arrived. You 2 should head to the dining hall. By the way, Zhizhi, do you remember to visit my office again this afternoon? I have some matters to discuss with you. Understood. Chapter 40. Shun Qingzhu's Anxiety in the Jinan Mountains. 2 figures darted like lightning, traversing the peaks with astonishing speed. The wind howled past them, their forms swift as phantoms, seemingly merging with the surrounding scenery. Instructor Yuan is just ahead, Shun Xiongji declared, her voice melodious and clear, cutting through the roaring wind. Moments later, the 2 arrived at the midsection of a mountain peak. The terrain was treacherous, surrounded by grotesque rocks, with mist swirling like delicate gauze. Yuan Gang halted, focusing intently on the surrounding environment. His formidable spiritual energy spread outward like rippling water, perceptively sensing every anomaly in the area. After a brief pause, Yuan Gang slowly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow with a hint of admiration. Your manipulation of the spiritual array is commendable. Hearing Yuan Gang's praise, Shun Xiongji smiled modestly, replying, This is merely a trivial technique. Before a powerhouse such as yourself, my modest skills are truly inconsequential. Yuan Gang gently shook his head, chuckling. Even if I were to dismantle it myself, completely rectifying the spatial structure here would undoubtedly take considerable time. Well, your barrier is excellent. There is no need for me to disrupt your arrangement. Come, let's venture inside and explore. Of course, Instructor Yuan, I apologize for my presumptuousness. With that, Shen Xiongji swiftly stepped forward, grasping Yuan Gang's arm tightly. In an instant, the two vanished from their location, reappearing at the entrance of a massive cavern. Yuan Gang gazed into the cave, his brow slightly furrowing, murmuring, "Such a formidable aura. This fiery earth dragon is likely to be a formidable opponent." Observing this, Shen Xiongji cautiously inquired, "Should we venture inside for a closer look? If necessary, I can conceal my presence to avoid disturbing it." Her eyes shone with anticipation. Awaiting his decision, Yuan Gang nodded, casting a glance at the cave before stating, "Let us first investigate the periphery of the cavern." With that, the two swiftly cloaked their presence, cautiously stepping into the cave. As they delved deeper, Yuan Gang's expression grew increasingly grave. Following the winding underground passages, they held their breath, gradually arriving at a cavern filled with winding lava fissures. Both halted in unison, as if ensnared by a spell. They were now perilously close to the slumbering earth dragon. Any rash movement might awaken the colossal creature. Shen Xiongji carefully released a thread of gentle spiritual consciousness, akin to a delicate white wisp, probing deeper into the cavern. Before them lay an expansive underground void, resembling a vast palace, comparable in size to 3 or 4 gymnasiums. The seething magma surged like a tumultuous crimson ocean, occupying half the space, its fiery glow illuminating the otherwise dark cavern with brilliant radiance. In this searing realm of molten rock, a colossal gray earth dragon, measuring between 40 to 50 meters in length, lay coiled upon several massive volcanic boulders. Yuan Gang, his brow furrowed, stood motionless like a statue for a considerable time before he turned to give a slight nod to Shen Xiongji. Understanding his unspoken message, the two silently slipped away from the cave like phantoms. As they traversed the mountainside, a heavy silence enveloped them. After a long pause, Yuan Gang spoke gravely. The earth dragon reigns supreme in the subterranean world, moving effortlessly through the earth and capable of easily triggering geological disasters. It possesses its own absolute soil domain, able to transport any surface adversaries into the underground realm. Should it awaken and stir, earthquakes and landslides would undoubtedly follow. If it roams freely beneath the surface, it would pose a severe threat not only to Jinan Mountain, but to the entire Tsangnan region. Particularly, this fiery earth dragon is exceptionally formidable, presenting a challenge we find hard to confront. Shen Xiongji listened intently, remaining silent. From this day forth, we must evacuate all the villagers from the towns beneath Jinan Mountain to ensure that seismic activity and landslides cannot inflict any harm. Only when we are completely certain of their safety can we consider confronting the dragon. Let us return for now, with merely 20-odd instructors and over 200 new recruits. Our strength may prove insufficient. We must promptly report to headquarters and notify the national authorities to enlist their support. Upon returning to the training camp, Instructor Yuan vanished instantly, likely hurrying to report to headquarters and manage the ensuing arrangements for the villagers' evacuation. Meanwhile, Shen Xiongji resumed her place in the training regiment. In the following days, the villagers near Jinan Mountain were systematically engaged in relocation and evacuation, while the 039 new recruits' training camp buzzed with fervor, the sounds of drills resounding through the air. Following a day of extreme training and rejuvenated by medicinal baths, the recruits underwent a remarkable transformation, gradually acclimating to the rigorous exercises. Nevertheless, under the inventive training methods of the instructors, the recruits often found themselves lamenting, collapsing into exhausted slumber each night like limp rag dolls. That evening, after completing her evening routine, Shen Xiongji did not retire immediately. Instead, she quietly settled on the balcony, gazing dreamily at the hazy moonlight. Where might Sister Chang'e have been reborn? Has she regained her memories? And what of the adorable little jade rabbit? In her hazy recollections, she often played the lute and danced merrily with Sister Chang'e, reveling in joyous celebrations. But now, she found herself alone, shrouded in melancholy beneath the moonlight, lost in self-pity. Suddenly, A hand, like a specter, emerged from the edge of the balcony, startling Shun Xiongji and draining the color from her face. Ching ching. Shen Qingzhu gracefully leaped in, supported by both hands at the balcony's edge, like a nimble cat. Qingbao. Shen Qingzhu brushed off the dust from her attire and sat beside her. What were you thinking, so lost in thought? Dare you intrude upon the girls' dormitory? Are you attempting to spy on the girls? Shen Xiongji blinked, casting him a sidelong glance that was half smiling, half teasing. Shen Qingzhu could not help but chuckle softly, reaching out to gently stroke her small nose and feigning seriousness as she defended herself. I simply climbed up the drainage pipe and entered your balcony. I did not spy on anyone. Oh, does that mean I'm no longer a girl? You, however, have peered at me. You are different. Shen Qingzhu lowered her gaze, her voice soft and gentle. Shen Xiongji couldn't help but laugh, rising to lightly pat his head. How am I different? Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his head, stood up, and tightly grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace, holding her as if he wished to meld her into his very being. After a moment of silence, his dejected voice finally broke through. Ching ching, what should I do? I feel as though I am drifting further away from you. Shen Xiongji paused at his words. Why would you think that? Shen Qingzhu held her closely, his expression forlorn, his voice hoarse. Since I joined the night watch, our interactions have dwindled, and you have made so many new friends. Each time, I can only watch you laugh and converse with them, unable to join in. I fear that one day, you will completely leave me. The mere thought of Shen Xiongji departing filled Shen Qingzhu with a wave of fear and anguish. A pang of sorrow surged within Shen Xiongji as she embraced him back, softly saying, Qingbao, what nonsense are you speaking? We have grown up together, weathered countless storms. Our bond is irreplaceable. How could I ever leave you? But there are no buts. By the way, when will you show me those love letters? Shen Xiongji suddenly recalled something, her eyes brightening. You heard everything? Shen Qingzhu paused, his ears instantly flushing red, embarrassment flooding his heart. At that moment, all anxiety was cast aside. Yes, I heard everything. So when will you give me those love letters? Shen Qingzhu released the girl, his face flushed, speaking softly. I will give them to you on your 18th birthday. All right. Shen Qingzhu took a slight step back, retreating into the shadows, stealing a glance at the enchanting girl illuminated by the moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. His voice barely above a whisper. Qing, I like you, not as a brother to a sister, but as a man to a woman. I've liked you since I was 15. What about you? Shen Xiongji smiled, stepping forward, rising on her tiptoes, just about to plant a light kiss on the boy's cheek as a response when, Little fairy, a clear male voice called from behind her. Chapter 41. The salary card as light as a swallow. Lin Xie effortlessly leapt onto the balcony of dormitory 502. Upon witnessing the intimate demeanor shared between Shen Qiangs and Shen Qingzhu, a pang of bitterness surged within him, prompting him to involuntarily call out Shen Qiangs' name. Startled by the sound, Shen Qiangs trembled, akin to a frightened deer, taking a hurried step back before abruptly turning to face Lin Xie. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened. Her lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent. Cough, cough. Xie, why are you still awake? After a moment of composure, Shen Qiangs managed a somewhat awkward smile, softly inquiring. Lin Xie discreetly glanced at the disgruntled Shen Qingzhu standing behind Shen Qiangs, a faint smile gracing his lips as he responded, I couldn't sleep. I noticed you standing alone on the balcony and was worried, so I came to check on you. Oh, Shen Qiangs nodded lightly, acknowledging his concern. With a flicker of thought, she retrieved 2 boxes of Huaxia milk from her space. She first handed one box to Lin Xie, before turning to offer the other to Shen Qingzhu. I heard that drinking milk before bed aids in sleep. Instinctively, Lin Xie's gaze fell upon Shen Qiangs, yet inadvertently, he caught sight of her gently curving silhouette. In an instant, he averted his gaze, a rush of crimson flooding his ears, akin to a ripe red apple. Observing Lin Xie's peculiar reaction, Shen Qiangs was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She furrowed her brow, gently tugging at the ties of her loose bathrobe. Suddenly, as if a realization struck her, her demeanor froze, and a blush crept up her cheeks, gradually deepening. Oh no, I just finished washing up and am not wearing anything underneath. How embarrassing. Chia, Qingzhu, I'm so tired. I must go to sleep now. You two should hurry back to your rooms and rest well. With her words barely escaping her lips, Shen Qiang's hurriedly dashed toward the balcony exit and swiftly closed the door to the dormitory. Lin Xie slowly turned back, gazing at the firmly shut dormitory door, a hint of discomfort prompting him to cover his mouth and cough lightly, followed by a subdued chuckle. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu approached from the shadows, stating, I believe we need to settle this with a proper fight. She had been holding on to this urge for quite some time. All right, but we shall wait until after we leave the training camp. After all, it's rather unfair for you without the advantages of the Forbidden Ruins. It's a deal. After finishing dinner, Shen Qiang's bid farewell to her companions before departing the cafeteria for the instructor's office. Instructor Yuan, may I accompany you on your missions? I shall not cause any trouble and assure you of my obedience to your commands. The villagers near Jinan Mountain have mostly evacuated, and it is anticipated that action will be taken against the infernal dragon in the coming days. After some contemplation, Yuan Gang deemed it appropriate to include her and Lin Xie in this endeavor, as they would undoubtedly encounter such scenarios in the future. In an instant, Shen Xiongji's eyes brightened, and she cautiously inquired, Instructor Yuan, may I take a leave of absence? I wish to step out for a moment, but I promise to return promptly and not delay tomorrow morning's training. Where are you headed? Yuan Gang asked, taken aback. I intend to visit an old acquaintance in the old town and make a phone call. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, regarding her intently. An old acquaintance? Is that the reason you came to Tsangnan over a month ago? You were aware of this? Of course. The information about your whereabouts in Tsangnan was relayed to Wang Mian by me. Then, go ahead, but be cautious. If you encounter any trouble, do not engage. Flee, if necessary. Should you find yourself in need, return to me. After all, this training camp could hardly confine her. It was commendable that she sought permission rather than leaving without notice. All right, Shen Xiongji exclaimed, her heart warmed by the feeling of having support. After returning to her dormitory to don her ethereal white fairy dress, she swiftly departed from the training camp. In the new district of Tsangnan, Shen Xiongji anonymously transferred 500,000 yuan to the orphanage account in Linjiang City, in this fictional world. Please do not delve deeply into it, and leisurely strolled for a shopping mall, purchasing some items for Jean and his mother. Leaning against the old wooden bridge at the entrance of a narrow alley in the old town, she took out her phone and dialed Wang Mian's number. Hello, Zhizhi. Wang Mian's gentle voice, reminiscent of a spring breeze, flowed through the receiver. Captain, did you receive the gift? How do you find it? Do you still like it? I do. That's wonderful. Zhizhi, have you all begun your holiday? Wang Mian inquired, slightly puzzled. Not really. I sneaked out for a bit of fun, Shen Xiongji teased playfully. Do not be reckless. Tell me the truth, Wang Mian feigned seriousness. Oh, I took leave to. Send some compensation money to the matron, Shen Xiongji replied. By the way, Captain, what is the card in the box for? Wang Mian paused briefly before explaining. It contains my salary from the past few years along with some bonuses for completed missions. Shen Xiongji was taken aback, her voice trembling slightly. Why? Why would you give your salary and bonuses to me? To spend as you wish. When you have the time, indulge in some delightful treats, enjoyable activities. And those beautiful dresses, Wang Mian said with a light chuckle, then continued to explain. How can that be? I cannot, nor should I, use your money. Shen Xiongji repeatedly shook her head, hastily declining. With a gentle sigh, Wang Mian said, Zhizhi, please listen to me. I have no other expenses aside from those related to the team and our missions. This money is merely sitting idle with me. It will be better entrusted to you, to purchase things you desire or to engage in charitable acts, as a means of accumulating good fortune on my behalf. Shen Xiongji bit her lower lip tightly. Still feeling uneasy yet, Wang Mian smiled faintly, saying, All right, just like this. You may keep it, if you truly do not wish to spend the money inside. Consider it my gift for you to safeguard, if that is agreeable. Shen Xiongji hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, I shall keep it for you. As for the money inside, we shall see. Thank you, Xiongji. Wang Mian's voice carried a hint of tenderness. By the way, Xiongji, The password for the bank card is the date of our first meeting. Oh, Xiongji. I miss you. Chapter 42. The Goddess of Night Ding Dong. Hey, Jean, I have returned. Zhizhi. Yang Jin opened the door to find a girl in a flowing white gown, and he felt a flicker of surprise. Accepting the fruits and gift bag from Shun Xiongji's hands, he gazed at her with curiosity. Didn't you go to training? Why have you suddenly come here? Because I missed you, and I longed for those dear companions from ages past. The boy's face flushed instantly. He awkwardly turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Hey, Jean, why won't you look at me? Come on, take a glance. What do you think is different about me today? Shun Xiongji teased, her eyes sparkling. Yang Jin took a gentle breath, calming himself, and slightly turned his head to meet her gaze, his eyes fixating on her radiant smile. After a moment, he replied, You're wearing a dress made of fish scale silk today. It looks lovely. However, it does not compare to that stunning aquamarine gown you wore at the peach banquet. Isn't it beautiful? I think so too. It's a pity that the water blue gown gifted by Xiaoyu is lost. Otherwise, I would look even more enchanting. Zhizhi, you're here. At that moment, Annie from the kitchen approached. Shun Xiongji's face lit up with a beaming smile, and she nodded sweetly. Yes, Annie, your cooking is too delicious. I have come to mooch off you again. Mrs. Wang couldn't help but chuckle at her charm. All right, Zhizhi, come in and sit. Annie has prepared some tasty dishes for you. Thank you, Annie. At the dining table, Auntie kept serving Shun Xiongji more dishes. Zhizhi, come eat more. Look at you. You've lost weight since we last met. There exists a kind of thinness that only elders perceive. Okay, Annie. Shun Xiongji always graciously accepted the kindness of her elders. After the meal, Shun Xiongji retrieved a set of knee and wrist guards along with a wine-red silk scarf from the gift bag Yang Jin had brought in, presenting it to Annie with both hands. Annie, this is a special selection for you. I hope you like it. Oh dear, you shouldn't have gone to such expense. Annie accepted her gift with a beaming smile, then earnestly advised, Zhizhi, feel free to visit any time, but please don't bring gifts again. All right. As she spoke, Shun Xiongji pulled out a brown scarf and a matching pair of gloves from another bag, handing them to Yang Jin. Hey Jean, this is for you. I have one too. Yang Jin exclaimed in delight, accepting it with a smile. Of course. Try it on and see if it fits. Okay. Yang Jin picked up a glove and slipped it on. Is it warm? Shun Xiongji quickly took the other glove and helped to put it on. Warm. The boy's eyes were filled with joy. Shun Xiongji then took the scarf, carefully wrapping it around his neck. This scarf and gloves are a matching set. Oh, and there's a hat that goes with them, but it's still in the bag. Remember to keep them all together and don't lose them. She reminded him while adjusting the scarf. Got it. At that moment, Auntie, who had been silently observing the interaction between the two children, felt a surge of mixed emotions within her heart. Observing the natural and harmonious interaction between the two, coupled with their affectionate gestures, an inkling of worry surged within Annie's heart. She pondered privately whether these two young souls, in their innocent closeness, might be exhibiting signs of premature romance. Auntie tirelessly formulated words of caution in her mind to dissuade them from such youthful infatuation. However, as her gaze fell upon her child's beaming countenance, the admonitions she had intended to voice were abruptly swallowed back. After all, if the children could flourish in health and happiness, other concerns seemed trivial. It was best to let things unfold naturally. She rose and went to the kitchen, washing some fruit and placing it before the two. Zhizhi, have some fruit. All right. Shun Xiongzi obediently picked up an apple and began to nibble. Zhizhi, it's quite late today. Why not spend the night at Auntie's? Tomorrow, Xiao Jin can take you home. Auntie glanced at the darkening sky outside, paused for a moment, then spoke to Shun Xiongzi. Auntie, I promised my elders I would return home tonight, so I'll leave soon. Shun Xiongzi shook her head. Oh, then, let Xiao Jin take you later. Okay. Due to Annie having worked the night shift until late, she appeared particularly weary. Yet, her concern for Yang Jin and Shun Xiongzi compelled her to issue numerous reminders to Yang Jin. He listened patiently to every word from his mother and solemnly assured her that he would ensure Shun Xiongzi's safe return home. Only then did Annie feel a slight relief, turning to retreat to her bedroom for some rest. Yang Jin casually picked up a bright yellow orange and leisurely peeled it with his fingers. As the skin was gradually removed, a refreshing citrus aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing to the senses. He presented the peeled orange to Shun Qiangzitzi. "Thank you, Ajin." Shun Qiangzitzi accepted the orange, breaking off a segment and savoring it. The flesh is tender and juicy, exquisitely sweet and refreshing. By the way, Ajin, have you ever been to Jinan Mountain? As Shun Qiangzitzi enjoyed her orange, she casually inquired. Upon hearing her mention Jinan Mountain, Yang Jin furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before responding, "Is that the Jinan Mountain that is currently undergoing large-scale relocation? I haven't been there. Why do you ask?" Deep within the subterranean depths of Jinan Mountain lies a formidable fire-vein earth dragon in slumber. At this revelation, Yang Jin's expression shifted from surprise to a hint of confusion as he murmured, "Fire-vein earth dragon? Speaking of which, there is something that has puzzled me. When the deities hastily departed, a century has now passed in cycles, yet the vast wilderness remains unrestrained, and the savage beasts have not seized the opportunity to cause chaos." Yang Jin became lost in his thoughts, entirely unaware that Shun Qiangzitzi's demeanor had subtly shifted to one of unease. Coughing softly, perhaps the oppressive aura of the esteemed elder Zhu Jiu-yin still lingers. Shun Qiangzhi cleared her throat. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin abruptly returned to his senses, gazing intently at Shun Qiangzhi for a moment before nodding in agreement. Perhaps it is so. Just then, from the rooftop of the adjacent building, the inky night descended like a delicate veil. Barking, originally languidly sprawled on the ground. The little black dog sprang up like a coiled spring, yelping at the building outside. Yang Jin's expression sharpened as he exchanged a startled glance with Shun Qiangzhi, and then both swiftly restored their composure in unison. Frowning, Yang Jin stepped forcefully on the little black dog, his eyes wide with indignation as he scolded, "Do not disturb my mother's peaceful slumber." The little black dog immediately fell silent, but continued to fixate on the building like a statue. "Hide your eyes well." The little black dog obediently lay back down on the ground. "Ajin, after all these years, why do you two still share hearts yet remain at odds?" Shun Qiangzhi smiled charmingly, her voice laced with playful teasing. Yang Jin glanced at the obedient little black dog on the ground, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a soft smile. Feeling the intense gaze from the building above, Shun Qiangzhi paused for a moment, then stood up. "Ajin, I must take my leave. I shall escort you." Yang Jin promptly rose to follow her. "No need. I shall come to find you another day." With that, Shun Qiangzhi vanished from the spot like a specter. In the distance, atop the building, Lin Shiye's gaze drifted between Yang Jin and Shun Qiangzhi, his expression somewhat intricate. Beside him, Incapable's eyes flickered with curiosity as he pointed towards Yang Jin and Shun Qiangzhi, inquiring, "Are they your friends?" Lin Shiyi regained his composure and slowly shook his head, replying, "They're family and a beloved?" Incapable took up the conversation. Lin Shiye's face flushed slightly as he hastily countered, "Not a beloved, it is. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Incapable, sensing the unspoken understanding, nodded knowingly. "Ah, it is a girl you admire." "Mother." Lin Shiyi appeared somewhat reserved. Incapable smiled faintly and turned to look at the adjacent building, only to be startled to find the girl whom Dana thus admired had suddenly vanished. "She is gone. Should we pursue her?" Lin Shiyi glanced at his cousin before nodding. Incapable nodded in agreement, reaching out to grasp Lin Shiyi's wrist. In an instant, a profound darkness enveloped the two, and their figures vanished. On an old wooden bridge, Shun Qiangzhi stood with her arms crossed, quietly leaning against the railing. As darkness fell, the silhouettes of Lin Shiyi and Incapable appeared before her. "Zhizhi." Shun Qiangzhi nodded slightly, before turning her gaze to Incapable. "Goddess of the night, Incapable." Shun Qiangzhi inclined her head slightly to Incapable, Senior Incapable. Although Incapable is an outer deity, as long as she harbors no malice towards Huaxia, it is only fitting for Shun Qiangzhi to treat her with respect and address her as senior. After all, she is one of the first-generation deities of ancient Greece and among the 5 primordial gods, holding a status comparable to that of Nuwa and Hongjun Laozu in Huaxia. You know me? And I could see express surprise. It appears that there was a fleeting acquaintance. Shen Xiongji herself is not entirely certain. Ni Keisai released Lin Chie's hand and approached Shen Xiongji, the girl whom Donatus admired. Your situation seems rather precarious. As she spoke, she raised her hand towards Shen Xiongji. Chapter 43. Mystery and purity as Nix's hand, resembling a piece of exquisite white jade, reached towards her head. Shen Xiongji felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, just as she was about to move, a gentle aura of goodwill emanating from Nix enveloped her. Coupled with the observation of Nix's seemingly amicable rapport with Lin Chie, Shen Xiongji hesitated, ultimately suppressing her impulse to flee and stood still. Nix, wearing a serene smile, lifted her jade-like hand and gently caressed Shen Xiongji's brow. Her slender, delicate fingers curved slightly, before her index finger lightly tapped the center of Shen Xiongji's forehead. In that instant, a rich, inky darkness unexpectedly materialized at Nix's fingertip, pulsating with a life of its own, shimmering with faint and enigmatic light. Immediately, Shen Xiongji felt a refreshing and cool mysterious energy flowing from Nix's fingertip into her brow. This force meandered like a gentle stream, initially swirling softly at her forehead, then gradually spreading throughout every corner of her being. With the continuous influx of this ethereal energy, Shen Xiongji instinctively closed her eyes in bliss. The sensation was akin to finding oneself in a cool valley on a sweltering summer day, surrounded by invigorating air and the soothing sound of flowing water, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility and comfort. Simultaneously, deep within Shen Xiongji's sea of consciousness, the previously tranquil hexagonal crystal, pristine as snow on the inside and dark as ink on the outside, began to undergo an extraordinary transformation. One could distinctly observe the bright, pure white and the profound, mysterious black intertwining with astonishing speed. At times, the crystal displayed an unadulterated black. At other moments, it transformed into a flawless white, and at intervals, the two colors overlapped, creating a unique and enigmatic gray hue. However, perhaps due to the hexagonal crystal's core being inherently white, regardless of its transformations, the white always maintained an unequivocal dominance. After a brief duration, the once distinct white and black finally merged into one, culminating in a novel and extraordinary color, grayish-white, that embodied both mystique and a hint of purity. This grayish-white was neither as excessively pristine as pure white nor as deeply oppressive as black. Rather, it elegantly blended the characteristics of both, exuding an ineffable charm. Simultaneously, Shen Xiongji's originally lustrous black hair visibly faded, transforming into a soft and profound grayish-white, akin to the gentlest star in the night sky, quietly radiating a subtle glow. Shen Xiongji lifted a strand of silvery white hair, her gaze descending as her eyes began to glisten with tears. Following her sacrificial act, she was meant to vanish entirely from this world. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she lingered. Henceforth, her spirit was in turmoil, her divine essence fragmented, and the snow-white hair that signified her identity and power as the goddess of frost no longer wholly belonged to her. Whenever her divine strength waned, her once pristine locks would change hue. Furthermore, as she had not cultivated her immortality in human form, her true essence being a colorless, translucent hexagonal snowflake crystal. Therefore, the unique ink-black shade of her heritage was not entirely hers either. Yet at this moment, she had regained a hue that was unequivocally her own, silvery white. "Thank you, esteemed elder," she murmured. Nix smiled gently, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in the spring. She reached out, tenderly ruffling Shen Xiongji's hair, caressing the silky strands as if they were precious silk, her voice soft as flowing water, capable of melting the hardest of ice. "You and Dynastus are both well-behaved and understanding children." Meanwhile, Lin Chie stood nearby, Witnessing yet again the transformation of Shun Xiongji's hair color, momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged pause, he seemed to awaken from a dream. He gathered his scattered thoughts and stepped forward to the two resplendent maidens. "Mother, little fairy, let us return. It is quite late," he stated succinctly, offering no further elaboration. His intention was merely to accompany Shun Xiongji back to the training camp, without the necessity of questioning her actions. After all, her choices regarding whom to meet or what to do were her own. "Very well," Nix replied with a slight nod. She then extended her hands to grasp the wrists of Lin Xie and Shun Xiongji, and, as the night shimmered, the three figures vanished in an instant. On the rooftop of the training camp dormitory, where emptiness once reigned, an exquisite night enveloped the space, and soon three silhouettes emerged. Not far away, on the steps, Yuan Gang stood resolutely, gripping a long blade. Sensing movement, he lifted his gaze, his sharp, hawk-like eyes locking onto Nix, who appeared suddenly, exuding an air of mystique. However, upon noticing Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie beside her, he momentarily faltered, a hint of surprise crossing his face. After a brief pause, Yuan Gang straightened his posture and took a few steps forward, inhaling deeply as a powerful wave of psychic pressure erupted from within him, crashing towards Nix like a tumultuous sea. "I am Yuan Gang, the vice captain of 006 Squad of the Night Watcher Station in Beijing. May I inquire your name?" "Esteemed guest?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Nix narrowed her eyes, a barely perceptible glimmer flashing within. She emanated an enigmatic aura, akin to a fog-laden forest shrouded in night. Elusive and unfathomable, this presence effortlessly subdued the formidable psychic pressure unleashed by Yuan Gang. "Nix," she replied coolly. At her words, Yuan Gang's heart jolted. He had indeed heard of this legendary figure, the goddess of night, Nix. He composed himself slightly before inquiring, "Ah, it is indeed the goddess of night. May I ask what brings you to our land Huaxia?" Nix tilted her head, seemingly pondering how to respond to this query. After a considerable pause, she softly replied, "I have come in search of my son and daughter-in-law." As she spoke, her gaze deliberately drifted towards Lin Xie and Shun Xiongji, who were standing nearby. Shun Xiongji. Lin Qi, Yuan Genggi. Chapter 44. The Psychiatric Hospital of the Gods. Upon hearing Nix's words, Shun Xiongji was momentarily taken aback and instinctively cast a glance at Lin Xie, meeting Shun Xiongji's puzzled and astonished gaze. Lin Xie felt a slight flush creep onto his face. He cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate his shyness and discomfort. Then, he turned to the bewildered Yuan Gang and explained, "What she means is, she has come in search of a representative." "Oh, so her grace is seeking a representative. I wonder if one has been found?" Yuan Gang relaxed slightly at this revelation. "Indeed, one has been found." Lin Xie interjected before Nix could respond. "Where?" Yuan Gang inquired, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Lin Xie, astonished. You are not the Seraphs." "Oh, I am merely straddling two boats." Shun Xiongji couldn't help but burst into laughter, only to immediately raise her hand to cover her mouth tightly. Yuan Gang shot a glance at Shun Xiongji before turning back to Nix. His eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. "Your Grace, what he says is, what my son states is the truth," Nix replied solemnly. "Son? Him?" Yuan Gang was momentarily stunned, then asked, "And the daughter-in-law is?" Nix elegantly raised her hand, pointing at Shun Xiongji, who was still covering her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "There she is. Shun Xiongji." "Eh? Shun Xiongji. Oh, wait, why am I suddenly being mentioned? And what on earth is a daughter-in-law?" After steadying herself, Shun Xiongji turned to Instructor Yuan, responding earnestly, "I am merely an ordinary girl favored by her divine power." "So you're also her divine representative?" Yuan Gang was once again taken aback. Shun Xiongji hesitated, glancing at Lin Xie and then at Nix, before carefully sensing her own divine power. With a somewhat uncertain tone, she said, "She granted me a thread of profound divine power. Perhaps that counts?" However, unlike Lin Xie, she did not possess Nix's abilities. Yet, She could utilize the profound divine power bestowed by Nyx to forge her own unique capabilities. Yuan Gang was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a long pause, he seemed to awaken from a dream, finally regaining his composure. He spoke slowly, Your Grace. Since the representative has been found, I kindly request that you depart from the borders of Huaxia at once. Nyx turned to Lin Xie, who cleared his throat again. Yes, you should return home. Very well. Nyx nodded without hesitation, then added, remember to visit home often. With that, her gaze shifted back to Shun Xiongji. You. Seeing this, Shun Xiongji hurriedly replied, Elder, my name is Shun Xiongji. You may call me Zhizhi. Very well, Zhizhi, until we meet again. Until we meet again, Elder. In a moment, Nyx's figure began to grow increasingly hazy, as if shrouded in a delicate veil. Gradually, that indistinct silhouette became ever more ethereal, dissolving like morning mist, until it ultimately vanished completely into the vastness of the night, leaving no trace behind. After the departure of Nyx, the goddess of night, Yuan Gang finally turned his attention to Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie. Pray tell, what exactly is the nature of your relationship? I was summoned to serve as her while stargazing on the balcony. In her teachings of the divine ruins, I fortuitously encountered little Xiongji, and, subsequently, she bestowed upon her a fragment of divine power. That is the essence of it, Lin Xie fabricated nonchalantly, his expression unwavering. Shun Xiongji nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment, then queried, How is it that a foreign deity speaks fluent Chinese? Lin Xie paused, momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Shun Xiongji hastily clarified, her capacity for learning is remarkable. She quickly acclimated to the local customs. Now, it was Lin Xie's turn and nod vigorously. What task has she entrusted you with, Ezra? Yuan Gang inquired, his brow furrowed in scrutiny. To play the role of her son, Lin Xie replied, after a brief contemplation. And you? What is the story behind your hair? How is it that it has changed color in just a few hours? Yuan Gang shifted his gaze towards Shun Xiongji. She tugged at her grayish-white locks, pursed her lips, and announced, My duty is to act as her daughter-in-law. She then added with feigned seriousness, I just dyed it tonight. Isn't it lovely? A sudden silence enveloped the scene. Very well, Yuan Gang sighed. You two should return and rest. I shall take care of the remaining matters. Thank you, instructor. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two vanished in an instant. Yuan Gang exhaled another sigh, lit a cigarette, and proceeded to dial Xiaopingge in the capital. In dormitory 502, Shun Xiongji sat quietly at the edge of her bed, her delicate brows knitted tightly as if pondering some perplexing matter. How strange. Nyx has clearly departed, yet I cannot shake the feeling that she remains nearby. The lingering connection from the fragment of divine power she received grants Shun Xiongji an acute sensitivity to Nyx's presence. With a heart full of questions, she slowly rose and gracefully made her way to the balcony. Once she stood still, she closed her eyes, concentrating to perceive the faint yet palpable tether. However, as time passed, her brows only furrowed deeper, perplexed. Could it be that Nyx has not truly left and is presently residing in dormitory 501? Does she have unfinished business to convey to Chia? Pausing for a moment, Shun Xiongji contemplated, then resolved to follow that subtle yet distinct pull and teleport over. She had anticipated that she would suddenly appear in dormitory 501 beside Lin Xie. But, with a resounding thud, Shun Xiongji found herself enveloped in darkness, her entire being reeling backward in a daze. Alas, she had collided with a colossal and unyielding iron door. Hiss, oh the pain. She couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, her hand instinctively reaching up to massage her forehead, which throbbed from the impact. Once the discomfort subsided slightly, Shun Xiongji raised her gaze, meticulously surveying her surroundings. Before her stood a uniquely styled modern edifice, emanating an unsettling aura. She glanced back at the iron gate she had collided with, noting its formidable sturdiness. Coughing softly, her eyes shifted upward to the plaque adorning the archway above the entrance, where the inscription boldly declared, Asylum of the Gods. What peculiarities lay within? A sense of unease washed over her. Could there be strange individuals or even monstrous beings inside? Shen Qiongji murmured softly to herself. Despite her trepidation, an overwhelming curiosity propelled her step by step toward the firmly shut iron gate. As she approached, she took a deep breath and extended her hands, summoning all her strength to push forward. With a creaking sound that echoed long and sharp, the heavy iron door gradually swung open. She stepped inside. Chapter 45. The God of Frost and Snow, treading cautiously along an ancient and dimly lit corridor, Shen Qiongji slowly entered the enigmatic asylum, steeped in an aura of mystery. Ward? Activity area? Standing at the crossroads, Shen hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to venture into the ward area. Upon entering, she was immediately greeted by an open room adorned with 5 doors, each embellished with peculiar symbols and intricate designs. Above each room, aged and rustic nameplates hung, each meticulously inscribed with a unique pattern, entirely dissimilar to one another. Room 1 bore a nameplate depicting a large, black circle, profound and shadowy. Night? The word Nyx? The nameplate of Room 2 illustrated an object resembling both a cane and a paintbrush, its lines simple yet imbued with a sense of mystery. Room 3's nameplate featured an exquisite harp, exuding an ineffable charm. Room 4. The nameplate was exceedingly simple, merely depicting a slender stick. The stick's body was elongated, its midsection stained with a deep crimson, reminiscent of an eternal flame. Both ends were adorned with intricately crafted gilded designs, portraying dragons and phoenixes in vivid detail. Intertwined with complex patterns, a delicate luminescence enveloped the stick, its faint radiance emanating a profound power that instilled a sense of reverence. Suddenly, Shen Qiongji halted, her gaze fixated on the pattern upon the nameplate. The great sage? Could be that monkey? She hurried forward, gripping the doorknob tightly and twisting it with all her might. However, the door remained unyielding. Her brow furrowed, fingers trembling slightly as she summoned a hint of divine power to try once more. But alas, the door stood like a mountain. King of the Void. Indeed, let be King of the Void. She strained to rend the fabric of this ward space, attempting to slip through, yet regardless of her efforts, she could not breach its barrier. This was her first encounter with a space that even King of the Void could not penetrate. Could it be that this asylum exists in a higher dimension? Pausing momentarily, Shen approached the door, gently rapping upon it. Great Sage, is it you? She wondered if the occupant within could hear her. Great Sage, I am Qing, the God of Frost and Snow. Can you hear my voice? Unfortunately, no reply came from within the ward. Furrowing her brow, she spoke again. Great Sage, could it truly be you? Why have you not, like the others, entered the cycle of reincarnation, but instead remain here? A bitter expression crossed her face, her lashes lowered, her voice subdued. Could it be that you, like me, have become a last one? Ah, the taste of solitude. It is truly unbearable. At that moment, a little fairy, Lin Chia, clad in a white coat, came rushing from the activity room. Shen Qiongji snapped back to reality, turning to him. Chia, what place is this? Let's find another location to converse. 10 minutes later, as for the origins of this asylum, I cannot say. What I know is but this much. Yes. Shen Qiongji nodded, indicating her understanding. In other words, it is imperative to wait until Chia's powers reach a certain realm before unlocking the 4th ward. Moreover, the fact that Chia can harness the abilities of the gods is truly astonishing. How formidable he will become in the future. Suddenly, Shen Qiongji recalled Chao Yuan's words from that day. With 2 wooden pillars standing, 8 gods depart, 10 years into the night, guiding humanity. Could it be that from the moment of his inception, Chia was destined to become the protagonist of this world, the savior of all? With this thought, Shen Qiongji's gaze towards Lin Chia shifted dramatically. Feeling the intensity of Shen Qiongji's increasingly fervent gaze, Lin Chia awkwardly scratched his head. He slowly rose to his feet, leaning against the office desk, and said in a low voice, Little fairy, how did you come to be here? I follow the aura of Nyxis. At that time, I believed Nyxis was in your dormitory, so I teleported here, following her essence. However, I unexpectedly discovered this psychiatric hospital and thus pushed open the iron gate to enter. Lin Xie nodded slightly. Then, as if recalling something, he pressed further. Did you come in directly? Not in the form of an astral entity? This psychiatric hospital of the gods resides within his mind. How could the little fairy enter in corporeal form? Shen Qiongji hesitated slightly, replying vaguely, perhaps my abilities are somewhat unique. Lin Xie still felt a sense of peculiarity, yet he struggled to articulate it. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at her silvery white hair and cautiously spoke. Little fairy, I have laid bare my secrets, so might you share your story with me? As the representative of Kronos, the god of time and space, how could she wield the power of frost? Why did her hair color change due to the consumption of divine energy? And what are the secrets she revealed upon donning the ring of truth? At that time, Lin Xie vaguely heard her mention having sacrificed her own soul. Sacrificing one's soul is hardly a trivial matter. One wonders what effects it may have on her present self. Furthermore, how did she come to know a Jin? Their relationship appears quite harmonious. Very well. Shen Qiongji nodded in acknowledgement. Given that Lin Xie possessed extensive knowledge and was closely connected to the divine psychiatric hospital, there was no need for her to conceal anything further. Perhaps, one day, the door to the great sage's chamber would open. She slowly straightened her posture, gazing intently at Lin Xie. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke with gravity. My original name is Han Yuejia, the goddess of frost and snow from the celestial court of Huaxia, also known as the Jade Maiden of the Azure Sky. Over a century ago, a sudden mist descended upon us, and the gods united in a valiant effort to resist its invasion, yet to little avail. The gods lacked the means to entirely fend off this encroaching mist. Thus, the celestial court chose to destroy its own essence, transforming it into 9 monumental pillars to safeguard the borders. All the gods of Huaxia complied with the edict of the celestial sovereign, willingly sacrificing themselves, relinquishing their powers in order to forge the national guardian pillar with their divine forms and strength, erecting a grand protective formation that would repel malevolent spirits from our land. As Shen Qiongji recounted this, her voice became slightly choked with emotion. At that time, I was undergoing trials in the mortal realm. In the depths of my being, I heard the decree of the celestial sovereign and the sound of the Queen Mother of Heaven sacrificing herself against the pillar, which gradually awakened my memories, compelling me to break free from my bindings and return. However, all my companions had already entered the cycle of reincarnation. I had intended to join them in their sacrifice, to accompany them through the cycle. Yet, at the moment of my intended offering, I became acutely aware of the chaos incited by certain monstrous beasts, and thus could only proceed to suppress the wilderness. But how could I alone quell the multitude of fierce beasts? Reluctantly, I followed in the footsteps of my peers, sacrificing my own divine soul and essence to subdue the wilderness. I had presumed it would be in vain, yet unexpectedly, I succeeded. A radiant smile blossomed upon Shen Qiongji's exquisite face, her enchanting eyes fixated on Lin Xie, her voice brimming with excitement. Xie, I did it. I truly succeeded in sealing the wilderness and imprisoning those malevolent and powerful beasts within it. For over a century, the wild lands have remained tranquil, with not a single beast breaking through that seal to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. It is vital to understand that if even one of these terrifying entities, capable of shattering the heavens and annihilating all with a mere swipe of their claws, were to escape, the entire expanse of Huaxia would likely descend into chaos. Countless innocent lives would face slaughter, and rivers would run red with blood. Throughout her narration, Lin Xie stood silently, listening intently, his brow furrowed in concern. As Shen Qiongji's words continued to resonate, his expressions shifted from surprise to admiration, ultimately transforming into profound sorrow. Little fairy, the sacrifice. Must have been excruciating, right? Shen Qiongji slowly lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Xie's eyes filled with compassion. In that instant, her feelings of grievance surged forth like a flood, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It hurts. Her voice trembled, tinged with a barely concealed sob. It truly hurts. Chapter 46, Sangsong, the Sacrifice of My Soul. Does it affect you now? Lin Chie's voice was imbued with sincere concern. He had initially intended to inquire how she managed to survive after such a profound offering, but the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. He sensed intuitively that this was a question she would rather not answer, perhaps concealing reasons even she found difficult to articulate. As expected, she responded, "After the sacrifice of my soul, for reasons that remain ineffable, I miraculously survived." However, as she spoke, Shun Xiongji instinctively tugged at her hair. "Since then, my soul has become fractured and unstable. Even my divine essence has suffered severe damage, a condition that cannot be mended." At this juncture, Shun Xiongji paused momentarily, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her features. "The most evident consequence is that I have irrevocably lost the chance to return to the heavenly realm, and the divine power I once possessed can never be restored to its original state. As for whether there will be other, more severe repercussions in the future, to be honest, I remain uncertain. Perhaps I will continue to exist in this state, barely clinging to life, or one day I may suddenly dissipate like a bubble in this world." As her words faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the office. Time seemed to freeze, with only the faint sound of their breathing echoing in the air. After a considerable pause, Lin Chie finally broke the stillness. "Since you could miraculously survive under such dire circumstances over a century ago, I believe that no matter what hardships you may face in the future, you will surely emerge unscathed." Upon hearing this, Shun Xiongji smiled. Yes. As the atmosphere lightened, Lin Chie felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He raised his gaze to the young woman, his tone tender and affectionate. "May I call you Song Song from now on?" Referring to the Song Song from the phrase "the reeds are dim. White dew is like frost." The term little fairy felt somewhat awkward to use in front of an elder. "Ah, Song Song? Why?" Shun Xiongji looked at him with curiosity rather than disdain. Noting her intrigue, Lin Chie smiled gently and chose not to answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Do you like your current hair color?" Shun Xiongji lowered her gaze, lifting a strand of silvery white hair with a serious tone. "Yes, I like it." Lin Chie slowly stood and walked gracefully to her side, extending his hand to gently touch her hair. "Song Song," he murmured, "it can represent that delicate grayish-white hue, as well as symbolize a profound emerald green. It can depict the vast expanse of the sky and describe the flourishing state of all living things. No matter how one interprets it, I feel that Song Song resonates with you exceptionally well." Shun Xiongji beamed at him. "Song Song indeed suits me quite well." Seeing that she did not voice any objections to his calling her that, Lin Chie couldn't help but smile, his eyes curving gracefully as he extended his hand towards her. "Song Song, let us venture outside and explore." All right. After meandering through the psychiatric hospital, Lin Chie and Shun Xiongji found themselves in the activity room. In the kitchen, Li Yifei hummed a cheerful tune while merrily washing the dishes, while Nix, adorned in a starry gauze dress, sat at the table, resting her face on her hands. Looking somewhat dejected. "Mother, I have returned." Lin Chie, clad in a white coat, beamed at Nix. "Denazdos? You come back to keep me company so soon?" Nix's face lit up upon seeing Lin Chie. At that moment, Shun Xiongji emerged from behind Lin Chie, saying, "Senior, I am here too. I have come to accompany you." Nix was momentarily taken aback. "Branch, whom Denazdos favors, you have come to our home as well?" Shun Xiongji hesitated for a moment and, feeling a bit shy, nodded, "Yes." Just then, Li Yifei, having heard the commotion, dashed out of the kitchen. "Hey, is this the new caregiver?" His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the girl beside Lin Chie. Lin Chie rolled her eyes. "She is not. She is merely visiting, so do not harbor any intentions toward her. My little fairy is not here to be your laborer." Shun Xiongji stifled a giggle and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Shun Xiongji, Chie's teammate." Li Yifei quickly wiped his hands on his caregiver's uniform and shook her hand firmly. "Hello, I am Li Yifei, Chie's classmate and employee." At this point, Nix had happily brought over 2 small stools. "Denazdos, Branch, please sit. Let's have a good chat." Li Yifei interjected, "What about me? Hurry and finish washing your dishes. Do not disturb Grandma in your parents' conversation." Nix shot Li Yifei an exasperated glance. "Shun Xiongji, Grandma Nix? Parents Chie?" In her, then son? Watching Li Yifei return to the kitchen with a pitiful expression, Shen Xiongji turned to Lin Xie. Lin Xie shrugged her shoulders, smiling helplessly. Nix, grinning widely, took Shen Xiongji's hand and began to chatter. Branch, let me tell you about our Dinazdos. After the morning training session, Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie were summoned once more to the instructor's office. Yuan Gang sat upright in his chair, his posture as straight as a pine tree. With a gentle smile and a warm tone, he announced, "The villagers near Jinan Mountain have all been safely and properly evacuated. Therefore, our operation against the fiery pulse dragon is set to commence tomorrow afternoon. You two little ones should prepare well. I will take you to see the world." Before the two could fully comprehend, Yuan Gang dropped another bombshell. By the way, a human pinnacle will also be participating in this operation. Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie's eyes widened instantly, and they instinctively exchanged a glance, both filled with unmistakable astonishment. After a considerable pause, Shen Xiongji finally regained her composure. With her enchanting large eyes blinking in bewilderment, she inquired, "Is it truly necessary to invoke such a formidable presence merely to contend with a flame pulse earth dragon of the sea realm?" In that instant, Yuan Gang's gaze turned somewhat melancholic, for it was indeed due to the emergence of the night goddess last night. Ahem! Upon perceiving the divine aura of that being, I immediately contacted my superiors to inform the commander. The commander promptly dispatched a top-tier human to our aid. However, before this esteemed individual could arrive, the deity had already chosen a divine proxy and departed amicably. After reporting the situation accurately, the commander decisively recalled the Phoenix Squad, which was originally en route to support Songnan, and redirected this eminent human to establish a stronghold in Songnan. Lin Xie felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked up at the heavens. The top-tier human. TSK. It seems we can no longer allow patients to roam freely outdoors. Even if they do venture out, they must refrain from utilizing divine powers indiscriminately, lest they attract the attention of the Night Watchers, which would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of troubles. Instructor, which top-tier human has come at Songnan? Shen Xiongji's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Yuan Gang. It is said that there are currently 5 top-tier humans among the Night Watchers: Yijian, Ichi, Izuan, Ishu, and Yufuzi. Shen Xiongji was quite intrigued by these illustrious individuals. It is Chun Yufuzi. Chapter 47. Dual daggers and dual swords in the training yard. The new recruits wielded wooden swords, pairing off to practice amidst an atmosphere of tension and seriousness. "Qingbao, come, let me observe the fruits of your training during this period," said Shen Xiongji as she and Mo Li concluded an intense sparring match, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead and her breath slightly hurried. She stepped aside to catch her breath, catching a glimpse of Shen Qingzhu, who sat alone in a corner. "Very well," Shen Qingzhu replied, rising to grasp a wooden sword and approaching her. Both bowed slightly in greeting. "Qingbao, does this resemble a couple's bowing?" Shen Xiongji teased, noticing the tension etched on Shen Qingzhu's face. No, don't say such things." Shen Qingzhu's face flushed crimson, his voice stuttering slightly. "Oh," Shen Xiongji responded lightly, before adopting a serious tone. "Let's begin." No sooner had she spoken than her right hand gripped the sword, and she swiftly aimed a strike at his face. Shen Qingzhu reacted promptly, blocking the blow with his sword and countering with a strike of his own. Shen Xiongji sidestepped his swing, seamlessly altering her approach to strike again. The exchanges varied, sometimes horizontal, sometimes vertical, at times deftly deflecting, at others resembling a tempest or a dragonfly skimming the water. Faced with Shen Xiongji's fierce assault, Shen Qingzhu maintained his composure, skillfully evading or countering with each maneuver. After several rounds, neither could claim victory. Shen Xiongji hesitated momentarily before feigning an attack to Shen Qingzhu's left, prompting him to shift defensively. Yet in that fleeting moment she pivoted, her right palm slicing through the air like a blade, striking his wrist with remarkable speed. Taken by surprise, Shen Qingzhu felt a sharp pain in his wrist and involuntarily released his grip, causing the wooden sword to clatter to the ground. "Ha, I have triumphed," Shen Xiongji exclaimed joyfully. Shen Qingzhu managed a slight smile, replying, "Indeed, you have one." Instructor Han approached the pair, remarking, "You both performed admirably, demonstrating solid fundamentals and agile movements. Among those present, aside from Mo Li and Zheng Zhong, you two wielded the wooden swords the best." Student Shun, Instructor Han intended to call Shun Xiongji, but realized his error as the namesakes met his gaze. After a brief pause, he continued, "Shun Qingzhu, could you kindly assist the recruits over there?" He gestured towards several novices practicing basic sword techniques. Shun Qingzhu glanced in the indicated direction and spotted his two younger brothers alongside by Li, pausing momentarily before nodding in agreement. After exchanging greetings with Shun Xiongji, he took his wooden sword and headed that way. Instructor Han turned his attention to Shun Xiongji. "Student Shun, your swordsmanship is commendable. Would you be willing to practice with Lin Xie? Doesn't he have his own partner? Besides, he seems to be performing quite well." Shun Xiongji inquired, puzzled. His technique appears superficial, lacking genuine spirit. He often struggles to find his rhythm, so I thought it prudent to change his partner, Instructor Han explained. "Very well." Shun Xiongji acquiesced, then made her way towards Lin Xie. "Xie, little Song, what brings you here?" Lin Xie was lost in contemplation, reflecting on his rigidity while wielding the sword, when he heard Shun Xiongji's voice and instinctively lifted his gaze. "Oh, the instructor has asked me to practice with you," she said. Lin Xie, cradling the sword, spoke with a hint of despondency. "I seem ill-suited for using a sword." Shun Xiongji frowned as she glanced at the wooden sword in his arms. "Do not be disheartened. You simply have yet to discover the path that suits you. Perhaps you might first try using dual swords. You may find that you are more adept at wielding them," she suggested, extending her wooden sword towards him. Lin Xie paused momentarily before accepting the sword from her. "Wait for me," Shun Xiongji informed Lin Xie, and then hurried over to Instructor Han. "Instructor, do we have wooden swords here?" Instructor Han, taken aback, responded, "Wooden swords? Yes, we do." Shun Xiongji requested 2 wooden swords from him and promptly returned to Lin Xie's side. "Xie, today I shall meet your dual sword with my dual blades, allowing you to appreciate the allure of both," she declared. With a firm grip on the dual swords, Lin Xie focused intently and replied, "Very well, let us begin." Shun Xiongji launched the first strike, her dual swords striking like serpents emerging from their lairs, aiming directly for Lin Xie's throat. Quick on his feet, Lin Xie dodged to the left, executing a somewhat rigid horizontal slash with his dual blades. Shun Xiongji leaned back, crossing her swords to block the blow, using the momentum to spin, her blades slicing through the air towards Lin Xie's legs. Lin Xie leapt high, his dual swords tracing 2 arcs of cold light as they descended towards Shun Xiongji. Instead of retreating, she advanced boldly, her sword tip aimed at Lin Xie's throat. Startled, Lin Xie swiftly sidestepped. At that moment, memories of his previous sparring sessions with Chun Mai flashed through his mind, and the essence of Chun Mai's swordplay materialized in his thoughts. With a sudden epiphany, his eyes sparkled like stars, and he found himself wielding the dual swords with increasing fluidity and grace, each move imbued with an indomitable spirit. Shun Xiongji sensed his transformation, her expression brightening. Yet her attacks grew even more ferocious. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of new recruits had gathered around, captivated by their sparring and occasionally gasping in awe. "Who said that beautiful girl is delicate and weak? What a misjudgment." The two exchanged blows for several more rounds before gradually coming to a halt. Panting, Shun Xiongji looked up at Lin Xie and asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel quite well," Lin Xie replied with a slight smile. "That's good to hear. However, I'm a bit fatigued and need a rest." After an intense series of 3 matches, Shun Xiongji was somewhat overwhelmed. She handed the wooden sword to Lin Xie and then collapsed onto the ground in a corner. Lin Xie, carrying both wooden swords and the 2 wooden blades, sat beside her. "You're truly remarkable. Your command over both sword and blade is exceptional, especially with the dual swords." Shun Xiongji, upon hearing this, gazed skyward and spoke slowly. "It is because I have diligently practiced for many years. Moreover, I once possessed 2 swords. They accompanied me for a millennium." Lin Xie was taken aback by her revelation. "I am uncertain. Ever since the sacrifice, I have not seen them again. Perhaps they have returned to their original master. The following day at noon, sunlight bathed the earth as Shun Qiongji and Lin Xie, accompanied by 3 others, enjoyed their lunch. After the meal, the 2 rose to make their way to Officer Yuan's office. "Let us go," commanded Officer Yuan, prompting everyone to follow in his wake. Shortly thereafter, Shun Qiongji and Lin Xie boarded a camouflaged off-road vehicle alongside 4 or 5 instructors. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle slowly departed from the training camp, heading towards Jinan Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Jinan Mountain, the off-road vehicle came to a steady halt. The doors swung open, and the group disembarked in succession. Lin Xie exhibited remarkable composure and initiative today, proactively requesting to accompany 2 of the instructors for an inspection of the nearby area. Shun Qiongji remained rooted in place, her gaze fervently scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of a familiar figure. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Yuan Gang, "Officer Yuan, has the esteemed scholar not yet arrived?" As she spoke, she continued to glance around, attempting to catch a glimpse of the legendary individual. Observing her eager demeanor, Yuan Gang felt a flicker of amusement rise within him. With a calm expression, he responded, "The scholar's attendant has relayed that he will arrive precisely at 1 o'clock. Upon hearing this news, Shun Qiongji nodded slightly and retrieved her phone from her belongings. She glanced down at the screen, which displayed the time, 12:55. Just 5 more minutes. Soon, I will meet one of humanity's finest, Master Chun." At that moment, one of the instructors beside her suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" The group instinctively looked up to see 3 unknown beams of light slicing through the expansive azure sky, darting through the wispy clouds, leaving behind elongated white trails as they sped towards the 039 new recruit training camp. "Those are missiles. This is bad." Qing Bao and Pang Pang are still at the training camp. Before she could finish her thought, Shun Qiongji's figure had already vanished from her spot. P.S. The 2 swords of Zhizhi will make an appearance later. Dear friends, please assist in naming them. Chapter 48. Master Chen 3 missiles suddenly descended, erupting in a dazzling explosion. The moment Shun Qiongji appeared before the training camp, she was violently thrown back by the force of the blast. In a moment of peril, she instinctively summoned the frost power within her to envelop her entire body, striving to resist the consuming flames. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar, the blinding flames surged forth like a rampant dragon, clawing and thrashing with wild abandon. It writhed uncontrollably, reducing everything in its path to a sea of fire. Simultaneously, thick black smoke billowed upward, gradually coalescing into a massive cloud resembling a giant mushroom, slowly ascending into the sky. Coughing heavily, Shun Qiongji crashed to the ground, her violent fits nearly suffocating her. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to suppress her cough, trembling as she struggled to sit up on her knees. Her dazed gaze fixed upon the raging inferno before her heart filled with despair and helplessness. "It's all gone. Everything is gone." The frost-covered girl knelt desolately on the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Why do you weep, little girl?" A resonant yet somewhat aged voice emerged from the dissipating flames ahead. Shun Qiongji's head jerked up at the sound, and through her tear-blurred vision, she vaguely discerned an ethereal carriage. "Master?" A few moments earlier, as the 3 missiles were about to strike the 039 new recruit training camp, a spectral carriage raced in from the distance. As it approached, melodious birdsong filled the air, the crisp, lilting notes intertwining into a beautiful symphony. Simultaneously, the previously muddy and rocky path was suddenly adorned with a refreshing green hue, which swiftly spread to blanket the vicinity of the training camp. Wherever the carriage passed, flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their rich fragrances intoxicating all who inhaled, drawing them into a state of blissful enchantment. In an instant, it felt as though this place had completely transcended reality, entering a dreamlike paradise. The driver, a young attendant, cast a disdainful glance at the 3 missiles before bringing the carriage to a gentle halt at the entrance of the camp. In the next moment, a commanding voice resonated from the carriage behind him. "Scum of the alien race, you pests." With a swift motion, a teacup shot forth from within the carriage. hurtling directly towards the approaching missiles. The tea within the cup shimmered, spilling a few crystalline droplets that transformed instantaneously into an almost imperceptible vaporous barrier, thoroughly shielding the entire new recruit training camp. With a loud crash, the three missiles collided violently with the barrier, erupting in a thunderous explosion inside the carriage. Shun Xiongji sat cross-legged opposite a venerable elder with flowing white hair, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. The elder regarded the girl with gray-white locks before him, his eyes reflecting curiosity and inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he gently turned to the attendant outside the carriage and spoke in a soft voice. "Drive on." "Yes." The attendant outside the carriage bowed respectfully, gently closing the door before setting off in the direction of Jinan Mountain. Master Chen leisurely brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup, presenting it to Shun Xiongji. "Thank you, Master." Shun Xiongji accepted the cup with both hands, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. She then took a delicate sip, savoring the warm liquid as it glided down her throat, instantly soothing her previously parched vocal cords. After Shun Xiongji had quenched her thirst with the tea, Master Chen spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. "You're the second divine agent of Kronos, are you not? Ah, and you were also chosen by the night goddess Nyx alongside that young lad named Lin Xia just a few days ago." He raised the teacup slowly, taking a gentle sip, his movements fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a serene painting. "Yes, I am Shun Xiongji," she replied, setting down the teacup and bowing politely once more. Master Chen gradually lowered his cup, gazing steadily at Shun Xiongji. "If I am not mistaken, what you just wielded was the power of frost, correct?" He had distinctly sensed the faint divine energy she had inadvertently released, both unfamiliar yet oddly known. Shun Xiongji paused and blinked. "Perhaps I am still the divine agent of the frost and snow goddess, Qing knew, from Huaxia." A faint smile graced Master Chen's lips, revealing a knowing expression. His profound gaze fell upon her like two glimmers of cold light, yet he remained silent. "Very well." Shun Xiongji pursed her lips slightly and let out a soft sigh, seemingly resigned. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like the wings of a butterfly, obscuring the light in her eyes. Then, she raised her delicate hand to smooth a few unruly strands of hair from her forehead, her movements serene and graceful. But when she lifted her gaze again, the previously careless demeanor had quietly faded, replaced by an air of calm composure. With a slight arch of her brow, she regarded Master Chen. "Master, given your current level and status, you must know many secrets beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals, correct?" As she spoke, she reached out her right hand, effortlessly pouring herself a cup of tea. "For instance, the deities of Huaxia have never truly vanished. They have always been silently accompanying everyone." Feeling the sudden surge of powerful and imposing divine pressure emanating from Shun Xiongji, Master Chen's expression turned solemn. However, instead of responding immediately, he cradled the teacup with both hands and offered it to her in a gesture of respect. "Please." Shun Xiongji smiled slightly, lifting her own teacup and nodding in acknowledgement. Before tilting her head back to drink it all in one go, they both tacitly sidestepped the previous topic and began discussing the fiery vein dragon within Jinan Mountain and matters concerning Cangnan. "Master, is the impending doom faced by Cangnan truly irreversible?" Master Chen sighed heavily, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. "If there exists even the slightest possibility, I too wish to prevent the impending annihilation of Cangnan. Master, if 7 nights were to regain his divine power equivalent to that of 9 years ago within a year, would he then be able to sustain his mortal divine realm?" Shun Xiongji furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Chen Master offered a bitter smile, remarking on the difficulty of the endeavor. Not to mention the challenge of achieving such a state within a year, divine power alone does not suffice to uphold the mortal divine realm, as it embodies miracles. This implies that unless the seraph descends once more, there remains no alternative. Shun Xiongji's heart sank in sorrow. Observing her despondency, Chen Master sought to offer solace, stating that although Cangnan may face destruction and the people of 9 years past may be erased, their descendants, who exist beyond the confines of the mortal divine realm, will endure. In other words, even if this divine realm were to vanish, their progeny could survive. This decade signifies the continuation of lineage. Shun Xiongji fell silent. Yet, how many more homeless orphans will be added to the world? Chapter 49, Absolute Earth Domain at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Yuan Gang established contact with Instructor Hong from the training camp. Upon learning the current situation, his previously taut nerves gradually relaxed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was indeed fortunate that Master Chun was able to arrive in time. Had he been even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, those 200 new recruits represented the future and hope of the Night Watchers. The mere thought of the 3 missiles earlier sent a shiver of apprehension through Yuan Gang. At that moment, Lin Xie, startled by the deafening explosion, hurried over, his face a mask of anxiety. Instructor Yuan, how is the situation at the training camp? Do not worry, all is well now. Master Chen arrived just in time to save everyone. Yuan Gang reassured, offering a comforting smile to the tense and worried group. Noticing Lin Xie's anxious gaze fixed upon him, he paused briefly and added, Zhizhi is with Master Chen and will arrive shortly. Only then did Lin Xie feel completely at ease. After calming the others, Yuan Gang leaned against the vehicle, raising his eyes to silently gaze in the direction of the training camp, his expression grave and somber. He was baffled as to when traitors had infiltrated the ranks of the Night Watchers, especially within his small training camp, which apparently also harbored those lurking individuals. Not far away, a spectral carriage came racing towards them. In an instant, it came to a halt. After exchanging greetings with Master Chun, Shun Xiongji leapt down from the vehicle. Yuan Gang cast a glance at Shun Xiongji, relieved to see her safe, and then promptly approached the carriage alongside Lin Xie and several instructors, bowing respectfully. Master, I am Yuan Gang, the head of the 039 new recruits training camp, and I extend my gratitude to you. There's no need for that. Master Chun waved his hand dismissively, then looked towards Jinan Mountain. Let's enter the mountain. Yes. Shun Xiongji turned and was about to step into the mountain when she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhizhi, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Lin Xie rushed over to support her. The others quickly gathered around. It is the barrier of the mountain. Someone has breached it and extinguished my trace of consciousness. Shun Xiongji's expression turned grave as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It must be those from the ancient god sect. This is dire. If they awaken the flame vein earth dragon. An instructor's hands clenched into fists in an instant. Fortunately, they had already evacuated all the nearby villagers from the foot of the mountain. Once that flame vein earth dragon awakens, it would undoubtedly unleash the absolute earth domain, turning the enemies on the surface into its underground domain. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, glancing at Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie, and spoke in a low voice. Xie, Zhizhi, you two should not enter the mountain later. Stay with the instructors at the foot. Both understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. After instructing the instructors to guard the foot of the mountain, Yuan Gang and Master Chun proceeded into the mountain. Shun Xiongji gently caressed her chest, quietly leaning against the off-road vehicle with Lin Xie, gazing intently at the distant Jinan Mountain. Xie, once we return to the training camp, let us invite Xiao Qingbao and Xiao Yuan to gather for a meal in your dormitory. The thought of almost parting ways with Qingbao and Fatty just moments ago filled her with trepidation. All right, Lin Xie gently nodded, then cast a worried glance at her. Are you still feeling unwell? It was merely a fleeting pain then. I am much better now. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the mountain, indicating a fierce battle was underway. The earth trembled violently. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the distant majestic peaks appeared to be pushed by an invisible hand, tilting dangerously, as if they might collapse entirely at any moment. Massive boulders tumbled down from the summit like uncontrollable meteors, crashing onto the surrounding land, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The incline grew increasingly severe, and in mere seconds, half of Jinan Mountain had been completely overturned, presenting a scene both shocking and awe-inspiring. Hiss, could this be the absolute earth domain of the Earth Dragon? It is indeed terrifying. One instructor cautiously approached the nearby peak, his face a mask of fear. It is truly alarming. I wonder how the superiors are faring? Another instructor approached. With Chun Fuji, one of the 5 human paragons, present, there should be no cause for concern. Indeed, several instructors whispered among themselves as they observed the nearby peak. Shun Xiongji and Lin Chia hurried over from the side of the off-road vehicle. In the winding, shadowy depths of the underground cavern, Yuan Gang and Shin Fuji had initially walked side by side, but the layout of the cave suddenly morphed in a bizarre manner. A low rumble echoed, and the surrounding passages began to twist and contort, like living entities separating the 2 men. Startled, Yuan Gang quickly turned to seek Shin Fuji, only to be confronted by 3 or 4 disciples from the Sichuan realm. In an instant, they clashed, with blades flashing and energies surging. Meanwhile, Chun Fuji encountered a similar predicament on the other side. However, he faced Ma Yitian, Zhuang Qi, and a silver-clad man, along with several lesser minions from the Sea Realm. Though the Sea Realm was hardly a challenge for Chun Fuji, the overwhelming number and coordination of his opponents made it difficult for him to extricate himself. Deeper within the underground cavern, a refined man clad in a black tailcoat floated gracefully in midair, keenly observing the enraged Inferno Dragon before him. Indeed, it is the Inferno Dragon. Although its current realm is low, its potential is vast. Once cultivated to the immeasurable or Klein stage, it is certain to prove immensely valuable. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of azure light suddenly erupted from his eyes. In an instant, an extraordinary wave of spiritual power surged forth, crashing like a tidal wave into the Inferno Dragon's mental realm. Caught off guard by this sudden soul attack, the massive form of the Inferno Dragon froze, its eyes wide open, pupils quivering violently, as if enduring immense pain and torment. The Inferno Dragon struggled desperately, attempting to resist this terrifying force invading its spiritual domain. However, in the end, the arm cannot prevail over the thigh. Before long, the tumultuous magma in the void gradually subsided, and the fury within the eyes of the flame pulse earth dragon dissipated, replaced by reverence and docility. At that moment, a voice whispered softly in his ear, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ah, how remarkable that both divine agents had willingly come to him. Surely, it would be unreasonable for me not to take action. He lowered his head and issued a command to the obedient flame pulse earth dragon, instructing it to bring the 2 children from the foot of Jin Nan Mountain to him. With a low growl, the flame pulse earth dragon swiftly darted in a specific direction. Near the base of Jin Nan Mountain, Shun Xiongji returned to the car, lazily leaning against its side. She then retrieved a piece of candy from her space, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth, chewing while tilting her head to observe Lin Chia conversing with an instructor at the mountain's foot. Suddenly, the earth trembled once more, and Lin Chia abruptly sank into the ground, pulling the instructor beside him down as well. Shun Xiongji paused for a moment, then instantly teleported to the instructor's side, whisking him away from the danger before vanishing once again, leaving behind a brief message. I shall bring him back. P.S. I have made numerous changes in chapters 14 and 15. Those who are interested are welcome to take a glance. Chapter 50. The Underground Cave. In the dim and profound underground cave, Shun Xiongji swiftly traversed the space, guided by the ethereal essence of Lin Chia. Yet, each time she arrived at the place where his presence lingered, he had already shifted to another location. As his essence drew closer to the molten caverns deep within the cave, Shun Xiongji's brow furrowed in concern. To blindly follow his essence would not only consume an inordinate amount of time and energy, but might also hinder her pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Xiongji resolved to alter her strategy. Rather than obsessively tracking Lin Chia's essence, she chose instead to follow the trail of Nyx, making her way directly to the Asylum of the Gods. Upon entering the asylum, Shun Xiongji beheld Nyx, adorned in a flowing black gown, seated gracefully in a rocking chair. With needle and thread in hand, she was engrossed in knitting a sweater, softly murmuring to herself, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Senior, Nyx looked up, her face lighting up. Ah, it's Xiongji. You've come to visit me again? Senior, I am merely passing through and have pressing matters to attend to. However, once I am done, I shall return to keep you company, Shun Xiongji replied gently, shaking her head with a hint of apology. Nyx waved her hand dismissively. Then go on. I shall wait for your return here. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shun Xiongji departed from the asylum. Back in the underground cave, as she materialized, she stumbled over a black stone. In an instant, Lin Xie rushed forward, catching her and enveloping her in his embrace. Xie, are you hurt? Shin Xiongji slightly pulled away from the boy's grasp, glancing at the black stone before casually stowing it away. She then scrutinized Lin Xie with care. I am unharmed. It is merely that the cave's layout keeps shifting, and I find it difficult to extricate myself, he replied. Shun Xiongji smiled softly, her gaze fixed on him. Fear not, for I am here. With that, she tightened her arms around his waist. Lin Xie suddenly stiffened, blinking as he looked down at the girl in his arms, a flush creeping across his cheeks. In the blink of an eye, they had already teleported several times in the opposite direction of the cave's shifting. Xie, I suspect the nightmare projection of Murmur resides deep within the cave. If we confront him directly, our chances of success are slim, so it would be prudent to avoid him, she cautioned. Lin Xie gently wrapped his arm around her, responding softly, understood. As they continued to teleport, Shun Xiongji pondered how to deal with Murmur. I will take you to find Master and Instructor Yuan. You could seize this opportunity to inquire with Senior Nyx at the asylum about any strategies she might have should we encounter Murmur. Lin Xie paused, his face suddenly flushing crimson. Since she had wrapped her arms around his waist, he had momentarily lost his focus, nearly forgetting their precarious situation. No, he needed to regain his composure. He couldn't allow himself to be distracted. With determination, he tightened his hold on the girl and leaned closer, directing his thoughts into the depths of the asylum within his mind. The asylum of the gods. As Lin Xie appeared at the entrance of the activity room, he strode directly towards Nyx like an arrow released from its bow, his expression solemn as he spoke. Mother, I may need to borrow your strength shortly. Nyx smiled gently, akin to the warm sun of spring. Very well, if you require anything, do not hesitate to tell your mother. After a brief exchange with Nyx regarding their current situation and the potential assistance she might provide, Lin Xie exited the Divine Asylum. At that moment, Shun Xiongji had just teleported to a new cavern, and from her exploration, she sensed that they were not far from the aura of Master Chun. Lin Xie instinctively lowered his gaze to converse with the girl in his arms, saying, I just spoke with. As Shun Xiongji prepared to rest against the cavern's stone wall with Lin Xie, she was unexpectedly called by him, causing her to instinctively look up. The boy slightly bowed his head while the girl tilted her face upward, their gazes interweaving in the air. However, unexpectedly as their eyes met, their lips coincidentally brushed against each other. Shun Xiongji. Lin Xie. This sudden kiss caught them both off guard, leaving them frozen in place. Strangely, this fleeting kiss lingered for an astonishing 7 or 8 seconds. After a while, Shun Xiongji regained her composure, releasing her hold on the boy's waist and stepping back. Yet, in that instant of retreat, Lin Xie seemed to snap back to reality, instinctively reaching out an arm to envelop the slender waist of the girl who sought to flee. Simultaneously, his other hand firmly grasped the back of Shun Xiongji's head, preventing her from retreating further. Without hesitation, he leaned down once more, sealing his lips against hers. At that moment, Lin Xie was acutely aware of his actions. He understood the significance of this gesture. It was not merely a continuation of the unexpected kiss, but a profound expression of emotion. Shun Xiongji was momentarily stunned, lost in the experience of his clumsy yet fervent kiss. His lips were moist and warm, soft as cotton candy, yet the kiss was urgent, fierce, and intense, as if he sought to consume her entirely. Dazed by the kiss, Shun Xiongji felt weak, her mind a blank slate. When Lin Xie realized that his little fairy did not react with the anticipated disdain and push him away, a wave of indescribable joy surged within him. Thus, he eased his grip on her waist slightly, gently pressing her against the stone wall, becoming increasingly absorbed in the kiss. In the pitch-black cavern, soft, fragmented sounds of the girl's muffled gasps mingled with the boy's tender whispers to his beloved. Ah, his little fairy, she is his. Chapter 51. Seeking not uniqueness, but specialness in the dim and silent underground cavern. The light was faint and hazy. Lin Qia's chest heaved violently, his breath unstable, as he tightly embraced the young maiden, whose legs had grown weak under his fervent attentions, nearly unable to stand. With a slight tilt of his head, the boy pressed his flushed cheek against the girl's long, fair neck, delicate as a swan. His voice, though hoarse and low, carried a tenderness so profound that it seemed capable of melting hearts. Shen Xiongji distinctly felt the warmth of his breath against her neck, akin to soft feathers brushing her skin, evoking an unusual tingling sensation. She squirmed uncomfortably. However, at the moment she moved, Lin Xie suddenly let out a muffled groan. Inhaling sharply and commanded softly, "Don't move." Shen Xiongji's body stiffened abruptly, her already tense emotions growing increasingly frantic. She stammered a quiet reminder, "Jie, you're making me uncomfortable." The instant the words escaped her lips, her face flushed a deep crimson, wishing for a crevice to hide in. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's face instantly turned a shade of embarrassment, his entire being igniting with heat from head to toe. He clenched his jaw, struggling to suppress the tumult of emotions and desires within, and with great effort he responded in a voice that was nearly a whisper, "Just stay still, let me gather myself." Shen Xiongji obediently nodded, curling up in Lin Xie's warm and broad embrace like a frightened lamb, daring not to move an inch more. As moments slipped by in the cavern silence, the only sounds resonating were the intertwined beats of their hearts, composing a melody both ambiguous and enchanting. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the boy's erratic breathing gradually steadied, returning to its usual rhythm. Shen Xiongji also regained her strength. Yes, her legs no longer felt weak. Yet, as the calm settled, Lin Xie, inhaling the faint fragrance that clung to the girl, could not help but steal a gentle peck at her delicate neck. The myriad of tingles on her neck compelled Shen Xiongji to stifle a soft murmur. With a resigned gesture, she raised her hand to push Lin Xie away, retreating slightly. This time, he did not pull her back forcefully. Instead, he gently clasped her soft hand. "My heart yearns for you. Ever since our first encounter, you have captured my thoughts." That night, amidst the dance of rain and snow, as if the only witness between heaven and earth, I glimpsed a fleeting beauty, and from that moment, my heart was ensnared by you. As our days together multiplied, my feelings for you deepened, until I found myself unable to extricate my heart. Lin Xie raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with unmasked affection for Shen Xiongji. "Xie, I cannot offer you the answer you seek. I know you cannot give me exclusivity, for your heart already belongs to others." Lin Xie leaned down, pressing a kiss to the girl's fingertips. His voice husky yet clear, "But I do not mind." Indeed, he did not mind. All along, the observer keenly sensed that the relationship between the little fairy and Captain Wang Mian was extraordinary, even surmising that Wang Mian had stolen the little fairy's first kiss. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Shen Qingzhu held a unique place in the little fairy's heart. She always indulged Shen Qingzhu, seemingly willing to give whatever he desired, even at her own expense. He had once experienced bitterness and confusion, and jealousy had occasionally stirred within him. However, once he learned of her identity and secrets, everything else lost its significance, for he had mastered the art of self-pua. Song Tsang was the little fairy, his little fairy, and indeed a true celestial being. It is often said that divine maidens love humanity, cherishing all living beings as they cherish themselves, treating all as equals in their eyes. Yet now, only a select few could occupy a special corner in her gaze and heart. This was their privilege, and they should feel fortunate and content, not harboring discontent or jealousy. The little fairy merely loved humanity equally, extending her affection to a few close individuals. What could be wrong with that? Furthermore, this world has long been absurd and nonsensical. Song Tsang, I do not seek to be the only one, but rather to be special. He yearned to be among those few who were special. And of course, to be the most special one would be even more desirable. Upon hearing these words, Shen Xiongji was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting hesitation. "Qi, you, Song Tsang, I only wish to reside in your heart and eyes, just like them. Is that possible? All right, in the dim cave next door?" An elderly man with white hair displayed a peculiar expression, his lips twitching slightly as he leaned against the stone wall. Not long ago, after Master Chun had dealt with a group of Sea Realm followers and some minor thugs, he intended to venture deeper into the cave to handle the fiery vein dragon when he sensed Shun Xiongji's presence, prompting him to hasten towards her direction. However, cough, 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 he truly did not intend to eavesdrop. Concerned for the two youths and fearing they might encounter unforeseen misfortune, he had been particularly vigilant in observing their every move. Little did he know that his attentiveness led him to linger longer than intended. The sounds of affectionate whispers, youthful yet heartfelt confessions, and astonishing declarations filled the air. As time passed, Master Chen grew increasingly anxious that the impetuous young man would once again indulge in intimacy with a beloved girl. Thus, he hastily created some noise to remind the two young souls to maintain their decorum. Finally, when he revealed himself to their line of sight, he was met with the sight of two blushing youths standing apart as if they were strangers. Master Chun, Lin Xie greeted him stiffly. Meanwhile, Shun Xiongji quickly raised her hand, awkwardly tidying her somewhat disheveled hair, and then turned her gaze towards Master Chun, softly inquiring, "Master, do you know where Instructor Yuan is at this moment? Has he encountered any issues?" Chun Fuzi gently waved his hand and spoke in a soft tone. "After we fell into this cavern, we became separated. Do not fret. He has reached the pinnacle of the Sea Realm and can easily ensure his own safety. Let's first deal with that Earth Dragon, and then we shall reunite with him." "Understood," Shun Xiongji replied, nodding her head lightly. Lin Xie beside her also nodded slightly in agreement. Thus, the three of them altered their course and hastened towards the depths of the cavern, where a sweltering wave of heat emanated from the magma-laden area. Chapter 52. The Battle with a Thunderous Roar. A resplendent golden ripple surged forth like tumultuous waves in the shadowy, enigmatic expanse. Wherever it touched, objects shattered as if they were mere fragile parchment, disintegrating into fine powder that cascaded to the ground. Yuan Gang nimbly sidestepped, evading several grotesque, ghostly hands. He then dashed towards Yu, his fists enveloped in a terrifying golden aura, and struck fiercely. He let out a cold snort, causing the space around him to ripple before it abruptly dissolved into nothingness. Though you have grazed the ceiling of your realm, on the cusp of transcending into infinity, within my nightmare domain, I am the absolute sovereign of life and death. You shall not triumph over me. Yu hovered in midair, a look of arrogance upon his face. His lips curled into a disdainful smile. However, just then, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated from the previously empty void. "Is that so? I shall personally witness the true nature of your nightmare." Before the words had fully settled, Master Chun abruptly materialized within Yu's nightmare realm. He regarded Yu with a cold gaze, wielding his ruler with swift motions, unleashing an aura of lethal intent that surged directly towards Yu. Shun Xiongji darted swiftly between the rock layers, and in an instant, the searing magma was enveloped by a thick layer of ice. With a flick of her fingers, layers of night began to unfurl over the ice. Within moments, the entire magma cavern was plunged into an abyss of darkness. Shun Xiongji teleported to Lin Xie's side, establishing a barrier that isolated their presence and sound, saying, "Xie, please." Lin Xie nodded, then slowly closed his eyes, embracing. The goddess of night, Nyx, materialized behind Lin Xie, gradually merging with his form. The young man's long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes slowly, revealing a pair of bright, divine orbs. Empowered by the spirit of Nyx, Lin Xie cleaved towards the massive fireball, which split in two, only to be consumed by the encroaching darkness in an instant. "It is my turn to act now." With that, he suddenly appeared behind the fiery earth dragon, striking at its back. Darkness rapidly spread from the wound, encroaching upon the dragon's form, and the excruciating pain elicited a continuous roar from the beast. In a corner of the barrier, Shun Xiongji retrieved a piece of candy from her spatial pouch, unwrapped it, and popped it in her mouth, focusing intently on observing Lin Xie's display of power. She then made her move, teleporting around the fiery earth dragon as it unleashed fireballs towards Lin Xie, swiftly employing her recently acquired dark erosion alongside her own frost powers. Before long, the fiery patterns covering the dragon's body began to dim, gradually transforming into a bluish-black hue, even its flames shifting to a pale blue. The overwhelming agony caused the fiery earth dragon to collapse onto the ground, thrashing and roaring in distress. Shen Xiongji returned to Lin Xie's side. "Xie, eliminate it," she urged. She remembered Lin Xie once saying that after slaying the enigmatic entity, its mysterious soul would be confined within the cells of a psychiatric hospital, with him determining its fate and the possibility of signing a contract to become its guardian. With a nod, Lin Xie stepped forward. In that fleeting moment, enormous, pitch-black spikes materialized from thin air, akin to the fangs of a demon from the depths of the underworld, striking with tremendous force into the iron-hard body of the flame-vein earth dragon. Blood gushed from the wounds. Yet the flame-vein earth dragon was ensnared by the dark spikes, immobilized and reduced to desperate roars. Lin Xie, light as a swallow, soared into the air, wielding a shimmering long knife, his gaze as frigid as ice. Without hesitation, he brought the blade down. In an instant, the dragon's head fell, and the flame-vein earth dragon met its end. "Your body and soul are still too frail to endure for long." Nyx swiftly withdrew from Lin Xie's body, gradually fading away. Lin Xie's legs buckled, threatening to collapse, but he was steadied by Shen Xiongji. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I feel somewhat drained, lacking strength." Lin Xie replied weakly, leaning entirely against Shen Xiongji's delicate shoulder. Shen Xiongji pondered, but it was only a brief moment. Nyx departed so quickly. It cannot be that severe. Yet, she made no effort to push him away. Gazing at the dark blue earth dragon, Shen Xiongji paused briefly, reaching out to touch its body, effortlessly absorbing a considerable portion of its darkness and frost power. "Is it possible to reclaim divine power?" Lin Xie expressed his astonishment. Seeing the earth dragon nearly regain its original hue, she withdrew her hand and softly explained, "My divine power merely erodes it. It has not fused with it. Naturally, the portion already consumed cannot be reclaimed." With a delicate flick of her fingers, a crisp snap resonated, causing the surrounding night and frost to vanish without a trace. After dispelling the barrier, the two exchanged astonished glances with Instructor Yuan and Master Chun. Gazing at the massive headless dragon carcass, Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do we truly kill it? This flame-vein earth dragon is a genuine peak of the sea realm. I would assert that even I alone would not easily slay it." Yet, they had accomplished this feat sensing the faint divine pressure lingering in the air. Master Chen raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze to the two juniors. Noticing their pale faces and exhausted expressions, clearly a result of overexerting their mental energy. "Let us return." Yuan Gang finally regained his composure, casting one last glance at the flame-vein earth dragon. "Xiongji." Shen Xiongji nodded, waving her hand, and the flame-vein earth dragon was drawn into her spatial realm. Subsequently, the four departed the underground cavern. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, Shen Xiongji and Lin Xie sat by the car, munching on snacks and sipping sports drinks, occasionally listening to Instructor Yuan's inquiries directed at other instructors. "Xie, I feel a bit drowsy." Shen Xiongji yawned. "Please wait a moment. We shall return shortly." Lin Xie turned to gaze at the girl's weary expression, unable to suppress a faint smile. Oh, yet another yawn. At that moment, Instructor Yuan approached, suggesting that if Zhizhi felt fatigued, she should rest inside the vehicle while we tidy up the aftermath before embarking on our journey home. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiangzi waved at them, rising with enthusiasm as she made her way towards the off-road vehicle. Observing her eager silhouette, Lin Xie and Yuan Gang exchanged a knowing smile. "Ahem, Xie, do share with me the circumstances you encountered upon entering the cave." "Very well." Chapter 53. Warning of chaos on the balcony of dormitory 501. 5 individuals. Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, Shen Xiongji, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan were gathered around a round table. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes and beverages. their enticing aromas wafting through the air. As they indulged in the sumptuous feast, they animatedly recounted the thrilling events of the day. Bailey Pang Pang, clutching a glistening chicken leg, took a hearty bite, his cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. After chewing thoughtfully, he exclaimed with a hint of disbelief, "What incredible luck we had today!" Just when our lives hung in the balance, a formidable figure happened to pass by. Can you imagine? That individual casually tossed aside a teacup, as if discarding trash. And lo and behold, the liquid within transformed into a barrier that thwarted 3 incoming missiles. It was nothing short of miraculous. If it weren't for my true sight, I would have been none the wiser. Chow Yuan, intrigued, raised his gaze and inquired, "How do you know that?" Bailey Pang Pang chuckled. "Of course, I witnessed it myself. When the missiles fell, he was atop the rooftop." "Oh, I see," Chow Yuan replied. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu, who had remained silent, cast a sidelong glance at the animated Bailey Pang Pang and Chow Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. He leisurely reached for a beautifully wrapped candy, gently offering it to Shun Xiongji, and said softly, "Ching Ching, would you like a piece of candy?" Upon seeing this, Shun Xiongji's face lit up with a smile as radiant as spring blossoms. Her enchanting eyes curved like crescent moons as she joyfully responded, "Thank you, Qingbao." She then lowered her head, delicately placing the candy into her mouth. On Shun Xiongji's other side, Lin Xie observed the warm scene. After a moment, he slowly picked up a bright orange and began to peel it methodically. Once Shun Xiongji had savored the candy, he naturally extended the orange towards her. "Thank you, Xie," she beamed. Bailey Pang Pang, having gnawed on a chicken claw, suddenly recalled the beer and red wine he had stashed in his comfort space. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Hey, I have beer and red wine in my comfort space. Shall we drink? After all, Instructor Hong has given us the day off, and we can sleep in tomorrow." "Sounds good," Lin Xie replied, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of tasting alcohol for the first time, his bright eyes glimmering with anticipation. "All right," Chow Yuan said after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement, seemingly unperturbed by the idea of drinking. Shun Qingzhu, observing the unfolding conversation, also nodded slightly, indicating his lack of objection. At that moment, Shun Xiongji timidly raised her hand and said, "But minors shouldn't drink alcohol." At her words, the group collectively turned their attention towards Shun Xiongji. Bailey Pang Pang patted his head, hurriedly picked up a carton of pure milk, and briskly approached Shun Xiongji, grinning as he said, "Qingjie, you're the only one here who is still underage. So, you can only watch us enjoy our drinks." As he spoke, he mischievously winked at Shun Xiongji. Slightly bewildered, Shun Xiongji accepted the carton of pure milk from Bailey Pang Pang, blinking her large eyes in confusion. She then turned her head and, puzzled, looked towards Lin Xie, asking, "But isn't Xie also 17? Lin Xie smiled softly, the corners of his lips curving into a charming arc gently. He took the carton of milk from Shun Xiongji's hands, carefully inserted a straw, and returned the milk to her. After completing this task, he reached out his hand and gently ruffled Shun Xiongji's hair, explaining to her in a tender tone, "I just turned 18 a few days ago." "What?" Shun Xiongji's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, playfully chiding, "Why didn't you tell us about your birthday?" The others immediately focused their attention on Lin Xie. "Because I forgot. The training was intense those days, and I fell asleep as soon as I returned to the dormitory, completely forgetting about my birthday," Lin Xie sheepishly explained. The group nodded in understanding and shifted their gaze away. "Xie, next time we must throw you a grand birthday party," Bailey Pang Pang cheerfully declared. "All right, now let us drink." After retrieving several cans of beer from the free space, Bailey Pang Pang began to rally everyone. As for the red wine, they would wait until Shun Xiongji became of age to savor it together. Shun Qingzhu was the first to grab a can of beer, pulling the tab and taking a sniff before sipping. Chow Yuan followed suit, boldly downing a large gulp and exhaling contentedly. Lin Xie imitated them, taking a small sip, only to be startled by the sharp taste, causing him to cough. Shun Xiongji quickly handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth and poured him a glass of warm water. "I'm fine. It's just that I'm not used to it since it's my first time drinking," Lin Xie said, his gaze softening as he watched the girl worry about him. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu was watching the two intently, his brow furrowing deeper. Qing, you too. Shen Xiongji turned back in confusion. Shen Qingzhu gazed into her eyes. Hesitating to speak, you, never mind. He then tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of alcohol. Shen Xiongji tugged at her hair, looking at him with puzzled eyes as he drank. Lin Xie glanced at the ever-drinking Shen Qingzhu and the bewildered Shen Xiongji, unable to help but smile, and then shook his head, taking a small sip of beer for himself. Xie, how does it feel? Bailey Pang Pang asked curiously. It's not bad, Lin Xie replied, taking another sip. That's good to hear, Bailey Pang Pang chuckled, then suggested, just drinking can be boring. How about we play a game? What game? Shen Xiongji was instantly drawn in by his words. How about we play I have? You daunt with finger guessing. Those who lose must face a punishment. Truth or drink? Ahem. Qingjie can simply have milk. Sure. Shen Xiongji happily agreed, for she was not obliged to drink alcohol, and in fact, she quite enjoyed milk. The others readily consented as well. Chao Yuan, it's your turn to start. All right. The order of seating was as follows. Chao Yuan, by Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, Shen Xiongji, and Lin Xie. Chao Yuan extended his hands, lowered his gaze for a few moments, and then spoke. I'm fond of mature, voluptuous women, preferably those with prior partners and a certain intellectual charm. After all, Lin Xie and Shen Xiongji had already heard this in Jinan Mountain last time, so he felt no embarrassment. The four others gasped in unison. What a bold opening move, truly befitting of you, Chao the Rogue. Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled and added, my first kiss is still intact. Upon hearing this, a profound silence fell over the room. Ahem, does a forehead kiss count as a first kiss? Shen Qingzhu hesitated, for throughout his life, he had kissed his beloved Qingqing's cheeks and forehead countless times. It does not count, Bai Li Pang Pang shook his head. Oh, then mine is also intact. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Shen Xiongji and stated earnestly. The others nodded in agreement, and then they all turned their gaze towards Shen Xiongji, who was sitting beside Shen Qingzhu. Shen Xiongji felt an overwhelming urge to cover her face with her hands and scream for help. Seeing her dazed expression, Shen Qingzhu gently called out, Qingqing? Under Shen Qingzhu's intense gaze, Shen Xiongji slowly lowered one finger. Chapter 54. The Arena of Demons. 1. As she observed Shen Xiongji's delicate hand make a subtle movement, a slender finger slowly bent downward. Shen Qingzhu's previously tranquil gaze quivered slightly, a flicker of disbelief and disappointment crossing his eyes. He cast his eyes downward, and involuntarily, the scene from the beginning of the new recruit's training came to mind. That day, Qingqing had emerged from the scroll alone, her hair tousled and slightly disheveled. Her eyes rimmed with red, yet her face bore no trace of sorrow. At that moment, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, her eyes shrouded in mist, sparkling with moisture, both tender and enchanting. Particularly striking were her luscious, swollen, and glistening lips, which evoked the illusion of having just experienced a fervent kiss, as if she had been ravished. Reflecting back on the several instances when he had inadvertently caught the masked captain's peculiar gaze directed at Qingqing, Shen Qingzhu paused. So it was she and Wang Mian. Bailey Pong Pong's face displayed a look of astonishment as a thought struck him, and he promptly shifted his gaze towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie. Well, it's my turn. Faced with Bailey Pong Pong's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Xie appeared somewhat helpless. He glanced at Shen Xiongji, who had lowered her gaze, then decisively removed a finger. Bailey Pang Pang. It is undeniable that Xie harbors feelings for Qingjie. Now that Qingjie has lost her first kiss, and so has Xie, does that mean they have? TSK. Could it be that they're secretly dating? Shen Qingzhu regained his composure, casting a glance at the finger Lin Xie had removed and hesitating for a moment. Had he misjudged? Was it Lin Xie who had taken her first kiss, rather than Wang Mian? Or perhaps, considering a certain possibility, Shen Qingzhu froze momentarily, then discreetly pinched himself to halt the flow of his thoughts. Glancing at Chao Yuan, who showed no sign of removing a finger, Shen Qingzhu slowly stated, I have an intimate relationship with my childhood friend. The emphasis on the words intimate relationship was pronounced. Lin Xie. He resignedly removed another finger. Chao Yuan and Bailey Pang Pang, not at all surprised, also removed a finger. Shun Xiongji lifted her gaze, subtly observing Shun Qingzhu, and straightened her back slightly. Indeed, she was a girl with a childhood friend. Now, it was her turn. She glanced at the hair colors of everyone present and smiled. I have long gray-white hair. The four of them simultaneously tilted their heads to examine her gray-white locks, sharing a resigned smile before collectively removing another finger. Seeing this, Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled, her smile mischievous and endearing. Observing her spirited demeanor, Lin Xie too smiled, his eyes narrowing playfully. He regarded Shun Qingzhu with a serious expression and declared, I have experienced the sensation of kissing a girl I like until my legs turn to jelly. Gasp, everyone. Shun Xiongji. Wait, brother, is this something one can actually say aloud? Shun Xiongji awkwardly dug her toes into the ground, feeling as if she might soon excavate a 3-bedroom apartment. Shun Qingzhu unconsciously clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. After a moment of astonishment, the four of them began to count down on their fingers. Clearing his throat, Chao Yuan attempted to ease the tense atmosphere, but his next words stunned everyone anew. I have attempted suicide. More than once. The air thickened with silence as all eyes turned to Chao Yuan. Lin Xie recalled when Chao Yuan had spoken of losing control and killing hundreds. After a moment of reflection, he responded, You will be all right. You shall find redemption. Chao Yuan turned to Lin Xie in astonishment. Meeting his gaze, Lin Xie hesitated before lowering a finger. Bailey Pang Pang and Shun Qingzhu silently followed suit, each removing a finger in turn. The collective gaze then shifted back to Shun Xiongji, who bowed her head, her wrist trembling slightly, her pale fingers wavering between bent and straight. She had attempted suicide, resolved to end her life, not during the sacrificial event, but before she ascended to immortality. In truth, her pursuit of the god of wealth had spanned a millennium solely, because he was the first to show her a glimmer of kindness after her attempts. Qing. Shun Qingzhu looked at Shun Xiongji in alarm. Shun Xiongji paused, her thoughts returning to the present. She quickly curled her finger and looked up at Shun Qingzhu, smiling gently. What is it, Qingbao? You. Oh, I just lost my train of thought. What were you all discussing? Nothing, Bailey Pang Pang blinked mischievously, then shifted the topic. It's my turn. I have a storage space. With that, he flashed a playful smile at Shun Xiongji. I have one too. Shun Xiongji instantly joined in. The other three obediently lowered another finger. Ha, Jie, you lost. Hey, I've won. Shun Xiongji happily high-fived by Li Pang Pang. Jie, will you choose truth or drink? Lin Xie gazed at her, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and replied, I'll take truth first. If that fails, then I'll drink. All right, let me think carefully. Shun Xiongji raised her hand and gently pinched her chin. After a long pause, she finally asked Jie, if one day you must choose between your lover and friends or countless common folk, knowing that the other will vanish forever, which would you choose? Naturally, Lin Xie instinctively wanted to answer with love, but he suddenly hesitated. Shun Xiongji gazed deeply into his eyes. Think about your answer carefully. But I was merely asking casually, so don't stress over it too much. You need not respond. After a considerable time, observing his continued daze, Shun Xiongji chuckled. Ha, Jie, you can't answer, so you owe a drink. Lin Xie pursed his lips and took a large swig of beer. The group continued to play several rounds, with only Shun Xiongji emerging as the reigning champion, while the others experienced both victories and defeats, each consuming copious amounts of beer. The snacks were devoured entirely, and everyone was nearly inebriated. Shun Xiongji sat alone in a corner of the balcony, gazing up at the night sky and the myriad stars, occasionally glancing back at the drunken revelry of her companions. Upon observing several individuals thoroughly intoxicated, I could not help but chuckle softly. Subsequently, I rose to prepare some honey water for them, to alleviate their inebriation and soothe their headaches. Pang Pang, have some sugar water. I first offered a bit to the plump Bale and Chao Yuan, before carrying the honey water to the side of Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu. Just as I fed Lin Xie a small portion, I felt a gentle tug at my collar. Qing. Shun Xiongji tilted her head, meeting Shun Qingzhu's slightly reddened eyes. Little Qingbao, what troubles you? Shun Qingzhu leaned closer, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Qing, I'm envious. I envy them for being able to kiss you. Shun Xiongji was momentarily taken aback, setting down the honey water to tenderly caress the corner of his lips, her eyes glimmering with amusement. You too can kiss me. Shun Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with delight as he immediately playfully pleaded, but I want you to kiss me. Very well. With that, she lowered her head and pecked him on the lips. Are you happy now? Happy, yet still wanting more. Shun Qingzhu, emboldened, sought further affection. You've been drinking. It doesn't tea smell pleasant. Shun Xiongji chuckled softly but leaned down nonetheless. Suddenly, a commotion nearby caused her to lose her balance and tumble directly into someone's embrace. Sang. Chapter 55. The Arena of Demons 2. In a state of inebriation, Lin Xie appeared exceedingly affectionate, enveloping the young woman in his arms, as if he sought to merge her essence with his own. He showed no inclination to release her, fearing that a mere loosening of his grip would cause her to vanish like mist. Furthermore, his head frequently nuzzled against her neck, smooth as jade, while he emitted low, indistinct murmurs. Qie sinking into his tender embrace, Shun Xiongji felt an irresistible thrill coursing through her, prompting her to gently push against his head in an attempt to calm his fervor. It seemed Lin Xie sensed her gesture, slowly lifting his gaze to meet hers. Pausing in silence, just as Shun Xiongji believed he had regained his composure, he suddenly captured her lips in a fervent kiss. After the passionate exchange, Lin Xie appeared to have exhausted his strength, leaning languidly against Shun Xiongji, his breathing steady. Observing the inebriated Lin Xie, a soft smile graced Shun Xiongji's lips as she lifted him effortlessly, transporting him to his bedside. With great care, she laid him down and tenderly covered him with a soft blanket, ensuring his peaceful slumber. Having settled Lin Xie, Shun Xiongji turned towards the balcony. Yet, as she stepped out of the room, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a gaze filled with yearning. Shun Xiongji. Could she claim she had just forgotten him? Though she might be affectionate, she was unable to be omnipresent, struggling to attend to everyone simultaneously. Whenever someone successfully drew her attention, her thoughts and energy would inevitably converge upon that individual, leaving little room for others. She hurried to Shun Qingzhu's side, gently squatting down to grasp his hand, softly murmuring, I apologize, Qingbao. Please wait a moment while I attend to this. Shun Qingzhu, like a statue, gazed intently at her with eyes that were profound and complex. Yet his lips remained sealed, uttering not a single word. Unperturbed, Shun Xiongji rose nonchalantly and strode towards Bai Li and Chao Yuan, swiftly and delicately ensuring their comfort. All right, let us depart. Before she could finish her sentence, Shun Xiongji and Shun Qingzhu vanished from sight. In dormitory 502, Shun Qingzhu quietly approached the desk and sat down, enveloped in a profound silence, lost in his thoughts. The room was suffused with a subtle atmosphere as Shun Xiongji blinked, then retrieved a cup of honey water she had just prepared. She walked gracefully to Shun Qingzhu, slightly leaning forward, offering the cup to his lips, inquiring softly, Would you like to have a sip? After a moment of silence, Shun Qingzhu accepted the honey water from her hand and took a few sips. Observing this, Shun Xiongji smiled gently, then fetched a chair to sit beside him, elegantly taking her place. She slightly tilted her head, her bright, star-like eyes curiously examining Shun Qingzhu, hoping to catch a flicker of emotion on his handsome face. However, to her surprise, Shun Qingzhu merely gazed at her silently, remaining taciturn. Noticing this, Shun Xiongji paused momentarily and inquired, Don't you have anything to ask me? Shun Qingzhu pressed his lips together, still fixated on her, without uttering a word. Frowning, Shun Xiongji sighed. She had expended a considerable amount of mental energy that day and now felt weary, longing only for sleep, no longer wishing to coax him. After a moment of silence, she stood up and approached the wardrobe, selecting a soft and comfortable nightgown, then entered the bathroom to freshen up. Observing this, Shen Qingzhu momentarily froze, slowly lowering his eyelids. His expression dimmed, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to affect the very air around him, causing the temperature to plummet. The sound of the water gradually diminished until it ceased altogether. Shen Xiongji gently dried her hair and stepped out of the bathroom with slow and graceful strides. Her gaze naturally fell upon Shen Qingzhu, who sat quietly with his eyes cast down. Seeing him in such a state, Shen Xiongji sighed again and walked towards him. Approaching, she softly said, "Qingbao, I'm tired." Implicitly, she indicated that if he continued to treat her with such silence, she would retreat to sleep, disregarding him. The young man shivered slightly, but did not lift his gaze to meet hers. This sight displeased Shen Xiongji, prompting her to turn away and resolutely head toward her bed. Just then, Shen Qingzhu seemed to snap back to reality, abruptly standing up and swiftly wrapping his arms around Shen Xiongji from behind. The embrace caused Shen Xiongji to momentarily halt. After a pause, she gently asked, "Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?" Upon hearing her query, Shen Qingzhu clenched his jaw, his voice trembling. "Qing, do you like me?" "Yes," she replied without a hint of hesitation. Satisfied with her response, a radiant smile blossomed on Shen Qingzhu's face, as if the cold aura surrounding him had transformed into warmth in an instant. However, before long, he appeared to recollect something, awkwardly continuing, "Then, do you like Lin Xie?" Shen Xiongji remained unwavering, responding decisively, "Yes." Shen Qingzhu's breath faltered. "What about Wang Mian?" "Yes," she affirmed confidently. "And by Li Tuming?" Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth. "Yes, but not in that way. It's a peculiar, familiar, and comfortable kind of affection for a friend. Similar to a gene. Well, but also different from a gene. Pang Pang is special. It's a connection that feels like old friends, a deep desire to be close. Ajin is truly extraordinary, so much so that she herself is at a loss as to how to define him. And what a Chao Yuan." Shen Qingzhu felt a peculiar numbness as she mechanically posed the next question. "Huh?" Shen Xiongji was momentarily taken aback. "Well, Chao Yuan is merely a friend, nothing more." Observing her reaction, an odd sense of solace inexplicably welled up within Shen Qingzhu. He instinctively leaned closer, gently brushing against her neck, his tone imbued with anticipation and longing. "Qing, whom do you prefer among us?" Shen Xiongji fell silent for a moment, slowly extricating herself from his embrace, turning away. "I prefer you." As the words left her lips, she caught sight of the young man who had just leaped onto the balcony, gazing in their direction. Chapter 56. Upon meeting Lin Xie's gaze, Shen Xiongji momentarily froze, feeling as though she had been jolted by an electric shock, instinctively retreating a step. An unsettling sensation enveloped her. Could it be that this gentleman has a hidden radar attuned to her presence? How else could he arrive with such uncanny precision every time? She cast a glance at the glass window behind him, inwardly chiding herself. It was entirely her fault for not securing it properly. Had she done so, Xie would not have entered so casually. Sighing softly, Shen Xiongji regained her composure and greeted Lin Xie. "Xie, have you sobered up?" Her voice carried a note of surprise, for he had been utterly inebriated moments ago, yet here he was remarkably alert again. She glanced at Shen Qingzhu, then back at Lin Xie, and could not help but harbor doubts about the authenticity of their drinks. One remained unaffected by alcohol, while the other could recover from drunkenness with astonishing speed. "How extraordinary! Yes, I awoke to find you both absent and decided to check in," Lin Xie replied, nodding slightly, his tone as serene as a still lake. He had not anticipated that upon his arrival, he would overhear a conversation between his little fairy and Shen Qingzhu. With so many events unfolding that day, he was acutely aware that they had matters to discuss, and thus had granted them some privacy. Yet, despite his late arrival, he had unwittingly intruded upon their moment. Shen Qingzhu cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xie, his brow slightly furrowed. This was not the first time Lin Xie had interrupted his time with Qing. However, in a moment of empathy, he acknowledged that he might have acted more brazenly had their roles been reversed. He stepped forward and said to Lin Xie, "I believe we should engage in some practice tomorrow." Lin Xie shifted his gaze from Shun Xiongji back to him and replied, agreed. We could also practice a bit tonight. That works too. Observing the two as they each retrieved a chair and settled leisurely at the balcony's edge, eagerly discussing the details of their impending contest. Shun Xiongji felt utterly speechless. For heaven's sake, gentlemen, is there no matter you could resolve in your own dormitories? Must you occupy my time and hinder my sleep? After giving them a fierce glare, she emphatically slammed the door shut behind her. Then, following the scent of Nikes, she ventured into the psychiatric hospital of the gods. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, a gentle voice greeted her. Zhizhi, is that you? Nikes was engaged in a game of mahjong with Li Yifei, becoming acquainted with the nuances of the game. Shun Xiongji, weary and drained, replied feebly, Senior, I am so tired, I can barely keep my eyes open. I must first find a place to rest for a while and regain some energy before returning to join you. Before she could finish her sentence, a tremendous yawn escaped her. Nikes, without raising his head, remained focused on his mahjong tiles, casually waving her off. All right, go rest. Goodbye, Senior. With heavy steps, she swayed unsteadily toward Lin Chia's office. However, at that moment, a sudden call from Nix echoed from behind. Zhizhi, Shun Xiongji instinctively responded. She observed Nix slowly raising her eyes, regarding her weary countenance with a faint furrow of concern. After a brief contemplation, Nix proposed, Why don't you rest in my hospital room? It's Shun Xiongji, somewhat taken aback yet not inclined to refuse, replied, Thank you, Senior. In the hospital ward, she walked directly to the door of room 4, halting her steps. She slightly raised her hand to grasp the cold doorknob, inhaled deeply, and turned it with determination. Alas, it did not budge. Sighing, she lamented the futility of her attempts, despite knowing she could not open it. She always felt compelled to try during her visits to this asylum of the gods, only to be met with failure each time. She knocked on the door, calling out, Great Sage, I'm back. Her voice resonated in the silent corridor, tinged with a bittersweet blend of hope and disappointment. After a moment of silence, she murmured to herself, sigh, When will you gain your freedom like Senior Nix and be able to step out of this room? Following a considerable yawn, Shun Xiongji, feeling drowsy, rapped on the door once more, saying, I'll take a rest in room 1 over there for a bit. I'll come back to chat once I wake up. With that, she turned and headed toward room 1. Upon opening the door to room 1, Shun Xiongji surveyed her surroundings. It was rather spacious. She quickly stepped inside and retrieved a specially crafted comfortable couch from her space. Oh, I can actually take things out from my space. Her eyes sparkled with newfound realization. Yet, sleep beckoned her with urgency. Gently reclining, she reveled in the comfort of her body, perfectly aligning with the soft couch. Before long, drowsiness washed over her like a tidal wave. Her eyelids gradually drooped, and her breathing became steady and deep. Moments later, the boundless darkness that enveloped the room seemed to respond to some unseen call, swiftly converging towards a girl upon the couch. Those shadows glimmered as if alive, seeping layer upon layer into her delicate skin. As the night enveloped her further, a faint glow began to emanate from her body, indicating that these dark energies were being absorbed and transformed into her own divine power. The interplay of utmost darkness and chilling void intertwined like two agile dragons, ceaselessly swirling, before collectively surging toward the fractured divine core. Each infusion of energy gradually rekindled the dim core, illuminating it with a flicker akin to a solitary candle in the dark, small yet tenaciously burning, striving to mend its shattered fragments. However, before long, a sudden crack echoed, and a chilling gust erupted from the girl's form. This frigid aura surged forth with ferocity, instantly enveloping the space around her. The cold air coalesced, forming layers of frost that began to expand outward. A crystalline frost gradually spread across the ground, seeping through the walls and corridors of the ward like an invisible torrent, cascading into one room after another. In less than a fleeting quarter of an hour, the layered frost reached the threshold of room 4. Inside room 4, an eerie stillness prevailed. There were no familiar hospital beds, nor any tables or chairs, and the room was shrouded in darkness, exuding a sense of oppression and foreboding. At the center of the chamber sat an ancient ape, draped in a robe, with hands clasped in prayer, quietly meditating upon the floor. His eyes were firmly shut, resembling a statue, motionless and serene. At that moment, the chilling frost silently infiltrated the room, slowly advancing towards the ancient ape. It first grazed his feet, then ascended his legs, enveloping his entire being in its icy embrace. The familiar essence of frost and snow lingered. The ancient ape, who had kept his head bowed, gently lifted his eyelids. Chapter 57. Divine Power. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin veil of clouds, cascading gently upon the new recruit's dormitory. Lin Xie stifled a yawn as he entered the asylum of the gods. The previous night, he and Shen Qingzhu had engaged in an enthusiastic arm wrestling match, a fierce contest that lasted well into the night. Yet ultimately, neither managed to claim victory. Still yearning for more, they had agreed to meet again that afternoon at the practice field to showcase their martial prowess. Upon arriving at his office, Lin Xie surveyed the surroundings but found no sign of Shen Qingzhi. Frowning slightly, he turned and made his way to the activity room, yet his search yielded no results. After a moment's contemplation, he approached Nixis. Nixis was intently focused on the mahjong table before her, her expression conveying that the entire world had shrunk to the game at hand. Upon hearing footsteps, she reluctantly shifted her gaze from the tiles, and a flicker of joy illuminated her face when she recognized Lin Xie. "Dana Dush, you've come," Nixis exclaimed. "Yes, mother. Have you seen Song Song?" he inquired. With a gentle smile, Nixis gestured towards the ward area. "She is currently resting in my room." Lin Xie felt a wave of surprise wash over him. "I shall go check on her," he began, lifting his foot to head toward the ward. "Dana Dus, wait a moment," Nixis called out, her eyes revealing a deeper meaning. "Do not disturb her rest." Lin Xie halted, turning back to Nixis with a puzzled expression. "What is the matter with her?" Nixis lifted her gaze towards the ward area and sighed softly. "Have you not noticed? Recently, she has been incessantly complaining of fatigue." Lin Xie was taken aback, his mouth agape, on the verge of asking further questions, when suddenly a wave of frost surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the frost swiftly enveloped everything around them. "Wah, mother?" Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the scene before him, his heart brimming with confusion and concern. "Do not worry. She is merely unconsciously channeling her divine energy," Nixis reassured him in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie furrowed his brow, contemplating. But if this continues, won't it deplete her divine power? Just as he was about to voice this concern, Nixis, as if anticipating his thoughts, preemptively explained. "Her divine soul is compromised, unable to withstand excessive divine power. Thus, she unconsciously expends the surplus." Lin Xie pressed his lips together, falling silent for a moment before gradually bending down to gently touch the thick layer of frost on ground. However, as soon as his hand made contact, the icy layer began to melt away at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the surroundings returned to their original state. Taken aback by this transformation, Lin Xie stood in stunned silence. "Ah, Dana Dus, your Tsong Tsong has awakened." At the entrance of Ward 4, Shen Qingzhi leaned against the doorframe, gently tapping her hand. "Great Sage, I have returned." She fixated on the door, chattering as usual about numerous topics. The bygone days when the celestial court still flourished. Events following the sacrifices of her companions over a century, and the myriad incidents she had encountered lately. "Great Sage, do you know? Ajin has completely regained his memories. He will likely soon conclude his cycle of reincarnation." "Oh, Ajin is Yongjian." She clicked her tongue, her tone tinged with a hint of regret as she continued. "I also happen to encounter the god of wealth, but it seems his memories have yet to awaken." After a brief pause, as if recalling something of great significance, she raised her voice. "By the way, Great Sage, I've heard from Ajin that the century-long cycle is upon us. Old acquaintances will soon return, and the celestial court will be rebuilt. How wonderful! The re-established celestial court will surely be beautiful. I am truly looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I cannot return." As she spoke, her gaze slowly fell to her delicate, jade-like hands that had played the seven-string zither for over 1,000 years, producing melodies that scattered frost and snow, burying all impurities, calamities, and misfortunes of the world. She blinked gently, and a dazzling white light suddenly flickered in the depths of her eyes. When she focused again, her once tangible hands began to fade into the ethereal, becoming as insubstantial as mist. Throughout history, gods who have sacrificed their souls and essence have rarely escaped calamity. Now, her presence in this world was merely a transaction shrouded in uncertainty and an unknown future. Suddenly, accompanied by hurried footsteps, Lin Qie came running, his face etched with concern as he gazed at the woman before him. Qie, Shun Qiongji, as if awakening from a dream, slowly lifted her eyes, her gaze tenderly resting on Lin Qie, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly said, Qie, I have extraordinary news to share. Just moments ago, after a delightful slumber in the elder's ward, I discovered, to my astonishment, that my divine power has miraculously restored by more than half. Really? That is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone of worry that had hung over Lin Qie's heart lifted slightly, though a lingering apprehension still clung to him. He forced a smile now. I must go to the dungeon to check on the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. Would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Shun Xiongji glanced back at the door of Ward 4 before walking out with Lin Qie. Suddenly, in the corridor, Shun Xiongji halted, her feet seemingly shackled to the ground. Unable to move, she swiftly turned her head, her gaze piercing as she stared intently at the door of Ward 4, her face awash with suspicion. Qie, have you heard any unusual sounds? Shun Xiongji furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of anxiety reflected in her beautiful eyes as she softly inquired of Lin Qie beside her. What sound? I have not heard anything. Lin Qie, wearing a puzzled expression, followed her gaze, but aside from the empty corridor and the firmly shut door of the ward, he discerned no irregularity. With a gentle bite of her crimson lips, Shun Xiongji gracefully approached the entrance of room 4. She stood still, resembling a statue, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the door. Observing this scene, Lin Qie felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Yet he quickened his pace to stand silently beside Shun Xiongji. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere thickened with an unsettling silence, with only the soft and steady rhythm of their breaths intertwining in the air. Time trickled slowly by, and the surroundings remained utterly hushed, devoid of any disturbance. Even the door of room 4 exhibited no sign of change. Shun Xiongji's brows knitted together slightly as she raised her delicate hand to gently knock on the door, tentatively calling out Great Sage. However, only an abyss of silence responded to her. Song Song? Lin Qie's expression turned quizzical. Shun Xiongji, feeling a sense of helplessness, shook her head slowly, withdrawing her hand with a demeanor that appeared somewhat dejected and forlorn. She murmured softly, perhaps. I misheard. Qie, let us depart. Very well, Lin Qie replied with a nod. He cast one last glance at the closed ward door before turning to leave the ward area alongside Shun Xiongji. Chapter 58. The Enchanting Beauty of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital. The flickering candlelight danced upon the walls, casting elongated shadows of Shun Xiongji and Lin Qie, clad in a white lab coat, as they descended the decrepit staircase steeped in decay. Their footsteps were steady and deliberate, as if they were stepping into a forgotten corner sealed by the passage of time. At last, they arrived in the damp and dimly lit cell block. The air was thick with an acrid moldy odor. The ground was slick with moisture, and water droplets occasionally fell from the crevices above. They walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the silence, ultimately halting before cell door. Through the rusted bars, a colossal earth dragon lay coiled within. Yet in stark contrast to its formidable exterior, it appeared shrunken, diminished by several folds. Nonetheless, its massive form still nearly filled the entire cell. Shun Xiongji gazed at the earth dragon, a slight smile gracing her lips as she remarked to Lin Qie, Qie, it seems this cell possesses a slimming effect. Lin Qie, upon hearing this, turned to look at Shun Xiongji, and with a faint smile replied, I have only just realized that myself. With that, he redirected his attention to the prostrate earth dragon, a flicker of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What can this dragon do? He ventured tentatively. Can it cook? The dragon's massive head gave a slight shake. How about doing laundry? Again, the dragon shook its head. Surely it can sweep the floor? Lin Xie remained undeterred, posing yet another inquiry. The dragon responded with the same negative answer. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, pressing further. Can it entertain the elderly? Sing? Dance? Surely it can at least make a bed. At this, Shun Xiongji could not contain her amusement, letting out a laugh. Xie, it seems it may not speak human language. Lin Xie, upon hearing her, glanced once more at the earth dragon. To his surprise, the fiery-blooded dragon nodded. Lin Xie sighed. Well, it seems we have confirmed it. This one is merely a glutton. He turned to Shun Xiongji, a hint of regret in his voice. It appears to be utterly useless. Perhaps we should simply eliminate it? At this suggestion, the fiery-blooded dragon felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, its broad brow momentarily shadowed by a grave expression, as if it were enduring an intense internal struggle. In an instant, a faint, fiery red glow enveloped its form. Accompanied by the flickering light, the earth dragon began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its body rapidly shrank, the tough, resilient scales gradually melding into its flesh, the sharp teeth slowly vanishing and the pointed horns diminishing in size. Finally, it morphed into a lithe and alluring woman of enchanting beauty. Her flowing crimson hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her skin as pure as snow, radiant and flawless. Astonishingly, this red-haired enchantress stood before them in her complete nudity, her perfect physique displayed without reservation. Witnessing this transformation, Shun Xiongji was momentarily rendered speechless, her mouth agape, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Lin Xie, noticing Shun Xiongji's reaction, felt a surge of curiosity and was about to turn to investigate further. In a moment of urgency, Shun Xiongji swiftly rose on her toes, extending a hand to embrace Lin Xie's neck, pulling him tightly into her embrace. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Soon, a delicate and ethereal fragrance, reminiscent of a young maiden, enveloped him, filling his senses. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his heart raced involuntarily. Shun Xiongji retrieved a vibrant red nightgown from her space and deftly tossed it into the arms of the red-haired lady. The lady blinked in confusion several times before regaining her composure. Clumsily, she donned the slightly oversized garment, which, although loose, managed to conceal her captivating figure. Only then did Shun Xiongji release Lin Xie. Lin Xie blinked, turning to gaze at the red-dressed, red-haired lady. Well, since you have taken on human form, I shall employ you. With Li Yifei around, if there is anything you do not understand, he will teach you. A few minutes later, Li Yifei stood before Lin Xie and Shun Xiongji, his eyes sparkling as he regarded the red-haired lady. Lin Xie introduced her, stating, her name is Hong Yan, and from this day forth, she will serve as a caregiver in our hospital. However, her situation is somewhat unique, so Li Yifei, you must take special care to guide her. Of course, Li Yifei exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Xie then tilted his head to Shun Xiongji, his tone hopeful. Soon, Shun Qingzhu and I plan to engage in some sparring at the training ground. Would you care to join us? Yet, Shun Xiongji did not lift her gaze, responding nonchalantly. What is there for you brash men to display? I shall remain here to cozy up to the soft and fragrant Hong Yan. With that, she dashed to Hong Yan's side, pushing Li Yifei aside, and began to snuggle up to her. Hong Yan, perhaps intimidated by Shun Xiongji's frosty demeanor, stood frozen in place, her large, watery eyes gazing pleadingly at Shun Xiongji as she allowed the latter to fuss over her. Lin Xie mused, I hope there won't be any female rivals in the future. One must guard against fire, theft, and even brothers, not to mention beautiful women. In the meeting room of the training camp, several instructors sat upright around a rectangular table, discussing the events of the previous day in hushed tones. Their voices intertwined, filled with excitement and uncertainty, creating a tense and solemn atmosphere. At that moment, the door slowly creaked open, revealing two figures at the entrance. All eyes were immediately drawn to them, particularly to the foremost figure, who walked with assured steps, exuding an aura of authority. As he entered the room, the previously raucous discussions ceased abruptly. The instructors stood in unison, performing a crisp military salute to the newcomer. "Commander." "Greetings, Commander." Yuan Gang's expression was grave as he strode steadily toward the meeting table. His gaze, sharp and piercing as that of a hawk, was fixed intently upon one of the instructors, as if seeking to unravel every secret within. As he advanced closer, an invisible pressure began to permeate the air, making it difficult for those present to breathe. The instructor under scrutiny was Li Yaowang, whose complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant. His lips quivered, caught between words, as if something lodged in his throat rendered him voiceless. Furthermore, his body trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Stepping forward from behind Yuan Gang, Instructor Hong held a thick dossier tightly in his grip and slowly opened it before all. With a grave expression and serious tone, he addressed Li Yaowang. "According to the information we have, on the day after your deployment to guard Jinan Mountain, you sent an encrypted message using a satellite phone. Shortly thereafter, two substantial, unexplained deposits appeared in your parents' online banking account, amounting to 2 million and 3 million. Now, pray tell, where did these sums originate? Prior to the recent assault on the training camp, you also dispatched 2 encrypted messages via satellite phone, and just half a minute later, another 3 million appeared in the account. You, stop, please, no more." Li Yaowang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. With trembling hands, he covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers like a torrent, as he murmured, "I didn't want this. I had no choice. They've taken my parents from my hometown." Yuan Gang's expression darkened further as he turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over the other instructors. Wang Gui, Wu Ruodong. The two named instructors exchanged a quick glance, and, in an instant, sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. Yuan Gang let out a cold snort, and a brilliant golden light erupted around him. This golden wave, reminiscent of 2 massive hammers, descended with overwhelming force upon Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong's chests. 2 resounding thuds echoed as they were sent flying backward by the terrifying power, crashing to the ground in utter disarray. Yuan Gang declared, "The master has sent us to deliver a gift." Wang Gui, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise. A trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth as he spoke darkly. In the next moment, the bodies of the 2 men began to swell as if inflated, an eerie red light shooting forth from within them, as if striving to break free and ascend to the heavens. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows and stamped his right foot down. Instantly, a golden wave surged upward like lightning, transforming into a massive golden bell that enveloped the 2 figures, isolating them completely from the outside world. Then, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, bang! Within the golden bell, their bodies detonated violently, blood and shattered flesh erupting in all directions, rendering the scene utterly horrific. After a considerable pause, Yuan Gang slowly waved his hand. With this gesture, the once unyielding golden ripples gradually dissipated, and the golden bell vanished without a trace. He gazed at the blurred remnants of flesh and blood on the ground, a fierce blaze of fury igniting within his eyes. After a long while, Yuan Gang managed to compose himself slightly and then turned to the crowd behind him, issuing a command, "Prepare immediately. All recruits from the 039 training camp will relocate to the new site tomorrow." With that, he departed the blood-soaked conference room. Now once looking back. Chapter 59. Yucang Mountain 4 months have flown by like a wild stallion, and before one knows it, the winter solstice approaches, ushering in an unrelenting chill. On a crisp morning, the biting wind howls like a ferocious beast, seemingly intent on ensnaring all of creation within its icy embrace. The tall branches tremble under the onslaught of the cold gusts. Though snow has yet to fall, the frigid air is sufficient to make one shiver uncontrollably. In the expansive training ground, over 200 new recruits stand in disciplined formation, clad in thin black short sleeves, enduring rigorous drills under the stern gaze of their instructors. Their silhouettes appear remarkably resolute against the harsh wind, and despite their inadequate attire, none display a hint of retreat. As midday approaches, The instructor finally gestures with his hand and calls out loudly, "All right, there are less than 10 minutes until lunch. Next, everyone will run 10 laps with weights. Once completed, you may head to the dining hall for your meal." As soon as the words leave his lips, the recruits uniformly hoist their weighted packs and dash around the training grounds with remarkable speed. At the back of the line, Bailey Pang Pang runs while rubbing his exposed arms, emitting hissing sounds as he shivers multiple times. "Oh my, it's so cold." Lin Xie glances back at Bailey Pang Pang and chuckles. "It's not even the winter solstice yet. It's not that cold." "Indeed, it's not too cold," Chao Yuan concurs. "What? This isn't cold?" Bailey Pang Pang, accustomed to the mild winters of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, finds it particularly frigid at this moment. Shen Qingzhu, nearby, smiles and adds, "You Haven Tea experience the north." Otherwise, after several months of camaraderie, the friendship among the group has deepened swiftly. Bailey Pang Pang, feeling aggrieved, runs over to the quietly jogging Shen Xiongji and asks, "Sister Qing, don't you feel cold?" Shen Xiongji responds with a raised brow. "Is it really so unusual for someone to ask if Sister Qing feels cold? Do you feel cold?" Shen Xiongji glances at his stiff arms. "Cold. All right. I can see you're practically frozen." Shen Xiongji lightly pinches his arm, her fingertips as delicate as jade, gently touching his icy skin. What is this? Suddenly, I don't feel cold at all." "How strange," Bailey Pang Pang exclaims in astonishment, feeling a warmth envelop him, as if all the chill had been instantly siphoned away. He skeptically grasps Shen Xiongji's slender hand and exclaims, "Hey, Sister Qing, why are your hands so cold?" At that moment, Shen Qingzhu, standing to the side, swiftly reaches over and gently takes Shen Xiongji's hand from Bailey Pang Pang, explaining softly, "Her hands have always been this cold since childhood. I've taken her to many hospitals for examinations, but aside from some mild hypoglycemia, no other abnormalities were found." Meanwhile, Lin Xie, with a slight upward curl of his lips, reveals an enigmatic smile that eludes comprehension. At this moment, the instructor in the training field fixed his piercing gaze upon them, glaring fiercely as he bellowed, "What are you little rascals dawdling about for? Hurry up and fall in line." Upon hearing the instructor's thunderous voice, the 5 individuals exchanged glances, and with an unspoken agreement, they quickened their pace, aligning their running speed with that of a larger contingent ahead. Dismissed for mealtime, the third round of extreme training was about to commence. Mount Yutsong in Sangnan City. The night prior had been steeped in darkness, and the crystalline morning dew, under the assault of the biting cold, swiftly crystallized into a thick layer of frost. This frost resembled a magnificent white velvet blanket, meticulously woven by nature, quietly enveloping the vast expanse of the earth, transforming it into a world swathed in silver, pure and pristine. However, as dawn broke, the first warm, gentle rays of sunlight cascaded upon the towering peaks of Mount Yutsong. As the sunlight intensified, the once thick frost began to gradually melt away until it vanished entirely. At this moment, all the mountain peaks emerged from the morning mist, appearing as if shy maidens shrouded in a veil of mystery. Before long, the clouds on the horizon were tinged with a resplendent golden hue by the rising sun, as if adorning the majestic mountains with a dazzling golden veil. This picturesque scene was utterly enchanting, transporting one to a realm of ethereal beauty. Gazing far and wide, the verdant mountains on either side stood in stark opposition, their lush trees glistening with a dripping emerald sheen. Looking up, the jagged peaks soared into the clouds, piercing the sky and obscuring it entirely. And looking down, the crystal-clear streams flowed gently beneath, producing a melodious, soothing sound. Uniquely shaped stones lay scattered upon the shimmering water surface, some resembling fierce beasts claiming their territory, while others appeared as celestial beings extending their fingers to guide the way forward. At the foot of Mount Yutsong, over 200 new recruits stood in orderly formation, clad in matching camouflage uniforms, their expressions serious and focused. In front of the ranks stood Instructor Hong, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces of each recruit. A hint of a satisfied smile graced his features as he privately mused. These once naive young individuals had undergone a remarkable transformation. For months ago, When this group of recruits first entered the training camp, their eyes had been filled with indolence and confusion, as if they were oblivious to the future ahead. However, after enduring 4 months of rigorous training, those negative sentiments had dissipated entirely. At this moment, only determination and clarity remained in their eyes, embodying the steadiness and confidence forged through trials and tribulations. Today, we shall embark on the 3rd round of extreme training. Instructor Hong's resonant voice echoed throughout the valley. Upon hearing this, the recruits straightened their posture, their spirits lifted. Instructor Hong continued, "However, this time, the extreme training will be exceptionally intriguing, as we will adopt a brand new format of team competition." No sooner had he finished speaking than a subtle stir rippled through the crowd. The recruits exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity, yet no one dared to voice their inquiries. Observing the reactions of the new recruits, Instructor Hong smiled and continued to elucidate. "Now, everyone pay attention. You will be divided into 30 teams, each consisting of 8 members. Each team must collaborate closely to face various challenges and tasks together." As he called out names, he instructed those mentioned to step forward. Lin Xie, Shun Xiongji, Shun Xingzhu, Chao Yuan, Molly, Zhengzhou. Chapter 60. The girls, as I called out the names, Instructor Hong began the roll call. Lin Xie, Shun Xiongji, Shun Xingzhu, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, Zhengzhou. Those who were summoned emerged from the crowd like steadfast trees, standing tall and straight as pines. Upon witnessing this, Instructor Hong's face displayed a look of satisfaction. He nodded slightly and then proclaimed in a deep voice, "Excellent. From this moment onward, you 30 individuals shall serve as the captains of your respective teams." The named individuals were momentarily taken aback. Shun Xiongji, Lin Xie, Shun Xingzhu, and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes conveying an unspoken understanding and a hint of regret. Subsequently, they collectively turned their gaze toward Bai Li, who remained among the group, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Alas, it was indeed unfortunate that they could not form a team together. Instructor Hong glanced at the time, then lifted his head to continue. The remaining recruits will have 5 minutes to choose their desired captain and join their team. Remember, each group is limited to 8 members. As soon as his words fell, the previously orderly assembly of recruits erupted into a cacophony akin to boiling water. Whispers and discussions filled the air, with some unable to contain their eagerness as they stepped toward their chosen captains. Shun Xiongji first looked at Bai Li in the distance, then shifted her gaze to Lin Xie nearby, slightly furrowing her brow in contemplation. After a moment, she gathered her resolve and strode toward a more open area. She halted, turned to face the lively group of recruits, raised her voice, and declared, "I apologize for the interruption. I have a small, specific request for my team. I only wish to recruit girls." Bai Li, who was hastily approaching Shun Xiongji, abruptly halted as if struck by lightning, his expression bewildered, his eyes fixed on her as if he had been wronged. When Shun Xiongji met Bai Li's gaze, filled with grievance, a flicker of guilt and helplessness surged within her. She offered a slight apologetic smile, then raised her hand and gently pointed toward Lin Xie, signaling Bai Li to join her today. Upon seeing Shun Xiongji's gesture, Bai Li pouted slightly. Though aggrieved, he obediently strode over to Lin Xie. The recruits who had intended to approach Shun Xiongji paused upon hearing her words, their faces reflecting a tinge of regret as they shook their heads. They then began to ponder which captain would be the most suitable choice. However, the girls in the group displayed an unusual reaction. Initially stunned into silence, they soon found it difficult to contain their excitement. It is only natural that individuals of such formidable prowess as Shun Xiongji would select teammates possessing formidable abilities and substantial practical value for their squad. However, they were entirely unprepared for the unexpected decision she would make. To be honest, it is genuinely touching. After all, Shun Xiongji, with her exceptional strength, would have significantly increased her chances of victory by choosing a few more powerful allies. Within the training camp, aside from her fixed companions Lin Xie, Shun Xingzhu, Bailey Pangpang, and Chao Yuan, she was often seen partnering closely with Mo Li, while maintaining a cordial yet distant relationship with most others. This was neither due to her aloof nature nor a disdain for friendship, nor was it a result of others' aversion towards her. In truth, her demeanor towards everyone, apart from Lin Xie and a select few, was consistently sincere and friendly, albeit with a maintained distance, eschewing excessive familiarity. To encapsulate this relationship in a classical saying, it could be described as, the friendship of gentlemen is as insipid as water. While everyone harbored a fondness for her, deep within, they yearned to forge a profound bond with her. After all, who could resist the charm of such a delicate, gentle, and extraordinarily powerful beauty? Yet, for reasons unknown, when confronted with Shun Xiongji, almost everyone experienced an ineffable sensation, as if she were the ethereal and radiant goddess of the heavens, to be admired from afar, yet not approached lightly lest one tarnish her sanctity. At this moment, when Shun Xiongji voluntarily expressed her willingness to extend opportunities to them, a warm current surged through the hearts of the girls present. Particularly, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Yang Zi exchanged glances and, without hesitation, quickened their pace towards Shun Xiongji. In an instant, they stood before her, with Zhang Xiaoxiao smiling brightly and excitedly inquiring, "Zhizhi, may we join your team?" Beside her, Yang Zi also looked at Shun Xiongji with eager anticipation, awaiting her response. Yes, Xiao Ling and he walked side by side, their steps steady and swift, also approaching Shun Xiongji. Simultaneously, noticing this development, the other girls hastened to follow suit, fearing they might fall behind and miss the chance to join Shun Xiongji's team. Subsequently, an increasing number of individuals began to make choices based on their innermost thoughts. Some were drawn to a captain's displayed strength and resolutely chose to join under her banner. Others merely relied on personal connections or fleeting affinities to determine their allegiance. Turning to Shun Qingzhu's vicinity, aside from his 2 loyal followers, he was surrounded by several tall, muscular young men. Their determined gazes and eager stances clearly indicated a shared ambitious goal to collaboratively forge an indomitable powerhouse team. In contrast, Lin Chia's circle, apart from Bailey Pang Pang, was also populated by several astute and meticulous team members. They formed a tight circle, speaking in hushed tones, earnestly deliberating various ingenious strategies. However, when the gaze shifted towards Chao Yuan, the scene became somewhat amusing. The members of the teams exuded a sense of languor and indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the impending competition. As the clock approached the 5-minute mark, the participants from various teams had largely assembled. The expansive playground was swiftly delineated into meticulously organized small formations, each infused with a unique atmosphere of both tension and excitement. At this moment, everyone held their breath in silence, eagerly awaiting Instructor Hong to announce the rules of the forthcoming contest. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the 30 small teams before he proclaimed in a voice resonant as thunder. The rules for this team competition are as follows. Chapter 61. Team competition. The rules for this team competition are as follows. Firstly, each of your teams will be randomly dispatched to various concealed locations within the treacherous and ever-changing terrain of Yucang Mountain. Each team is equipped with a unique flag that not only symbolizes your team's honor, but also serves as a pivotal element in determining your fate. Subsequently, you must unite closely, fully embodying the spirit of teamwork. You must fiercely protect your team's flag from being seized by others, while boldly seizing the flags of rival teams whenever the opportunity arises. Should your team's flag regrettably fall into enemy hands, it signifies your elimination and the loss of your chance to continue competing. Therefore, it is imperative that you remain fully vigilant in preparation for this fierce contest. Secondly, Yucang Mountain is fraught with numerous prohibitions, and as time progresses, the temperature will gradually drop, becoming increasingly frigid. However, scattered throughout the mountain are several special trees known as JBI, whose fruits can provide warmth. You may seek them for shelter against the cold. Additionally, the mountain harbors rare herbs and treasures. If discovered and utilized wisely, they can enhance your strength or disrupt other teams, relying solely on your fortune. Thirdly, the maximum duration of this competition is set for 3 full days and nights. During this period, each team must seize every moment and strive wholeheartedly. Ultimately, The team holding the greatest number of flags will be crowned the undisputed champions. Of course, should only one team remain in the mountain before the designated time, the competition will be forced to conclude prematurely. However, I must solemnly remind you that this is both a competition and a training exercise. You're comrades bound by camaraderie, not sworn enemies. Your weapons are intended solely to overcome the terrain. In your skirmishes, moderation is key, and you must not inflict mortal harm. Now, proceed to collect your equipment and prepare to enter the mountain. Instructor Hong's resonant voice, imbued with a hint of authority, echoed through the air. As soon as his words fell silent, the teams swiftly sprang into action, methodically heading to the designated area to collect their respective gear. In truth, their equipment was rather simple. A backpack containing a roll of bandages, drinking water, and compressed biscuits, sufficient for only one day, along with a tactical knife. Once the team members received their gear, they busied themselves with various tasks. Some crouched down to meticulously organize the items in their backpacks, ensuring everything was in perfect order. Others diligently inspected their weapons, checking for any damage or malfunctions, and a few gathered together, whispering excitedly as they discussed potential tactical strategies for the challenges ahead. The atmosphere was both tense and orderly. At that moment, Instructor Hong approached Bailey Pang Pang, addressing him sternly. Bailey Tumming, your free space, and those peculiar items must be surrendered first. Bailey Pang Pang, accustomed to such requests for the relinquishment of his forbidden items, obediently handed over the free space and other belongings. Subsequently, Instructor Hong turned to Shun Xiongji, softly stating, Shun Xiongji, your space may be utilized, but you are strictly prohibited from placing the flag within it. Remember to adhere to the rules. Violations will not be tolerated. Shun Xiongji nodded gently, indicating her understanding, and replied affirmatively. Amidst the bustling activity of the crowd, an ethereal luminescence began to subtly emerge in the skies above Yutsong Mountain, casting a mysterious glow that seemed to foreshadow the impending fierce competition, fraught with uncertainty and peril. Within the depths of Yutsong Mountain, with its majestic peaks and towering ancient trees, Shun Xiongji and her teammates were unexpectedly thrust into a dense thicket of thorns. Captain, what should we do now? Should we immediately pursue the other teams? A team member inquired eagerly. Shun Xiongji raised her head, her gaze calm and piercing as she surveyed the surrounding environment. The thicket appeared ominous, with thorns crisscrossing like an immense spider's web, rendering passage exceedingly challenging. She slowly turned her head to her deputy, Yang Zi, and the other team members, softly asking, Zi, do you feel the chill? Cold Yang Zi replied, her voice trembling. Yes, it's quite cold ever since we set foot in Yutsong Mountain. I have felt a bone-chilling coldness, another team member echoed. Shun Xiongji furrowed her brow slightly, pondering silently. She herself felt no discomfort. Rather, she experienced a sense of comfort. However, it was evident that the others in the team were already affected by the low temperatures. She was acutely aware that this enigmatic Yutsong Mountain was notoriously frigid, and now, with numerous restrictions imposed, the temperature would continue to plummet. If she could not help her teammates acclimate quickly to this environment, the forthcoming tasks would undoubtedly become exceedingly arduous. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Xiongji decisively issued her command. Our team's primary objective is to seek out the juniper berries. Only by gathering a sufficient quantity of these fruits can we enhance our resilience against the biting cold, thereby equipping ourselves to contend with other teams. Everyone, stay vigilant and leave no potential hiding place for the juniper unexamined. The team members responded in unison, Yes, Captain. Thus, Shun Xiongji led her team cautiously through the thicket, embarking on their quest for the elusive juniper berries. Legend has it that juniper grows on the sensitive mountains. As recorded in the Shanhai Jing, the 7 classics of the middle, its appearance resembling thorns with white flowers and red fruits, known as juniper. Consuming it wards off the cold. The juniper's form is akin to common thorns, yet it bears blossoms as white as snow and fruits as red as fire. Remarkably, consuming its fruit grants the ability to withstand the cold, rendering one impervious to the sufferings of frigid temperatures. Not far off, in a secluded corner of the forest, Another team was quietly deliberating about the peculiar juniper trees. "Captain, what should we do?" "Let's first seek the fruits of the juniper." Agreed. Thus, the two teams, not far apart, encountered each other unexpectedly. Chapter 62, the first banner, having issued the commands. Shun Xiongji swiftly retrieved a collection of exquisitely crafted whistles from the space and methodically distributed them to each team member. Once all the members were equipped with their whistles, Shun Xiongji, with a solemn expression, addressed them earnestly. "Sisters, listen carefully. Should anyone become separated from the group, encounter formidable foes, or face any other urgent situation, do not act recklessly. If possible, avoid confrontation. However, if evasion is impossible, immediately sound your whistle to signal for my assistance, and I shall promptly come to your side. Furthermore, if you discover any signs of danger, you must also blow your whistle to alert me." After a brief pause, Shun Xiongji hastily added, "Oh, and do not worry that blowing the whistle will attract others. Even if someone hears it, their speed will not match mine. Moreover, my abilities have enhanced, allowing me to teleport 4 or 5 sisters simultaneously. Therefore, as long as I hear your distress signal, I will swiftly arrive to offer aid and protection." Upon hearing Shun Xiongji's words, the remaining 7 team members nodded in unison and responded, "Understood, Captain." Subsequently, Shun Xiongji took a small flag embroidered with her name from her backpack, carefully rolled it into a slender coil, and secured it firmly. Then, using this small flag as a hairpin, she skillfully styled her hair into an intricate bun. To ensure that the bun and flag remained stable, she secured it with a hair tie. Finally, Shun Xiongji donned her camouflage military cap with measured grace. After placing all items from her backpack into the spatial realm, she hoisted the empty backpack onto her shoulders and led her team in a swift search through the dense jungle. However, after only a brief search, Shun Xiongji suddenly raised her hand, signaling the others to halt. With a sharp gaze fixed ahead to the left, she calmly announced, "Sisters, a small team is approaching us from the left front. Since fate has brought us together, we must seize this opportunity and capture them." With that, she contemplated for a moment before systematically issuing her orders. "I will teleport to their right side to divert their attention and attempt to scatter their members. Shaoling, you will lead 2 sisters to quietly maneuver to their left and launch a surprise attack from behind. Remember, proceed with utmost caution and avoid alarming them." Next, she turned her attention to Zhizhi, continuing her directives. "Zhizhi, you will lead Xiao Xiao and 2 other sisters directly toward them from the front. Stay vigilant of their movements and be prepared to execute a flanking maneuver." Shaoling possessed a unique skill, allowing her to traverse complex terrains with ease, akin to a scout in the military, even without the use of her abilities at that moment. Her agility and extensive experience would enable her and the sisters to silently navigate through the thorny underbrush and successfully reach the left flank of the enemy team. As for Zhizhi, she was the team strategist, possessing quick wit and sharp reasoning skills, adept at both deduction and calculation. In this endeavor, she took command from the rear, orchestrating the strategy with keen insight and leading her companions in a timely encirclement, undoubtedly enhancing the likelihood of success for the entire operation. Turning to Zhang Xiaoxiao, her possession of the Forbidden Ruins lent her an acute perception of the surrounding environment. With her assistance, Zhi was poised to navigate the complexities of the situation and discern the enemy's movements, ensuring effectiveness in their efforts. In truth, if Shun Xiongji sought victory, her extraordinary speed and ability to teleport would allow her to stealthily follow the team, effortlessly slipping past their backpacks and banners when they were least vigilant. Yet, such an approach seemed rather mundane, as this was a team competition, not merely a stage for her individual performance. Action! With this command, Shun Xiongji vanished in an instant, teleporting to the right flank of the opposing team. Upon arrival, she refrained from immediate engagement, opting instead to calmly observe the group. Subsequently, she deliberately created a cacophony, successfully capturing the attention of the entire team. In that fleeting moment, every member turned their gaze toward the right side. As they beheld Shun Xiongji emerging alone from the dense thicket of thorns, they were momentarily taken aback, their faces betraying incredulity. Soon after, They began anxiously scanning for the presence of her teammates behind her. Shen Xiongji? How could you be here alone? Faced with their bewildered stares, Shen Xiongji remained remarkably composed, smiling gently as she replied, "Oh, I accidentally got separated from my team." This statement was met with an initial silence, as the crowd exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by her explanation. At that moment, Shen Xiongji's gaze shifted to the opposing captain, Zhang Yuan, a glimmer of provocation in her eyes as she proposed, "Why don't we have a little sparring session? I must quickly eliminate you, then seek my teammates." The captain, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Who would be foolish enough to engage in a duel with you?" Shen Xiongji blinked, then offered a wry smile, feigning dismay. "Oh, are you all planning to take me on together? Wouldn't that be an unfair fight?" After a brief pause, Captain Zhang Yuan responded, "Shall we send 5 to face you? It is inevitable." "Ah, then I shall give it a try." She then stepped back several paces, and the captain along with his 4 companions surged forward. The 5 of them instantly embroiled in combat. While Shen Xiongji captivated the attention of the adversaries, Xiao Ling, accompanied by 2 teammates, stealthily approached from the left flank, positioning themselves behind the enemy. Zhi and Zhang Xiao also drew closer, ready to strike and encircle. Shen Xiongji adeptly evaded their assaults while retaliating with precision, maintaining an equal footing in the clash. The standoff persisted for a brief duration, however, as 2 of their members were swiftly incapacitated by Shen Xiongji's strikes, and the remaining teammates prepared to assist. Xiao Ling and her companions emerged like phantoms, plunging the opposing team into disarray. At the opportune moment, Zhi launched a decisive assault, breaching their defenses with remarkable ease. In a 6-against-8 scenario, Shen Xiongji single-handedly held her ground against 3 or 4 opponents, sealing their fate. She effortlessly confiscated their supplies and equipment, along with the coveted flag. The first flag acquired. Just as joy permeated the air, a sudden announcement erupted from everyone's backpacks, echoing the voices of the instructors. Team 023, Zhang Yuan Squad, has been completely eliminated. Team 002, Shen Xiongji Squad, has secured the first flag. This announcement was repeated thrice, as if to ensure that nobody missed it. Shen Xiongji was taken aback. There is a speaker in the backpack? How did I not notice it? She took off her backpack to examine it. The others were left in disbelief. Is this really necessary to announce? It feels like a deliberate attempt to undermine us. As more flags were collected later on, it seemed likely that other teams would turn their attention toward her squad. Alas, Chapter 63, Planning and Grouping as Zhang Yuan's team was escorted away by the instructors. Shen Xiongji and her 8 companions fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Shen Xiongji turned to Zhi and spoke solemnly. "Zhi, let us first draft a plan. Otherwise, before we even locate the rare plant, we might be ambushed by other teams." Yangzi nodded in agreement. The 8 quickly departed from their original spot and found a secluded corner to convene and deliberate on their forthcoming actions. Shen Xiongji and Zhi, considering each individual's abilities and strengths, devised a comprehensive strategy. "Our primary objective remains the search for the rare plant, but we must divide ourselves into 3 groups. Xiao Ling will lead Man as scouts, venturing ahead to survey the situation of the other teams while seeking the rare plant and other treasures. Should they make any discoveries or encounter emergencies, they are to return promptly to inform us or sound the whistle, and I shall rush to their aid. Man possesses enhanced speed within her domain, allowing her to keep pace with Xiao Ling, and her combat prowess ranks among the top 4 of our group. The 2 are equally matched and will not hinder one another. Zhi, you will take Meng, Xiao, Aya, and Chu Xian to follow closely behind, continuously coordinating based on the information relayed by Xiao Ling and Man, formulating appropriate strategies and decisions. If any urgent situations arise at the rear, sound the whistle immediately, and I will come to assist. The 5 of you fit perfectly within my capabilities. If I find myself overmatched, I can swiftly lead you to safety. Meng, your task is to keep a vigilant watch over Zhi and Aya, ensuring their protection while adhering to Zhi's directives. Xiao and Chu Xian, you will also follow Zhi's guidance. Zhi's combat abilities are limited. She is best suited as a pure strategist, Thus, she must remain at the rear as our advisor. Aya, being of the healing profession, is quite fragile. If left unprotected, she could be easily overwhelmed. Meng Meng's domain leans towards combat, making her the strongest fighter among us after myself. Her presence beside Aji and Aya allows her to offer protection while remaining attentive to Aji's instructions. Chu Xian's domain is defensive, and, as a support, she should stay close to our strategist. Xiao Xiao, with her keen perception and decent combat skills, will also heed Aji's orders. As for Shun Xiongji, she considers herself a versatile warrior. My domain is adaptable for both offense and support, and I can evade danger with remarkable speed. Regardless of my position, I am equipped to handle any situation. Shun Xiongji continued. Thus, I plan to operate independently as a mobile unit. Whether danger arises in the front or rear, I will reach the site swiftly to provide assistance. Everyone nodded in agreement, endorsing the plan. After a moment of reflection, Shun Xiongji perceived no significant flaws in their strategy. She then turned to Yang Zi and Azi, stating, I will proceed first to secure a rare plant. As for the subsequent details, we shall advance according to our agreed-upon plan. You remain at the rear, tasked with the comprehensive orchestration and coordination of all operations, ensuring that the entire action plan unfolds in a systematic manner. Simultaneously, you must continually refine and enhance the details of our strategies in response to the evolving circumstances, enabling us to better navigate any potential contingencies. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Shun Xiongji's eyes, her lips curling into a slight smile. We shall endeavor to seize every team we encounter on our quest for the Sabina. As she spoke, she remained acutely aware of her surroundings, vigilant against any potential ambushes from rival squads. Once we have gathered the Sabina, we will utilize this grouping to strategically seek out other teams. Our first objective is to swiftly eliminate those teams of moderate to superior strength. This way, even if we find ourselves besieged in the final moments, the adversaries we face will be relatively weaker than our own team, and they will find it no easy task to wrest the flag from my grasp. Acknowledging her words, Azi nodded slightly in agreement. With palpable concern, Shun Xiongji reiterated her instructions to the group before vanishing in an instant. Following the predetermined plan, Xiao Ling and Man Man took the lead, gracefully and swiftly leaping into the depths of the dense jungle, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Azi, accompanied by Meng Meng, Xiao Xiao, Aya, and Chu Xian, cautiously trail behind, maintaining a heightened sense of alertness, acutely attuned to any subtle shifts in their environment. At this moment, Shun Xiongji traversed the vast expanse of Yu Tsang Mountain, employing rapid movement. With her keen perception, she soon delightedly discovered 2 Sabina plants. These 2 specimens thrived in a relatively concealed nook, and had it not been for Shun Xiongji's meticulous observation, their existence might have gone unnoticed. She approached with swift, practiced grace, deftly plucking the fully ripened Sabina fruits and placing them into her spatial pouch. Without a moment's hesitation, she instantly returned to the side of Azi and the others. Here, everyone, do taste, Shun Xiongji smiled, distributing the Sabina fruits from her space to each member of the group. Just as she prepared to set off in search of the ahead duo, Xiao Ling and Man Man, a sudden, melodious whistle pierced the air. Chapter 64. Upright, and just upon hearing the whistle, Shun Xiongji's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly returned to the side of Azi and her companions, guiding them towards the source of the sound. On a steep hillside, 2 girls anxiously positioned themselves in front of a cypress tree. While not far away, a small team was closely observing them and the tree behind them. Captain, the banner should not be in their possession. The leader of Team 011, Yinyu, shook his head, casting a glance at Xiao Ling and Man Man. He gently reminded them, if you 2 leave now, we will not take action against you. The team flag should not be in your hands. It is unwise to be injured and unable to leave Yutsang Mountain. Despite Xiao Ling and Man Man possessing considerable strength, they were outnumbered. Exchanging a silent glance, Xiao Ling and Man Man remained mute. Captain, they seem unwilling to abandon the cypress. Should we proceed? After a moment of contemplation, Yinyu turned to his team and instructed, be gentle when you act. Just find a soft vine to bind them. Do not hurt them. As long as they cannot interfere, it suffices. He added, once we have harvested these fruits, we will release them. As the captain's orders were issued, the members of Team 011 nodded in understanding. Just as they prepared to advance, an inexplicable wave of energy suddenly rippled through the surrounding space, catching them off guard. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Everyone was astounded to discover that the space they occupied had abruptly become completely isolated from the outside world, as if shrouded by an invisible barrier. At that moment, a clear and resolute voice echoed from nearby. All members of our team are present, so why not engage in a proper competition? As the words fell, Shun Xiongji emerged gracefully from behind them. Her lithe figure and ethereal demeanor, coupled with her stunning visage, made her appear as though she had descended from the heavens. Yin, this is both a contest and a training session. Here, there is no distinction between genders. We need not yield to one another. What is essential is to compete based on our individual strengths and to defeat each other honorably, Shun Xiongji declared, her gaze piercing as it locked onto Yin. The sudden appearance of Shun Xiongji left all members of Team 011 utterly astonished. They instinctively turned to look behind them, only to be surprised to find that the other members of Team 002, led by Shun Xiongji, had quietly and stealthily approached from behind. Yin raised his head, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful and poised Shun Xiongji, his heart momentarily stilled. A hint of remorse crossed his face as he softly spoke. I apologize for my oversight. It is of no consequence, Shun Xiongji replied with a smile. Her impression of Yin was quite favorable. He was a true gentleman, always kind and gentle, treating the girls in the training camp with chivalry and courtesy. Moreover, the members of his Team 011 are predominantly gentle in temperament. Yin, shall we have a private duel? I will not employ the abilities of the divine ruins. Let us simply compare our swordsmanship. With that, she produced 2 wooden swords from her spatial pocket. The divine ruins is her own power, and she feels no guilt or sense of unfairness in utilizing it. However, she desires a straightforward contest of swordplay with him. Despite Yin's outwardly gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a refined gentleman, he hails from a distinguished lineage of swordsmen, renowned for their extraordinary and exquisite sword techniques. She has long yearned for an exhilarating and formal match against such a master of the blade. Very well. Shun Xiongji tilted her head slightly, her gaze swiftly sweeping across the other members of Team 011 before returning to Yang Zi and the others, offering a warm smile. As the rest is entrusted to you. However, do not be too harsh. Simply bind them with a few sturdy vines. After all, aside from the exceptionally skilled leader Yin, the overall strength of Team 011 could only be deemed average. Thus, she firmly believes that Yang Zi and the others are more than capable of handling the task effortlessly. Upon receiving the assignment, Yang Zi responded promptly and decisively. Understood. Meanwhile, Yin, who stood nearby, could not help but chuckle softly at the exchange. Hearing his light laughter, Shun Xiongji lifted her enchanting gaze and cast a fleeting glance in his direction before striding towards him with the swiftness of the wind. As she approached, her delicate hand gracefully reached out, accurately grasping Yin's sleeve, and with a firm tug, she effortlessly pulled him away from the isolated space. Arriving in an open area, Shun Xiongji halted, turning to face Yin, and politely extended the wooden sword to him, saying, "Please." Yin composed, extended his right hand, and steadied himself to accept the wooden sword. He then, with the sword in hand, solemnly performed a sword salute towards Shun Xiongji. She promptly returned the gesture. Once the formalities were completed, both of them tightened their grips on the wooden swords, and as their gazes met, it was as though sparks ignited between them. In the next moment, 2 sharp cries echoed as they vanished from sight, like 2 bolts of lightning racing towards one another. Chapter 65, Surveillance. The entire Songfeng team has been eliminated, while the 003 Shun Qingzhou team has claimed a flag. The entire Wang Xian team has been eliminated, and the 001 Lin Chia team has secured flag. The entire Liangning team has been eliminated, and the 005 Moli team has seized a flag. Shun Xiongji's swordplay is nimble and varied, swift as a serpent. with each thrust seeming to carry a fierce gale. Yin Yu, on the other hand, is steady and composed, his techniques meticulous and tightly knit. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. After several dozen exchanges, Shun Xiongji had thoroughly deciphered Yin Yu's swordplay, and it was evident that he had also become familiar with her techniques. Consequently, Shun Xiongji suddenly shifted her strategy, disrupting Yin Yu's rhythm and thoughts. With her right hand wielding her sword, she accelerated her strikes, transforming the blade into a series of glimmering arcs aimed at Yin Yu. Thrown off balance, Yin Yu faltered slightly, then struggled to parry her onslaught one by one. Shun Xiongji smirked subtly before returning to her original rhythm of attack. Yin Yu, astonished and somewhat bewildered, gradually found himself immersed again in the earlier sequences of her moves. Yin Yu, has anyone ever told you that during a contest, one must never allow oneself to be led by another's tempo? What? Once again, Shun Xiongji altered her tactics, seizing the moment while Yin Yu was still occupied with defending against her strikes. She executed a feigned attack, maneuvering to his side, the tip of her blade poised at his throat. Yin Yu halted his movements, a wry smile crossing his face as he admitted, "I concede." He lifted his gaze to meet Shun Xiongji's, his expression solemn, acknowledging the lesson learned today. Shun Xiongji sheathed her sword and smiled gently. "Thank you for the match." Meanwhile, within the spatial barrier, Aji led her teammates in their battle against the members of Team 011, which was drawing to a close. Despite their valiant resistance, the 011 team ultimately succumbed. In a moment, they found themselves ensnared by Aji and her companion's vines. Shun Xiongji turned slightly, raising her delicate hand to dissolve the spatial barrier, revealing Team 002's Aji and the members of Team 011 before her. "Captain Shun." Yin Yu glanced at his teammates, bound tightly, a knowing expression on his face. He retrieved his team's flag from his backpack and respectfully presented it to Shun Xiongji. As she turned to accept the flag, the announcer declared, "The entire 030 Fail team has been eliminated, and the 001 Lin Chia team has claimed a flag." The announcement echoed 3 times. Cough. Given that 5 teams have been eliminated and punitive training has commenced, we shall now reveal the penalties for the eliminated teams. Everyone atop the Jade Song Mountain instantly ceased their activities. The theme of this extreme training is cold resistance. Thus, the eliminated teams will be sent to submerge in the icy pools of the underground caves of Jade Song Mountain, challenging their limits of cold tolerance until the team competition determines a victor. A collective shiver coursed through the crowd. Shun Xiongji and Yin Yu exchanged a quick glance. Last time, they had endured extreme sprints in a magma chamber, and now they were to submerge in icy waters. Shun Xiongji glanced at the flag in Yin Yu's hand and inquired, "Do you wish to immerse yourself in the icy pool?" "Absolutely not." Yin Yu responded with unwavering certainty. "Ah, then I shall grant you an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you. I shall seize this chance with utmost determination." I have yet to specify what this opportunity entails," Shun Xiongji said with a hint of playful mockery as she gazed at him. "How about you lead Team 011 as an auxiliary team under my command? Adhere to the directives of my vice captain, and I assure you, you need not venture into the icy pool until our team faces elimination. Oh, and all flags captured shall belong to my Team 002. Very well. With the inclusion of Team 011, the tactical arrangements of Shun Xiongji's team became increasingly sophisticated as they capitalized on the strengths and weaknesses of their members, subsequently seizing flags from 3 additional teams. To date, 12 teams had been eliminated. Shun Xiongji's team had secured 4 flags. Lin Chia's team had claimed 3 flags. Shen Qingzhu's team had acquired 2 flags, and Mo Li's team had obtained 1 flag, and Zheng Zhong's team had also taken 2 flags. Shortly after 8 o'clock in the evening, Shun Xiongji led her team to discover a cave, where they gathered some dry wood and ignited 2 campfires, forming 2 groups to sit around them. While some team members prepared food, others deliberated on their plans for the night. "Captain, what are our next steps? Should we rest for the night, or take advantage of the darkness to eliminate other teams?" After establishing the watch, a Z moved closer to Shun Xiongji. Shun Xiongji lifted her gaze. surveying the teammates huddled around the fire, and pressed her lips together. Zhi, what are your thoughts? If it were solely her decision, she would undoubtedly take action under the cover of night, for darkness and cold provided her with valuable advantages. Zhi also glanced at the trembling sisters beside the fire, shivering in the frigid night air of Yutsong Mountain, which was decidedly not an opportune time for combat. Let the team rest here for the night and act tomorrow, Shen Xiongji decisively concluded. Agreed. At that moment, Yin Yu approached. Captain, our supply of juniper berries is nearly exhausted. Should we send someone to gather more? No need. The fruits we have harvested are sufficient for 3 to 4 days, Shen Xiongji replied, directly retrieving some juniper berries from her space and handing them to him. She then took a portion to give to Iya, indicating she should distribute them among the sisters. Zhi, remind everyone to heighten their vigilance and pay attention to any sounds nearby. Shen Xiongji stood up, surveying the group. I will go out to investigate the conditions in other areas. Understood. Subsequently, Shen Xiongji slowly exited the cave. The moonlight poured like water over the rugged mountain path, illuminating Shen Xiongji's petite yet upright figure. The winding trail twisted and turned, flanked by jagged rocks and thickets of thorns, yet none of these obstacles hindered her advance. She occasionally paused, lifting her gaze to the inky black sky above, her bright eyes fixed upon the myriad stars, twinkling like brilliant gems embedded in the vast expanse of the heavens. Since entering Yutsong Mountain, an indescribable feeling had lingered in her heart. The persistent sensation of being watched lingered, instilling a sense of vigilance within her. However, this feeling of scrutiny was starkly different from the monitoring methods employed by instructors during extreme training, where they would utilize tracking systems to oversee trainees. It resembled more an insidious observation, akin to being surveilled by an omnipresent camera. When she lifted her gaze once more, Shen Xiongji's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, immediately locking onto a spherical object in the night sky that resembled an artificial satellite. This sphere emitted a faint glow, making its presence nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Presumably, this satellite-like orb was a manifestation conjured by the realm of some vigilant guardian. Could it be that their entire extreme training process was under the meticulous watch of the higher echelons of the guardians? As this thought crossed her mind, an unusual emotion surged within Shen Xiongji. After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly vanished like a specter and reappeared on a nearby pine tree, its branches lush and abundant. Once she regained her footing, she retrieved her mobile phone and a pair of Bluetooth headphones from her spatial pocket, gently tapping the screen to access her contacts. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Guardians in the capital city, within a spacious and well-lit conference room, a group of senior officials sat encircled beneath a massive high-definition screen, fully engrossed in a discussion regarding the new recruits displayed on the screen. Suddenly, an unusual ringtone pierced the once tranquil atmosphere, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees toward a young man seated in the corner. Chapter 66. Snacks. As Wang Mian remained utterly engrossed in the grand screen before him, he was abruptly interrupted by a distinct yet familiar ringtone. It pierced through his concentration like a bolt of lightning, momentarily stalling his thoughts. He slowly lowered his gaze, glancing at the name flashing on his phone screen. In that fleeting moment, his eyes shimmered like a tranquil spring pool disturbed by a gentle breeze, creating ripples that were captivatingly beautiful. Realizing the multitude of high-ranking officials around him were casting curious glances, a subtle embarrassment and regret flickered across his face. He promptly rose to his feet, offering a slight nod to the esteemed attendees as an apology. Yet, he could not resist stealing another glance at the enchanting figure leaning against the pine tree on the large screen, a hint of unnoticeable tenderness and affection evident in his gaze. Finally, he turned and briskly exited the conference room. Once in the corridor, Wang Mian leaned gently against the cold wall, inhaling deeply before pressing the answer button. Zhizhi. His voice resonated deeply and magnetically, traveling through the receiver to the other side of the world. Meanwhile, at Yutsong Mountain, Shen Xiongji eagerly slipped on her headphones, her heart brimming with joy as she awaited the connection. When she finally heard the unique voice of the young man she had been longing for, Her heart raced like a startled deer, beating wildly. Zhizhi. Wang Mian called again. Captain, were you just stealing glances at me? Shen Xiongji puffed out her cheeks, her tone playfully charming. I sense your gaze. Wang Mian fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating how to respond to her teasing inquiry. Ultimately, he chose to softly affirm, I knew it. Surely, the higher-ups of the Night Watch are keeping an eye on our extreme training. Delighted by his confirmation, Shen Xiongji's laughter rang out like the clear chime of silver bells. Captain, Wang Mian replied, his intonation slightly rising, laced with concern. Captain, I've missed you these past few months. Shen Xiongji's cheeks gradually flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of the enchanting twilight sky. I miss you too. Just a few more days, and I shall be in Songnan to see you. Zhizhi, you and your team are remarkable. Thank you, Captain. Given that she was still amidst extreme training, Shen Xiongji did not prolong the conversation, quickly concluding the call. After neatly stowing away her phone and Bluetooth headset, she began to survey her surroundings. 027 Team Qi Yin has been entirely eliminated, while 001 Team Lin Qi Yi has secured a flag. In the stillness of the night, this announcement echoed prominently 3 times. Navigating through the dense bramble, Lin Qi Yi and his companions came to a halt in a clearing. Bai Li Pang shook himself off and settled down on a flat stone, exhausted. He exhaled a breath of warm air into his palms, rubbing his hands vigorously together in an attempt to warm his frigid fingertips. Afterward, Bai Li Pang turned to observe Lin Qi Yi, who was attentively sensing their surroundings. Qi Yi, shall we proceed? Let's assess the situation. The temperature has plummeted during the night, becoming increasingly frigid. We need to find a cave to shield ourselves from the wind and rain for a night's rest. However, if we happen to encounter other teams nearby, we might as well eliminate them. After thoroughly surveying the environment and finding no unusual circumstances, Lin Qi Yi withdrew his gaze. It's so cold. Bai Li Pang sat down for a moment, unable to bear the chill, and quickly rose to pace in place. Observing this, Lin Qi Yi promptly opened his backpack, rummaging through 5 small flags, and retrieved 2 juniper berries, offering them to him. Under normal circumstances, the energy and warmth contained within a single juniper berry could sustain a person for 1 to 2 hours of normal activity without feeling cold. You should keep them for yourself, otherwise you may not fare well tonight, Lin Qi Yi urged. However, Bai Li Pang unhesitatingly declined the juniper berries. After all, the remaining berries in Lin Qi Yi's backpack were already scarce. In fact, it had been less than half an hour since Bai Li Pang last consumed a juniper berry. For some reason, he always felt that the efficacy of these berries was not as pronounced for him as it was for others. While others could rely on a single berry to endure for an hour or two, he began to feel waves of cold creeping in after merely half an hour. It's all right. Once I ensure everyone is settled, I can look for more, Lin Qi Yi reassured him with a smile, forcibly placing one of the juniper berries into Bai Li Pang's chubby hands. Bai Li Pang initially intended to refuse, but suddenly recalled Lin Qi Yi's abilities. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately accepted it gratefully. As a member of Lin Qi Yi's team, he was reluctant to be a burden or hold them back. Carefully, Bai Li Pang placed one of the juniper berries into his backpack for future use, then eagerly took the other berry and began to munch on it. He couldn't help but murmur, if only Qing Jie were here. If she were, she would certainly enjoy the juniper berries as a delightful snack. Just then, the air around them, which had been flowing, felt as if it were suddenly gripped tightly by an invisible hand, becoming abruptly stagnant. Here, accompanied by the crisp and familiar voice of a woman, Bai Li Pang involuntarily shivered and looked up in astonishment. He saw Shen Xiongji standing gracefully beside him, her hands cradling a bunch of juniper berries, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes as she smiled warmly at him. I've opened my backpack to share some fruits with you. You can have them as snacks when you feel bored. Upon catching sight of Shen Xiongji, Bai Li Pang was instantly filled with joy and emotion. At long last, his beloved Qinger has arrived. Simultaneously, Lin Qi Yi, who had been maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, perceptively detected the subtle stagnation in the surrounding void. He swiftly locked onto Shun Xiongji's figure and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward to stand closely beside her. Gazing at the exquisite profile of the young girl, Lin Xie's eyes were filled with focus, and his voice was soft and tender. Chapter 67. Return. Xie. Upon hearing his voice, the young girl tilted her head slightly, her eyes bright with a gentle curve. After a few hours apart, Lin Xie longed to speak with her, a fervent desire swelling within him. He reached out, taking hold of Shun Xiongji's hand, poised to utter a word. When she solemnly remarked, "Xie, shall we compare ourselves?" Lin Xie paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Very well. Pang Pang, we shall meet again tomorrow." Shun Xiongji smiled, bidding farewell to Bai Li Pang Pang. "All right, Xie, ensure the team is settled before you find me," she said, and with that, she vanished into the night. Half an hour later, Lin Xie efficiently organized Bai Li Pang Pang and the other members of his team. Subsequently, he activated Starry Night Dancer, swiftly weaving through the forest. Soon, he discovered Shun Xiongji lazily leaning against a tree branch. The moonlight cascaded softly upon her, draping her in a silvery veil, rendering her figure exceptionally captivating amidst the darkness. Lin Xie approached the base of the tree, halting to gaze upward at Shun Xiongji. In that fleeting moment their eyes met, time itself seemed to pause for them. "I have arrived." Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a smile as she effortlessly leaped towards him. Lin Xie caught her securely. Shun Xiongji nestled against him for a moment before gently touching the ground. "Now let's truly compare ourselves, the 003 divine agent, shall we? It's an opportune moment to test the limits of our divine realms." This implied that he would solely utilize the abilities of Michael, while she would employ those of Kronos. Lin Xie chuckled with resignation, nodding slightly. "All right, 017 divine agent." As the words left his lips, they simultaneously unleashed their divine realms. The radiance of their realms flickered through the mountains and forests, reminiscent of stars cascading from the night sky, enveloping the woods in a dreamlike glow. Lin Xie's realm shimmered like vibrant flowing light, fiery and bright, akin to a raging flame. Shun Xiongji's realm appeared as ethereal gray smoke, elusive and intangible, like wisps of clouds in the wind. The two figures danced like phantoms among the trees, their movements swift as lightning yet as light as feathers. In their exchanges, it was difficult to discern a victor. Each clash erupted like fireworks, brilliant yet fleeting. As time slipped by in the throes of their intense battle, several hours later, Shun Xiongji and Lin Xie finally exhausted their strength, collapsing into a lush patch of grass atop a steep cliff. "I'm tired." Shun Xiongji's voice was soft as she slowly lifted her gaze to the inky night sky. The heavens sparkled with a multitude of stars, akin to jewels encrusted on black velvet, twinkling with a faint glow. Lin Xie lay beside Shun Xiongji, equally wearied. He turned his head to observe her, noticing her hair slightly tousled, which only accentuated her unique beauty. Shun Xiongji lazily extended her hand, seemingly yearning to touch the distant cosmos. Her fingers glided gently through the air, as if counting the countless stars in the night sky. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xie felt a stirring within his heart. He extended his hand, gently clasping Shun Xiongji's delicate fingers. Her hand was soft and warm, igniting a wave of warmth within him. "How delightful it is to lie here beside you, gazing at the starry sky." Lin Xie sighed softly, his gaze lingering on Shun Xiongji's face, revealing a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Shun Xiongji slightly turned her head, their eyes meeting in an intimate connection. A subtle smile graced her lips, a gentle upward curve as she responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Ah, Song, you are on the cusp of adulthood." Lin Xie's voice was low and gentle, imbued with a sense of anticipation. "Indeed," Shun Xiongji replied succinctly. "When that day arrives, I can." "What?" Shun Xiongji's gaze fell upon Lin Xie, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Lin Xie released her hand, propping himself on the grass as he leaned closer to her. "I can kiss you openly?" he whispered softly in her ear. Shun Xiongji raised an eyebrow, yet before she could articulate her thoughts, they were silenced by his kiss. He pressed her down onto the grass, kissing her with abandon, lingering on her lips, alternating between tenderness and wildness, devouring her sweetness inch by inch, her breath. The surroundings were cold, yet a feverish heat enveloped them. Shun Xiongji's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation coursing through her, wishing to sink into the earth. Monitoring, she could hardly believe that Lin Xie was oblivious to the fact that their every movement lay under the watchful eyes of others. Lin Xie covered her eyes with his hand, continuing to lean down. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital, the atmosphere in the conference room was peculiarly tense, particularly in one corner. Ever since the two youths on the screen had separated from their team to engage in a contest, Wang Mian's expression had soured. He fixated intently on the screen, observing every move the two youths made, remaining utterly silent. When he saw the girl leap into the boy's embrace without hesitation, lingering in his arms for an extended period, an aura of forbidding coldness emanated from him, deterring anyone from approaching. This tension persisted until the two youths concluded their contest, collapsing on the grass to gaze at the stars. Yet, at that moment, Wang Mian's icy demeanor not only remained but intensified. Thus, when the boy leaned in to kiss the girl, Wang Mian finally erupted. Bang! Chapter 68. Outdoor barbecue. With a sudden jolt, I sprang to my feet, causing my chair to topple awkwardly. I recalled that there had been a report yesterday from the neighboring city of Tsangnan regarding an incident involving a masked assailant. Coughing slightly, the diligent assistant who stood by began to recollect the details. As it happens, my assignment concludes today. I shall go investigate. Wang Mian stated in a calm tone. Isn't that a bit an overreach? The assistant, meeting Wang Mian's icy gaze, swallowed nervously and glanced at the leaders present. Seeing their silence, he nodded in acquiescence, noting it down very well. At that moment, one of the senior night watchmen inquired, "Shall I grant you leave? You have not had a break in months. It would be prudent to take this opportunity to rest." Wang Mian glanced expressionlessly at the large screen and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Team 013 has been completely eliminated. Team 003, led by Shun Qingzhu, has claimed a flag. Team 022 has been entirely eliminated. Team 002, led by Shun Xiongji, has claimed a flag. Team 017 has been completely eliminated. Team 005, led by Mo Li, has claimed a flag. Team 024 has been entirely eliminated. Team 003, led by Shun Qingzhu, has claimed a flag. As dawn broke, everyone swiftly sprang into action, with eliminations occurring in rapid succession. On the grassy cliffside, Shun Xiongji groggily opened her eyes to find Lin Xie quietly watching over her. "This is a training elimination round. Why are you not returning to your team, but instead lingering here?" she questioned. "You are of greater importance," Lin Xie replied softly, casting a gentle glance at her. Shun Xiongji blinked in surprise, feeling somewhat awkward. She then teased, "Our team would function just as well without me. My vice-captain will manage everything. What about your team? Can they manage without you?" Lin Xie remained silent. Song, "I'll see you later," he murmured before quietly seeking out his own team. Shun Xiongji smiled to herself and soon vanished from sight. Time passed swiftly. By evening, 23 teams had been eliminated, leaving only Lin Xie, Shun Xiongji, Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and Zheng Zhong, along with the auxiliary team 011, led by Yan Yu. In a small pit, a group of teenagers huddled around a fire, feasting on roasted bamboo shoots and compressed biscuits. "BRR, it's freezing. Tonight feels several times colder than last night." The boys rubbed their hands together and shivered, dreading the chill that awaited them the following night. Shun Xiongji distributed the fragrant fruits of the cypress tree to everyone, offering reassurance. "Hold on. Let us strive to eliminate a few more teams tonight. As for tomorrow, well, let us find a place to hunker down until the competition concludes." The temperature was sure to plummet, and knowing the instructor's tendencies, they would not relent until the recruits were thoroughly tested. Yang Zi glanced at Shun Xiongji, who wore a thin black short-sleeved shirt, yet seemed unfazed by the cold. His eyes sparkled with admiration, envious of the captain's remarkable endurance against the chill. Perhaps it is due to my northern roots and having been born on the winter solstice that I possess an innate resilience to the cold. Shun Xiongji leaned closer to Yang Zi, pressed against her, and grasped her hand, breathing warmth into it. Zi, can you hold on? No problem, Yang Zi replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she nestled closer to Shun Xiongji. Captain, what are our next arrangements? Yin Yu inquired, casting several glances at Yang Zi. Shun Xiongji exchanged a look with Zi and said, once we've rested sufficiently, we shall seek out Team Molly and Team Zhengzhou, aiming to avoid encounters with Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu. Lin Xie's personal combat prowess is formidable. With him present, Team 001 becomes quite a challenge. Moreover, Team 003, led by Shun Qingzhu, possesses substantial strength, making a confrontation with them unlikely to yield favorable results. Zi added, so, the captain suggests we leverage our numerical superiority to eliminate Molly and Zhengzhou's teams first, allowing Teams 001 and 003 to engage each other while we quietly reap the benefits, aiming to secure 3 teams and contend for 1. As for Team 004, led by Chao Yuan, they had vanished without a trace since entering Yucong Mountain, leaving everyone to forget them entirely. Shun Xiongji nodded, then rose to her feet and clapped her hands. All right, we've rested enough. Let us set off. Indeed, Team Molly was entirely eliminated, and Team 002, led by Shun Xiongji, secured a flag. Utilizing their numerical and firepower advantages, Shun Xiongji's team successfully dispatched Team Molly. Just as they regrouped to search for Team Zhengzhou, word reached them that their team had already been eliminated by Team Lin Xie. Team Zhengzhou is entirely eliminated. Team 001, Lin Xie, has claimed a flag. Now, only 3 teams remained, though in reality there were 4. So we must bide our time. Aya lifted her gaze to the darkening sky, tilting her head to glance at Shun Xiongji before looking at Vice Captain Yang Zi. Captain, Yang Zi so Shenkyong Z's input. Let us go find a warm place to light a fire for the night. If we endure tonight and tomorrow, we shall be fine, Shun Xiongji exclaimed with enthusiasm. At present, their team had eliminated 7 teams, acquiring 7 flags, in addition to 2 flags from Team Molly and their own, totaling 11. Team Shun Qingzhu had also eliminated 7 teams, amassing a total of 9 flags, while Team Lin Xie had eliminated 6 teams, reaching a total of 9 flags as well. As for the elusive Team Chao Yuan, they possessed merely 1 flag. The night was exceptionally quiet. On the 3rd day of their journey in Yucong Mountain, the temperature plummeted sharply, making movement increasingly cumbersome. Today felt particularly still for Shun Xiongji's team. Teams Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu had engaged in several prolonged skirmishes within the mountain, remaining locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. As the temperature continued to drop, time seemed to drag on, making their endurance all the more challenging. Observing the group shivering in the cold, their speech faltering and spirits dwindling, Shun Xiongji had a brilliant idea. She proposed an outdoor barbecue in the mountains. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly perked up, eagerly gathering materials to construct barbecue grills, skewers, spatulas, and bamboo utensils. Among the 16 individuals, some ventured out to hunt, others to forage. Some took on the task of patrolling, while a few remained behind to guard, each role clearly defined. Shun Xiongji promptly retrieved an array of seasonings from her space: salt, chili powder, cumin, 5-spice powder, ketchup, garlic, ginger, and green onions. Before long, the ingredients were ready: wild rabbits, pheasants, wild boars, along with a plethora of wild vegetables had been prepared. Shun Xiongji and Yin Yu collaborated to catch numerous fish, including yellow croaker, mackerel, silver pomfret, flounder, and horse mackerel. Indeed, the bounty brought by their 2 teams would surely be too much to consume. A thick plume of smoke spiraled upwards, the skewers sizzling over the flames, and the air gradually filled with an enticing aroma as a group of youths gathered around the fire, chattering animatedly beside the slate stones. As night fell, Shun Xiongji leaned quietly against the stone wall at the cave entrance, occasionally glancing at her phone to check the time. There were still 9 hours remaining until the contest concluded, and 2 teams were steadily approaching the cave from different directions. At last, they had arrived. Chapter 69. Barbecue party. The night was as dark as ink, the cold biting to the bone. Yet the flickering flames of the bonfire before the cave and the wafting aromas acted like a magnet, drawing two teams from different directions. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent, chilly night, crunching dry branches and shattering the light-hearted atmosphere. At last, they have arrived. Shun Xiongji's eyes sparkled as she turned to reassure her anxious teammates, urging them to remain calm and continue. At her words, the members of Team 002 and Team 011 instantly relaxed their guarded expressions, returning to their playful banter. From the left, Lin Xie's figure emerged first, followed closely by Bailey Pang Pang and other members of Team 001. Their faces bore the weariness of a long journey, mingled with a hint of vigilance. Yet their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the dancing flames and the golden, glistening food on the grill. Bailey Pong Pong's stomach let out a loud growl, startlingly conspicuous in the stillness, prompting embarrassed laughter from his companions. Sister Qing, Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, clutching his belly. Almost simultaneously from the shadows on the right. Shen Qingzhu emerged with the members of Team 003. They too appeared travel-worn, their eyes sharp, evidently having come in response to the commotion. Shen Qingzhu's gaze swept over Lin Xie's team before settling on the slender figure by the stone wall at the cave's entrance, her brows arching slightly. Upon the arrival of Teams 001 and 003, the atmosphere outside the cave momentarily froze as the two teams, freshly emerged from intense confrontation, instinctively adjusted their positions. A lingering sense of competition palpable in the air. Well, what a coincidence! Shen Xiongji's melodious voice shattered the silence, leaning against the stone wall of the cave entrance. She smiled with her eyes crinkling, resembling a cunning cat. Did you follow the scent? It seems our barbecue stall is perfectly timed, even attracting big clients. The previously tense interaction between the two teams melted away at Shen Xiongji's words, given her charming demeanor and her close relationship with their captain. The members of the two teams had never harbored hostility towards her. Thus, when their captain invited them to join the barbecue gathering, they did so with great enthusiasm. Inside the cave, the bonfire blazed brightly, the oil sizzling, and the aroma enveloped the air. The three teams sat together, the earlier tension dissolved by the warmth of food and fire. Under the guidance of Yang Zi and Yin Yu, Shen Xiongji's team quickly rearranged their spots, added more firewood, and retrieved additional bamboo bowls and chopsticks, serving the first batch of grilled food to the newly arrived guests. Meanwhile, Shen Xiongji busied herself with handing Bailey Pang Pang a freshly grilled, crispy chicken wing, sharing the delicious treat with him. Ugh! Lin Xie, seated next to Bailey Pang Pang, interjected, I want one too. Here, Shen Xiongji graciously offered the remaining skewers from her bamboo bowl to Lin Xie. Satiated, Lin Xie accepted her bowl and, without hesitation, devoured the half-eaten chicken wing she had shared, flashing her smile. Delicious. Lin Xie, tsk. Seated beside Shen Xiongji, Shen Qingzhu let out an ambiguous hum. Instantaneously, Shen Xiongji turned her head, meeting Shen Qingzhu's sorrowful gaze. She blinked, adorned her face with a radiant smile, and tenderly offered a fresh, juicy, and crisp roasted mountain bamboo shoot to Shen Qingzhu's lips. Give it a try, her voice soft and melodious, invited. Does it not taste like the ones we secretly roasted as children? It's sweet, but not as delectable as the first bamboo shoot you roasted, Shen Qingzhu replied, taking a bite from her hand and squinting in delight. Shen Xiongji, with a playful expression, mused, Your first roasted bamboo shoot? The charred, blackened one? Was it truly enjoyable? Delicious. Shen Qingzhu interjected gleefully. All right then, Shen Xiongji conceded, her eyes sparkling. Amidst this exchange, Lin Xie interjected, not amusing at all. Nearby, the new recruits observed, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and innocence. The atmosphere became subtly complex, tinged with awkwardness yet sweetly nostalgic. Suddenly, Yang Zi exclaimed, breaking the silence. By the way, have we completely forgotten about Team Chao Yuan? Since we entered the mountains, there's been no word from them. Indeed, not a whisper had reached them. It was as if they had vanished in a thin air. Could it be that Chao Yuan and his team have found a prime location and have simply gone into hibernation? They chuckled at the thought, speculating that, after all this time, their flag must be gathering dust. Shen Xiongji chuckled at the notion. Perhaps they have already reached the cave entrance. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The group turned in surprise, only to see several figures silhouetted against the entrance. At the forefront stood a lean yet upright figure with a stern visage. It was none other than Chao Yuan. Behind him, the members of Team 004 bore expressions marked by fatigue and slumber. They were dusted with grass and dirt, as if they had just crawled out from a concealed burrow. Chao Yuan, speak of the devil, and he appears. At last, you've shown yourselves. Hurry in. It's freezing out here. The 8 members of Chao Yuan's team exchanged glances, taking in the warm atmosphere within the cave, where 3 teams gathered around the fire, feasting heartily. Their expressions conveyed a sense of having missed out on something monumental. Are you hosting a bonfire party? Chao Yuan's tone remained flat, yet a hint of curiosity was perceptible upon closer inspection. It's a barbecue party for the competition, Li Pang exclaimed enthusiastically, waving his hands. Chao Yuan, come quickly. If you delay any longer, we'll devour all the tasty food. My apologies for the intrusion. The group of laid-back youths swiftly integrated into the barbecue brigade. The cave immediately transformed into a bustling hub of warmth and camaraderie. Li Pang took over from Shen Xiongji's team, swiftly distributing the freshly roasted delicacies. The arrival of Team Chao Yuan was akin to a block of ice dropped into lukewarm water. The initial awkwardness quickly melted away, assimilated by the warmth of the food and the exuberance of the youths. They dined in silence, absorbing the surrounding clamor, the taut lines on their faces gradually easing. Merely eating is rather dull, Li Pang exclaimed, having savored the warmth of the meal and delighting in the moment. With a twinkle in his eye, he proposed, the contest stretches into the night. It's quite chilly. Instead of enduring this discomfort, why don't we engage in some games? How about truth or dare? The loser shall. Either fetch firewood for everyone or tell a joke. This suggestion instantly ignited the atmosphere. The youths, known for their fervent spirits, set aside the competitive edge from before, allowing the desire for merriment to take precedence. As the game commenced, the cave resonated with peals of laughter. Some were left blushing from their inquiries, while others fumbled through pranks. A few jokes shared were so dry that they seemed to lower the cave's temperature, eliciting a chorus of playful boos and gentle laughter. Shen Qingzhu, for the first time, was asked to sing a song, and his off-key rendition took him far from the mark, his typically stoic expression cracking into a rare hint of embarrassment, prompting hearty laughter from the group, even drawing a reluctant smile from him. Lin Xie was also coaxed into telling a corny joke, though its impact was mediocre. Witnessing Shen Xiongji in fits of laughter warmed his heart. When it was Chao Yuan's turn, he opted for truth. When asked where he had hidden after entering the mountain, he replied with a straight face, southeast, behind the moss at the entrance of the underground cave, where I slept for 3 days. His brutally honest and laid-back answer left everyone momentarily stunned before erupting into even louder laughter. Haha, Captain Chao. Truly it is you. No wonder there was no sound at all. You were in deep hibernation. They teased. That moss at the cave entrance. Do you consider yourselves to be mushrooms? Even the usually stoic Shen Qingzhu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, and a smile flickered in Lin Xie's eyes. Shen Xiongji and Li Pang were nearly doubled over with laughter. Chao Yuan surveyed the group, his expression still inscrutable, as he calmly picked up a skewer of grilled mushrooms and took a bite. This delightful contrast heightened the humor of the moment. Time slipped by quietly amidst the flickering flames, the aroma of food, and the rising tide of laughter. The competition, banners, and elimination seemed to fade into distant memories. In this moment, there existed only comrades united against the cold, friends sharing a meal, and the exuberant laughter of youth. Chapter 70, a delightful scene at the Yutsong Mountain Command Post. The screen displayed various segments of Yutsong Mountain, yet at this moment, most of the visuals were devoid of life. The instructors' gazes were fixated on the cave area, where wisps of smoke billowed and faint laughter echoed. These little rascals. One monitoring instructor chuckled, shaking his head, pointing at the screen. 002, 001, 003, 004, 011. Goodness, the last 5 teams have gathered together for a barbecue party. What do they think this competition is? Beside him, a slightly older instructor, cradling a thermos, leisurely remarked, rules are rigid, but humanity is alive. In this frigid weather of -20 degrees, coming together to cook a warm meal, avoiding frostbite and casualties, and still able to enjoy themselves. Isn't that a skill in itself? He took a sip of tea, his eyes reflecting the understanding of an experienced individual, observing the atmosphere. How splendid it was. It was far better than a brutal fight resulting in bloodshed. This camaraderie was worth more than any tattered flag. Another female instructor, resting her chin on her hand, watched with interest as Shun Qiongji stood at the center of the crowd. The girl has quite the clever ideas. This charm, this cohesion, she's a natural leader. Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu are practically glued to her side. Ah, youth, she mused, her tone brimming with nostalgia and teasing. The chief instructor overseeing this competition, Instructor Hong, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the large screen, observing the harmonious scene in the cave and listening to the instructor's light-hearted discussions. His serious expression revealed no emotion, yet he neither reprimanded nor intervened. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice low but commanding enough to silence the entire monitoring room. Notify the patrolling instructors in each area to enhance vigilance and ensure safety. As for the cave, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the group huddled around the campfire, engrossed in games and food. Unless in an emergency, do not disturb them. Let them relish this rare holiday. As the order was conveyed, the atmosphere within the tents grew even more relaxed. The instructors exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding between them. Beneath the cold rules, a touch of humanity was always needed. Tonight, the cluster of warm campfires deep within Yutsong Mountain, coupled with the exuberant laughter of youth, perhaps encapsulated more of what the future backbone of the night watchman required. Seeking hope in adversity, creating warmth in coldness, and before fighting side by side, first learning to share. A skewer of barbecue. It was unfortunate that the other eliminated team members had missed out on this barbecue feast. The new recruits in the cold pond were nearly unconscious. Very few had managed to endure until now. By the way, keep a close watch on the condition of the penalized recruits, came the order. Yes. Within the cave, the game continued, laughter reverberating against the rock walls. The aromas of food mingled with warm sentiments, transforming this cold night of competition into a cherished memory, a precious and slightly intoxicating vintage named youth. There were still a few hours until the whistle signaling the end of the competition. Yet, at this moment, the outcome has lost its significance. As the first light of dawn graces the eastern horizon, the feeble rays of morning struggle to penetrate the chilling mist, and the commotion within the cave gradually subsides. The youths, some leaning against the stone walls and others nestled together, succumb to slumber amidst the lingering warmth of the campfire, their faces still adorned with traces of mirth from their earlier games. Shun Qiongji remains awake, quietly adding a few twigs to the dying flames. She observes the flickering firelight and glances at the serene profiles of Lin Xie and Bali Pangpang, along with Shun Qingzhu, whose brow has relaxed and whose lips bear a gentle smile. The cold competition seems, in this night, to have been quietly rewritten by the campfire and camaraderie. Victory and defeat truly pale in comparison to this moment. A gust of chilly wind sweeps through, prompting Shun Qiongji to hum a tuneless melody, her voice light and buoyant, melding with the crisp morning air. Within the cave, a colorless, transparent, and elusive hexagonal snowflake crystal gracefully drifts by, dissipating the coldness. There are still 2 hours until the competition concludes. The morning at Yutsong Mountain is exceptionally tranquil and warmly inviting. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, a massive holographic projection screen dominates an entire wall, vividly displaying real-time images and data streams from various critical nodes of Yutsong Mountain. Among these, the scene of the flickering campfire and the embracing figures within the cave is quietly magnified, occupying the central position. The air is thick with the familiar aroma of coffee from long hours of vigilance and the low hum of electronic devices. The conference room is not devoid of occupants. Yet those who remain steadfast in their posts bear the sharpness and fatigue characteristic of prolonged night shifts. Personnel changeovers occur silently, with hushed exchanges. Yet their gazes are irresistibly drawn to the warm glow at the center. Ah, a middle-aged man with a deep scar etched across his face softly disrupts the silence. These youngsters certainly know how to find joy. His tone leaves one guessing whether it is reproach or approval. Strictly speaking, Instructor Hong has condoned the breach of rules. A serious, meticulous middle-aged woman adjusts her glasses, reminding them that they are in training, they are in competition. Rules are immutable, while humans are ever-evolving. An elderly man with graying hair leans back in a high-backed chair, gently tapping his fingers against the armrest, his gaze penetrating through the screen as if peering into the distant future. Beautiful, a young technician cannot help but interject quietly, tinged with longing. They seem so happy. They embody hope. They represent the future. At the other end, a refined middle-aged gentleman's gaze is fixated on Shun Qiongji, adding wood to the fire, as well as the youthful, tranquil faces in slumber. Yet, the mysterious claws of fate could strike unexpectedly, but he refrains from elaborating. A brief silence envelopes the conference room, punctuated only by the faint sounds of equipment and the simulated crackling of the campfire on the central screen. All eyes converge upon that small yet vibrant aura of life. After a long pause, the voice of the elderly man with silver hair resonates softly. We must safeguard their home, stand firm at each post, safeguard every inch of land, and keep the darkness at bay for as long as possible. Allow them to relish this holiday for just a little longer. His voice carried a profound sense of responsibility and unspoken hope. This scene is truly beautiful. The young administrative officer whispered softly, feeling a warmth in his eyes. Truly beautiful. Chapter 71. Rewards at the foot of Mount Yutsong. All the new recruits formed an orderly line as they boarded the bus. Subsequently, the bus slowly began its journey towards the training camp. Inside the bus, the new recruits engaged in lively chatter. Those who had attended the barbecue party could not contain their excitement as they shared the joys of the previous night, igniting envy among their peers. Qing, did you hum a tune this morning? The moment I heard you humming, I felt a warm sensation wash over me. Li Pang poked the back of the seat of Shun Qiongji. The two boys sitting in the aisle immediately chimed in, yes. I think I heard it too. In fact, I was shivering from the cold, but once I heard Captain Shen humming, I felt a tad warmer. Lin Qiyi, sitting beside Li Pang, pulled his hand back, speaking in a calm tone. It was merely an illusion. An illusion? Qing, your singing is truly melodious. Far better than Zhua Ji's. Li Pang shifted the topic without hesitation. My Qing excels in all arts, calligraphy, chess, painting, and music. Shen Qiongji's companion, Shen Qingzhu, glanced back at Li Pang with pride in her eyes. Indeed, if Zhizhi were born in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a talented woman of a noble family. Shen Qiongji felt her cheeks flush from the praise of her comrades. It's not that exaggerated. I merely hummed a simple tune about the winter solstice on a whim. The winter solstice? The mention sparked a lively discussion among the group. Amidst their chatter and laughter, Shen Qiongji, feeling drowsy, yawned and leaned against Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Noticing this, Shen Qingzhu adjusted her seat and posture, ensuring Shen Qiongji could rest more comfortably. By the way, Zhizhi's birthday falls on the winter solstice. Someone suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Keep it down." Zhizhi is asleep. The others responded in unison, continuing their discussion in whispers. As the chief instructor stood on the podium and announced the rankings of the competition, a profound silence enveloped the new recruits. First place, Team Shun Qiongji. Unsurprisingly, thunderous applause erupted. Second place, Team Lin Qiyi and Team Shun Qingzhu. The tie elicited a murmur of surprise from the audience. Third place, Team Chao Yuan and Team Yanyu. Another tie. The Buddha-style team and the auxiliary team earned their rightful recognition, drawing laughter and light-hearted banter from the crowd. In accordance with tradition, the top-ranking teams were permitted to make a reasonable request for a reward. The chief instructor surveyed the front rows, asking, "What would you like?" Shen Xiongji tilted her head to glance at her deputy, Captain Yang Zi, and the other team members. Just as she was about to solicit their opinions, Yang Zi tugged at her sleeve. "Captain, we have already discussed this among ourselves, and you will support us, right?" Though surprised, Shen Xiongji did not decline. Yang Zi smiled, then turned her gaze towards the neighboring teams led by Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu. "Captain Lin, Captain Shen?" Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu exchanged a glance. And stepping forward as the representative, Lin Qiye announced in a resonant voice, "Instructor, our 5 teams have reached a consensus. We hope to have a day off on the winter solstice." Unaware of the unfolding situation, Shen Xiongji exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? And what is the reason for this request?" Before Lin Qiye could respond, the chubby Bailey interjected eagerly from behind, "Instructor, the winter solstice is Sister Qing's birthday. Moreover, we wish to host a winter solstice party. We didn't fully enjoy last night's barbecue." As soon as he finished, his companions quickly covered his mouth, yet the sentiment was already conveyed. Yes, instructor. We wish to organize our own festive celebration for the winter solstice." Hearing them boast about last night's barbecue has made us utterly envious. The other recruits chimed in, especially those who had not participated in the previous night's barbecue, their voices ringing louder in excitement. Gazing into the eager eyes of the recruits, the chief instructor pondered for a moment. Celebrating the holiday to foster relaxation and camaraderie was indeed not a bad idea. It also provided an opportunity to uplift the spirits of those new recruits who had missed out on the barbecue feast due to their immersion in the cold pool. "Very well." He nodded in agreement, then shifted his tone. "However, regarding this festive celebration, how do you plan to execute it? Our camp's resources are limited." Lin Qiye and his group were well prepared and immediately replied, "Instructor, we only require a day off and a few conveniences. For the ingredients, simple decorations, and sound equipment, we hope you could assist us in procuring these. We will pool our money together and promise not to be extravagant." "Yes, instructor, please help us." The recruits echoed in unison, fervently promising to keep the camp spotless. The chief instructor looked at the pure anticipation reflected in the faces of these young recruits, and, despite maintaining a stern expression, a hint of a reluctant smile flickered in his eyes. "This is a one-time exception. Prepare a list of what you need to procure and submit it to the logistics instructor by tomorrow. Remember, no alcohol, no disturbances, and ensure your safety." Yay! The entire playground erupted in jubilation, cheers soaring into the sky. The winter solstice celebration had become a highly anticipated event for all the recruits. After a few more days of training, the long-awaited winter solstice finally arrived. Chapter 72, Winter Solstice Revelry at Long Last. The day of the winter solstice has arrived. The rare warmth of the winter sun generously bathes the training camp's playground. The recruits have busied themselves from the break of dawn. With the leniency of the instructors, a corner of the playground has been transformed, colorful banners fluttering. Several long tables united to form a grand operational station, overflowing with flour, meat fillings, vegetables, an array of dumpling fillings, and several large boxes of fruits, snacks, and beverages. A portable speaker plays cheerful festive music. Making dumplings is the highlight of the day and a source of endless amusement. Bali Pang Pang is dragged over by Shen Xiongji to give it a try. Frowning, he stares at the dumpling in his hand, which refuses to mold properly, the filling spilling out. His expression is one of profound despair, provoking merciless laughter from Shen Qingzhu. Meanwhile, Shen Xiongji flutters about like a joyous butterfly amidst the crowd, exclaiming, "Pang Pang, you've put in too much filling. You need to wet the edges. Oh no, it's broken again." Qing Jie by Li Pang Pang helplessly gazes at Shen Xiongji, resigned to continue his struggle with the dough. The girls, displaying their creativity, craft dumplings shaped like little rabbits and pigs, eliciting gasps of awe and imitation from those around. So adorable, they look so delicious. Shen Qingzhu sits quietly in a corner, surprisingly adept at her craft, producing dumplings of uniform size, prompting Bai Li Pang Pang to abandon his failed creation and rush over in admiration. "Brother Zhuang, you're quite the hidden talent." With those skills, you could open a dumpling shop after retiring. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiongji immediately dashed to their side. Qing Bao, I want to eat. Lin Qi joins in as well. His movements are slow, yet remarkably focused and precise, crafting dumplings that resemble exquisite works of art. Today, he speaks little, merely glancing up occasionally to observe Shun Xiongji as she guides others. Hey, Qi, where did you learn such skills? You're incredible, a teammate cannot help but exclaim. Lin Qi, continuing his work, replies casually, I learned slowly from eating the dumplings my aunt makes. As the steaming dumplings and tang yuan emerge from the pot, their enticing aroma envelopes the entire playground, reaching a crescendo of festivity. Everyone gathers around, indulging heartily, critiquing whose dumplings are the ugliest, with Bali Pang Pang's open-mouthed dumpling winning the dubious honor, and whose tang yuan is the sweetest. Laughter and joy dissipate the chill of winter. Dumplings, tang yuan, snacks, and fruits. Everyone feasts to their heart's content. Regrettably, aside from the instructors who briefly appeared to deliver supplies, the rest have vanished without a trace. Otherwise, the recruits would undoubtedly have included them in the merriment. As night falls, the party nears its conclusion. Someone proposes, Zhizhi, it's your birthday today, and it's also the winter solstice. Sing us a song. That suggestion is met with enthusiastic agreement from all. Yes, Zhizhi, sing one for us. The birthday song, that little tune from the cave. Shun Xiongji is pushed to the center, her cheeks flushed, appearing particularly enchanting under the glow of the bonfire and fairy lights. To speak honestly, she felt a twinge of shyness. Yet upon gazing at the sincere and warm smiles surrounding her, she nodded in acquiescence. Instead of singing the birthday song, she gently hummed the off-key little tune from that morning's winter solstice. Her ethereal and tender voice flowed forth once more, clearer and more melodious than before. The melody seemed to carry the warmth of sunlight, pure as the first snowfall, softly caressing the hearts of all present. The once boisterous playground gradually fell into a serene hush, leaving only the soul-cleansing hum and the crackling of the bonfire, reminiscent of that evening. The chill appeared to dissipate, replaced by a tranquil warmth, a sense of hope filling everyone's hearts. Weariness was smoothed away, and the pangs of homesickness were gently enveloped, leaving only the completeness and harmony of the moment. Shun Qingzhu watched Shun Xiongji, surrounded by admirers and softly humming, his eyes filled with an unbreakable fondness and pride. After a while, he quietly slipped away from the crowd, donned an apron, and prepared an egg and a bowl of noodles. This was the requisite longevity noodle for Shun Xiongji's birthday. Before long, a bowl of longevity noodles was placed before her. Ching Ching, happy birthday, came the chorus of cheerful blessings from the crowd. Wishing you health this winter solstice. Happy birthday, Zhizhi. May you celebrate this day for many years to come. The well wishes rose and fell, intertwining into the warmest melody on that cold winter night. The winter solstice celebration at the training camp concluded with a perfect note amidst the warmth of song and blessing. After washing up, Shun Xiongji changed into a soft, comfortable floral nightgown and draped a long coat over it, though she was not one to fear the cold. After a thorough check to ensure everything was in order, she moved a chair to the balcony to await someone. But whom was she waiting for? Shun Xiongji was uncertain. Yet she had a premonition that someone would come to visit her dormitory that night. Fortunately, she lived alone, otherwise. Having indulged earlier, she felt a bit parched and retrieved a box of yogurt from her space, inserting a straw and sipping it delightfully in small gulps. Just then, a tall and slender figure descended by the balcony. Chapter 73. Help! A tall and slender figure gracefully descended from the edge of the balcony, executing the move with remarkable precision. The once frail boy had transformed significantly after months of rigorous training. The moonlight outlined Lin Qi's familiar silhouette, his forehead slightly damp, as though he had just washed up. At that moment, his gaze was intensely fixed upon Shun Xiongji, emanating an unmistakable air of aggression. Qia? Shun Xiongji looked up, her surprise mingled with an odd sense of inevitability. The moonlight cast a soft glow. Lin Qi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he stepped closer to the girl. Qia, it's rather late. Is there something you need? Shun Xiongji inexplicably recalled his question and his kiss from that night on Yuzhang Mountain. The moonlight glimmered. Lin Chia leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her chair's armrests, effectively trapping her within the confines of the small space. His towering figure exuded a potent aura of dominance, enveloping her entirely. He drew in close, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he spoke in a low, direct tone. Of course, I have come to bestow upon you a proper kiss. His gaze unabashedly lingered on her lips, slightly parted in surprise, his intentions glaringly evident. Shun Xiongji's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed as she tightened her grip on the yogurt carton in her hand. Now, or perhaps, another day, naturally. With that, he leaned in to kiss her lips. At that precise moment, a cool, commanding voice sliced through the air, imbued with an unmistakable chill. Seems my timing is rather unfortunate. In a corner of the balcony, Shun Qingzhu grasped the windowsill with one hand while holding a delicate paper bag in the other, from which the vibrant wrappers of candies and a stack of letters tied with ribbons were faintly visible, clearly the love letters he had mentioned before. His gaze swept over Shun Xiongji, ensnared by Lin Chia, before finally resting on Lin Chia himself, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Shun Qingzhu mused, "At last, it is not I who am being interrupted this time." Disregarding Lin Chia, Shun Qingzhu approached Shun Xiongji directly, gently placing the paper bag on the small round table beside her. "Qing, happy birthday. I have come to deliver my gift." His proximity brought forth another kind of pressure, cool yet gentle, seamlessly inserting itself into the charged atmosphere created by Lin Chia. Lin Chia straightened slightly, shifting to the side, yet one hand remained stubbornly on the back of her chair. Caught between the two tall boys, Shun Xiongji felt as though the air itself had thinned. Wait, why do these two keep running into each other? Can't they coordinate to avoid each other? She glanced at the unperturbed Lin Chia on her left, and then at the subtly smiling yet deeply intense Shun Qingzhu on her right. Just as she was about to speak, a chilling aura, reminiscent of a snowy pine in a cold lake, silently spread from the shadows on the opposite side of the balcony. Thud! A faint sound of something landing, akin to the third stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the shadowed corner of the balcony, another figure had appeared unnoticed. The masked figure, adorned in silver, leaned against the wall, the night dew still clinging to his shoulders. Clearly having arrived in haste, he held a delicately wrapped small cake box in one hand, while the other clutched a bouquet of pristine white pear blossoms. It seemed that my timing was rather unfortunate. A familiar sentiment echoed in the air. Upon observing the scene on the balcony, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chia's hand resting on Shun Xiongji's chair back, then glancing at the love letter candies on the table, before finally settling on Shun Xiongji's face, which was etched with a plea for rescue. "Shun Xiongji, help me." I anticipated a visitor, but I did not expect the captain to arrive. Even more so, I never imagined the three of them would encounter one another. The once spacious balcony now felt overwhelmingly cramped, the atmosphere thick with an almost palpable tension. Lin Chia straightened up, directing his attention towards Wang Mian, and then briefly glanced at the love letter candies on the table, offering a smile. "Shall we form a queue? After all, one must adhere to the order of arrival." He was referring to tonight, of course. What nonsense about order of arrival? Is it appropriate for you all to visit my sister's dormitory at this hour? Shun Qingzhu also stood upright, his irritation unmistakable on his face. Under the circumstances, he felt compelled to temporarily assume the role of Shun Xiongji's protective older brother. Alas, no one paid him any mind. Shun Xiongji did contemplate echoing his sentiment, but her courage faltered. Wang Mian stepped forward, placing the cake beside the bag of love letter candies on the table, and handed the bouquet to Shun Xiongji. "Zhizhi, happy birthday." Thank you, Captain." Shun Xiongji swallowed hard as she accepted the bouquet. "There is no need for gratitude between us." The two young men flanking the girl exchanged knowing huffs. "Ahem, Captain, didn't you all go on a mission a few days ago? What brings you here so suddenly?" Shun Xiongji, still in a state of confusion, found her thoughts muddled. Wang Mian looked intently at Shun Xiongji, his gaze unwavering. Zhizhi, have you forgotten? You promised me that on the day you come of age, you would make it official. Boom! Shun Xiongji's heart jolted at his words, and without a moment's hesitation, she lunged towards Wang Mian, covering his lips with her hand to interrupt him. Shun Xiongji, help! Her life had just barely been spared. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift. 2. No. 3 pairs of bewildered eyes converged on Shun Xiongji like blades, their stares sharp and piercing. A gasp escaped her lips, akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat, discomforting as if she were perched on a bed of nails. Shun Xiongji reluctantly withdrew her hand, taking a step back before collapsing back into her seat. Qing? Care to explain? Zhizhi Sang. Shun Xiongji unconsciously clenched her delicate fingers, her gaze fixated on the box that had fallen to the ground, long forgotten, with a straw that she had bitten flat, a remnant of her once-cherished yogurt drink. Chapter 74. Relinquishment. Qing, could you elucidate? Shun Qingzhu's voice carried an undertone of perilous inquiry, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Wang Mian and Shun Xiongji. In that moment, his identity as her childhood companion took precedence. Zhizhi? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow slightly, the depths of his eyes concealed beneath the silver mask, seemingly amused by her interruption. Sang. Lin Xie's voice grew somber, his hand resting on the back of the chair, tightening ever so slightly. The air of aggression he exuded not only remained intact, but intensified due to Wang Mian's interrupted remark. In truth, he should have anticipated this. He had long been mentally prepared. Yet, Shun Xiongji unconsciously tightened her grip on her pale fingers. Her gaze fixated on the box that had fallen to the ground, long forgotten, its straw chewed and flattened by her own teeth. The atmosphere was so thick it felt as though it could condense into droplets of water, the oppressive presence of the 3 towering figures rendering her nearly breathless. What manner of hellish arena was this? Escape. She must flee. A forceful explanation would only add fuel to the flames. In a fleeting moment, Shun Xiongji's eyes darted across the table, taking in the small cakes sent by Wang Mian, the love letter candies from Shun Qingzhu, and the pure white pear blossoms in her arms, fragrant with the dew of night. Today was her birthday, her sole talisman. A soft, pitiful whimper unexpectedly escaped from Shun Xiongji's throat. Instantly, the trio's gazes locked onto her. Slowly, she lifted her head, her small face appearing particularly pallid under the moonlight. Those once sparkling peach blossom eyes were now veiled with moisture, long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly. She sniffled, her voice thick with nasal tones and a hint of grievance, barely above a whisper. Today is my birthday. Timidly, she glanced at Shun Qingzhu, who radiated a low-pressure aura on her right, then at Lin Xie, whose gaze was sharp as a blade on her left, finally meeting Wang Mian's unfathomable eyes. Her eyes reddened instantly, resembling a helpless little rabbit encircled by 3 fierce beasts, with no escape in sight. You, all 3 of you, in the dead of night, have frightened me. She pouted slightly, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible petulance. You're about to collapse the balcony. There's no air left. I dropped my yogurt. How awkward. As she spoke, she genuinely bent down, extending her slightly trembling hand to retrieve the pitiful yogurt box from the ground. Her movements were cautious, imbued with a clumsy, pitiable charm, and when her fingertips touched the cold floor, she flinched. This display of vulnerability, coupled with her tear-filled expression and the words "you scared me," acted as an invisible bucket of cold water, instantly dousing a portion of the impending explosive tension. Lin Xie's hand, which rested on the chair, momentarily stiffened, the aggressive aura he projected momentarily stalling. He observed her reddening eyes and trembling fingers swallowing hard, as the one among them who understood the situation best. He felt a pang of compassion for her. Lin Xie cast his gaze downward, his hand gradually withdrawing from the back of the chair. Shun Qingzhu's irritation was swiftly replaced by a barely perceptible sense of empathy. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly, instinctively wanting to take a step forward but resolutely holding back. Damn it, in this state, how could he possibly maintain his fierce demeanor? Shen Qingzhu had always been a paper tiger in front of Shen Qiongji. If it were just the two of them at this moment, he would undoubtedly falter within 3 seconds. The probing curiosity and amusement in Wang Mian's eyes faded, replaced by a deeper, ineffable emotion. He observed her curled up in the chair like a frightened little creature, his gaze lingering for a moment on the redness at the corners of her eyes. Had he come too abruptly today? She likely wasn't fully prepared. Perhaps he should wait a little longer with patience. Retreat was merely a matter of time. Paper tiger Shen Qingzhu, he began, his voice noticeably softer than before. Qing, I did not intend to frighten you. I merely... He cast a glance at Lin Xie and Wang Mian, swallowing back the words that had arisen from his irritation. Apologies, Zhizhi. Wang Mian's deep voice resonated, carrying a hint of reassurance as he stepped forward. It had not encroached too closely. The mission concluded earlier than anticipated. I simply wish to personally extend my blessings and gifts before your birthday concluded. I did not expect to disturb you. He deliberately sidestepped the interrupted topic. Lin Xie remained silent for a few seconds, then leaned down, effortlessly retrieving the mangled box of yogurt, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her cool hand, sending a faint shiver through her. He gently placed the yogurt box on the small round table beside her, his tone now deep but devoid of pressure. Do not be afraid, Song. Lin Xie's gaze was profound, disregarding the instant chill emanating from the two nearby, as he leaned in slightly, bringing his lips close to her ear, whispering in a soft tone only she could hear, laced with a hint of dangerous allure. That kiss. Let us meet at our usual place. I did not bring your gift tonight. I shall present it to you tomorrow. All right? His breath brushed against her ear, causing the tips of Shen Qiongji's ears to turn crimson. She instinctively recoiled, feigning calm as she shot him a look, her voice somewhat airy. Okay, Song. It is quite late. We shall meet tomorrow. Good night. The youth's voice was tender and lingering. Good night, Shen Qiongji replied, momentarily dazed. Lin Xie's figure nimbly vaulted over the balcony railing, vanishing into the dense night, leaving no trace of hesitation. That decisive exit pressed a pause button on the tension that had gripped the balcony, allowing the taut strings to relax somewhat. Shen Qiongji stared intently at Lin Xie's departing silhouette. Both Shen Qingzhu and Wang Mian displayed expressions of surprise, exchanging complex looks before tacitly stepping back several paces, granting her a modicum of space to breathe. Phew, crisis averted for now. The little person within Shen Qiongji cheered wildly, but her face remained a mask of startled vulnerability. However, a peculiar pang of longing stirred within her heart as she thought of Qie. Even with one person withdrawn from the small balcony, the atmosphere remained subtly tense. Yet, Shen Qiongji was no longer as flustered. She cast a glance at the two individuals standing on either side, letting out a sigh within her heart. Unlike the forceful presence of Qie, these two were gentle deities in her eyes. At that moment, Shen Qiongji's stomach, quite perceptibly, emitted a soft gurgle. This unexpected interlude resembled a small stone dropped into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of lightheartedness. I am hungry and crave cake. Today is my birthday. Captain, will you accompany me in enjoying some cake, please? Chapter 75. Happy birthday. I'm famished and yearn for cake. Today marks my birthday. Captain, will you join me in savoring cake, please? Initially, a grand cake was planned for the celebration. However, considering the presence of over 260 individuals in the training camp, it was deemed inappropriate, and thus the idea was declined. The exquisitely petite cake was unveiled, releasing an enchanting aroma of strawberry cream that instantly filled the air, mingling with the night breeze and tantalizing one's appetite. Wow! Shen Qiongji's eyes sparkled with delight. With a soft click, the azure flames danced to life, igniting the tiny candles in succession. The warm yellow glow flickered upon the delicate strawberry cake, illuminating the eager gaze of a young girl and casting a small halo of warmth on the balcony enveloped in darkness. The two individuals beside her instinctively held their breath. After a moment, "All right, birthday star, make a wish," Shen Qingzhu gently ruffled Shen Qiongji's hair. Wang Mian remained silent, merely observing her, his gaze beneath the silver mask appearing profound and focused amidst the flickering candlelight. Shen Qiongji inhaled deeply. The sweet scent of strawberries intertwined with the coolness of the night filling her lungs. She closed her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her hands clasped before her chest, long lashes casting a soft shadow beneath her eyes, her expression imbued with an unprecedented reverence. May the deities of Huaxia return safely, dispelling the darkness that envelopes the earth, safeguarding the eternal stability of our mountains and rivers, and shielding our people from calamity. This was her deepest prayer, both as a member of the Night Watch and as a child of this land. May those who love me and those I love, those I cherish, find peace and joy, free from worries. Those I cherish? Several figures inadvertently surfaced in her mind, accompanied by a subtle flutter of confusion and sweetness. May my brother, wherever he may be, remain safe and healthy. May heaven show mercy, allowing us siblings to reunite soon. This which caused her closed lashes to tremble slightly, a hint of bittersweetness stirring at the tip of her nose. Brother. This term had been sealed away in her heart for 13 long years, bearing a blend of hazy warmth and sharp pain. After completing her 3 wishes, she released a long, silent breath, as if shedding a burdensome weight akin to entrusting her most treasured secret to the stars. Birthday wishes, a peculiar form of blessing. Typically, one prays to the deities of Huaxia and to elder family members for good fortune, blessings, or protection. With the deities absent and her beloved elders, specifically referring to the dean, her mother, not present, her birthday wishes could only be entrusted to the vast expanse of stars. She opened her eyes, the glimmer of tears reflecting the flickering candlelight, particularly bright and captivating. Puffing up her cheeks, she blew with all her might. Whoosh. 3 candles extinguished in response, and Shen Qiongji smiled softly. Captain, let me. Wang Mian grasped a plastic cake knife, ready to slice the cake. But Shen Qiongji eagerly intervened. She carefully divided the cake into 6 equal portions, then took 2 plates, presenting the largest slices adorned with glistening red strawberries. To Wang Mian and Shen Qingzhu. Here, enjoy the cake. Thank you, Zhizhi. Wang Mian gracefully accepted the cake with one hand while the other delicately tugged at the string of his mask, removing it. Happy birthday. May your wishes come true. The final words he spoke held a certain conviction, as if imbued with the power of promise. The girl's eyes curved into a smile. Shen Qingzhu took the cake, her tone gentle and soft. Happy birthday, Qing. Following this, she elegantly lifted 3 pieces into her space before finally taking her own slice. As she savored a spoonful of the cake mingled with cream, the tangy sweetness of strawberries exploded in her mouth. The rich creaminess and the airy softness of the cake intertwined perfectly, delivering an unparalleled sense of bliss. So delicious. The trio joyfully finished the cake. Wang Mian set down the empty plate and picked up a bouquet of pure white pear blossoms that Shen Qiongji had placed aside. The night dew clung to the petals like tiny pearls. His slender fingers brushed over the cool petals, his voice resonating clearly in the night air. Though the pear blossoms are lovely, it is late, and the dew is heavy. You should rest now, Zhizhi. Saying this, he handed the blossoms to Shen Qiongji. It's late. I must take my leave. Wang Mian stood tall, his posture as straight as a pine tree, and wished again. Zhizhi, happy birthday. He did not revisit the previous topic, but the depth in his gaze made Shen Qiongji understand that the matter had not been resolved. I am on leave for the next few days and will not be leaving Sangnan, so Shen Qiongji nodded vigorously, signaling her understanding. Wang Mian, as quietly as he had arrived, melded into the shadows on the other side of the balcony and vanished. Once Wang Mian had departed, Shen Qingzhu leisurely rose, stretching her limbs. Qingbao. Shen Qiongji looked at the boy in confusion. Shen Qingzhu approached her, his tone gentle. Qing. Shen Qingzhu hesitated, words teetering on the edge of his lips. Ultimately, he asked simply, Qing, do you like me? What he truly wished to inquire was whether there remained a place for him in her heart. In the same spot, the last time being within the dormitory, he posed the same question for the second time. I do. Shen Qiongji responded without hesitation, her gaze serious as she regarded Shun Qingzhu. Qingbao, I have told you. You are unique. You will always hold a significant place in my heart. So do not fret or be troubled. Yet, Shun Xiongji felt a twinge of uncertainty within her. It seemed that each of them held a distinct position in her heart. Shun Qingzhu steadied himself once more, offering a smile. However, he would not ask her again, whom among them she favored more. Such questions were now irrelevant. In her heart, they held equal standing. Qingqing, happy birthday. How many times had he wished her today? Shun Qingzhu had lost count, yet it still felt insufficient. At present, he lacked the means to fulfill her desires, so he could only extend verbal blessings. Likewise, Qing. Shun Xiongji paused for a moment before softly calling out, Brother. Shun Qingzhu smiled. Brother? It seemed she was indeed correct. In her heart, he was truly different. The term brother holds a special significance for her, so much so that throughout her life, only 2 individuals have been bestowed with this title. Brother. This was the name the matron taught her to call him when they first met in their childhood. He still recalls how she hesitated for quite some time before finally uttering it. As their relationship deepened, she would only use this term of endearment in exceptional circumstances. Shun Xiongji smiled. In the absence of her brother, it was her bamboo brother who had always been by her side as she grew up, celebrating her birthdays. Bamboo brother, how wonderful. Good night, my dear Qingqing. Good night, bamboo brother. Shun Qingzhu nimbly vaulted over the railing, disappearing into the embrace of the night. The small balcony was once again enveloped in tranquility. Alone, Shun Xiongji cradled the bouquet of pear blossoms, chilled by the evening dew. Gazing at the 3 empty cake plates on the table, the paper bag containing love letters and candies, and the box of yogurt, its straw crushed by her bite, which Lin Xia had kindly picked up and placed neatly on the small round table. The night breeze wafted by, carrying a refreshing chill. Happy birthday, Shun Xiongji, the girl whispered to herself in quiet celebration. Chapter 76, Sweetness in the Asylum of Gods. In the clean and bright courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Nyx, adorned in a flowing black gauze dress, sat gracefully on a lounge chair. A gentle breeze caressed her, and time seemed to stand still. With a smile gracing her lips, Nyx watched with keen interest as her grandson, Li Yifei, patiently instructed his wife, Hong Yan, in various mundane tasks of life. At that moment, Lin Xia, clad in a white coat, approached leisurely. His steps were steady, each stride exuding an air of calmness. Danastis, you have returned to see me? Nyx exclaimed upon spotting Lin Xia, her face illuminating with joy, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. Mother, Lin Xia replied with a smile, hastening to her side. How has your health been these days? Quite well, quite well. Nyx nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Do not worry about me. Rather, take care of yourself and rest if training becomes exhausting. After chatting with Nyx for a while, Lin Xia gracefully stood up. Mother, please rest. I have some matters to attend to. He spoke gently as he walked toward the director's office, turning back to remind Li Yifei and Hong Yan. By the way, when Tsang arrives, let her come directly to my office. All right. Li Yifei waved at him, and Hong Yan nodded slightly in agreement. Happy winter solstice. Senior, happy winter solstice, Hong Yan. Shun Xiongji cheerfully emerged from the space, presenting the dumplings and sweet rice balls she had prepared earlier to Li Yifei. Happy winter solstice. Li Yifei, happy winter solstice. Li Yifei, balancing the dumplings and rice balls in one hand while holding Hong Yan's hand with the other, made his way to the kitchen. Casually relaying to Shun Xiongji, Zhizhi, Chia is waiting for you in the office. Okay. Shun Xiongji approached Nyx, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Senior, I will go find Chia. I shall chat with you when I have the chance. Go ahead, that child Danastis is quite eager. Nyx replied kindly, waving Shun Xiongji off. Shun Xiongji smiled, and then proceeded toward the office. Inside the director's office, Shun Xiongji entered, gently closing the door behind her. Kan. Lin Xia sat on the sofa beside the desk, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he looked at Shun Xiongji. She settled beside him, glanced at him, and then retrieved a slice of cake from the space, offering it to him. Here, have some cake. Lin Chie's gaze deepened as he beheld the cream cake adorned with strawberries. Rather than immediately taking it, he reached out, gently grasping her wrist that held the cake, his warm fingertips brushing against her delicate skin. "Is this for me?" he inquired, feigning ignorance, his voice rich and melodious. Shun Xiongji felt a slight warmth where he touched her, yet maintained a fa-ade of composure. "What else could it be? Then, will you feed me?" Lin Chie's eyes fell upon her slightly pursed lips. Shun Xiongji did not refuse. She delicately cut a small piece of cake and brought it to Lin Chie's mouth. He smiled as he parted his lips, his warm, soft mouth inadvertently brushing against her fingertips, leaving a trace of moisture and an indescribable tingle. Shun Xiongji's heart raced, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Lin Chie savored the moment, his Adam's apple bobbing. "So sweet. Would you like to taste?" As he spoke, he took the piece of cake from Shun Xiongji's hand. "I just had some," she began, thinking Lin Chie intended to feed her, but was taken aback when he set the cake aside on the desk instead. Lin Chie grasped Shun Xiongji's wrist and gently pulled her into his embrace, murmuring, "The cake is indeed very sweet." He then leaned down to kiss her lips. He did not rush, but tenderly caressed her lower lip, savoring the moment as if indulging in the most exquisite dessert. Each gentle kiss sent electric sensations coursing through her body, compelling her to involuntarily curl her fingers around his collar. Her eyelashes fluttered violently before finally closing, her previously rigid form gradually softening under his gentle assault. The hand resting against his chest lost strength, her fingertips tracing unconsciously over the fabric of his shirt. A faint, almost inaudible sigh escaped her throat. The kiss, though brief, was suffused with longing. Lin Chie restrained himself as he released Shun Xiongji, allowing both to regain composure for a moment. Then, he picked up the piece of cake from the desk, cut a slice, and offered it to her. Shun Xiongji hesitated, leaning slightly forward to take the piece from his hand. The cream melted on her tongue, intoxicatingly sweet. Their gazes intertwined in the air, enveloping the office in a silent, sticky intimacy. The atmosphere felt thin and heated. "You feed me a bite, I'll feed you a bite." The small cake gradually disappeared amidst their unspoken affectionate exchanges. Each transfer of the fork, each lingering gaze, tightened the invisible thread binding them. When Lin Chie wiped the last bit of cream from his fingertip across the corner of Shun Xiongji's lips, they both distinctly heard the quickening of their own heartbeats. Lin Chie gazed at the faint blush adorning Shun Xiongji's cheeks, his eyes deep and swirling, as if a vortex brewed within. The sensation of his fingertip lingered at her lips, impossible to ignore. "Song song," he murmured, his voice huskier than before. Shun Xiongji's heart skipped a beat, and in a fluster, she stood up. "Em tired. The cake is finished. I'll head back to sleep." Avoiding his penetrating gaze, fearing she might be drawn into that deep whirlpool and act boldly, she hastily finished her sentence and turned to leave the office, even forgetting to take the plate that held the cake. Lin Chie watched her flee, then glanced down at the remaining cream on his fingertip, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly rubbed it away. In the ancient district of Tsangnan, atop a modest building, several snowflakes quietly appeared. A chilling wind swept through. Shun Xiongji took a deep breath, casting her gaze upon her phone, which read 23:57. On the winter solstice, her birthday, there was someone with whom she longed to share the sweetness of a cake. Beneath the warm glow of the lights, Yang Jin was intently focused on something at the small table. "Ah, Jin, Zhizhi?" Yang Jin turned around in surprise, his eyes immediately drawn to the young girl's slightly swollen, crimson lips. He paused for a few seconds before hastening to her side. "What brings you here so late?" "Happy winter solstice, Ah Jin." Shun Xiongji beamed, swiftly retrieving a piece of cake from her bag and presenting it to him. "Today is the winter solstice, my birthday. I'll come share my birthday cake with you." Yang Jin gazed at the cake in her hand, his expression softening. "Thank you." As he accepted the cake and was about to place it on the coffee table, Shun Xiongji interrupted him. "Ah Jin, it's almost midnight. You must try it first," she urged, glancing at the clock on the wall. Yang Jin chuckled helplessly and promptly cut a small piece of cake with a fork, bringing it to his mouth. In an instant, the sweet flavor burst forth. Click! The clock struck midnight. It's so sweet. Yang Jin smiled gently, placing the cake on the small table. I'll get you a cup of hot tea. As he turned towards the kitchen, Shun Xiongji's gaze inadvertently swept across the corner of the small table behind him. Noticing something about to fall, instinctively, she stepped forward to catch it. Be careful with that. At the same moment, Yang Jin turned around, seemingly ready to say something to her. Their movements coincidentally misaligned perfectly. Shun Xiongji's reaching hand fell empty, her body slightly leaning forward due to inertia, while Yang Jin's turn carried a slight forward motion. In a fleeting moment, a brief gasp was stifled between their lips. It's so sweet. Chapter 77. Frosted Memories. It was extraordinarily sweet. Shun Xiongji felt a warm, soft object, imbued with the refreshing essence of Ajin, firmly pressed against her lips. Time seemed to freeze. She could distinctly sense the sudden rigidity of his body and the shock reflected in his widened pupils, mere inches from her own astonished visage. Their breaths intertwined, so close that she could feel the warmth of his exhalation brushing against her cheeks. This fleeting contact lasted less than 3 seconds. It felt as if an eternity had passed. Bang! Yang Jin abruptly recoiled a step, his back colliding with the wall, producing a dull thud. His face flushed with a visible intensity, reddening until it reached the roots of his ears and neck, his gaze darting around in a frantic manner, avoiding Shun Xiongji entirely. His voice trembling with disarray. Why you? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I turned around and wasn't paying attention. Are you all right? Did I hurt you? He stammered. Utterly flustered, the premeditated accident had struck him with a far greater impact than he had anticipated. Shun Xiongji stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. The lingering sensation on her lips burned like a flame. She observed Ajin's flushed face, his panicked apologies, and the pure bewilderment and regret in his eyes. Her heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, then began to race uncontrollably, erratically. Thud! 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 The sound resonated as if it would shatter her chest. It was neither disgust nor anger, but rather a strange, yet familiar fluttering that left her in a state of disarray. Like a tranquil lake disrupted by a massive stone, it stirred up tumultuous waves. And no, it's fine. Shun Xiongji heard her own voice sounding somewhat ethereal. Instinctively, she raised a hand to cover her lips, her fingertips trembling slightly. Merely an accident, Ajin. You need not apologize. She forced herself to divert her gaze, unable to bear the sight of Yang Jin's face, which was etched with innocence and remorse. A torrent of intense, indescribable emotions surged within her, mingled with confusion, embarrassment, and a hint of fear at the lingering memory of that brief contact. Help! Shun Xiongji, what are you thinking? Ajin is just a friend. Stop! 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 The overwhelming chaos and profound guilt engulfed her in an instant. I need to return to the training camp. I'll be going now. Shun Xiongji almost blurted this out incoherently, scarcely daring to glance at Yang Jin's reaction, as she turned away in a flurry, desperate to escape. Xiongji, wait! Shun Xiongji paused, stiffly turning around, only to see Yang Jin approaching her with a long, slender sandalwood box. Xiongji, happy birthday! He appeared to have regained his composure, smiling as he presented her with the birthday gift. Thank you. Shun Xiongji accepted the box, hesitating momentarily before opening it. Wow! Inside lay a meticulously crafted 7-stringed guqin, radiating an ethereal aura. The body was made from a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree, its wood grain clear and fluid, resembling the frozen currents of time itself. The surface of the guqin is elegantly rounded and smooth, with a gentle curvature that flows harmoniously. The shoulders are soft and the waist elegantly tapered, creating a design that is both simple and rhythmically engaging, exuding an innate grace. The back is flat, revealing the unique, fine grain of the phoenix wood, as if it harbors the pure sounds of nature. Crafted from high-quality silks of celestial silkworms, produced through ancient techniques. The strings are as fine as a hair, yet remarkably resilient, impervious to the easy severance of metal. The strings themselves exhibit a near-transparent, flowing silvery hue, shimmering under light with a warmth akin to jade, reminiscent of the gentle radiance of moonlight. Each string is perfectly taut, embodying a subtle tension, akin to a dormant dragon, poised to unleash a clear, transcendent sound at the slightest touch. The headstock is adorned with smooth, warm jade stones, complementing the deep hues of the phoenix wood, adding an air of refined elegance. The tuning pegs are crafted from rosewood, polished to a smooth finish. The markings, signifying the tonal positions, are inlaid with deep-sea mother-of-pearl, with 13 markers scattered across the surface like stars, radiating a serene and luminous glow, particularly striking against the dark body of the Qing, infusing it with a sense of vitality and sophistication. The dragon tail and crown angles at the end flow gracefully, concluding with a neat finish. Ah, Jean, I am utterly enchanted. I wonder how much effort and time you invested in crafting this 7-stringed instrument. As long as you are pleased. We found suavcent. You currently lack a suitable weapon. You may use this as a temporary substitute. Yang Jin, delighted by her admiration, promised to create an even finer piece for her in the future. Han Su is a divine artifact bestowed by the Queen Mother of the West when the fairy Han Yuejia ascended to become the goddess of frost and snow thousands of years ago. The Huainanzi, celestial phenomena states, in the 3rd month of autumn, the Earth's energy no longer conceals itself, and it gathers its lethality. All insects lie dormant, quietly residing behind closed doors, and the Qingnu emerges to bring frost and snow. On the 14th day of the 9th lunar month, on Qingyao Mountain, the Qingnu descended, caressing Han Su, releasing a clear melody as frost and snow filled the skies, causing all evils to retreat. Over a century ago, Han Su was nearing its transformation. Unfortunately, when she sacrificed her soul 100 years prior, the bond with Han Su was severed. Having lost her soul, she was unaware of Han Su's fate, fearing its disappearance from the world or a fate lost elsewhere. Even if there were a day to reunite, it seemed destiny would keep them apart. No need. This one is the best. Shun Xiongji fell into silence for a moment before shaking her head, declaring, from now on, it shall be my exclusive weapon. Shall we give a name? Yang Jin suggested, noticing her enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Xiongji declared, let it be named Frost Trace. This translates to tracing frost against the current and navigating through the cold night. Frost Trace? Yang Jin pondered briefly, then praised. What a beautiful name. Indeed, I think so too. With that, she promptly established a soul contract with Frost Trace. Upon completion of the contract, the ethereal 7-stringed Guqin bore its name, Frost Trace, upon its surface. From now on, Frost Trace would belong to her, destined not to vanish like Guiyun and Qingkong. P.S. Special thanks to The Chaotic Life of Mori Ling Sheng and Lingyun Xinghe for providing the name. Chapter 78, A Melody of Serenity. This night was destined to be sleepless. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, braving the biting cold wind, over 200 newly enlisted soldiers were, as usual, encircling the training ground for a weighted long-distance run. Yet, one could hardly ignore their lack of focus. They appeared almost absent-minded. Their steps were unsteady, and their gazes wandered. The remnants of yesterday's festive revelry lingered, their hearts already flown back to the celebrations. This lethargy pricked at the instructor's eyes like needles. Stand still. The instructor's thunderous roar rent the frigid air, his piercing gaze sweeping across the ranks. Are you here to serve or to saunter through a temple fair? Where's the vigor from last night? Are your legs too weak? Everyone, run 5 more laps. If you can't finish, breakfast will be fed to the dogs. His voice was as frigid as ice shards. Despite the reprimand, the recruits remained somewhat distracted, inciting further ire from the instructors, who insisted on additional laps. It was not until dawn began to blush on the horizon that the instructor finally blew his whistle, signaling a half-hour break. This is your final opportunity. If you cannot compose yourselves by the end of this break, you shall face the consequences. Dismissed. Shun Xiongji struggled to keep her weary eyes open, feeling a dull heaviness in her head and a sense of agitation in her heart. Song Song? Lin Xie immediately noticed Shun Xiongji's abnormal state and looked at her with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Shen Xiongji waved her hand at him. Chia, I'm fine. Just didn't T rest well last night? Didn't T rest well? Lin Chia thought to himself, as he too had experienced the same plight. Subsequently, Shen Xiongji turned away from Lin Chia and walked over to Bai Li Pangpang. Qingjia, Bai Li Pangpang, panting, cheerfully spoke to her. If only we had another holiday in a few days to throw a party. I feel like we didn't have enough fun yesterday. You're delightful. Shen Xiongji let out a laugh. Bai Li Pangpang joined in, their laughter echoing with a carefree spirit. Observing Bai Li Pangpang's buoyant and carefree demeanor, Shen Xiongji felt her own irritation dissipate slightly. Pangpang, I'll step over there for a moment. You enjoy your cake first. Watching Bai Li Pangpang relish the cake, Shen Xiongji stood up. All right, what's this? Is my brother Qingzhu still lingering in yesterday's events? Approaching Shen Qingzhu, Shen Xiongji noticed his vexed expression and teased him lightly. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow and shook his head. What's wrong? Do you need my assistance? Shen Xiongji inquired with curiosity. No, just feeling a bit troubled. I can't seem to calm my mind. Shen Qingzhu offered her a reassuring smile. Shen Xiongji paused for a moment. All right then, she admitted, for she too felt a bit troubled and unable to find tranquility. She rose to her feet and casually glanced at her comrades nearby, only to find them in a similar state of restlessness. How peculiar it felt, as if yesterday should not have been a day of leisure. They had indulged too much. Shen Xiongji stood in place for a few seconds before beckoning to Lin Chia and Bai Li Pangpang. Chia, Pangpang, come here. After a moment's thought, she called out to Chao Yuan as well, for his forbidden domain was Black Qing annihilation, a realm steeped in bloodshed, necessitating tranquility. Upon seeing them approach, Shen Xiongji settled beside Shen Qingzhu. With a gentle lift of her hands, a 7-stringed zither appeared in her grasp, a gift from a gene the previous night. Named Frost Trace. Sitting cross-legged, she positioned the instrument diagonally across her lap, her body slightly leaning forward. After a brief contemplation, she decided to perform falling wild geese on a plane, her fingertips gliding delicately to pluck the first string. The clear, ethereal sounds of the zither flowed forth like the first thaw of melted snow, instantly piercing through the oppressive chill of the training ground. With her eyes gently closed, her divine power flowed in accordance with her will, the melody emanating from her fingertips infused with a soothing energy. All present in the training field instinctively halted their movements. The music began like the solitary cry of a wild goose, slicing through the leaden gray of dawn, imbued with a clarity that penetrated the soul. Bai Li Pangpang, lost in the joy of the moment, unconsciously ceased his chewing, staring blankly at the strings. Lin Chia, whose back had been tense, gradually relaxed. His gaze fixated on the girl's hands. Shen Qingzhu, with a previously furrowed brow, now softened, gazing tenderly at the profile of his little green plum, and Chao Yuan, whose clenched fists suddenly loosened, the crushed snowflakes between his fingers quietly falling away. The chilling notes seemed to carry invisible ripples, expanding outward in circles. The melody gradually settled into a serene rhythm, reminiscent of wild geese gliding gracefully across the vast plain, where the sky was high and the earth expansive, and silence enveloped all. The restlessness that had pervaded the ranks, the fatigue of sleepless nights, the emptiness following revelry, was gently extracted, cleansing the atmosphere in this ancient and pure resonance. The weariness and irritation etched upon the faces of the new recruits faded, their gazes refocused, and their breaths became long and steady. The instructor, leaning against a horizontal bar while smoking, furrowed brows softened. The smoke no longer exhaled in irritation, but rather mingled with the zither's melody, gradually merging into the cool morning light. Even the chief instructor and other officers, who were previously preoccupied with their bureaucratic duties in the distant office building, could not help but ease their furrowed brows. Outside the training camp, amidst the mountains and forests, the notes of the zither floated gently, first brushing low across the ground like gossamer threads, then rising in a delicate dance, clear and pure, weaving through the treetops and gently swaying this profound sea of green. The mountain sparrows perched at the treetops suddenly ceased their flapping, suspended in midair. as if bound by an invisible string. After a brief silence, their chests heaved rapidly, a few tentative chirps resonating through the woods, which soon transformed into a joyful chorus. A busy squirrel on a pine branch froze abruptly, its forepaws suspended in the air, its bushy tail slightly raised. After a moment, it shook its rounded ears, instinctively tapping the hollow trunk beneath with its paws, producing a crisp, ringing sound, as if keeping time with the distant melody. A roe deer in the grass suddenly raised its head, its moist nostrils quivering, ears slightly twitching. The watchful glimmer in its eyes dissipated as its elongated limbs unfurled, hooves gently tapping the grass, swaying rhythmically as if engaged in a dance with an invisible partner. The training ground was enveloped solely by the cleansing melody of the lute, and the 200 hearts gradually finding their tranquility. The cacophony and fatigue of the night were ultimately soothed by the clear notes akin to the falling geese upon the tranquil sands. What flowed from Shun Xiongji's fingers was not merely music, but a serene state of mind that enveloped all present. Only the wind rustled through the treetops, carrying the subtle sound of snowflakes, like the gentlest of harmonies between heaven and earth. As the final notes faded, the resonance of the strings quivered lightly in the cold breeze, the last ripples dissipating in the morning light. Shun Xiongji's fingers hovered above the lute's surface, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. The training ground was so quiet one could hear the sound of snowflakes touching the ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the silence. The instructor had appeared before the recruits, the cigarette but between his fingers extinguished by the music. He cast a penetrating glance at the girl cradling the 7-stringed lute and bellowed, "All personnel, assemble." The recruits, as if awakening from a dream, stomped their boots against the frozen earth in unison, creating a thunderous sound. Shun Xiongji sighed quietly, the frost melting into radiant light at her brow. Just as she was about to rise, her hands unexpectedly extended toward her, Lin Xie's distinct knuckles, Bali Pongpong's hands carrying the aroma of cake, Shun Qingzhu's calloused palms, and Chao Yuan's hands dusted with snow. She smiled softly, shook her head, and then pushed herself up with one hand. The four hurried to assemble. In the ranks, Bali Pangpang whispered, "Sister Qing, your method is far more effective than the instructor's roar." The instructor had somehow appeared behind Bali Pangpang, reporting to the instructor, "I was just saying how white the snow is today." Bali Pangpang snapped to attention with a jolt. Laughter erupted as the morning light finally broke through the clouds. The sounds of drills filled the training ground. The restlessness of the previous night transformed into boundless energy. Deep within the mountains, the last of the mountain sparrows flitted across the treetops, dislodging snow that tumbled into the squirrel's cache of pine cones. Chapter 79, A Heartfelt Melody After a Day of Rigorous Training. Shun Xiongji, accompanied by 4 companions, made her way towards the dormitory building. "Qingjia, you are truly remarkable." Bali Pangpang chattered incessantly, animatedly gesturing with her hands. "Oh my, our Qingjia is indeed a paragon of perfection." Chao Yuan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Shun Xiongji modestly replied, "It's not that exaggerated." Shun Qingzhu, unfazed, recalled how in their childhood, his sister would often play melodies for him using leaves and would perform on stage with the Guqin and Guzheng at school. He also remembered crafting a simple bamboo flute for her long ago, which she cherished dearly. He resolved to create a more suitable bamboo flute for her once he found the right materials. Where did the 7-stringed zither come from? Lin Xie pondered thoughtfully. Upon reaching the dormitory, the group watched as she entered Building 3 before heading off to their respective rooms. At the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, after finishing her ablutions, Shun Xiongji entered the facility. "Zhizhi, you've arrived." Nix greeted her with a smile and a wave. "Come, take a look at this." "What is it, senior?" Nix leaned closer and whispered, "I'm knitting a sweater for Dandalus." What prompted this sudden interest in knitting? Shun Xiongji inquired, her gaze fixed on the newly started wave-patterned yarn, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "It's not just that. Dandalus insisted I teach him." Nix paused momentarily before shifting the subject. "Zhizhi, would you like to learn how to knit this with me?" Shun Xiongji shook her head, but then, A hint of surprise escaped her lips. Senior, are you using the laws of night as your needle and divine power as your thread? I didn't notice earlier, but now I see that the wave pattern is infused with a strand of divine energy in the laws of night. Indeed, my divine power has not yet fully recovered, Nyx admitted. Thus, I'm taking my time with this project. By the time I finish this sweater, it will likely be time for me to depart. I hope this sweater will guard him in my absence. Noticing the hint of melancholy on Nyx's face, Shun Xiongji paused and changed the subject. Senior, did you enjoy the dumplings and tang yuan from last night? They were delicious. Dumplings and tang yuan are traditional delicacies of our Huaxia culture, one savory and the other sweet. One oval and the other round, one thin and the other thick. Their significance is profound, symbolizing reunion and completeness. Shun Xiongji's lips curled into a gentle smile. In the central regions, we alternate between dumplings and tang yuan, hoping for harmony and happiness throughout the year. Harmony and happiness, Nyx echoed with a smile. After conversing for a while longer, Shun Xiongji bid farewell to Nyx. In the ward area, outside room 4. Great Sage, I have come again. Shun Xiongji knocked on the door first, greeting the familiar figure inside. She then began to chatter amiably to herself. Yesterday marked the winter solstice, my birthday, and I received a gift from a Jin, a 7-string zither. Shun Xiongji smiled gently as I named it Frost Echo. Great Sage, shall I perform a piece for you? Perhaps the one the celestial maidens played at the peach banquet? It is a stirring composition, a tapestry of soaring and fervent melodies that linger in the heart. Stepping back, I arranged a set of table and stools, summoned Frost Echo, and placed it tenderly. Shun Xiongji lowered her gaze, contemplating the piece. Ah, my memory is a tad hazy. I can't recall it entirely. She chuckled softly. Shall I trust my instincts instead? Great Sage, please do not mock me when you leave this room. In the dimly lit ward, the ancient ape sat cross-legged, palms pressed together, his cracked lips gently moving. Delicate fingers, like jade, brushed the strings, producing the first hesitant notes. The sound wavered, drifting through the ward, a series of fragmented melodies. Shun Xiongji's brow occasionally furrowed, then relaxed, her fingertips weaving a melody akin to shattered moonlight, sometimes radiant, sometimes veiled behind clouds. This should be it, she murmured, her fingers suddenly pivoting, releasing a few clear notes that leapt forth, only to abruptly cease. By the conclusion, beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. With a sigh of relief, she exhaled. Indeed, it was somewhat forced. Haha, Great Sage, you would mind if I tried again, would you? This time, it will surely flow more smoothly. Before her words had fully settled, her fingers were once more caressing the strings. This time, her movements were markedly more fluid, the music flowing like a babbling brook, gradually coalescing into a river. Within the ward, the ancient ape, draped in robes, maintained his original posture, palms pressed together as if sculpted from stone. Yet, in an ephemeral moment, his position subtly shifted from the center to just behind the door. As the final note lingered in the air, Shun Xiongji breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes shimmering with joy. I did it. Great Sage, do you see, or do you hear me? She covered her lips with a light laugh. I shall come often to play for you, Great Sage. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the ward, prompting Shun Xiongji to tilt her head. Frost Echo transformed into a glimmering light and vanished in her brow as she rose to stow away the table and stools. Leaning against the door, her voice soft and low, she inquired, Great Sage, when might you emerge? Just beyond the threshold, the ancient ape slowly parted his clasped hands, inching them towards the door. P.S. Dear ones, the heartfelt in the title does not necessarily refer to romantic feelings. Note 1. Emotional resonance leading to feelings. Example. Upon hearing his confession, she couldn't help but be moved. 2. The emergence of desire or inclination. Example. Upon seeing the limited edition sneakers, he felt a stir of longing. 3. A wavering will. Example. Despite the favorable conditions, he remained unmoved. Emphasize the importance of remaining true to oneself in the face of temptation. Philosophical concept. Fluctuations of the mind. For instance, practitioners advocate for an unwavering heart. This refers to the state in which the spirit is influenced by external factors. Chapter 80. The Dark Silk Entanglement. After resting the back of her head against the door for a while, Shun Xiongji softly spoke once more, "Great sage. I eagerly await the day we meet." Straightening up, she glanced back at the hospital room door, fell silent for a moment, then waved at Lin Xie, who stood not far away. "Xie." With a gentle stride, Lin Xie approached Shun Xiongji. "Let us head to our dormitory. I have a gift for you." "Wonderful." On the balcony of dormitory 501, Shun Xiongji sat languidly at the round table, listening to the steady snores of Bai Li, who was inside. Lin Xie quietly retrieved an item, then stepped onto the balcony and closed the door, gesturing towards the opposite dormitory 502. Shun Xiongji nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight. Inside dormitory 502, Lin Xie sipped the Huaxia milk that Shun Xiongji had brought, his eyes fixed intently on her as she unwrapped the gift box. Within lay a dark silk ribbon, its texture ethereal and misty, cool and smooth to the touch, yet imbued with a hidden resilience, impervious to blade or sword. The color was not merely black, but bore a deep azure hue reminiscent of the night sky, shimmering under the light with intricate silver patterns, akin to scattered stars or entwined threads of affection. At the end of the ribbon was a delicate obsidian bell, which remained silent in motion but emitted a soft, clear chime when imbued with spiritual energy, like a sigh or a whisper. Lin Xie had already tested this ribbon in advance, capable of both offense and defense. When gentle, it could serve as a hair tie. When fierce, it transformed into a lethal weapon, extending swiftly like a dark dragon in flight. If coiled around the neck, it would constrict, while sweeping through the air could shatter stone. The obsidian bell possessed a mesmerizing quality, its sound capable of disorienting minds. "Wow, Xie, this ribbon is incredibly special," Shun Xiongji exclaimed, her fingertips delicately caressing the ribbon, savoring the intertwined essence of darkness and miracles, as well as the profound laws of the night it contained. This ribbon seemed to possess a hazy consciousness. It was no longer merely an inanimate object. Some time ago, I had urged my mother to teach me how to merge two divine energies, but regrettably, my efforts bore little fruit. Lin Xie, setting down the Huaxia milk, smiled wryly, recalling how he had subsequently pressed her to teach him how to weave skirts with divine power. Shun Xiongji, no wonder senior Nikes began knitting sweaters and even asked if I wanted to join. Unfortunately, my aspirations exceeded my abilities, so I shifted my focus and spent a month or two to craft this ribbon. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the ribbon's finishing touch had been added by his mother, who had incorporated an obsidian bell and infused a thread of her own night law, along with a strand of his azure hair. "I have named it the Dark Silk Entanglement," Lin Xie remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Shun Xiongji, signifying the entwining of azure threads, an unbreakable bond of affection. Shun Xiongji, "Wow, oh why is it azure? Shouldn't it be silver?" Her curiosity was piqued, especially since this was a ribbon specifically woven for her by Xie. Lin Xie merely smiled, remaining silent, his focus unwaveringly upon her. Shun Xiongji felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, clearing her throat awkwardly. "Xie, please use the dark silk entanglement to style my hair." As she spoke, she raised her hand to let her long, flowing hair cascade down, settling before the mirror. Lin Xie took the silken threads of fate and, softly, began to style her hair from behind. The strands intertwined, a bond difficult to sever. The two ethereal dresses, gifted by the captain, titled A Melody of Longing, seemed to match her inexplicably. "Xie, are you confessing your feelings to me?" Just as Lin Xie finished her hairstyle, he moved to her side and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Silence spoke volumes. Shun Xiongji stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally exclaiming, "Xie, you are quite skilled. How is it that I feel as though you have attended some training course?" Lin Xie chuckled softly, delicately playing with the jade bell nestled within her hair, strands of divine energy slipping through his fingertips. His voice, warm and rich, replied, "No training course could teach this." He leaned closer, his breath grazing her ear. It is merely a matter of the heart, an earnest affection that arises naturally. Shun Qiongji felt warmth creeping to her ears, instinctively turning away, while the bell on her hairband chimed softly, as if teasing them silently. Unable to resist, she poked Lin Chia's chest and asked, "So, Lin, how much does your heart hold now?" "Not much," he replied, capturing her fingers and gently pressing them against his heart. "Just you." Shun Qiongji felt a wave of dizziness, as if she were suddenly ensnared in Lin Chia's vortex. Song Tsang is fast asleep. Lin Chia gently held Shun Qiongji's hand, playing with it tenderly. "So, what now? Therefore, may I stay with you for a night?" Lin Chia revealed his intentions. "No, go back to your dorm." Shun Qiongji shook her head. "But if he wakes up, it will disturb him." Lin Chia, with a tone of righteousness, then softened his voice. "Song Tsang, grant me refuge for one night, will you?" After a pause, Shun Qiongji shook her head again. "No, you, an agent of the night goddess, would surely disturb Song Tsang and avoid a darkness." Shun Qiongji patted her heart, her reason returning. As the ancients said, a man's infatuation can be spoken of, but a woman's cannot. Hey, she has become quite skilled lately, always making me blush. If only I could install a distraction prevention system on him. Rejected. Lin Chia wistfully toyed with the jade bell in her hair. Song Tsang, remember to bind the silken threads of fate. Otherwise, this jade bell may fall under her control. Yes, in a while, once I become more familiar with it. Besides, I just formed a contract with Frost Echo, so I must take my time. I could form a contract now, but at this moment, the silken threads of fate is saturated with your essence, making a soul contract impossible. Frost Echo, the seven-stringed zither? Lin Chia paused, his hand stilling as he subtly inquired. "Is it a fine instrument? Who gifted it to you?" Suddenly, Shun Qiongji's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment, she awkwardly replied, "Your brother." "Ah, Jean," Lin Chia faltered, his expression turning complex. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. "How did you two meet? Have you known each other for long?" Lin Chia asked softly. He vaguely recalled, during the time when his vision was not yet fully restored, an unexpected encounter with his little fairy speaking with a Jean on the bridge. He also remembered the occasion when he brought his mother out for some fresh air and stumbled upon their cheerful conversation. What was the nature of their relationship? Did a Jean share the same sentiments as he did? The phrase "brothers at odds" did not quite capture the essence. Shun Qiongji blinked, casting a glance at the complex expression of Lin Chia. "Chia, don't you find the pairing of a Jean and Xiao Hailai rather familiar? Moreover, his surname is Yang. Yang Jin, the Erlang god Yang Jian and the howling celestial dog." After a moment of contemplation, connecting it to Shun Qiongji's identity, Lin Chia's pupils quaked. "Cease hostilities for Jin. A Jin is the Erlang god of Huaxia. Alas, they truly are. Indeed, however, the remaining questions are best left for you to inquire of him, as this is, after all, a matter between brothers." Shun Qiongji nodded, then waved him off. Thus, one could not question her further regarding a Jean. Lin Chia replied, "Very well. Did you seek out a Jean after parting ways with me last night? You little deceiver," claiming you were tired. Lin Chia playfully poked Shun Qiongji's cheek with his fingertip. "Well, yesterday was my birthday." Lin Chia seized the opportunity. "Oh dear, might you shelter me for the night?" "No," Shun Qiongji firmly refused. Lin Chia persisted. "You had Wang Mian and Shun Qingzhu accompany you for wishes and cake last night." "I," Lin Chia continued, "you abandoned me to find a Jean." Shun Qiongji replied, "Oh dear, I do not wish to return to the dormitory tonight." Lin Chia grasped her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Very well." Shun Qiongji cleared her throat, feigning composure. "I shall reluctantly allow you to stay for one night. Well, it's quite late. Let us rest." As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Shun Qiongji's slender waist, hastily leading her to the bedside, tucking her into the inner side while he lay beside her. "I did not say you could sleep in my bed. Did you not see the spare bed beside?" Shun Qiongji gritted her teeth. "It's warm here," Lin Chia boldly claimed, pulling the blanket over both of them. "So may I borrow half of your bed?" "Oh dear," Shun Qiongji raised her foot to kick him, but he seized her ankle, drawing her into his warm embrace. "Sleep. I won't." "Be good," Chapter 81. You have come of age in the bustling Xian district of Sangnan. A popular home-style restaurant thrived. In a private room on the second floor, a slender and sharp-featured young man perused the menu, leisurely placing his order. Additionally, I would like a serving of cold lemon chicken feet and spicy crayfish. Very well. 1 plate of sweet and sour ribs, and 1 serving of mapo tofu, a portion of cold lemon chicken feet, and a serving of spicy crayfish. Your order will be prepared shortly. Thank you. My pleasure, sir. Would you prefer your meal to be served now or later? The young man glanced at his phone, pondered for a moment, and replied, now would be preferable. My friend is arriving shortly. Understood. Please hold on. Your meal will be here momentarily. After a brief wait, the server brought out several dishes, just as Shun Xiongji arrived. Wang Mian rose to pull out a chair for her by the window. This seat afforded a view of the star-studded night sky with just a slight turn of the head. Once seated, Shun Xiongji surveyed the sumptuous spread before her, a playful smile gracing her lips. Captain, have you ordered so much for fear I might not be satisfied? Wang Mian poured her a cup of hot tea and pushed it toward her, his tone casual yet laced with seriousness. I worry you may be particular about your choices. He then unwrapped the plastic cutlery, rinsing it with tea water. Shun Xiongji narrowed her eyes slightly as she picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib, the tangy, tender meat dissolving on her palate, her expression one of delight. Wang Mian observed her, a faint smile forming in his eyes. Before long, all the dishes were served. He lowered his gaze, meticulously donned a pair of disposable gloves, and delicately grasped a vividly red, glistening crayfish with his long fingers. The definition of his knuckles was pronounced, the joints proportionate, and even through the gloves, the faint blue veins beneath his pale skin were visible. His fingertips tinged with a delicate pink from the slight pressure he applied, pressing his thumb against the joint where the head met the body of the crayfish. He gently twisted, and the shell emitted a satisfying crack as it separated. His nails were trimmed smoothly, and his deft fingers skillfully peeled away the hard shell of the crayfish's abdomen, revealing the plump meat within, still quivering with freshness. The shells were neatly stacked at the edge of the plate, and a hint of red oil clung to his gloved fingertips, glistening under the light. The peeled crayfish meat was placed into a separate small bowl, the flesh pristine white, enveloped in a spicy broth that still emitted steam. He removed the gloves, took a napkin, and leisurely wiped his hands. Try this crayfish, he said, presenting the entire bowl of shelled crayfish before her. Shun Xiongji found herself momentarily entranced by his hands, only snapping back to attention upon hearing his voice. Yes, Captain, you should have some as well. She picked up the serving chopsticks and offered a crayfish to his lips. Very well. He opened his mouth to accept it. Would you like to try some alcohol? He asked suddenly. You have come of age. You may drink now. His statement about her coming of age carried a profound significance. Alcohol? Shun Xiongji paused, then lifted her gaze to meet his. Fruit beer, low in alcohol content, suitable for young ladies, Wang Mian indicated to the server, and shortly thereafter. A bottle of passion fruit beer and a bottle of lime and grapefruit beer were delivered to their table. He opened a bottle of passion fruit beer and poured a small glass for her. The amber liquid swayed gently within the glass, exuding a sweet aroma. Shun Xiongji, curious, lifted the glass and took a delicate sip. The tangy sweetness, accompanied by a hint of intoxicating chill, glided down her throat, and she nodded in approval. Quite delightful. With that, she took another sip. Wang Mian observed her and suddenly spoke. Zhizhi, you have come of age. She raised her gaze to meet his, contemplating a response, yet ultimately opted to lift her glass once more and drink. The sweetness of the fruit wine lingered on her lips, but an inexplicable twinge of bitterness stirred within her heart. You have come of age, he reiterated. Wang Mian rose and approached her side, bending down to gaze intently into her eyes. Zhizhi, you have come of age, so may I become official? His voice was soft, yet it rippled through the stillness like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. Shun Xiongji's fingers faltered slightly, causing the liquid in her glass to sway. The room fell silent, save for the gentle patter of rain outside. Shun Xiongji lowered her gaze, her fingertips lightly tracing the rim of the glass. After a moment, she spoke softly, Captain, I may not be able to answer that question. His expression darkened momentarily, but he soon regained his composure, jesting. Has Zhizhi's heart changed? I. Shen Qiongji hesitated to meet his eyes. She inhaled deeply, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the rim of the glass. Her voice barely audible over the rain. Captain, my feelings for you have never wavered. Wang Mian regarded her quietly, the warmth in his gaze gradually fading. Yet his tone remained gentle. Then why can't you answer? She lifted her head to meet his eyes, which, usually filled with mirth, now held a depth that made her heart race. Captain, please forget about this matter, and forget about me. Her eyes glistened as she spoke softly. I'm not worthy of your affection. Do not say you are unworthy. Wang Mian's voice lowered to a tone almost dangerous. He suddenly knelt, his long fingers firmly grasping Shen Qiongji's chin, compelling her to look up, though the pressure was gentle. Before she could react, his lips descended upon hers with an irresistible force, mingling the sweetness of the fruit beer with a trace of bitterness. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but his other hand firmly held the back of her head. Her eyelashes fluttered violently, and her fingers unconsciously clutched his sleeve. Chapter 82. Borrowing someone his kiss descended with fervor, imbued with a long-suppressed possessiveness, as if he intended to pour all the months of waiting and restraint into this singular moment. The lingering sweetness of fruit beer between their lips rendered the sensation more intoxicating than even spirits themselves. Shen Qiongji instinctively clutched at his collar, her fingertips trembling, her breath utterly stolen away. The air within the private room seemed to solidify, while the rain outside intensified, droplets pattering against the glass like a heart racing out of control. As Shen Qiongji neared breathlessness, Wang Mian finally retreated slightly, his nose still brushing against hers. His breath warm. Whether it is worth it, I alone shall decide. Shen Qiongji's breath faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her lips, kissed moments before, appeared especially vibrant. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. After a pause, she managed to utter, but tears clung to her eyelashes, and her chest rose and fell violently. There is no but. He interrupted her, his gaze sharp as a blade, commanding, either reject me now and declare that you do not care for me at all, or... His fingertips caressed her cheek, compelling her to cease with such words. Suddenly, the rain outside surged, drumming against the glass in a fervent crescendo. Ultimately, she gently closed her eyes, a tear cascading down her cheek. I cannot do it. Once calmness returned, the atmosphere grew peculiar. Wang Mian did not withdraw. Instead, he calmly crouched before her, gazing intently. Captain, it seems I have developed feelings for more than just you. Shen Qiongji inhaled deeply, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her fingertips tightening slightly. I cannot offer you promises, nor can I be your only. Thus, I am not worthy of your weight. The latter part of her statement remained unspoken. Wang Mian fell silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling softly. Zhizhi, do you think I am waiting for a soul? Shen Qiongji was taken aback. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair, his tone soft. I understand you better than you may think. Yet, he did not anticipate how swiftly those two little rascals would act. He had assumed he could become her primary partner. What the future? It would be left to fate, for he knew he could not retain her. Furthermore, how much time could he truly spend by her side? Due to his divine lineage, he would undoubtedly age faster than others. Moreover, as a night watchman, their lives always hung by a thread, uncertain of when it might all come to an end, rather than allow her heart to be solely consumed by him, leading to future sorrow. It might be better for her to harbor a few more individuals within her heart, thus sharing the weight of her emotions. Her heartbeat quickened suddenly, her lashes fluttered. Captain, I do not care how many people reside in your heart. His thumb gently brushed along the corner of her lips, caressing the remnants of redness and moisture. What matters to me is whether you wish for me to remain by your side, regardless of the role I play. Ideally, as your boyfriend. However, even if I stand alongside others, I desire to occupy a distinctive space in your heart, one that is slightly more significant and meaningful than theirs. Shen Qiongji's breath hitched, her eyes growing warm. But this is unfair to you. Love has never adhered to the concept of fairness. Wang Mian released his grip and returned to his seat across from her, his tone reverting to its usual nonchalance. I shall only inquire. Zhizhi, do you still wish for me to wait for you? Shen Xiongji opened her mouth, but ultimately lowered her head, whispering softly, yes. Wang Mian chuckled, pouring half a glass of fruit beer for her. That suffices. Outside, the rain intensified, the water stains on the glass obscuring the city's lights. Shen Xiongji lifted her glass. The chilled liquid slid down her throat, inexplicably revealing a hint of sweetness. Some answers perhaps no longer require vocalization. In the new recruits training camp, the chief instructor's office. What urgent matter necessitates your presence? Captain Masquerade? Yuan Gang looked up in surprise at Wang Mian, lounging on the sofa opposite. I came to borrow someone. Wang Mian replied lazily. Shen Qiongji, do you require her for a mission? Yuan Gang questioned, astonished. Isn't there a spatial ability user in your squad? The Vortex, Li Xian, possesses the capability to create a spatial whirlpool, drawing others into a unique realm. He can also generate protective shields to deflect or absorb enemy attacks. Vortex leans more towards combat applications rather than the manipulation of time or dimensions. The spatial whirlpool of Vortex does not compare to Zhizhi's King of the Void. The latter belongs to the highest echelon of spatial abilities, encompassing not only spatial manipulation, but also intertwining time, dimensions, and the interference of laws. If he surmised correctly, the core ability of King of the Void is spatial dominion, governing the very laws of space. The advanced ability involves the fusion of time and void, engaging in temporal manipulation and forming a dual linkage between time and space. The ultimate skill, void nullification, creates an absolute void domain. Zhizhi's King of the Void amalgamates space, time, and laws existing at a higher dimension. Hence, the training at your camp holds minimal significance for her, serving merely as preliminary physical conditioning and mental guidance. From the outset, he intended to take over the latter half of Shen Qiongji's training. Initially, he planned to wait another month or two, but my temporal marauder, combined with Vortex's spatial whirlpool, would benefit her development. Wang Mian leisurely adjusted his sleeves, noting that they had just been assigned a mission to gather substantial supplies at the Misty Border. He wished to bring her along to acclimate. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, ensure her safety. In truth, he had long been troubled by how to awaken Shen Qiongji's potential, as her abilities were rather unique, rendering them incapable of providing guidance. Moreover, there was Lin Chiye. If it weren't for the fact that the lad couldn't leave Cangnan, he would have already asked Wang Mian to take Lin Chiye out for training. The pesky boy was unlike the sweet young lady. One could push him without concern. No matter the peril, she would remain unscathed. Wang Mian smiled gently, confident in her ability to protect herself. He would not allow her to come to harm. Furthermore, for her, fleeing was far easier than anything else, unless she chose not to escape, willingly embracing her demise. Please wait a moment. I will summon her to the office. Shen Xiongji was quickly brought in. Captain, what brings you to our training camp? She recalled that he had mentioned leaving Cangnan for a mission the previous night. Wang Mian gazed at her gently, remaining silent, his expression focused. Yuan Gang, standing nearby, appeared somewhat exasperated and explained, Captain Wang Mian requested to take you on this mission, and I acquiesced. A mission? Shen Xiongji's eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy palpable. Does this mean I can interact with the team members ahead of time? Noticing her elation, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and earnestly advised, when you go to Mask, ensure you learn diligently from Wang Mian and Xuanhua to unlock your potential. Also, prioritize your safety in every conceivable aspect. Yes, Instructor Yuan, I will. Shen Xiongji cheerfully nodded. Yuan Gang remarked, I doubt you are prepared. You might end up completely taken advantage of by someone. With a hint of concern, he turned to Wang Mian and added, she is still quite young, so please be cautious. Wang Mian glanced at the oblivious Shen Xiongji and then returned a meaningful look to Yuan Gang, calmly stating, she is of age now. Yuan Gang could only respond with silence. Chapter 83 Farewell. Wang Mian took the lead to prepare for leaving the training camp and making arrangements to depart from Cangnan, allowing Shen Xiongji and her companions to bid farewell. He would return the following morning to escort her away. Consequently, Shen Xiongji went back to inform her close friends about a gathering. After the training concluded, Lin Xie, Bailey Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan, along with Shun Xiongji herself, gathered once more on the balcony of dormitory 501, bathed in the warm, yellow glow of the lights. The five friends sat together at a round table laden with an array of delectable food and beverages. They indulged in merriment and laughter. "Hey, Qingjia, you're of legal age now. Can we drink together?" Bailey Pangpang recalled the leftover alcohol from their last gathering. However, realizing that there was no holiday the next day, he pondered, what if we get drunk? Will we be able to wake up for training? Unbeknownst to them, Chao Yuan had also become more animated in their presence over time. "That's simple. We can just drink a little," he suggested, noting that their collective tolerance for alcohol was commendable. "Qingjia, what do you think?" Seeing no objections from a group, Bailey Pangpang eagerly turned to Shun Xiongji. "Would you like to try some wine?" This evening, Shun Xiongji was unusually silent, a fact noticed by all, yet no one dared to inquire, patiently awaiting her to share her thoughts. A little wine and heartfelt conversations could be quite nice. Shun Xiongji lifted her gaze and replied with a gentle smile, "Sure." At her words, Bailey Pangpang joyfully retrieved several cans of beer and red wine from his free space. "Let us save the red wine for a later occasion. Perhaps after the holiday, or once the training concludes," Shen Xiongji insisted, prompting Bailey Pangpang to return the red wine to the free space. "All right." Shen Qingzhu shifted slightly, raised a can of beer, pulled the tab, and handed it to Shun Xiongji. "Qing, give it a taste, but don't overindulge." After a moment's thought, she added, "If it doesn't suit your taste, just spit it out. We one drink it." "Okay." Shun Xiongji accepted the can and took a small sip. "Well, how should I put it? This beer has a rather bitter taste, lacking the sweetness of fruit-flavored beers." She preferred the latter. After another sip, she inexplicably felt a bit tipsy. The night breeze caressed her flushed cheeks, and the glimmer of moisture at the corners of her eyes was particularly enchanting under the lights. The four friends instinctively ceased their chatter, waiting for her to speak. "I will be leaving the training camp for a while to accompany Mask on a mission." She paused briefly before continuing. "The captain mentioned that the training here is not particularly beneficial for me. If I wish to grow, I must engage in real combat alongside them. Therefore, I will likely spend most of my time with Mask, leaving me with little time at the training camp." "What?" Bailey Pangpang's beer can clatter to the ground, amber liquid splattering everywhere. "Qingjia, you're leaving the training camp?" Shen Qingzhu abruptly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor, her brow furrowed in concern, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Lin Xie's fingers absently traced the beer can, knuckles paling slightly. "When did you make this decision?" Observing the shock on her friends' faces, Shun Xiongji sighed softly. "This afternoon. My divine abode is known as the King of the Void. As you're all aware, the captain mentioned that my abilities require growth." Suddenly, Shun Qingzhu interrupted her, her voice slightly strained. "With 5 or 6 months remaining before the training concludes, can we not wait a little longer? Whether sooner or later, it makes no difference." Shun Xiongji shook her head, her fingertips coalescing into a thread of silver light. "My abilities are rather unique, merging space, time, and laws. The Captain's Temporal Marauder and the vortex of spatial whirlpools can facilitate my rapid development." However, Shen Qingzhu's face flushed with urgency. "I wee Sister Qing. This is all too sudden." Bailey Pangpang was also in a flurry. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xie gazed at Shun Xiongji with a complex expression. "Have you made your decision?" The balcony fell abruptly silent, with only the sound of the night breeze stirring the curtains. Shun Xiongji surveyed the four individuals and gently nodded. In the ensuing moments, the five remained silently sipping their drinks. Bailey Pangpang mechanically stuffed snacks into his mouth. Lin Xie stared vacantly at the distant training ground. Shen Qingzhu gulped down beer one after another, while Chao Yuan kept glancing back and forth among them. "I need to step outside for some fresh air." Shen Qingzhu suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. Shen Xiongji hesitated for a moment, glanced at Lin Xie, and followed suit. Lin Xie observed the two retreating figures in silence, choosing not to rise and follow. At the edge of the rooftop, the night wind tousled Shun Qingzhu's disheveled short hair, his back rigidly straight. Shun Xiongji approached him, Noticing his fingers trembled slightly. Qingbao, I once naively believed that I could always be by your side. Yet, his withdrawal from school left her alone within its confines. I had thought we would train together, growing side by side until the training camp's conclusion. He had never contemplated the future beyond the camp, stubbornly believing he could remain with his Qingqing indefinitely. Qingbao Shan Qiongji's voice was low yet resolute. We each have our own paths to traverse. As for what lies ahead, once we have matured and resolved the matters of Cangnan, perhaps the night wind suddenly turned biting. Shen Qingzhu gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. After a lengthy pause, he finally released the railing. Turning around, he smiled and tousled Shen Qiongji's hair. Go on. Remember to come back often. Also, I will strive to train hard and grow stronger. He needed to become powerful enough to stand by her side. Shen Qiongji's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She opened her arms and embraced Shen Qingzhu tightly. Qingbao, I promise to take good care of myself. Therefore, you must do the same. Under the moonlight, their shadows intertwined closely together. In the psychiatric hospital of the gods, Lin Xie sat on the sofa in the office, gazing out the window where Li Yifei was administering medication to Nikes. The whereabouts of Hong Yin were unknown. The office door stood wide open, yet Shen Qiongji still gently knocked before entering. 7 nights. Lin Xie cast her an amused glance. When did you learn to knock on my office door? He asked. All right, next time I won't knock, Shen Qiongji replied playfully as she approached him. But don't let me catch you doing anything naughty. Or that would be quite interesting. What mischief? Lin Xie's lips curled slightly, a smirk dancing on his face as he regarded her. Shen Qiongji was at a loss. She had merely spoken off the cuff. Lin Xie waved his hand, and with a resounding bang, the office door slammed shut. Shen Qiongji felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Surely, he wouldn't actually engage in any nefarious activities, would he? As Lin Xie rose, the shadow that enveloped Shen Qiongji prompted her to instinctively step back, only to collide with the corner of the desk. With a swift motion, Lin Xie reached out, bracing himself against the desk's edge to prevent the impact. He gently turned his wrist, encircling her delicate waist and pulling her into his embrace. I do not wish to be apart from you, he murmured, burying his face in the softness of her neck. And I do not want you to be alone with Wang Mian. Huh, it's not just him. There are other team members, she countered, feeling a ticklish sensation from his breath against her skin. Yet, I still feel jealousy. Unless, he prompted. Unless what? Without warning, Lin Xie bit down softly on her snowy neck, leaving a mark that was neither deep nor easily dismissed. Shen Qiongji